fight, or control. Moreover, there are three types of observational studies: case control, cross-sectional, and cohort studies. Let me ask you a question. Can you give me the case control, cross-sectional, or cohort study in astronomy? It'd be easier building a perpetual motion machine of the second kind out of taxation without representation.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it.
Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
There is no such thing as the scientific method, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
You serious?
Jeez, hillbilly. You lost your photosynthetic redneck mind? That's rhetorical. We'll just do 10 out of 185 million. We want to get out of here this century. From the Geosociety, Kristen McClellan, the title of the article, The Nature of Science and the Scientific Method. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, Professor Wolf's title of the article, Introduction to the Scientific Method. From Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, title of the article, 6 Steps of the Scientific Method. From the Khan Academy, title of the article, The Scientific Method. From Live Science, title of the article, Science and the Scientific Method. From ChemLibreText, title of the article, 1.4, The Scientific Method, How Chemists Think. From Northern Arizona University, title of the article, Defining the Scientific Method. From Purdue University, title of the article, The Scientific Method. From the National Institutes of Health.gov, title of the paper, The Scientific Method. From Nature.com, title of the article, Defining the Scientific Method. If you would have said there is no such thing as the Declaration of Independence, it'd have been more coherent.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it.
Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
It's creating low
And
pressure.
that's how, listen to me, that's how it overcomes gravity.
Jesus.
It doesn't overcome gravity.
So let me get this straight. That's how it overcomes gravity. It doesn't overcome gravity? Do you reminisce with strangers? You got horseshit for brains, son. Clown.
Let's agree on a height, because I think that's a fair point to proceed forward from. You've obviously got a point of ejection at 10 feet, and maybe it was a little flippant. My apologies.
Well, I don't mind.
Maybe you could suggest
It doesn't really
the height.
matter.
So it doesn't really matter. You're saying that height doesn't really matter, hillbilly blue balls, the redneck retard.
Well, it does matter, doesn't it? Because the distance to the horizon is what?
No,
it does matter. Why? Why doesn't it matter?
Don't attack me. I'm just.
Don't attack you. He's merely asking you why height doesn't matter. You friggin' snowflake bozo redneck retard.
No, why doesn't it matter?
Making a point.
Your point was that it doesn't matter. My point is that it does.
Listen, if you want to target height,
why does it matter?
if you want an observer height or a gun barrel height of 30 feet, you could probably target stuff out to about 6 miles, something like that.
So why doesn't the observer height matter when targeting?
It doesn't matter because they use radar, which is like
no interruption, Tears.
50 or 60 feet up. You know what I mean?
Tears,
And it's
we
a
got
parabola flying over
Adam
the
and Blue
horizon.
having a combo here. Adam and Blue, please.
You could see a target on the horizon at about 6 or 7 miles from 30 feet, from a 30-foot observer height or gun barrel height, laser height.
Why does not the observer height not matter when you're painting a target, when you're observing it across a geometric ball of radius.
I didn't say it didn't matter.
Oh, really? So you didn't say it didn't matter? Do you even know your own name? Or where you're at? You double-speaking Muppets. You just said it didn't matter about 20 seconds ago. Let's have a listen.
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
You said clearly it doesn't really matter.
Did I?
You did, sir. That's why I felt the need to address it so we could proceed.
I don't believe I said that.
So you don't believe you said that? Really? Well, let's have another listen.
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, it does matter, the observer height.
Of course it matters.
It
doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, it does matter, the observer height.
Of course it matters.
Wow. It's well past time for you to head back to the Blue Tick Coonhound Kennel, or your true vocation, picking up cans alongside of the road. Supervised!
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure.
Picking up
You cannot
cans
find it.
Well,
alongside.
gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
You said you're doing an experiment. I just want to know what experiment it is. Would you have more detail?
You don't know that I'm doing Cavendish.
What? Cavendish never performed a scientific experiment, Professor Hillbelly. He didn't have a viable dependent variable. Ergo, no hypothesis. Therefore, no experiment. Check the original paper. You'll find nada. Zippo. Number 2. Why are you performing a non-experiment from a 106-year-out-date pseudoscience, Hillbelly? From Douglas Klein, Professor of Physics, via Phys Libre text. Newton's 2 crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. So, it's well past time to get up to date with a new hotness, Einstein's general theory of relativity from 1915, and start performing bendy space-time experiments.
And what's your hypothesis?
Attracts mass.
Sorry? What's your hypothesis?
Mass attracts other mass.
So, your hypothesis is, given mass, then mass will attract other mass, right? That's not a scientific hypothesis, Professor Blueballs. That's a circular banjo-do-si-do begging the question fallacy train wreck. You'd fail 5th grade general science and the 60-level basic reasoning course. By the way, what's mass?
Mass is simply the resistance to acceleration. Do you know that?
No. That's inertia. But we'll roll with it anyway. So let's take the definition you provided and substitute the definition for the word, mass. You said mass is the resistance to acceleration. So your hypothesis actually is, given the resistance to acceleration, the resistance to acceleration will attract the resistance to acceleration.
Air molecules are moving in all different directions, but they're also moving in one singular mass in one direction.
So gas molecules are moving in all different directions and at the same time moving in one singular resistance to acceleration direction?
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it.
Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
And Newton's second law of motion is just the one everybody's heard a million times. Force is equal to mass times acceleration. Do you have any problem with that?
Yeah.
Look here, you big dummy.
Mainly, it, along with all of Newton's so-called laws, along with the universal law of gravitation, were replaced by Einstein 106 years ago. Then wholesale debunked by quantum mechanics shortly thereafter. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Professor Jacob D. Bekenstein, caltech.edu, Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that free test particles move along geodesics, the shortest curves in the space-time geometry. Adding insult to your ignoramus ignorance, Daddy F equal MA was filleted then fricasseed vis-a-vis quantum mechanics circa 1925. Hey, Dick, can you educate this wiki-parroting pretender clown Baltard Bozo for us? From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures, caltech.edu. Even though the law F equal MA is false,
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
And all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada.
Fatality.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it.
Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
A mole is simply a quantity. And as I say, it could be a quantity of anything. We could have a mole of brines if we had enough space to put that many brines.
Wrong. From Royal Society of Chemistry, mole contains exactly 6.022140076 times 10 to the 23rd elementary entities. Unless Brian is an elementary entity, you just bashed yourself in the face with a spade shovel. Again.
You dumbass.
Yes, in atmosphere, depending on the ratio of surface area to mass, or to weight, if you want to think of it that way.
Wrong. You're going to have to pick one, Professor. Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki, in common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific context, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity. Why aren't you mindlessly parroting the correct horseshit from your pseudoscientist, Professor Hillbelly?
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it.
Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
And the force you're speaking about is gravity, is it not?
Yes.
Why is it then that Albert Einstein, over 100 years ago, stopped calling gravity a force, and he called it an effect due to the curvature of space-time by matter?
Well, it is. That's exactly what it is. It is the curvature of space-time. But Einstein did nothing more than add to Newton's theories.
You serious?
Yeah, because he's Dunning batshit Kruger. Number one, Newton never even proposed a scientific theory in his life. Number two, if Einstein added to Newton's theories, he would have subtracted special relativity. Why? Well, the universal law of gravitation violates special relativity. From Britannica.com, because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance, through which any two objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. From Professor John D. Norton, Department of History and Philosophy of Science, University of Pittsburgh. Newton's celebrated theory of gravitation presumed instantaneous action at a distance. The sun now exerts a gravitational force on the Earth, now with a magnitude set by Newton's inverse square law. The key part was the now. If the sun were to move slightly, the resulting alteration in the force it exerts on the Earth would be felt by us instantaneously, according to Newtonian theory. That means that Newton's theory depends upon the notion of absolute simultaneity. A change there is felt here at the same moment. However, Einstein's 1905 theory had banished absolute simultaneity from physics.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Because every molecule of gas is being subjected to an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second toward the Earth.
Yeah. I'd say there's a better chance of Liberace being resurrected sporting a purple tutu and jumping on a chartreuse hobbled unicorn and riding around the Sombrero Galaxy. If what you just said was true, it would never rain. You dumbass cracker. And how's it feel to be in direct contradiction with Boyle's Law, Charles' Law, Gay-Lussac's Law, Avogadro's Law, and parts of Dalton's Law? And not to be ever outdone, the King Topper booger-eating bull in a china shop exhibition, leaving no dish uncracked. You've taken the second law of thermodynamics, along with Brownian motion, out back to the woodshed and bludgeoned each to a bloody, lifeless pulp.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
We measure the rate that things fall. Is that how we determine the gravitational constant?
No, that's not how the gravitational constant was arrived at. That's not how you can derive or measure the gravitational constant. You can't derive it in the first place. You've got to. It had to be measured. Still has to be measured. How
is it measured though?
It's a product of our inconvenient set of units that we choose to use. If we'd picked something other than meters and kilograms and so forth, could have come up with a completely different constant. But it's a constant of proportionality. How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did.
Wrong. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Professor Blue Balls here is either a stone-cold liar or clinical level Dunning batshit Kruger. From Professor Lauren Hodges, Department of Physics and Astronomy, iowastate.edu, Cavendish didn't calculate a numerical value for big G or M. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the poster child of a fork-tongued, double-speaking, numpty dipshit spinning space monkey.
Cavendish measured. Actually, what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with gravitational constant.
What in the flying f*** is going on here? You just said.
How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did. Cavendish measured. Actually, what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with gravitational constant. How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did. How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did. Actually, what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with gravitational constant.
Say hello to my little friend!
Cavendish came up with the mass of the weight of the Earth. He was looking to determine what the mass, it's the weight of the Earth, is.
Remember this, ass clown. From Professor Lauren Hodges, Department of Physics and Astronomy, iowastate.edu, Cavendish didn't calculate a numerical value for big G, or M, or M, or M. How about this one, dumbass? Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki, in common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific context, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity. And finally, now let's not forget what this window licker said.
Cavendish came up with the mass of the weight of the Earth.
Fatality.
From Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society of London, Volume 88, 1798, pages 469 to 526. Title of the paper: Experiments to Determine the Density of the Earth by Henry Cavendish, Esquire, FRS, and AS. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's well obvious that this slack-jawed meatball has never even looked at the original paper.
Ay, caramba!
Yet,
You knew that the butane was denser, was a more dense gas than the air that was already inside of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Brian, and I forgot what I was going to say at this point. Yeah, the butane is heavier. No question about that. It's heavier not because of relative density. It's heavier because of relative density. No, well, it's heavier because it's more dense.
Oh,
It's heavier not because of relative density. It's heavier because it's more dense. Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
Prepare yourself.
It has nothing to do with the Earth rotating under the football. The ball is simply conserving the angular momentum it had when it left the surface of the Earth.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this ass clown retard of the ages is clinical level Dunning batshit Kruger insane. From Vanderbilt.edu, angular momentum is the measure of the momentum of an object around an axis. From Phys Text, the law of conservation of angular momentum. When no external torques act on a rotating object, its angular momentum is conserved. What's its? Well, the rotating object. Angular momentum deals with angular velocity. That is, it speaks to radians or revolutions per unit time around a given axis. There's two types of angular momentum: spin and orbital. Then two more subtypes: point and extended objects. Point objects is just how it sounds: an object accelerating around a point, like a ball attached to a string that you start spinning above your head. The formula is L, angular momentum, equals R, radians, That's the distance from the rotation point in your hand to the center of the ball, times p, linear momentum. And extended objects is the whole object rotating about its own axis, like a spinning orb. The formula is L, angular momentum, equals rotational inertia times omega, which is angular velocity. That is radians per unit time. Professor Blue Balls is essentially saying that balls, balloons, helicopters, drones, and airplanes rotate after leaving the surface of the Earth.
You dumbass.
Look, Ma, the balloon's rotating about its center axis. Or, look, Ma, the hovering helicopter is orbiting the Earth. You dumbass cracker. Listening to this retard photosynthetic redneck is tantamount to listening to Mr. Magoo giving the keynote address at a metabolic pathway convention. Moreover, check this out. This booger eater's argument is that there's only one reference frame on the Earth.
It is one non-inertial reference frame. That's where Coriolis takes place, not two reference frames.
But then he says this.
The ball is simply conserving the angular momentum it had when it left the surface of the Earth.
If there's only one reference frame on the Earth, booger eater, then why in a flying Fukuyama would the object need to conserve any momentum whatsoever upon leaving the surface? It hasn't entered another reference frame. According to your dumbass, there's only one.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's take a closer look at this again. From Phys Libertex, the law of conservation of angular momentum. When no external torques act on a rotating object, its angular momentum is conserved. The law of conservation of angular momentum would never need to be described without an inertial reference frame, because there'd never be a case where external torques would even exist. The concept of momentum conservation comes from and is a direct consequence of Newton's third law. From Boston University, Department of Physics. A good question to ask is, do Newton's laws apply all the time? In most cases they do, but if we're trying to analyze motion in an accelerated reference frame, while we're spinning around would be a good example, then Newton's laws are not valid.
Oh, now I've done it. I've cut the dickens out of my finger. Well,
a reference frame in which Newton's laws are valid is known as an inertial reference frame.
Oh, yeah.
So that then begs the question, Professor Blue Balls. How can we even describe the conservation of angular momentum without an inertial reference frame?
It is one non-inertial reference frame.
A reference frame in which Newton's laws are valid is known as an inertial reference frame.
It is one non-inertial reference frame.
You, sir, are what we call in the industry a dizzy dumb f***. You will never, ever recover. Spin in space, monkeys. Spin in space, monkeys.
You know who this is? No. Bye-bye, lard ass.
The countdown has begun.
Dreaming artificial gravity. We defy the law of entropy. Reaching terminal velocity. Ready to make the jump to hyperspeed. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. Lost in augmented reality. Imagination on an odyssey. Animating worlds that we believe. We can expand beyond humanity. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
Everyone thought Earth was flat. Why? Because it looked flat. And they posed the same arguments you did. If it was round, stuff would fall off on the other side. You can't have people standing upside down on a round Earth. We thought Earth was flat before we had seagoing vessels that went beyond the horizon, recognizing that there has to be a curve there, because the ship doesn't always stay in view. So Columbus, when he set sail, the ship eventually disappeared. This would count as evidence that Earth's surface was curved. This would count as evidence that Earth's surface was curved.
This would count as evidence that Earth's surface was curved.
But what about the water? How come it's not just spilling off? We had to come to a deep understanding of gravity.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. Earth is big enough so you think it's flat. But if you step away, like the Apollo astronauts did, there is the beautiful globe that is Earth, adrift in space. Plus we have photographs.
Flat earthers, man. You guys are so stupid. Like, you genuinely believe that you live on a motionless plane, which is what we observe, and that the sun and the moon are close to us and relatively the same size, which is what it looks like, and that water can't curve, which we've never seen happen, and that we and the place that we live are the result of intelligent design from a power much greater than ourselves, which is observable in the natural phenomenon of the Fibonacci sequence. Seriously? That is completely ridiculous. I mean, compared to what I believe, which is that one day nothing exploded, creating an infinitely expanding universe on which we are a speck of dust, living on a spinning speck of dust that's spinning around a giant fireball, hurtling through a vacuum in outer space populated by other giant fireballs and an infinite number of other rocks, and traveling through space at an unquantifiable speed, and that we and every single solitary species on the planet developed from a puddle. Now, I don't know where the puddle came from, or the rock that the puddle was on, or the fireballs, or where any of it actually came from. Flat earthers believing what they see. Like, how ridiculous is this? You know? When we have so much science, you know, that we can't prove because there are no experiments to prove any of it. And that any experiment that's ever been done to prove that the Earth is moving have failed to do that. And yet you don't believe science. You know? We have all these composites from NASA that were created in Photoshop that prove to you that the Earth is round. Come on, man. How could you not believe what science is telling you? That you're related to a banana and that you're related to a blade of grass because you evolved from the same thing. You know? It's so obvious that that's the case. How could you believe anything different? It's just so crazy that there are people out there who actually believe that, you know, none of what science and NASA are telling us is true, when it's so clear that, you know, they landed on the moon. Did you not see? Obviously, you couldn't see any of the stars in the background, and the Earth was the wrong size, and there was no crater under the lunar module when it landed, and there was no delay between feeds, and they lost 700 boxes of footage from the Apollo mission. It just disappeared, and they can't even go to the moon anymore because they destroyed the technology to do it. And you don't believe that? I've never heard of anything more ridiculous than flat earthers believing what they actually see for themselves.
Why would they do this? Why are they trying to hide the fact that we are on an infinite plane or on a flat earth rather than a ball? Well, if you isolate people into the idea that they're on a blue marble that's in the middle of a universe that is really insignificant, and there's thousands or millions and billions of other worlds and possibly other civilizations, that makes most people think that we are insignificant and that we did actually come about as some sort of an accident. Now, when people believe that, their minds are much more malleable into being given the idea that there is no God, there is no creator. And because of that, that also gives the controllers this fertile soil to build other deceptions on.
Hi, everybody. It is the third Sunday of July, and I just wanted to touch base with you on this nice, cool Sunday about the Globe Earth or Glober's fairy tale. So I am titling this little video, In Your Fairy Tale. So Globers, in your fairy tale, how fast does the Earth revolve around the sun? In your fairy tale. Now, Google tells us it's 30 kilometers per second or 66,600 miles per hour, 666, just consequently. So, but every interferometer experiment since Michelson, Morley, Dayton, Miller, and so on and so forth has shown no more than 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second. So, we're told 30 kilometers per second or 66,600 miles per hour, but science tells us 3, 5, 6, or 8. So, it's a fairy tale that you're going around the sun at 30 kilometers per second. And the 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second can easily be explained by the sidereal rotation of the sky, translating motion down to our good Earth, our God-created good Earth. So, cool story, Globers, 30 kilometers per second. In your fairy tale, what is space-time or space-time curvature? What did they come up with November 6, 1919? What did they do? Well, they saw 2 out of 36 plates that they took from the May 29th, 1919 eclipse of the sun and said, hey, we are going to find 2 out of 36, or we did find 2 out of 36 that had, hey, this proves space-time curvature. So we're going to leak it to the USA and UK press on November 6, 1919, that Einstein's our boy, and Einstein wakes up November 7th, the guy who saved the ball going around the sun. Cool story there, too. In your fairy tale, how far in miles is a light year? Remember, Buzz Lightyear? Cool children's story. Buzz Lightyear. So it's 5.88 trillion miles. Light travels 5.88 trillion with a T miles in 1 year. Cool. In your fairy tale, how can you have gas pressure without a container? Now we're told gravity holds it all down to the ground on your, hi everybody, fairy tale globe. It is. But if you had actually an open system, which we're told where you can go up until you get the vacuum of outer space, which is 10 to the negative 17 torr, and it hasn't been measured here terrestrially on Earth more than 10 to the negative 6 torr, which is 11 more zeros. That gravity, which is a weak force, if it's a force at all, depending on who you talk to, holds that all down, and all the air which we breathe wouldn't rush out into the vacuum of outer space. Cool story, bro. God bless gravity. God bless gravity. Something we can't measure. We don't know what it is, but hey, we can't measure it, but it keeps the globe fairy tale alive, that gravity. In your fairy tale, why isn't the moon too bright to land on? Now, if you go by science, the inverse square law of light, for every time that you make something half as much as far as the distance, it increases the light by 4 times. So, in your fairy tale, the moon is 240,000 miles away from the Earth. So if you half that to 120, half that to 60, half that to 30,000, half that to 15, half that to 7,500, half that to 3,750, half that to 1,875, half that to around 1,000, your moon should be approximately, now get this, 65,000 times brighter, 65,000 times brighter than when you look at it here terrestrially on the Earth from 240,000 miles away. Now, I remember Apollo 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, because I'm old enough, that it wasn't bright up there for Neil on Apollo 11 and Buzz, not Buzz Lightyear, Buzz Aldrin. So I want you to know I know who the difference is between the two. So, So let's forget science. Let's forget the inverse square law of light. You know why? Because we got to have our globe and we got to have outer space. Cool story, man. Cool story. Cool story. In your fairy tale, how can you see Saturn from 750 million miles away? Now, if you believe NASA, of course we all do, right? Yeah. If you believe NASA, then they have like this photo that what the sun would look like from Saturn, which is like 750 million miles away. They have this photo of what the sun would look like, and it's a little pinprick. It's just really, really small, man. It's really small. It's like really small. It's like, you know, take the end of this little pencil right here. It's about, you know, about as big as that right there. And from 750 million miles away, it lights up like we see it in the sky, right? We look at it and we see, hey, we see the rings. Now, the inverse square law of light says if you take something and double the distance, it becomes 4 times less bright. So if we're 93 million miles away from the sun and Saturn's out there 750 million miles away in their fairy tale, then let's double that, make it 180 million. Let's double that, make it 360 million. Let's double that and make it 720 million, close enough to 750. So we can see the moon right here, as well, and we're close to it, 1,000 miles away, the same. And we can see Saturn, which is 750 million miles away, the same as we see it in the sky. Cool story, bro. Science is so wonderful. Inverse square law of light is so wonderful, we ignore it. That's how wonderful the inverse square law of light is. In science, we ignore it. Cool. You know why? Because we got to keep our globe fairy tale alive. In your fairy tale, can you prove the lights in the sky are multiple light years away? No. They say stellar parallax, but you know, guys, come on. We're talking about 99.9999999999999, 89.9, and it's just unbelievable, man. They were supposed to believe, going all out those decimals, that it's like 0.1 of something that's got 20 decimals behind it. Cool story. Cool story. Anyway, stellar parallax, that's a discussion for another day. In your fairy tale, how does light bend? Well, it bends because gravity causes light to bend towards the ball, we're told, and because we think that light enters molecules basically at the top of the molecule and bends downward. And it does that consistently enough that it doesn't have to worry about going to the middle side, bottom of the molecule. It always pretty much goes through the top and bends down, gives us your ball, right? And if it's 7/6R, we'll just add a few more 100% to it so we can have our ball, right? Cool story, bro. Cool story, Globers. In your fairy tale, do large bodies of water at rest bend? Here we got a small body of water, but we're told, and it's level, other than me shaking around a little bit, we take this small ball of water and we move it out 2 miles that way and 2 miles that way where we can't see it anymore, then it starts to bend. And if we take it out real far that we can't see it anymore, it really starts to bend. Cool. Cool. Trust science that my body of water here is flat, but if it goes out to where I can't see it, then it starts to bend. Cool story, bro. I tell you what, guys. Anyway, it's a joke. Anyway, here we go. In your fairy tale, how and when was the bending and warping of space-time verified? November 6, 1919. Cool. 2 out of 36 slides. Lights bending close to the sun, and it verified space-time curvature. Cool story, man. And we can't even find those 2 plates anymore. How convenient. Next up in the fairy tale, we have, in your fairy tale, what is the supposed pressure of your fairy tale outer space? 10 to the negative 17 torr. Now, we haven't measured any more than 10 to the negative 6 torr terrestrially, which is 11 more zeros, but who cares? It's a fairy tale. I can make up whatever I want to make up. So, anyway. In your fairy tale, is the bending and warping of space-time physical or theoretical? It can be physical if you want it to be, because we found 2 out of 36 plates back in November 6, 1919, prove space-time curvature, thank you. Or we can say it's theoretical and just say, no, those guys back November 6, 1919 were just making stuff up, and it's all by theory. Cool, man. In your fairy tale, why are Einstein's field equations partial? You'd have to ask Einstein. I call him Ein, because only his personal friends do. But you'd have to ask Einstein. And he died in 1955, but his spirit never went away, so I'm sure you can find him somewhere and ask him yourself. In your fairy tale, please explain Planck's constant to me. What is it? Planck's constant is 6.626 times 10 to the negative 34. Spell it out, 0.3306626. Cool. And even Planck himself said it was an act of despair that he came up with it. That's a pretty good number. 6.626 times 10 to the negative 34. It's a lot of zeros, man. Lots of zeros. In your fairy tale, how was time dilation verified? Well, we got this little thing called, in 1960, where we got Pound-Repke. No, Pound-Repke's, you remember that one. Not really. But 1960, Pound-Repke at Harvard's Jefferson Tower, a 22.5 meter tower, which is 73 feet 9 inches. They shot some photons up and down the tower, illustrating redshift and blue shift, and the difference was 0.000000736 meters per second. Now, I stood there with my stopwatch, because I was old enough. I was 2. Anyway, I stood there with my stopwatch, and I measured it, or somebody measured it, I don't know. In their fairy tale, you can measure anything, but 0.000000736 meters per second. That's a cool story, man. And then they had Pound Snyder, a bunch of other things that I'm not going to get into right now. They have an atomic clock in Boulder, Colorado, 5,400 feet versus one in London at sea level. Then they have, you can supposedly age faster at 15,000 feet elevation than at sea level. It's all cool, man. I love fairy tales. I hope you love fairy tales too. I mean, I like Santa Claus. I mean, I probably believed in Santa Claus till 2 years ago. Cool. Anyway, in your fairy tale, when has length been contracted? Supposedly you had this guy named Lorentz in 1892 to help explain away Michelson-Morley that length contracted. Now, I do have a little show for you, because I'm into fairy tales, man. And so here's my fly swatter, and I get some little pesky flies once in a while. But, my fly swatter can expand like, Hubble's ever-expanding universe, but it can contract too. So I know Lorentz would appreciate my fly swatter that contracts. So anyway, this actually contracts. The other thing didn't contract. In your fairy tale, what is E equal hv? My goodness gracious. E equals, obviously, energy, and h is Planck's constant. 6.626 times 10 to the negative 34, and V is vibration, or you can put F in there for frequency. One side's got to equal the other. I ain't gonna go into that. That's just garbage. In your fairy tale, when is the sun closest to the earth? It is. This is the third Sunday in July. The first half, or the first 2 weeks of July, the sun is the furthest away from the earth. in their fairy tale. It's over 94 million miles away in their fairy tale the first 2 weeks of July. In the first 2 weeks of January, it's the closest, at a little over 91 million miles away, because we have an elliptical orbit, and it's the reason it's elliptical and not circular, because a circular orbit in the math or the physics doesn't work, so they had to make an elliptical orbit to it. Cool story, bro. In the math, we got a ball, man. In the math, we live on something that kind of looks like this. Cool. So, here we go. In your fairy tale, I already mentioned this one. In your fairy tale, do people age faster at 15,000 feet or sea level? 15,000 feet. Just a little faster. No problem. It's science, man. Trust the science, right? In your fairy tale, what caused the Earth to be tilted at 23.4 degrees? So, we're told, science tells us, that 4.5 billion, with a B, years ago, that the Earth was, instead of being like this, was kind of like this, straight up and down, right? But then here comes something, it's called Theia, T-H-E-I-A. That's how you pronounce it. I really don't care. It hit the Earth just fine, that it tilted it at 23.4 degrees. It was a large asteroid, small planet. It hit the Earth just fine, and that tilted at 23.4 degrees so we could all vacation in Florida, right? Because, being tilted at 23.4 degrees allows us to get out of those cold wintry months and go to Florida where it's nice and warm, right? So, cool fairy tale. But that's what happened. That's why we have our 23.4 degree tilt, is because of this big asteroid, which allows us to go vacation in Florida. Cool story, bro. Anyway. Continuing on. In your fairy tale, how does a rocket push off of nothing? Let's see, here on Earth, Newton's third law of motion works just fine. You have a motion going this way, and you have an opposite medium pushing back against it. So you have a submarine going this way, and you got water pushing back against it. You got an airplane going this way, you got air pushing back against it. You have a car, you have a little bit of air, but mainly the ground pushing back up against it. You're a runner, and you have the ground, a little bit of air pushing up against you. All those things work out really great here on Earth, but what's a push off of in outer space, 10 to the negative 17 torr? I tell you what. It pushes off of nothing. But some people say they take the oxygen with them, because in outer space, for something to go this way and this way, you tend to need propulsion and ignition. And they tell you take the oxygen with you to outer space, you can get your ignition and propulsion. The burst is so big that it pushes it forward. And great story, man. Great story, but how does a rocket push off of nothing? We don't care. We're going to violate Newton's third law of motion, even though they tell us I don't understand Newton's third law of motion. Cool, man. And we're going to violate that. It's like we violated the second law of thermodynamics, because we want our ball in outer space. Just remember that. It's a religion, folks. In your fairy tale, what is mass increase? Time dilates. Mass increases. Length contracts. I can't keep it straight, but it's something like that. It's cool, man. It's cool. In your fairy tale, how is gravity measured? Is Newton gravity a law or a theory? Now, in the recent Tom Cruise movie, Maverick, that came out last summer, it wasn't a law or a theory, it was a rule. They actually called it a rule of gravity. So I guess is Newton's gravity a law or a theory or a rule? So instead of flipping a coin and getting heads or tails, now we got to find a three-sided coin to see which it really is. In your fairy tale, is the horizon physical or apparent? Now, if you are a globe believer and you want to have your cake and eat it too, it's both. We can't actually see it, and we can't measure it, So it's an apparent horizon. It changes, right? Hour to hour, day to day. But it's also physical because you know why? We live on a ball, because I know we live on a ball. If I didn't live on a ball, my life would be really screwed up, and there might be a psychiatrist I might have to go see. So my horizon is both physical and apparent because I can't see it, but I know it's there, so it's physical, and it's apparent because I can see the apparent horizon. Cool. Cool story, man. In your fairy tale, how do you measure refraction over large bodies of water? You take your imagination and you go, whatever it takes to get my ball. Whatever it takes to get my oscillating spheroid, my oblate spheroid, my planet, my sphere, my globe, whatever it takes, that's what I measure. So I take 7/6R, and I need to add a few 100% to it. And I can even go out there a few 1,000%, 100,000%, whatever it takes for me to get my ball. Cool story, because I got to have my ball because it's a religion. I can't help. I don't pray to God because I'm an atheist, but I got to have religion. It's Mother Earth, right? In your fairy tale, who did Copernicus reference in his On the Revolution of the Heavenly Spheres? Hermes Trismegistus. Pagan sun worship. Okay. Hermes and I go back. It's cool. He's my spirit guide. So anyway, yes, Copernicus on the Revolution of the Heavenly Spheres, published May 1543. He referenced Hermes Trismegistus, sun pagan worship, and then he died the same month. Killed him off in the script, in my opinion. In your fairy tale, in what month, I just told you, I'm sorry. In your fairy tale, what month and year did Copernicus supposedly write a letter to the Pope dedicating his On the Revolution of the Heavenly Spheres to the world and also die? Gave that up before. May 1543. Sorry. God, I blew the last one, didn't I? Anyway, so I just wanted you to know that in your fairy tale, or let's reverse and don't say your. In the Glober's fairy tale, we're supposed to believe that we are a tilted, wobbling, spinning, curvy, bendy ball in the vacuum of outer space, going at these insane speeds. And don't worry about it. Don't worry. Be happy because your favorite NFL football team is starting practice soon and will have its first practice game in August and its first regular season game in September. Don't worry about it, whether you're a Dallas Cowboy fan, Philadelphia Eagles fan, Seattle Seahawks fan, San Francisco 49ers. Your favorite team is going to start soon. And you want to go out and have a nice steak dinner tonight. So don't bother me with things like the earth. And you've been lied to since birth or age 5 when you enter kindergarten. Don't bother me with that. I care if my NFL football team makes the playoffs this year, possibly the Super Bowl, because I have another couple weeks, to celebrate. Celebrate, good times, come on, don't worry, be happy, cool. And I get my favorite steak dinner tonight. So anyway, thanks for listening. We'll have a few more going forward. Take care.
Soviet soldier, you didn't and hang around to get VC verified. You don't have the role to open your mic here, I don't think. Or do you? No, you don't. Just jump back up into VC check-in with us. We'll fix that up for you.
You're looking at the review question.
Yeah, what's up?
Yo, what's up? Am I muted?
No, you are not.
All right.
Okay, I just want to debate stuff. Who joined?
Yo.
Speak up, Albert Reclaimer.
Liam,
Caleb.
Alright. You sound like a fucking idiot,
debate
Liam.
night, guys.
Alright.
Let's
I'll mute
go.
myself then.
Why? Why is that?
Because you're the one debating.
I mean, we could all debate, right?
If he's up to that.
I am.
All right.
Got a little bit of a headache though.
Same, man. Same.
Oh, welcome in, Outdoors Claimer. I think Caleb of
Yo.
Axel. Soviet Soldier. If I missed anybody.
Yo, what's up, man?
Erwin Rommel.
What it be? What it be?
Erwin, thank you. Yes, thanks for joining us.
Oh, where is Erwin? Oh, there he is.
Erwin.
Erwin, speak to us.
Yeah, come on, Erwin Rommel.
You got me laughing earlier.
All right. Okay. What do you guys claim on like how do you guys would the Earth is flat?
Please tell us.
Oh, also, can you send me a link to this stream?
All right, guys. So what do you got? What's your position? What are you living on? What do you think the Earth is? Why?
I think that the Earth is not a perfect sphere, but it's like still the closest thing to a globe.
Okay, so it's sort of like a potato-shaped object.
Not to that extent, no. Somewhere in between. Somewhere in between. Kind of like a little to the oval side. Let's say that.
Okay, an ellipsoid or a geoid or something like that. You might say.
Possibly. Sure. We'll go with that.
Are you aware of any measurements supporting this claim?
Well, what do you mean by measurements? Like, do I take the measurements, or like, have I seen other measurements?
Just aware of any.
Yeah, not necessarily you, just anybody who's measured that.
Yeah, I'm aware. Yes.
All right, which ones?
Well, there's multiple like physicists throughout the course of history who've proved of that. One of which you probably might know as Galileo, who got executed for believing that the Earth is a globe, whatever, whatnot. But
I don't think that's how it went down. But anyway, okay, what was his method? What did he do exactly to measure the curvature?
So, like, do you mean like by the instrument?
Yeah, like what was the method? Like, what did he actually do to come up with this conclusion that the Earth is a ball?
Well, he used multiple instruments, such as a telescope.
So he pointed the telescope at the sky?
Well, yeah, and then you measure the trajectory of other planets and your own planet. Well, you can't really measure that, but you can calculate them. You can calculate the measurement. Not the measurement.
That's the thing that we'd be looking for a measurement of, though, right? And so that would be very,
right. A
that would be-
trajectory of other planets around you, and the sun and other stars.
That would be begging the question.
Yeah. Maybe begging the question. So you're presupposing the very thing in question there, which would be the Earth being a planet, being a ball, a globe-shaped object in the vacuum of space. That's
Well,
the
no,
thing.
no. If you look at the sky, wait, who's echoing? I can hear myself. Anyways, so if you look at the sky, you look out throughout the course of time, the trajectory of other planets.
Begging the question.
Like, what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Well, you're presupposing the thing in question there, right? The thing in question would be the Earth being this ball-shaped object in a vacuum of space, i.e. a planet, right? So to say other planets, you're already assuming your conclusion, right?
Well,
You're
you
already
can't just
assuming-
have you can't just have like 4 balls and a disc. They all have to be the same shape. 1, 2.
So
Gravity
let's-
just makes it. Hold on.
So let's put it like
Gravity
this.
just makes it completely impossible for it to be flat.
Okay, so let's put it like this. How do you know that the Earth is a planet?
Well, we've seen it. We've measured it.
Yeah, that's what
There's
I'm asking for.
pictures of it.
The measurements.
Also, you're echoing, or whoever is echoing.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering what the measurements were. You said we've measured it. That's how we know. What are the measurements? What was done?
Okay, but what was your claim on the Earth being flat? How do you know the Earth is flat?
I haven't made a claim. I was just asking you what you think the Earth is. You made a claim, and now I'm just asking what the
Okay, then
evidence is.
what do you think the Earth?
Yeah, but okay, so is this a concession then? Are we done with your claim of it being a globe?
Oh, we'll get to that later. I want to hear yours.
Well,
I wanna
that's
hear
what we're
yours.
already on, though.
Yeah, because you asked mine. Now I'm asking yours. Now it's my turn.
Well, no, it's not because we still haven't got the evidence for
Yes, it
yours.
is. Yes, it is.
It's not because we're still in the middle of your claim here. We're looking for the evidence part now.
Yeah.
So what would the
Hold on,
measurement be? Is there not a measurement? Is that why we have to get off this topic as soon as possible?
What do you mean by that?
Well, is there no measurement supporting the claim that the Earth is a ball in a vacuum of space? Because it seems like if there was, right? Hold on, if there was, when you say that there is one, we could easily just talk about that instead of going, "Well, what do you think it is?" and trying to get off the topic, you know?
Huh. And have you ever watched a lunar eclipse by any chance?
Yeah.
Yeah. What does that look like?
It looks like the moon getting eclipsed.
Yeah. By what?
I'm not sure. What do you think?
Yeah, you tell me, because I know what it is. I want to hear your claim on it. What do you
Well,
think a lunar eclipse would be?
I don't know what the causal mechanism for it is.
Do you know what shadow is what is casting its own shadow?
Oh shit! You're saying it's a shadow. So how would you know that it's a shadow?
What would you define as the lunar eclipse? What would you define that as?
I would say that the moon gets eclipsed. You're saying that it's a shadow.
Wait,
How do you know it's a shadow?
How?
Seems to get dimmer. and
Yeah,
change
how? That's the
colour.
question. I said I don't know, right?
Okay, so you don't know.
No, I don't know. But it sounds like you have an idea. You say that it's a shadow.
What about a solar eclipse? What about a solar eclipse? Do you know how that
Now
works?
we're jumping around. Now we're jumping around. You started with lunar eclipse. Let's follow that to its logical conclusion.
Okay. So,
All right. It's a shadow of what?
Hold on, who's echoing? I'm literally hearing myself. Anyways, so do you know what okay? Hold on, because that's part of my claim on the Earth being a globe.
Yes,
the
we
lunar eclipse.
understand. Yeah, I'll just pull you up there. Yes, we understand what a lunar eclipse is claimed
what is
to
it?
be and what a solar eclipse
it?
is claimed to be
Yeah,
within
Einstein.
the heliocentric
Claimed,
idea.
and what is what? Okay, if it's claimed to be, then what's the real meaning of a lunar eclipse?
Oh, brother.
Falsification is independent of replacement. We don't need to provide you with an alternative fantasy once we've ruled out the one that you've claimed.
What?
We don't need to replace your story.
We
Okay,
all
so
understand-
what's the real story?
We can just stop there. Like, there's no burden on us to
what's-
come up with an alternative story, right? And say, no, it's actually this. It's Rahu or
Oh,
Ketu that is
so now you're
eclipsing.
just refusing to elaborate.
No.
You're
I'm-
refusing to elaborate.
No, I am elaborating on what I've already told you, which is that we don't have a claim about what causes it, but you do, so we're trying to get to the evidence of that claim.
Yeah, it's the
Right,
Earth
yeah, and the
casting
claim
its
is
shadow on
I will detail what the claim is. Right, the claim is that there's 3 physical bodies in outer space: the sun, the Earth, and the moon. The Earth passes in between the sun and the moon, and it occults the moon, causing a shadow, a penumbra and an umbra, and an umbra. Sorry, a penumbra and umbra. There's a three-bodied alignment.
Yeah, go on.
Is that
Go
pretty
on.
much it? Is that pretty much it? That's the claim. That's the claimed cause of a lunar eclipse.
Do you know what a umbra and a penumbra is?
So you've got the sun casting convergent sun rays at the Earth, causing two kinds of shadows, right?
Well, there's one kind of shadow and there's two types. So one shadow with two like subdivisions, you could say.
There's one type of shadow and two types of shadow.
No, there's one shadow.
You've got a more intense shadow, and on the outer you've got your less intense shadow. Is that correct? Right.
Yeah, it's the shadow of one object. It's a subdivision.
So what's the evidence for this claim?
That object, when there's a shadow casted on it, there's another penumbra.
Object. Okay, I'm tracking with you. It's the shadow of an object. That object being the globe Earth.
Yes.
Okay, who measured it to know that that object exists and is thus capable of casting a shadow in outer space?
What do you mean, who measured? It's the Earth. We are on it.
Right. So who measured it to know that it's a ball capable of casting the type of shadow that you claim it is during a lunar eclipse?
Multiple people.
Okay, let's start with any.
What do you mean?
Let's start with any.
Okay. I'll start with one person I know, Khwarizmi. Do you know who that is?
No, enlighten me.
Okay, so Khwarizmi, he was a physicist during like the 13th century, around then, and he proved that the Earth was a globe. Also, ancient peoples, the ancient Mayans, they
wait, don't jump around. Don't jump. We're on Khwarizmi, right? Khwarizmi was a physicist.
You're not even pronouncing his name.
I'm with you as far as Khwarizmi was a physicist in the 13th century. What did Khwarizmi do to measure the globe?
He measured the trajectory of the Earth, the trajectory of the Moon, the trajectory of the Sun, the trajectory of Saturn, the trajectory of Jupiter. He put them all together, and when you put all those together, the only logical result, the only logical solution is that the Earth is a globe.
Well, that's not true.
How is that not true? How is that not true?
So that's not a measurement of the globe.
Disagree.
That's a bare assertion. It seems like you're forgetting about Ptolemy and epicycles and all that sort of stuff, which work fine.
Okay.
That would just be an interpretation of the motions of heavenly bodies. Listen, outdoors claimer. It's not what I asked you for.
Yeah.
What you're giving me is a guy from the 13th century's interpretation of the motions of heavenly bodies. That's cool and all. Interpretations are cool and all, but they're not what we asked for. Hold on.
They're reports.
Hold on. I'm not asking for some.
They're not interpretations.
I'm not asking for
it's concrete evidence.
Hold on, outdoor, whatever. I'm not asking for a 13th century physicist's interpretation of what he saw in the sky. I'm just asking for direct measurements of the globe, which you say must exist if the things in the sky do what they're observed to do. So who done that?
And I'm going to ask you for direct measurements of the Earth being a disk or whatever you believe in.
That would be a burden reversal, and plus you're also reversing the burden.
Okay, you did the same to me.
Hold on.
You did the same to me. You did the same to me. No, you did the same to me.
Hold on. You're reversing the burden onto me for a claim that I haven't even made. And I told you this up front, that we're not saying it's a disk, right? So why would I be here trying to prove one?
Okay, okay, let's go to another one.
Listen to this guy.
Okay, you guys take over for a sec. I gotta go get my dinner.
You're denying. You're completely denying
this is what
all my evidence.
This is what happens when you screw around in the DC.
You're blatantly refusing to listen to me, so I'm gonna blatantly refuse to listen to you.
We've heard you, pal.
I'm giving you a taste of your own medicine.
You said that a guy looked at some motion of some celestial body, what he presumes are bodies, right? Physical bodies. He witnessed the trajectory, so-called, right, of motion of stars, right? And then he presumed or pre-assumed or presupposed that he was also standing on a body in some void, right? that's like things that he imagines the things in the sky are, and then extrapolated from that using mathematics to determine that he's on a ball. And we're asking for just a direct measurement of the physical.
With all the reports you get, with all the reports you get, with all the trajectories, the only logical solution is that no, the sun is not revolving around you. You are revolving around the sun. Furthermore, proving,
modern cosmologists,
and a few centuries later, you got Einstein coming along with his theory of relativity, right? Or Newton.
You don't want to go there. You don't want to go there because Einstein actually said that there is no optical way to determine whether it's the Earth moving or the things in the sky.
Okay, what about space station? What about photos from the space station? Is that also?
We're not gonna hop, skip, and jump
one thing,
10 miles.
dude.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna stay on the one thing. All right. So the natural consequence of what you're saying, your 13th century friend determined, right, would be a curvature to the Earth, a drop over distance, right? We're told that the Earth has specific dimensions, right? Specific radius, diameter, circumference.
We've measured it.
How? Measured it.
All right, I'm sorry to say it, but I've been listening for about 10 minutes here. This guy is either extremely stupid or he's just trolling people, because there's no way that someone could be this stupid.
Or you're just making wild assumptions about people and being completely disrespectful while I'm trying to have a civil debate.
You haven't made a single fucking comment that made any sense, dude.
Quiet.
Well, you're a fucking idiot. You believe the Earth is a fucking disc? You fucking moron. You believe we're on a fucking flat board. You believe we're on a fucking surfing board, you fucking moron. You believe we're on a vinyl disc.
I never said anything like that. I'm listening for a single comment that you're trying to make that makes any valid sense at all.
All right.
So we were just waiting
on it. What are we? Do we live in a fucking dome? Do we live in a semicircle like a fucking idiot?
Relax.
Outdoors. To a point where you claim that we've measured this so-called curvature, right?
Yeah.
You claim that we've measured this curvature. And there was a long pause, a long silence. So can we get back to that? Do you know of any way that we can go out and do the same thing and measure it so that we can know?
But you know, if the Earth was flat, you wouldn't have mountains, would you? You wouldn't have hills, would you?
What happened to this measurement?
Would you?
Off the cap.
But you said we've measured it.
If the Earth is flat, how does the water not fall off?
Flat means no.
If the Earth is flat, the Earth is flat, then insert stupid straw man here is not a direct measurement of Earth curvature. You said we've measured this Earth curvature. I'm asking you how we've measured it.
Well, you know, we have measuring instruments. We can measure shit, you know? Kilometers. That people use that.
Anyone
or
else?
You Americans use miles.
Hey, it's St. Caleb. You ready? This guy's derailed himself.
Yeah. You guys are all crazy out
Yeah, this is turning into a dumpster
Someone say
fire
my
real
name?
fast.
What happened?
I don't know. Someone called you St.
Your
Caleb.
friend is Copeland.
Sounds like all you've got is some
flat earther,
ideas
man.
about.
What the fuck are you on, buddy?
I haven't been listening, I'm gonna be honest.
What about this, Dub? What about this? You know the North and South Pole, right? We measured it from there. How about that, dumbass?
No, bro. The South Pole is a fucking wall. It's a fucking wall around us. You didn't know that?
Oh yeah. It just doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist according to these guys.
Fellas, relax. Just tell us how it was measured. It's not a big deal. Go ahead. Just let us know.
How?
Well, you know, if you go over the wall, you'll be instantly transported to the other side of the Earth.
That's an excellent measurement.
There's no such thing as North or South Pole anymore.
Do you have measurements for these poles? The curvature to them? Where are you at?
Do you have measurements for your so-called flat Earth?
Yeah, of course I do. You can take an elevation angle to a celestial object. You can have flat
Yeah,
for thousands
you've
of
clearly
miles.
never
Very
been on an
simple.
airplane. You've clearly never been on an
Can
airplane.
you see the curvature from an airplane?
Satsu.
Yes, I
What the-
have. I travel a lot. I have.
No, you have not. You've never seen the curvature because
I
at
don't know,
30 to
plenty of planes as
40,000
well,
feet,
and there's
you
no
can't.
I've
curvature to
seen
be
it with my
seen.
own eyes, dude.
Let me
I've seen it with my own.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
Military aircraft can't see it at 65,000 feet, and at 120,000 feet is where the Red Bull Stratus reach. It's flat there, and at 300,000 feet, it's fucking flat. No, you did not. You're a liar. You imagined it.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I'll clarify it for this guy right now. I jump out of the fucking things. There is no curve from an airplane. Thank you.
Let me just speak, okay? Let me just speak for 1 second. The North and South Pole, they have the magnetic field around them. Scientists have created devices to measure the distance from each side, indicating there is a curve between both poles. And
You just told us a fairy tale. Can you prove any of what you just said, or is that just a story you made up?
really,
Yeah, just give us some evidence for the claim that you just made. It just sounds like a story.
have you heard of a compass before?
Of course, you have to hold them flat for them to work. Isn't that interesting?
Yes, you hold them flat in your hand. Then, of course, the little arrows inside it, they go north and south.
Yeah, because the north is where the magnetic
Yeah,
attraction is at. So for thousands of miles, you have to hold the compass flat to find the north. Isn't that interesting?
Yes, so that means North Pole and South Pole are real, which indicate a magnetic field between them, indicating a curve which scientists have finally found out.
So you
You ever
hold
seen
the
a ring
compass
magnet?
flat, and that tells you that it's curved? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, have you ever seen a ring magnet?
Magnetic field around them. That's how you can tell.
You're making up a story, bro. You don't have evidence for your claim.
So you would say indicate curvature. So that would be an inference of curvature, right? So do you have a direct measurement of that curvature to confirm that inference?
Almost every time.
Because you're inferring it, you're thinking, well, you're interpreting, you say, from magnetic field lines that there must be curvature of the Earth. Well, has somebody directly measured it to confirm that inference?
Yes. Almost
Who?
everyone.
Okay, give me anybody then. Should be easy
around
to
the
just pick.
world.
Yeah. Sorry, what was that?
Let's see, we got NASA, satellites. What about NASA?
So satellites. That's what,
NASA.
so you're gonna go with satellites.
No, get this. You know how your phone works?
Okay, so I feel like I'm not getting a measurement of Earth curvature.
You're not.
Yeah.
Getting a begging the question fallacy again.
Can I interrupt for a second?
No, these are red herrings. They're just trying to steer the conversation away from what the question actually is.
Yeah, I know what he's doing.
Let's see what. We haven't heard from Saint yet, so Saint Caleb might actually have something a bit more.
No, I just want to go a little bit off topic. Do you believe that like NASA's legit?
Yeah. Is it?
This is kind of like my own personal question.
Well, we know they exist as a so-called agency.
Like, do you believe what they like the information they put out is like accurate?
What kind? Be specific. What kind of information?
Let's say moon landing, for example.
Impossible.
All right. Yeah, that was my question.
Not going to ask why.
I was curious because I hear a lot of people conflicted on this issue. So, like, I personally don't believe the moon landing is real for the time.
Why is that?
I believe that because what's it called again?
Technology was bad. My
Like,
opinion.
I believe that the Americans just said that because of they want to win the what's it called again, the space race against the Soviet Union.
Soviet Union, yeah.
Portray like an image of dominance and
Yeah, I guess
superiority.
you could say. I have a video that does a better justice at explaining it. I'm not the best in explaining it, but I would just want to hear you guys' point of view.
Are you talking about the moon landing specifically, or are you going to just steer that towards something else rather than trying to answer the previous questions? I'm sorry, I don't know who I'm talking to at the moment, but there was like 5 or 6 questions asked in a row.
No, I wasn't even involved.
Nobody was asking those questions or answering the questions. I'm sorry, I need to look at chat and see who's actually.
There were a lot of questions scattergun there, which seemed to be just for the purpose of taking us off of the direct globe measurement that everybody, well, globers say that has been done, but never provide.
Right, and something that's been happening that I've been listening to right now is like, if I ask someone just sort of an arbitrary question like, "Oh, what is your favorite kind of pie?" and he's like, "Well, what's your favorite kind of pasta?" You're not even trying to answer the question. You're diverting the question with a red herring. It has nothing to do.
That would be a simple, easy question to answer that most people would just give you a straight answer to. They wouldn't be diverting like this constantly, which shows us that your claim is kind of sus, don't you think, Globers?
Hey.
Well, Outdoors Claimer claimed that there was a direct measurement done. Then gave us, when I asked for the method, he just gave us instruments and stuff. Soviet Soldier was just asked by you, and he couldn't give us any method. I was wondering if St. Caleb has an idea of that.
No, I didn't. I gave you God proven.
What does that mean?
Wait, did someone say my name?
God proven? Did you say God proven?
No. I kept saying that scientists from NASA and all the space agencies from around the world use the satellite.
How? What was the method? What's the method?
Around the globe. To go up.
What globe? What globe? Measured how? How did they measure it in the first place to know that there was a globe to put satellites in orbit of?
The magnetic field around the Earth.
That would be an inference on your part, right?
South Pole.
Yeah, okay, so you're... Okay, but that's not a direct measurement. We already did this. You already tried this, though. That wouldn't be a direct measurement.
How about this? No North and South Pole, that means no magnetic field. That means we would not have any planes, we would not have any compasses. You would be lost in a forest. And then forest flat.
Okay. So if the Earth isn't a ball, I'm going to be lost in a forest. I wouldn't be able to navigate the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Compass, yeah, you wouldn't.
Okay, how many straw mans did he just make in a row? Was it like 3 or 4?
So okay, if that's the case, then you're saying that in order for us to listen, you're saying that in order for us to practically use the Earth, that it must be a ball, right? So if that's the case, then it is a ball. If that's the case, hold on. If that's the case, then it can be directly measured as such. Who's done it?
The magnetic field around the globe.
Yeah, you've been saying this on loop. I'm asking for the direct measurement now.
You want to know what? It varies around the world because of every single goddamn...
Okay, it varies, but I haven't gotten one, let alone multiple measurements.
Yeah, Heretic, you've been asking them questions, like very direct questions, and they're just beating around the bush, trying to avoid it every which way they possibly can.
Yeah, in order for the measurement to vary, there would have to be multiple measurements, and I haven't even gotten one. So can we start with any,
give us the mean. Give us the average or something. That'll do.
Okay. Yeah, where's the direct measurement of the drop over distance? You're saying that this thing that we're standing on is a ball, must have a specific rate of curvature given the size. Yeah, we do. That's why I'm asking. Yes, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, direct measurement of drop over distance.
Okay, the circumference of the Earth.
Do you even know?
So now you're going to give us the circumference. So that would be the number, right? That would be the number. We're asking for the measurement that number was that number was achieved through.
That is the measurement.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
That would be a number. What was the measurement that you got that number from?
Result, right?
How was it determined? Give us the method they got to procure that number.
Yeah, that exactly.
You can say the number all day, but I can say fucking any number I like.
I have no time for you idiots. I have no time for you idiots.
Right, don't do that. Come on, man. Just give us the method. Don't have to attack us.
He's gone. He's gone.
Yeah, he tapped out. Okay, well, who can step in for him? Who's left to step in for him? He tapped out.
Sad.
He's gone.
Here, can I step in for a moment? The Earth is a globe because NASA told me, and I saw it on TV. Therefore,
I agree.
Yeah, in so many words, basically. Yeah. Well, I don't know who that was that we were just talking to, but they gave up. So would anybody want to take their place and try to provide that measurement that we've been asking for? Should be a pretty simple thing to do if this globe is as much of a foregone conclusion as you guys all seem to think it is. So come on, help us out.
You know, a lot of globes, like it would be just so easy to say, hey man, I don't know. You know, I just believe what they told me, what they told us, what they told everybody. It's okay to say that, but no, they want to fucking, trying every little thing, and then in the end, guess what? He call us idiots.
It seems to be very difficult to do that. If that was the case, everyone would say it, but they all have to fall back to just add-ons, and the silence is deafening. If they can't figure anything out, then it's just turns into attack.
Repeat the same nonsense claim over and over again.
You guys want the numbers and stuff?
Yeah, and we need to hear the numbers again. That's what we need.
He actually left and Googled it real quick, and he came back with the information. Go for it.
Yeah, bro.
Is he back?
Right. Just listen.
He's back. He's back, baby.
Just listen. You want me to speak or not?
Yeah,
For
please.
Sure. Go, man.
But speak of the measurements that we're asking for, please. Let's speak to that. Let's stay to the topic.
The average diameter of the Earth.
Okay. This would be the number claim again. We're asking for the measurement by which that number was determined.
Well, hold on. He just said average.
Spacecraft determined all of this.
Because
they're supercomputers. You idiot.
So that you say that they have an orbiting spacecraft?
You guys know NASA. You guys know it all. So.
Okay, so you're saying that they have an orbiting spacecraft?
Yes.
Okay, to have orbital mechanics of a globe, right? To be able to get something to orbit a globe, the first number you're going to need is R. That would be the radius, right? That would be the radius that you keep talking about. So they would have to have that first in order to do any orbital mechanics, to have anything orbit it, right? So who measured the globe in the first place before they were able to get satellites orbiting the globe?
They didn't. They shot this. Like, you guys have no common sense whatsoever. You guys got no brain, no.
So they didn't. They didn't measure it first. So they're just shooting in the dark.
But you're the guy who can't tell us what they did, specific details, determine these sizes that you're giving us, numbers. You're just spitting out. Satellites, orbits. You don't have anything. You're calling us dumb.
Soviet soldier. Explain this. I'm gonna post the live stream. Explain it. Is that thing in space? Is that stop it? Is that thing in space?
Yes.
Yes. What are those olds there at the top doing there? You trust NASA? What? You trust NASA? What is those at the top? Can you see? This was made inside a building. Okay, you just trust NASA. Trust fake.
What? So all you were saying is that NASA's fake.
Stop your NASA bullshit. Okay.
I bet you couldn't even repeat what Heretic just asked you.
Yeah, what did I ask you?
I couldn't hear it because Miguel, the Russian
Before Miguel started speaking, Heretic asked you something. Your answer was, "You're just dumb."
How the NASA got it up there?
Sort of, but not quite.
I don't know. Maybe they strapped it to a rocket and just shot it up there, saying, "Let's go up in space." How about that? Think with your brain for once.
Yeah, prove space. Can you have gas pressure without a container? Prove it. Give us an experiment. Prove it.
Yeah. Well, in order to have the orbital radius, how much fuel to use, all these different things, the primary figure that they need, the first thing that they need is R, the globe radius. That's the number one thing that they need in order to do any of these calculations that you're talking about to have orbits, right? So that would have to have been established first. There would have to be some direct measurement of the Earth, right, in order to derive that figure. So what would that measurement be?
There's NASA, a scuba diver in space. Look at. There's NASA. Just fairy tales. bubbles in space.
Yeah, and that would be the other thing that we would need is confirmation of the near perfect outer space vacuum in the first place as well. So we need proof of the globe. We need proof of the near perfect vacuum medium that they say that they're having orbits in. All sorts of claims on the table, but we'll just start with the globe because that's number one.
All right, how about this? To get the radius measurement you guys so wanted, they shot the spacecraft up there just to get the radius. Then they shot more up there so they can get all the other measurements.
Well, where are they going to get the orbital radius of that thing that they're shooting into orbit without the globe radius to start with?
They shot it up first without. You guys are just idiots.
Without knowing?
Oh, there it goes.
So they just
Adhom. There we go. Another one.
Sprayed and prayed. Just shot it up there and hoped that they had things right.
That is what that is what he ended up claiming. Yeah.
You flat earthers are such idiots. There's 3 rovers and a chopper on Mars.
I am dumb. I'll take that one.
They just shot it up there to know how far they needed to shoot it up there in order for it to be in orbit.
I'm actually kind of curious. Like, if the next Glober comes in, I've written hundreds and hundreds of flat Earth, NASA, fake space trivia questions. I'd be interested if I can ask them with like a multiple choice to see if they can get them right.
Perfect. Do that. Oh, we've lost him.
That's kind of
a lot of them I already sent to Dave Weiss, and they're on his app for his trivia section. But I mean, you can just pull up the app and go on there and check out a lot of those questions. But I mean, I have them pulled up right now. I can look at them and just read them out loud.
Is there like D, you're an idiot in all of them?
What?
So,
I think that would be just the only good one that we require.
So, any Globers here noticing just how easily stumped your fellow Globers are at the most remedial questions about their claim?
Yeah, so it gets really bad because it's like, can you say, how far is a kilometer? How about you tell me how a kilometer is? It's like, what?
It's very telling. A super simple question, though. The globe. Who measured it and how? That's all we're asking. And you guys literally can't provide an answer. It should be a super trivial thing to do if there is an answer.
So telling.
We still have, you guys call us names, fire out of the chat.
All right, so here's a question for everybody. This is just a random one I looked at on my 7 different pages of questions I have written. This is number 15 on page 2. What is the name of the phenomenon where ships appear to be floating above the horizon? It's 1. What is that? A is inferior mirage. B is refraction. C is superior mirage. Or D is diffraction. Come on, flatties, don't let me down on this one. All right, it's inferior mirage, refraction, superior mirage, or diffraction. So it's when ships appear to be floating above. Oh, here we go.
Can I phone a friend?
Okay, it's above. It's a superior mirage. It's when they float up above. That's what they look like. You take any.
You missed Fata Morgana when you were rattling them off. Yes.
Well, that's actually
yes, superior mirage. We get it. I thought you were supposed to be asking the Globies.
Well, I was, but I was asking. I don't know if there's any Globies here anymore. But yes, a Fata Morgana.
Yeah, there is one.
There
is one actually. Saint Caleb.
Yeah, we still have Saint.
Oh.
And we've also got Mr. Doublefingers, who doesn't have any roles as well. I don't know if we'd like to unmute him here and do a check-in here or send him up to the VC check-in.
Do it here.
Doublefingers, if you'd like to head up to VC check-in 1, we can do a short interview with you to give you some VC perms. If you'd like VC perms, but if not, then you're welcome to just remain in here and listen. You won't be able to speak. All
right, and these are some basic questions that I have. So another Globy question. that I know this is not actually easy for a lot of people, but what is the alleged circumference of the moon? Is it 2,189 miles, 3,450 miles, 5,211 miles, or 6,786 miles? Circumference, not diameter, not radius.
It's supposedly a quarter the size of the Earth.
Which would be?
Well, the one that begins with 6,000, I guess.
6,786 is correct. There you go. This is how you can learn about this yourself, is to write trivia questions and then challenge people on the information that they don't have a fucking clue about.
Just make sure you get them right, because the last one you gave multiple choice, and Fata Morgana was not one of your options, which would technically be the correct answer.
Well, I mean, if you look it up, a Superior Mirage is a Fata Morgana. It's just
Fata Morgana is a version of the.
So they would have got bonus points.
Well, that's a question like on a different page that I have. So,
Any Glober left? St. Caleb is still here. They all tapped out that easily. Come on. Pathetic showing, guys. Step it up.
Yeah. St. Caleb he didn't come across as, quite as arrogant and staunch.
Yeah.
So I think we could actually have a decent conversation with Caleb. Forgive me if I'm wrong. Say you, St. Caleb.
Yeah, mention my name. Yeah. Can anyone hear me?
You seem less the triggered type than the two other guys that were in here. So
honestly, I don't even debate about this topic too much. Like, I was just here because they wanted me to listen to the debate, so I just came here.
What's your prognosis of the conversation? Do you think they presented anything logical?
To be honest, I wasn't really listening too much. I just heard a bunch of people. Was it a 1v1? I wasn't really paying attention too much. I heard a lot of people talking. Yeah, what happened?
Are you in the same room with your friends, or are they?
No.
Okay. You've hung around, so obviously, it piqued your interest or your curiosity or something. You have any questions?
Honestly, I was talking with someone else the whole time, so I wasn't really. I heard some parts of it, like when my other friend entered in, and I heard a bunch of people just talk about it. I heard it flip flop quite a bit.
So, what is your favorite and most credible proof of the globe?
I don't even know myself. I don't really debate too much.
It's not a debate. It's just a question.
Question off. I don't really have one in particular.
What leads you to believe that you live on one?
But I don't 100% put my trust in NASA. So
that's good though, because you're at least being honest about where you stand. Whereas the other guys wanted to go ahead and claim a measurement that they didn't have or know anything of, right? So they couldn't tell us what it is. At least you're just telling us honestly, I don't know, which is appreciated.
Yeah, well,
absolutely.
As a Christian, I kind of examine the Bible when it says about it, and I see various different arguments. So I'm even conflicted on that as well. So.
Well, you should have been here last night when I was having a conversation. It got really into religion and spirituality, and then multiple people were sending me links and also into the Discord chat about all of the Bible references that talk about flat Earth.
Yeah, it makes quite a few.
I'm sorry, say again?
It makes quite a few talks about what's called the Earth. Many try to say that it's flat and then it's round, because it's kind of hard to biblically translate it. So,
well, I'm not Christian.
We know absolutely that for certain that the ancient culture, the ancient Hebrew culture, had a cosmological view of a flat, motionless, and enclosed Earth. Academia will even tell you that. Historians learn this at universities.
Well, I think it's all religious scripture, regardless of which faith you're going to be following. They all say it.
But we're particular.
In one way or the other.
Absolutely. Yeah, but we're just particularly talking about the one culture at the moment. But yeah, absolutely, ancient cultures all across the plane all had that cosmological view.
Yeah, I've seen something about it being round. I didn't examine too much of it. I just kind of seen the source. You mind if I send it in case you guys could talk about it?
Who
I'm
is
actually
that
more
that's
interested.
speaking there? I just need to reference him just so I can say thank you for a moment.
I think it was me.
Oh, Caleb. Okay. Well, at least you're being honest with your convictions in a certain type of a sense, and you're not just coming out making blanket statements that have no validation whatsoever or measurements or anything like that. So, at least I think you're open-minded enough to the point where you can at least change your mind and understand why you're here, questioning the physical shape of where we're living.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, are they those other guys? Are those your gaming friends or something?
No, they actually do debates a lot, but I don't think they really debated too much on the. It's more against like religions and history.
Debate with you about the moon landing?
It sounds
Sorry,
like
say
they
that
like to, you know what I mean? That's not really what debating is. Debating, you know what you're talking about. They didn't really seem to know what they were talking about. So some people just like to
No,
argue.
they didn't.
To be honest, I'm gonna make a claim.
We
that-
appreciate you, Caleb, man. You checking out the live stream text as well, right?
Yeah, I think so. I was talking to a Christian guy who was pretty nice.
Do those friends of yours do they debate? Do they debate with you about the moon landing? Because you said you don't believe the moon landing was real.
No, they kind of. I think they agree with that. Like I said, we don't know too much about that topic in particular. It's usually about like religion, history. Yeah, sorry, go on.
I just find it strange. Well, your stance was, I'm not really too trusting of NASA anyway to be able to use them as a proof. But they were too. They were all too happy to throw NASA in there. Well, NASA measured it with their satellites. Oh, but they didn't go to the moon, but they did. They did measure Earth with satellites, right? I just found that a bit hypocritical.
Is that what they were saying?
Yeah. They were using NASA as a proof.
And Caleb, if you've never seen it before, just to help validify a little bit of what your belief is with NASA, there are astronauts like Buzz Aldrin, for example, who is on camera saying, "We didn't go there."
Yeah, no, I saw those. Yeah,
right. So,
yeah, he said we didn't go there. He said that quite a few times, I believe.
It does take a lot of research and a lot of patience to actually get into this, because people go through cognitive dissonance, and it's like a psychological disorder that people have to deal with when they find out they've been lied to about something that is as significant as where we are actually currently living. So I will say, hey, fist bump to you, but I think you're probably on the way to joining the team.
Maybe. But I'm going to be honest. When they joined here, I'm going to make an assumption here. I think they were assuming that this was going to be easy, because usually the people that comment in their TikToks about Flat Earth, like, they don't seem educated. So I guess they went into here thinking that it was going to be like they were going to have an easy time here and whatnot. But
I was going to ask him about that, because he said that in the check-in. He said that he's sick of these flat earthers on TikTok. I wanted to ask him specifically, what was it he'd encountered on TikTok from flat earthers that he disagreed with, but I didn't get a chance.
Honestly, I haven't been checking his videos, and I haven't seen any flat earthers, but I assume it probably was, there was like a disc, like it was just flat disc, and there was like, probably has something to do maybe with Australia. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, that's the problem, is there's a preconceived notion from what we were told, like when we were 10 years old, from looking at like early science books, that the Earth is still floating in space and that there's an edge to it. But in reality, there's never been any proof of that whatsoever. And before I have to mute and get back to class, there's another guy, there's two of them that are on TikTok. One of them's name is also Caleb, and it's Caleb and Derek, and they do a lot of really great streams in regards to this, and they debate everybody in regards to Globe Earth. And I might kind of steer you towards that, because I'm outside of the age range, and I'm 40 now, so I've never actually been on TikTok except for like once or twice. But might want to check them out. Caleb and Derek.
Caleb and Derek, all right.
We've got a few members here that have just started up on TikTok as well. So have a look at our social media page. Social media links. Is it? What's it called? Yeah, social media links channel. Have a look in there. I'm not sure if they've been posting their TikTok accounts in there, but worth looking at.
All right, I'll take a look.
And also in regards to like biblical flat Earth and that kind of thing, if you're not aware of some of the biblical flat Earth people that there are, I mean, they're very plentiful on YouTube. But even though I've been here multiple days in a row, but I noticed that Austin Whitsitt is one of the moderators in here, and I've never seen him in here, but I have spoken with him. So you might want to maybe check in with him or check his stream on YouTube or different platforms he's on. So he's extremely knowledgeable and wrecks people when it comes to actual debates.
Wait, so he's a Christian who believes in flat Earth?
Oh yeah, he's
bro,
definitely flat Earth. Hardcore. Oh yeah.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of us here. We tend to not get into that in the live stream because we can prove that the Earth is flat without having to use the scripture. But I mean, there's a good percentage of us that absolutely know and use the scripture and can use that in debates as well. But we tend to hit them with science, since that's what this is based around. But I don't know if you're using the live stream text, but there's a lot of pictures and memes and books and things that are getting thrown up in real time that coalesce with whatever the discussion is. So make sure you're checking that out as well.
Yeah, and someone else to check out, rest in peace, Rob Skiba, he was up there with Austin Whitsitt when it came to understanding biblical flat Earth and that kind of thing. And I mean, yeah, he's definitely up there. But he unfortunately was murdered in the hospital during the whole scamdemic situation. And he still has a lot of videos on YouTube you can check out, because he didn't have to use the scriptures at all in order to prove flat Earth. But he was very out and out saying, yes, I'm a Christian, I'm a Bible believer, and all of that stuff. So there are a lot of people out there that don't have to use the scriptures, but it's just sort of like I'm not sure if justify is the right word, but it helps support all of the physical, mathematical, observable evidence.
I see. All right.
Didn't we start out with you saying that you didn't believe the moon landings, right? Is that how this all started when you first started talking in here?
Yeah, I said that I didn't believe the moon landings. At least at the time. I'm not sure about now, but at the time I definitely believed it's not real.
That's a good foot in the door, man. That's how a lot of us started, was distrusting what we've been shown, because we can't prove them wrong or right. We have to trust them, you know what I'm saying? We have to have faith in these men that they're going to where they said they've gone and they're doing what they said they've done. But we can't confirm it. So that's kind of like a religion, you know what I'm saying? We have faith from what they've shown us, but what they've shown us is really bad video evidence, CGI, cartoons, and paintings. And they get $60 million a day. So, if that's not enough reason to lie. But anyways, you're already there, so I'm glad, man. Welcome.
60+ million. So that's over $1 million a day from each state gone.
I think it's close to 80 million a day now.
You could literally fix the earth. You could fix all of our problems with that much money. But, if you wonder why some of us are a little militant or angry, that's one of the reasons.
Yeah, and I heard, Eric Dubay a long time ago when I first got into this, every American was having to pay like 7 cents a day or something like that towards NASA. And he's like, oh, it's just 7 cents a day? He's like, that's fine. I'll take my 7 cents a day back. And I was like, yep, me too.
I have a question. So the Christian guy in the server, do you know what branch of Christianity he follows?
Who?
There's not one Christian guy. There's literally thousands. I mean, we got 30. We got
the one that you
30,000 plus
mentioned
people.
earlier. The one you
Which
mentioned
is
earlier. Yeah, I
you talking
think
about
so.
which?
Christianity isn't a branch; it's an understanding of
The
biblical
branch he
scripture.
follows, like Catholicism, Protestantism, Orthodox Christianity. Like, do you know which one he follows in particular?
He follows
What denomination?
just the Bible, I think. It's as far as he kind of takes it. He doesn't go to church. He doesn't wear a crucifix. He doesn't call himself even religious. He just
Reading,
says,
reading
Non-denominational.
scripture and discerning it and understanding it.
All right. Okay.
You son of a buck.
Yeah, ironically, it was the Catholic Church that brought us this whole space fairy tale. You know, they're supposed to be based around the Bible, but they're the ones who, them along with the Jesuits, brought us this entire heliocentric model that was taught to us as fact. Even though
You
it's,
guys are anti-Jesuit too?
Well, explain to him what you mean by that. The theory of the Big Bang was presented by a Catholic priest.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, I'll be back in a little bit. I want to definitely listen in, but I got to get back to my students right now. So I will.
All right,
I'll be back
later, bro.
And I want to say something. At that time, there were some Jesuits. They were against this new idea that Earth was a ball. So there are a few names. There was a guy that did born at Spain, and then he went to live his life here at Portugal. And I did read about him. I don't have the details here in my work, but yeah, at that time there were people against, even belong to the church, that they were against this new idea of the ball Earth. So at that time, the Earth was flat, and they did navigate the oceans according to that. But yeah, the church, or the power of the church, has influence, and there's a huge connection to the Royal Society from the UK. They have been hiding the truth from us.
Yeah, I know, bro. All the secret organizations, Illuminati, Freemasons, Knights of Malta, goes on.
Even about the North Pole, Mercator was he had like 4 islands, there in their maps, and he did wrote a letter to John Dee, the guy that John Dee was the inspiration of Isaac Newton, did inspire his work in John Dee. So Mercator did send a letter to John Dee talking about, they did send expeditions to the North Pole, and a lot of ships and people, there, even a priest with an astrolabe. But no, they just say that the North Pole is just ice. But even I didn't know this by a guy that has already 60 years ago, 60 years now. So it was the first time he did talk about Admiral Richard E. Byrd, the guy that went to Antarctica and the North Pole, and he did say at newspapers like 1950 something, 56, I think. He did an interview, and it was in newspapers. He was talking different things. So not just ice there and at the North Pole, but anyway. And there is a document from the CIA that was declassified in the year 2000, and it was a document from the Russians, and they were at Antarctica, and they talks in this document it talks about a near sun firmament. So and these guys were working at Antarctica, and there's a guy that I saw a long time ago an interview. He was just doing a normal interview, no? He was a Glover at that time. He did work at Antarctica. He's a helicopter pilot, And one of the questions that they did before you start work there at Antarctica, what is the shape of the Earth? So why, and he didn't understand at that moment, and even when he did that interview, he didn't understand why they asked this question to him. Of course, he did said it's a globe. But then what he did find out there, and what he did, he did work there. So he did connect all the dots, and 1 year ago, something like that, he did a live stream at YouTube with the 3 flat Earth guys, talking about flat Earth. So it's not a silly thing, the flat Earth. You people can think, they are when you hear flat Earth for the first time, you are in the you are imagining the same heliocentric model. You are putting a flat Earth in the same heliocentric model, but you have to reset, and start by by something that even water. At the ocean, you see always a flat horizon. It never curves, and people can claim boats go over the horizon, but then nowadays we have a new technology, like a P900 camera, and if it at your eyes the boat appears that has been gone, but if you look at through that camera, you zoom in, and the boat is still there. So that means that our vision has limitation, and you have to account even perspective, and yeah, about these rockets from SpaceX. I was watching a live stream from NASA YouTube channel. I'm gonna post this. Can you see something passing by? What you think that thing is? Maybe a rat, right? So this is the original link to that video. It is in another YouTube channel, so you can check it out. So half of this was made inside the studio, and you can always change the background. And when I said to the guy, "Can you have gas pressure without a container?" The air that you are breathing, how can stay here, even in that globe Earth? How can it stay there next to a vacuum? It is impossible. Impossible. So even NASA, there's a link. I don't have here now, but there's a link to NASA. It says about you have to have a container. Let me see. The quantum eraser did have that. Let me see. Because I did this is new laptop, and I don't have all the files that I have at my home. Let me see just a second. This one. This is from Quantum Eraser, and you see the link to NASA. If the NASA says to have gas pressure, you have to have a container. So that space is impossible. The vacuum of space. And that's space is a second law thermodynamics violation. So yeah, you use science too, not pseudoscience. And there's people at Brazil, and these days are more, every day more people are waking up there. There were people from Brazil that did, observations, and they found the flatness on water, even like 70 miles. No curvature on a big lake with low humidity in there, and even at Spain and Ificor, they did that. Let's see. Links. There's some links there. That observation they did with lasers. I have this link. It is in Spanish, talking about the Ificor that was made from Netherlands, Holland, and even these guys now they did some observations too with lasers. In that YouTube channel, they have more information. So, yeah, people are doing their own observations, and there's no covering that ball Earth they claim it's not real. But there are some people they did come here trolling, at the beginning. Then they were burned. They then came back, and they did say that, I was trolling, but then I didn't think for myself, and you guys, what you guys were saying, what's making it does make sense, it's logic, and now they are flat earth guys. So anyway, nice to talk to you. See you guys. I'm at work. Cheers.
Stop the cap.
How about Erwin? We never spoke with Erwin. Erwin Rommel. You interested in having a chat with us, Erwin?
I mostly came here just to see the debate.
You were here with them other guys, and you just wanted to hear what they had to say. Okay, cool. So, what has compelled you to hang around and keep listening in?
I just wanted to see what you guys had to say.
Cool. What would you say that? Let me ask you. What image of flat Earth did you have, or what did you think flat Earthers thought before you come here?
I really don't know. I never really thought about it. Never met anyone who really thought the world is flat. So it's not something I really ever thought about.
I think they represented the globe well. And what did you feel like you took away from it? Did you take anything away from that, or is there any questions? Or you just have no thoughts at all still, or?
No, I just got me thinking a little bit, but it's interesting. It's interesting to hear different perspectives and the different views on, especially on a topic like this.
Are you going to look any further into it, or what's sort of your process from here? Or just sort of listen to more debates to listen to debates?
Yeah, I think I might look into the topic more. Interesting to see possibly what I can find.
From what you've heard, do you think that there is an argument to be had? Say that flat earthers raised some good points?
Have you listened to any debates you could point us to that would be a good representation of the globe model that we could listen to, or is there anything that's sort of compelling that has evidence at all, or?
In terms of like debates and whatnot, no, this is really like the only debate I've ever seen really about flat earthers and people who believe that the globe and whatnot, or just people who believe that the world is flat.
So you just sort of in limbo with your beliefs, or do you have beliefs of your own, like, or what's your sort of stance? You're just an observer?
I kind of believe the world is flat. I'm kind of in the middle. I never really thought about it, and just it's not like I ever really thought about really. So I usually just believe that the world is flat, kind of, because it's been taught and whatnot. So it's never really been a thought or to really look into it any further that much. Like the only argument I would probably put is NASA, but depending on, I think NASA could be a questionable source of information because I believe NASA's a lot of things that NASA say could be false, like I said, like the moon landing and whatnot, which is a good point. But I also believe in certain aspects NASA might be correct in some other circumstances, like whether just they're correct about other stuff too. That's really the best argument I can probably give to defend the globe.
I like that. I like that answer. Like, yeah, and honest.
So, did you
And
come
honest
in with
and to be
those? Did he come in with those other Kool-Aid drinkers?
did, right? And
Nice.
that's it's surprising because St. Caleb kind of sounds like he's on the same level as Owen here. And to be honest with you, like these guys sound smarter than the ones that were trying to debate, thinking that they were smart enough to be able to debate the topic.
That's the irony of it all.
Yeah, it's a Dunning-Kruger. It's I think a lot of people genuinely have never really thought about it, but it's a people that come across it and defend it with no knowledge at all to try and make people that have actually researched a lot look stupid, and it never works because there's no argument to be had because they can only defer to ad homs and that. That's the only thing they come back to. I don't know. To me, that doesn't seem like you're winning a debate. That's very telling. That says more than enough.
I mean, for Soviet soldier, he didn't. What I'm aware of. I mean, I came very last minute, like right before it started. But Soviet soldier, I don't think he was too really prepared for. I don't think he was. I think what saying Calip and whatnot said, like he wasn't prepared, and I think he was really just relying on the fact it might be an easy. Relying
I think he went into it like too cocky, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It was interesting to watch that nerve get struck with him and just go into complete meltdown.
The second guy, the Soviet soldier, I think he was just trying to help out our friend. That's what I think he was trying to do.
He was trying to help out, but he didn't really know too much. I would say he didn't know.
Sadly, he only made matters worse for his team. The spiral is real.
It's telling when someone seems to ask for an answer, and someone pointed that out earlier. Instead of just saying, "Yeah, good point. I don't know about that. I'd have to do more research," and just have a mature conversation. It was like, "Well, you guys are just dumb. You just don't understand." Like that's telling about a person.
And that gets to us after a while. That really brings us down. So we'd appreciate it if you eased up on the name calling.
Their egos are on the line. They have to go down with the ship. Got to go down with their claim.
But you guys don't sound like you're on a team or anything as such. You're just sort of observers.
Yeah, they sound chill.
I mean, I guess in terms of like Soviet soldiers, since I kind of say like it was more like they weren't like they weren't prepared for guys to be like not knowledgeable or like they were expecting an easier debate, and I think if they would have
Wasn't a very good argument he had.
I don't
Magnetic
understand
field lines
mentality
for globe.
of going into debate thinking that your opponent as such is not equipped with the information, but you yourself don't have any information. You going in thinking that's easy. That's pretty stupid.
Yeah, I mean, like Soviet soldier didn't. For example, Soviet soldier, he doesn't really. He never really talks about. He probably doesn't know that much about this topic.
Yeah, that's not their field of knowledge. Like you may think from that encounter, you may think from that encounter they're like really stupid, but like they usually don't debate in this topic.
I don't think that they're stupid. I think it's just more preconceived bias and ego. I don't think it's necessarily stupidity.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's the approach to things.
Is it a game? Like they're just doing it for shits and giggles or something? Or they just go and debate random topics? Like if they go and
this
debate,
is the first time they kind of went out of the water. Like
what do they tend to
religion and history?
For everything kind of thing.
It's cog dis more so than stupidity.
Sure.
Yes.
Just for those who think they're like, if you debate them on their own topics, they're very good at it. I would say they're pretty decent. This time, I guess not. I wasn't really paying attention too much, but
they weren't really. I guess they weren't really prepared, and it's also very out of their field of knowledge. I would say it's like kind of one of their first, if not like their first, kind of.
Yeah, like their first debate on this topic.
Problem is that they think that their claim. Sorry, go ahead, Tito.
Given that they understood that themselves, would have been aware of themselves that they weren't prepared, for this. They should have maybe just come in here, either come prepared, like take some time to prepare themselves and then come in, or come in just with the intent, with the idea just to have a conversation, just to.
Problem is, it's
the
like
topic and not necessarily debate.
I don't think that they think that they need to prepare anything though, because they think what they have is a foregone conclusion, right?
Yeah.
So I
Right.
think there is no
Thanks.
debate. They can just come in here and assert the foregone conclusion, and that'll be it.
Yeah, if you just say it, that's it. That's all you need. You don't need anything else.
Well, given that there's like 6.5 billion people supposedly that also are on in agreement with them, you would think that, right? But there's Google is right at my fingertips. I'm sure that there's something I can use to defend my claims.
They think it's a foregone conclusion, and they think that the proof for this conclusion is so obvious until you ask them, what is it exactly? And then they have to start scratching their heads and talking in circles.
Or you could just say, I don't know. Like, please enlighten me. Like,
that's easier when you don't come in swinging like they did.
Yeah.
Because at that point, their ego is all invested, right? It's going to be a lot harder to admit, okay, I was just wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, but being humble is the key to this. And when you come out like that, there's no sort of turning back, is there? Go out on the shield.
I want to ask a question. I forget if you guys answered to this one. If the world isn't globe and it's flat, what shape would the world be then? Or would that be unknown?
It's a good question.
Well, the lack of surface curvature rules out curved shapes. At least we have that.
We can say what it isn't. Like, flat's not really a shape either, but we can say that it's not a ball. Like, it can't fit that model.
What shape would you do you think it is?
Couldn't tell you.
Anything that would say would be pure speculation or inference from like ancient culture's idea or something like that. It wouldn't be anything that we can say, hey, you can know this for sure. You can go out and do this and test it yourself and know for certain that that's the case. As far as an overall entire shape goes, and as far as symmetrical shape goes, well, it might be like shaped. It might not have a like symmetry to it. It'd be just like a lake or a cloud, or like
You
don't
can't
know.
tell just from measuring a flat surface. You can't tell.
Yeah.
All you can do is rule certain things out.
We can tell you that it's flat. Like, it appears to be flat. What shape it is?
Measures flat.
We can't tell you that. But we can tell you that it's not a ball. It can't be a ball. There's a big difference there between a ball and flat.
If you had to make an assumption what shape it is, what would it be? If you had to guess a shape or make an assumption on
You just pick one. I'll just go with that.
I would think it would be like a circle or something like that. That's my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. I'll go with that.
No, definitively is that like based on the claims that the globe has made, of size and dimensions, can know that over a certain distance there should be a given amount of curvature of drop rate, particularly over water, since water has little to no topography. If it's at rest, it's like got no topography. It's just flat, right? And that's what they teach in hydrostatics. But if it's a ball, then it should have this constant curvature over a given distance, right? And we can use a calculation to predict how much there should be over that distance, and then we could like measure it in, let's say, by a laser or some form of light test. And if we can hit a target with a light over that distance, rule out that the curvature is there, because if there was curvature, then your light would be missing your target. Observer would not see the light, or they'd see it above their head, because of that drop over distance. If it hits the target, you have to say that there's no curvature there, right?
guess.
Unless it only curves in random spots, really with a real severe curve to it. And because apparently, what's it? Is it called? Globe allegedly 70% water or something? Is that right? Something like that, anyway.
Think
Yeah,
so.
71%.
Yeah, and it's level.
Well, if it just curved in random spots, it wouldn't be an ideal shape that you could just put a name to.
The pimple ball. It's going to have some big stretches of some straight flatties to it.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense, does it? Like, if you think about it simplistically, it doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah.
Is that what you think, or are you just saying that, or like, what do you innately is there some sort of pushback against that idea, or?
I don't know too much about the topic. So it's for me it's so hard to say it's stuff like this if I agree or not, because I don't know too much about this topic.
Well, that's the only place to start.
Yeah, you just really have to think about that statement. You don't really have to look too much into it. And just for that, like, you don't have to research that. You just got to think about it, visualize it in your head. Doesn't make sense. And just let that sit with your brain. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Water is a big globe killer. Like, I don't know how much really that you're interested in this topic. It is definitely a good place to start if you're just sort of looking into this. I don't know where you're going to go after today, whether you're going to walk away from this and never give it another thought. If you think about water, the physics of water, like the nature of water, rather, I should say, that for practical purposes, and they admit this, for practical purposes, on small scale, the surface of water is level and flat and horizontal, right? And it's to the point that it's practically used in engineering and construction, right? So it has this practical use where its flatness, its horizontal nature is useful to us, right? But then they'll claim that, but over much larger distances it begins to curve. It's too small in that amount to be able to see. But for all intents and purposes, it's flat at that small scale, right? But the thing is, they can't demonstrate to us a measurement of the surface of water over large distances curving, like I was talking about with laser tests.
That should strike you as odd, for one.
Yeah.
I actually think it's pretty much par for the course. People have always been religious, as far as I can tell.
You sound pretty young. You're quite young.
Decently.
Yes.
Depends on your depiction of young, I guess.
I don't know, in your 20s or something.
A little younger than that.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably why it hasn't really. I guess that's why it has no relevance in your life, really? I don't know. Well, that's a broad brush to paint, but a lot of people, young people I speak to, it sort of doesn't hold any weight at all. What I say, it doesn't matter at any level. I'm just assuming that's sort of how it is for you, which is cool, and that's fine. You've got plenty of other shit to think about.
I mean, as far as like, I would consider, I mean, you were really the only the first people who believe that the Earth is flat I've ever actually met in person or actually ever talked to, as far as my knowledge. But because
Yeah.
especially people on like my age, it's like first of all, half of them are on vapes or whatnot, but
Yeah,
they're idiots.
we for our age, it's hard to find any people that are interested in educational things, so to say. Like me and him, we talk about history, religion, even geography, about countries and whatnot. It's rare to find anybody that's actually knowledgeable in those
It's
aspects.
crazy, isn't it? Are they all your mates just like just doom scrolling, vaping, no
We found a
no
group that's
thoughts
interested.
at all?
We found a group that's interested in like knowledgeable topics, things that usually people around our age wouldn't be like looking at.
Yeah, cool.
Nerds. I'm sorry, I had to say it.
Fuck that! What a trap! You fucking nerds.
A bunch of us here. A bunch of nerds here. Don't worry.
That's good, man.
That's one thing I haven't been called before. I'll give you that.
Oh well, nerded out over that then. See what you come up with.
We have a bunch of information channels down the left-hand side. Towards the bottom of the channel list, you'll find something titled "Additional Information: A to L and M to Z." All alphabetized topics relating to things we discuss here. So if you want to have a browse through that in your spare time at your leisure, I'm sure that you'd find a lot of interesting stuff there. Regardless of what you take out of this, learn something from it. It's information, and it's that you can absorb the information, and you can test the information, and you can do with that what you will. That's what we're about here, what we can verify, what we can test, what we observe, what we can test, what we can verify, what we can falsify.
Yeah, that's pretty fair.
It doesn't put you like you don't have to go and proselytize this to everyone. Like you can just know it. You don't have to sort yourself out from a crowd or whatever. Like you can just know stuff. If you're concerned about like the ramifications of what people might think about you for it.
Oh yeah.
You guys have a lot of different channels for different information. Wow.
Yeah, it's a resource, man. It's pretty good.
That's astonishing on how much different pieces of like channels and different information you guys have. Okay, I got a question, and I'm not sure if it's been answered or not. But if the Earth is flat, how would a satellite work in terms of orbiting or stuff like that? Stuff related to that topic.
What work? Sorry.
Like, how would a satellite, for example, how would like a satellite orbit? How would a satellite work on a flat Earth?
for like communications and that. Is that what you're talking about?
Pardon, can you repeat that?
Just for like communications and that.
Okay, yeah, like a general just a communication or weather satellite. Like how would that work in terms of
Well,
orbiting?
well, for one thing that it's no secret that there's something called satelloons. It's actually a thing. I don't know if you know about the Google Loon project.
Which project?
Was it Google Loon?
Was that the like when Google tried to launch like 1,000 balloons, or am I thinking of something else?
Right. Yeah, and what was the purpose of that? Was to bring access to
Internet everywhere, yeah,
internet
all the poor regions and whatnot.
remote areas. Yeah, right.
Remote regions as
So
well.
why didn't they just use satellites? I mean, like that's a question you could ask. Maybe it's cheaper to use balloons, right?
If I remember correctly,
But
I think cheaper was one of the reasons why. If I remember, it was supposed to be more cost effective. Yeah, if I remember.
right, and there's one thing that we know that they actually do use for similar things that they claim they use orbiting satellites for. And there's a bunch of other things, like they've got helium, like blimps, like your
Yeah,
planes and that sort of thing. They've got light, solar powered like drone type things that they've got. You can look up Atmosat, or Atmosat on Wiki. There's an article there about Atmosats, different kinds of alternatives to orbiting satellites that they're either using currently or they're looking at using in the future. Communications and weather.
Sorry, isn't a lot of it like underground cables?
Yeah, 99% of all our
internet.
Yes, it's all underground cables. Yeah,
Like all these towers that are everywhere. Like
yeah,
towers. Wouldn't satellites just be easier? Why would they use them at all?
Yeah, but if they were gonna use like satellites, what would they like? How would it look like?
What would the satellite look like, or what would what look like?
How would it really be used for? So, are you saying there's just like no need for them? But if we do use them, why would we?
We're just saying they're on balloons and underground cables. They don't shoot them into space.
Yeah, there's nothing up there. Well, not to my knowledge, and there's no outer space, and there's no sphere Earth for things to orbit around. So, to my knowledge, there's no way to send something to extreme high altitude and have it magically float around. Not to my knowledge. Might be something.
Yeah, well, they could be. Have a look at the images of the satellites flamed in the sky.
So, like, I'm not 100% sure about the statement, but for nuclear missiles, do they use satellites? Because I think it's like, isn't it laser targeted or something like that? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
That's not for me, man.
Yeah, I have no idea I don't know what the claims are with that specifically. Like, obviously, the military claim they're using satellites for this or that.
Yeah. Like, do you know like an argument against that, for example?
Not really specifically. Only that, like, I've already presented alternatives to that. Have a look at that. Like, I can link it. Hang on, I'll link that Atmosat wiki page. The military is mentioned in that as using alternatives to orbiting satellites for communications and laser weapon targeting and that sort of thing. There's already existing alternatives to that to be able to achieve the same results, and probably at a more efficient and economical cost, you know.
Can I just ask a stupid question? See if I understand this properly. So when rockets and whatnot, and if like they want to go in like lower orbit or and whatnot, so like how would that work? I'm not sure if I'm wording it correctly, but
How do they get into orbit? Like,
I think I worded it wrong. Give me a minute. Let me try to rethink that statement.
I would assume they'd have to be shot straight to begin with. But I haven't seen any go straight up into space.
No, never mind my question.
Disregard my shitty answer then too.
Because I'm just trying to figure out like how would like an ICBM work then. Which
Do you guys believe in the existence of space? Because I'm not 100% sure, but I saw somebody like saying that space wasn't real or something like that in the server.
I'm not sure what's out there. Haven't been there. Couldn't tell you.
so you don't entirely believe that there's space or like there's outer space?
I know that when you look up, you see like lights and stuff. That's about all I know.
Why? I mean, like if you look up, right, and you can see like all the different stars. What? I mean, I would say that it would be kind of a clear justification to believe that there's outer space, at least from my perspective, my understanding. Unless
So with that
massive
space,
dome over all of us.
you'd have to assume, like, because it's a vacuum or near vacuum, perfect vacuum. Is that right?
Think.
I think so. But like, how would that work with our atmosphere?
Yeah.
How can you have that near perfect vacuum beside our atmosphere and not, like, how do we have gas pressure here on Earth? Because wouldn't it just evacuate if there was no container as such to contain that pressure here? Is that right? That's a bit weird. So I don't know what's up there.
What about the other planets?
Yeah, the solar
planets.
system.
Yeah, other planets. Do you think like Mars is real? Whatever
That
the
would be
case.
begging the question. Assuming that the planet, right? Assuming the thing in question, the Earth being a planet, that's what we're trying to establish.
Oh, all right. So you don't really have an answer to that? Like,
it's a fallacious question.
So originally, yeah,
we just can't tell
because
you.
The etymology of the word is that it just means wandering star, wandering light. So it's just lights in the sky. There's stars which have a path which doesn't conform to the other motion of the other stars that we observe. They wander, like they're independent sort of thing, but like they have a pattern to them still. Don't do what the other stars do, so they were termed by the ancients as wandering stars.
And what comes to mind when you think of those wandering stars? Like, what images come to your head and then can you go and look at images and verify that for yourself that what you are thinking is actually what you can see, you can visualize, like actual.
I see. So is like how about the sun, for example? Is there any arguments against the sun? Do you guys believe it's like it's a
Yeah.
star or whatever case would be?
Doesn't look like a star to me.
It's different.
Why would we argue against the sun?
I was just asking a question. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, how would
We don't argue against the existence of the things that are clearly in the sky. All that we challenge are the interpretations of these things.
We don't believe what we've been told about them is true and correct.
Right.
So what's your vision of the sun then?
Same as
Heats me
yours.
up. Lots of it, lights shit up. Heats me up. What are you? What's your vision of it?
I guess is what I see. I mean, just seems like a big ball of fire. I guess you can put it in simpler terms.
You think it's 93 million miles away?
I was pretty. I don't know how exactly far it is.
Neither
It's
do I.
really not close enough because if it was, we'd probably be disintegrated. But I think there's a special type of glasses you can put on, and then you can look at the sun. And I guess that's the only interpretation of the sun I have personally.
Like a solar filter.
Yeah.
and like
Yeah.
how would the sun work like when it rotates around the world? Or like when there's day and night? I'm just curious.
You have to restate that question a little more specific.
Okay, how would like I'm just confused how the sun would work, kind of.
You asking for a model of how we believe everything works?
I
Daily.
guess you put it like that, yeah. In a way, not entirely, but
Yeah, but that's how we got into this mess.
Yeah. If we told you a way, we'd only be telling you bullshit that we can't. We can't give you how it works exactly. We could make something up and tell you.
if you had to take a guess, a wild guess,
I can tell.
what would
Well,
it
I
be?
can tell you what I observe. I observe this apparent source of light and heat move across the sky most days when there's no cloud, and its path changes throughout the year, seemingly causing it to be either a warmer climate or a colder climate. As to what it is, how far away it is, how big it is, that's just all speculation. I tell you, it doesn't look like it's that far away. Like really, like it doesn't look like 93 million miles away to me. Pretty close, really. Like I can say that, but I can't verify exactly how far.
Yeah.
In the globe model, it's claimed to be 93 million miles away, and its light's reaching us parallel. But on a nice cloudy day with a little bit of gap in the clouds and the sun behind them, we see these divergent rays coming down, and that's an indication that it's not 93 million miles away and thousands of times bigger than what they claim Earth is, and with its light reaching us parallel. Sure. And then in high altitude photography taken, amateur photography taken on balloons, amateur weather balloons sent up. If they've caught sun in the camera view, the hot spot right on the clouds underneath, seemingly directly below, where this light source is, so it's like, well, that's that's interesting.
Yeah, that's like, but yeah, that is interesting.
You know, something else to take into account that I've been thinking of a lot lately is that over here in, Northern California, in the summertime, right now, the sun comes up pretty early. It's like right around 6 in the morning and goes down around 8:30 or 9 at night. But in the winter, that time is different by about 6 hours. According to the heliocentric model, that should be absolutely impossible. We should have exactly the amount of same sunlight and at nighttime every single day. But we don't have that.
Yeah.
So if people are going to ask about what the sun is, I would say that go out and get yourself a camera, someone, a decent one. You don't have to have a P900 or anything, but you can get one that has a solar filter on it or solar lens on it. And then you can actually take images of the sun and then compare them to what NASA shows us from the ground. And they look very, very different from each other. So you can just test it yourself and see that someone's lying to you.
Who would be that someone?
Well, you can make all kinds of assumptions as to who they is, because that term gets spread around a lot. Like they as just a generic term for someone you don't know, because you can also just say they as in the government or they as in NASA.
I've seen a lot of like anti-Freemason stuff here. Can I go in a little bit more about that, or is that a little bit off topic?
It kind of goes with it.
Look, entertain us.
Would the Freemasons have anything to do with these, like the lies about the Earth, in your opinion?
Oh yeah.
There's speculation that they do. Supposedly, heliocentrism goes back to, well, actually, I think the idea that the Earth is a ball goes back to Pythagoras, who's said to be the first Freemason.
Yeah, he's kind of like revered as their founder, isn't he? Like, it's interesting too that all of the is that verified that every single Apollo mission astronaut was a Freemason?
I wouldn't be able to back it up right now in live stream voice text if I claimed it. So
I've heard that thrown around.
Well, that kind of thing is really hard to prove, just like how it's hard to prove that any one member of the government is actually a part of, Skull and Bones or the Illuminati or the Council of 300 or, whatever they're called, any of these alleged secret societies. I mean, we can say it all day long, but it's just something that we've seen videos on, and I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just saying it's really hard to prove, but just like every conspiracy theory exists because there has to be some sort of evidence behind it, unless it's just completely fraudulent and there's nothing whatsoever to back it up.
yeah, sometimes it's just pure baseless speculation. I always hear it said that like Newton and Copernicus were Freemasons. I've never found the proof. I don't know.
But what we can say for certain is that Freemasons are real. I mean, I know a couple of them. They're not like high-ranking ones. They're like really low level that just go to like picnics for the Boy Scouts and try and do like, fun runs and stuff like that.
Yeah, we had one in here for a little while. I haven't seen him around for a while. I can't remember his name.
It appears that there's some force or something that is misleading people with lots of different things, I would say.
I know that the Freemasons have a big lodge dedicated to Copernicus, but beyond that, I don't know.
What are your thoughts on the Freemasons?
Me personally, well, I have a book on them. I've been reading about them, and it seems like they caused a lot of people in history. A lot of famous people are Freemasons, and they don't really try to hide it. Not many of them. I see a lot of physical symbolisms. Like I went to the Dominican one time, and I went behind a church, Catholic church, and I saw like Freemason symbols there and whatnot, which I was kind of confused by because I don't know why the Freemasons at the time was collaborating with the church, because I thought the church despised Freemasons. However, I got this book and I looked more into it, and I start to see that the Catholic Church and the Freemasons have a lot in common.
There seem to be a cohesive, integrated structure, corporate entities.
What we can show is a lot of this stuff came out of the Catholic Church, actually. The Big Bang that was proposed by a Jesuit priest, George Lemaitre. I
don't remember who
French
did
pronunciation. I'll just butcher it. So
someone did a video all about the Freemasons. It might have been like ODD TV or something. Maybe Eric Dubé, I forget. And they were just showing like all these different people that they do the hidden hand, where they just have one part of their hand just like kind of tucked into the buttons of their shirt a little tiny bit. And then they also have like the one eye, where they just cover up one eye, and they do it in lots of different ways.
Well, it's not speculation to say they exist. We know they exist. It's 100%.
It's right there.
Yeah. There's buildings and that. Like, there's shit everywhere from Freemasons. So they exist. What their ultimate intention with everything is, that's what's up for speculation. They seem to, like you said, they seem to be in positions of power, and they have tools to manipulate things.
Yeah.
And when you see enough people making these different hand symbols, I mean, some of them are just in like paintings and like drawings and stuff before even photography was around. And you start to look at all the patterns of it and like who is doing it. And I'm sure that some people, like actors and musicians and stuff, probably just got hired for a photo op and they were told, yeah, go ahead and put your hand right there and put your hand over your eye. And they may not have had any clue what they were actually doing. Or it's like, yeah, do that or you're not getting paid. But there are enough people that are in politics and stuff like that like Fauci was on TV and was just doing that because he didn't think a lot of people would even recognize what he was doing. But he did the whole hidden hand and the one eye thing. He did it on TV multiple times.
Yeah, I've seen some things about him doing experiments on baby dogs. Was it? He cut out their tonsils or something like that, and their vocal cords, and then let sand fleas eat them alive or something around those lines.
Holy fuck! I've never heard of that. That sounds terrible.
Yeah, it was on the global news too.
Yeah, but we won't go too deep into that topic.
Yeah, we probably should revert back.
Yeah.
Is it too controversial?
yeah, we'll get our asses sliced by YouTube.
YouTube.
Yeah. All hail the Honorable Fauci.
All hail.
Also, we do have a topic we're here to discuss, so that in itself is a reason enough to stick to it.
So do any of you live over here on the West Coast in California, kind of like in the Bay Area where I'm at?
No.
Oh, too bad. Because we've got like a little flat earth group we've been meeting up with lately and going out to the beach and doing tests and stuff. And the next place we're going to go to is out off the coast of San Francisco. There's a group of islands out there called the Farallon Islands. I'm not sure if you guys have ever heard of those before. They're pretty much uninhabited, and it was used for like a toxic waste dump for a long time. But from the beach, like on a clear day, they're like, I think it's close to 30 miles away. You can basically see them from like the bottom all the way to the top, and they're only like 230 feet tall or something. And you can see them right off the coast of San Francisco at the beach. But I haven't been able to do that myself, but I have seen some other people that have done it. Like, California is not the best place to do observations, but don't forget that the whole Black Swan photo, that real famous one, that was done off the coast of Santa Barbara like 5 years ago. And multiple people have taken those same exact photos. But you can't see it all the time based on humidity and time of year and all that. So if anybody's on the fence right now, like if there's any Globies in here that are like wanting to do their own tests, then you have to kind of try and repeat what other people are doing and then try and disprove it and post it. But if you do that, you have to be honest to yourself and realize that you have been lied to by someone or something. And it's okay to admit you're wrong. You'll feel a lot better after you do. And that goes back to the old saying, which I kind of butchered the other day, but hopefully I don't butcher it tonight. I'd rather have questions that cannot be answered versus answers that cannot be questioned. So if someone says, here's the answer, oh, you can't even question what I'm telling you, there's a problem with that.
Sounds like an answer that wouldn't hold up to questioning.
Well, it wouldn't hold up in court, I would say that. Oh, I might go on my walk in a little bit here and try and listen in on my phone if I can. And I've also asked this pretty much every time I've come into this Discord channel. How many people here are going to Flattoberfest in October? Nobody? Really? Wow. Okay. I am. That's the reason I ask.
Oh, what's that?
Flattoberfest it's an event that's been going on. It was like twice a year for a couple of years in a row, but now it's just like once a year. And Karen B, she's from California, but now she lives on the East Coast, and she big flat earther. She is she does streams like multiple times a week, and she just puts on these big events with a lot of people that are into the community, and she has like a lot of them that are real popular when it comes to doing streams on a regular basis. And she brings them from all around the world, and they do presentations that you can only pretty much see at Flattoberfest. And then and then it's just basically a big fucking party with a whole bunch of like-minded people, smoking weed, having drinks. I mean, some of the people are doing mushrooms and shit, just having a great fucking time. It's sort of like a big concert in a sense, because I mean they have musicians and stuff that show up, and raffles, and I mean it's just a fucking great time. And it's going to be in Vegas this year.
Vegas.
Oh, you've never been to Vegas, or have you?
No, I've never been.
Oh, wow. Vegas is, I don't know how to explain it. It's sort of like if you've never been to Thailand before. It's like going to Vegas is like kind of the same thing. It puts you in sort of like a culture shock for a month. You're like, oh my god, I can just do whatever I want. Like, I mean, granted, yeah, there's laws and you can get arrested and all that, but I mean, Las Vegas just has like prostitution that's completely legal, and you can just be walking around with like open alcohol on the street, and just, I mean, they're selling it on the street. You can just walk around with open alcohol, and
Yeah,
I mean,
because in America, isn't weed still legal?
Is prostitution illegal in the US?
No weed.
Not everywhere. No. Oh, weed is legal almost everywhere now.
Huh.
Yeah, I mean, I can literally just walk down. I mean, they're closed right now because it's 10:39 at night, but I can walk across the street. I have 2 dispensaries that I can just walk into, show my ID, and just buy whatever the fuck I want.
Kind of like getting a gun, I guess.
Well, in California, it's a little more difficult for that, but in some states like Nevada, that's where Las Vegas is. If you have a Las Vegas ID stating that you live there, you have an address there and stuff, and you go to a gun show, you can just walk in there and hand someone some cash and walk out with a gun.
sound like Texas and Florida. Easy to
Well,
get.
yeah, well, Texas, Florida, Utah, Colorado, Alaska's really lenient. Oh my god, I'm surprised they even have gun laws.
Oh wow.
No,
Well, they gotta shoot them bears and moose,
yeah, the elk and stuff. Yeah, my dad went there on a fishing trip a few years ago. Well, no, like 5 years ago, and he was like, "You know what the gun laws there are like?" I was like, "No." He's like, "If you have a gun, it's required by law that it has to be loaded."
Oh, really?
I was like, "What?"
What? Okay.
Yeah, because like he said, like everybody
on
has
that,
guns
yeah.
over there. Like everybody.
So something on that. It's not really enforced. But yeah, it is a law.
Well, but I mean, it's the opposite of enforced. It's like, yeah, if you don't have a gun, you're fucked.
We're kind of lucky to even have airsoft guns where we come from.
And where is that?
Canada.
Oh yeah, you guys
are.
Wow. I mean, Canada's right next to Alaska. What the fuck's going on with that?
Maybe up there in like Yukon, you can go get yourself a hunting rifle.
In the East Canada, more lenient.
Or like a Nerf gun or something.
Well, I've heard that like East Canada is like a lot different than over in like right above like Washington State and Alaska.
Yeah, I guess so.
I live more like west.
Big center. Yeah.
When I get a chance to go to Canada, I would love to go catch some salmon.
Oh yeah, there's
Man,
a lot.
you guys have the best salmon. Alaska
have
too,
some
but
good
yeah, but my boy's from Vancouver. He stay in that area, and he always go, salmon fishing, and it looks so good, man. You could do so much with that fish.
Oh yeah, speaking of Alaska, when it comes, I mean, I'm sure certain places in Canada are probably the same. But my dad was also telling me that you'll just see like a bear out there, like a brown bear, grizzly bear, whatever.
Yeah.
And there's so many fish in the river. Like the bears never go hungry because all they have to do is just go and like barely put their nose in the water and just swipe down and they get a fish. It's like instantaneous.
Wow.
Yeah, people are much different in the north. Like if you go north, people are like wildly different. They have a different accent and everything.
Everyone in the north there would like most of them are just natives anyways.
You got natives, you got like hunters usually.
And I don't know if it's still true or not, but I think I'm still not allowed to go into Alaska because I got a DUI like 15 years ago. And apparently like if you try to cross the border and like they check your ID, like they can scan that like instantaneously and be like, "No, get the fuck out." I mean, Mexico has the same kind of laws. Like if you have
Canada is tough, bro. Canada's tough to get in.
Yeah,
Now,
it is.
back then it was easy. Back then I went to Montreal from Maine. We drove from Maine to Montreal. Man, it was easy to get in. Well, it was not that easy, but all you needed was your ID or your green card or your passport or whatever. But it was good enough just to show your ID. 2006, 2007. I don't know when did they change the law. Now you need all the freaking passport and all that stuff.
Complete opposite. Like getting to the United States is
easy.
It's kind of hard. Like they do like a background check and everything, but they say getting into Canada as an American is pretty easy.
Well, we need to send some Canadians back over there because, like Justin Bieber is Canadian. Like, we need to get him back up there.
We don't want him. You guys can keep him.
No, please take him back. I'll pay you. I'll pay for his trip.
We'll send him to like an island up in the north.
Something out of it.
Nova Scotia?
No, Prince Edward Island.
That's a badass city.
Yeah. Nova Scotia, I think what's the main city there? Is it
Halifax?
Halifax, that's right. If you want to go fishing, go near Halifax. There's a lot of lobsters and stuff.
The only reason I know about Nova Scotia is from Trailer Park Boys.
Oh, you watched that?
Oh, I've seen every episode.
You watched
Trailer
Park Boys too? Oh my god.
Love that show.
Me too. He just finished recently. Erwin finished recently.
So, Caleb, are you a flat earther?
Me? No, not exactly.
He will be.
Hey, what proof have you got of the spinning ball?
Really nothing. Like I said earlier, I don't think you were here, but I don't really dabble in this topic too much. I never put too much thought into it.
What are you doing in a flat earth server talking about Canada?
My friends invited me here. My friends invited me here.
That's the OG right there. Timbo's the OG, my friend.
I can fill you in a little bit if you want, Timbo.
What's that, mate?
I can fill you in if you want.
Yeah, cool. I was just, I thought, my next question was, if you're not sure, then what is keeping you on a spinning ball? Why would you believe it? And why are you not a flat earther?
Yeah. Well,
that's all right. You've already answered it, then I'll,
I think they're well.
I'll reiterate again. So I came here because my friends wanted to debate. So I just kind of walked in here.
Okay, cool. Are you mates with Erwin Rommel?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Caleb, you do sound a little bit young. Would you mind if I ask what your age is?
I'll say around below. Okay, I'll just say 17. I'll put it right there. My mic's a little bit shit. It makes me sound a little bit younger.
Around 17?
Around 17.
Yeah, okay, I'll just say 17 then.
When you say you came in with your mates to debate, what were your mates' names?
Oh, okay, let me recall, because they changed their names here and there. So Soviet Soldier, and what was it? Something about outdoors, something like that.
Yeah.
I did.
Outdoors claimer or something?
Yeah, claiming the outdoors. It's based on some guy named Ted. I forget how to pronounce the last name. Ted Chavinsky, Unabomber, basically.
Yeah. You know who I was thinking he was friends with, T-Dub? At Fowler and Gonzo. Remember them?
Okay. Vaguely.
Only
They're
because
two
of Canada. Yeah, go
All
ahead.
right, okay. Two friends were quite adamant about the Earth being a ball and quite prepared to argue for it, but were lacking in knowledge about it. So they kind of hit a dead end and spiraled out, called us dumb, and left. But these two
you
guys
guys
have
are
been
dumb
quite
because they don't know. Oh well.
But these two guys here, St. Caleb and Erwin, have been cordial and inquisitive, asked us some questions, and haven't been very argumentative or anything like that. They're just chill.
3 months, you'll have a flat Earth tag, boys. So fun. Start looking into it. Like once I started looking into flat Earth, I couldn't stop looking, and everything was because I had to relearn everything again. So it was like your first day at school learning shit, but it's more interesting because you can understand it. You know what I mean? And then everything starts to you start to go, why the fuck did I think I live on a spinning ball? There's absolutely no evidence for it, but there's evidence for the contrary. Really, you get up in the morning and you go, fuck, I need a new video. All right, what else can I watch?
It takes over your life, is what he's saying.
It does, man.
Yeah.
Judging on your profile picture, I'm gonna assume you're Australian.
Yeah. There's a few.
Not at all.
There's a few of us in here at the moment.
It's grub session.
There's Grub. There's Effie Batman.
I could tell because fucking like the same sentence 5
Adam
times.
Unsalted.
T-Dub, Adam Unsalted. I think half the panel's from Australia at the moment.
So Caleb, being as young as you are, I mean, I was quite a bit older than you. I was twice your age when I was like getting into flat Earth, and I was shown certain videos about it, and I'm just curious if you've ever seen any videos. Like, have you ever taken like an hour to actually watch one of them, like start to finish?
Not really. I haven't, like what Erwin said earlier, like he hasn't really encountered any flat earthers or anybody like who has that ideology, I guess. I haven't really encountered anybody that's preached about it, honestly. Kind of like
haven't seen them in their natural habitat.
Yeah.
that sounded like Steve Irwin a little bit.
Yes. We've got to go down and see these flat earthers in their natural habitat.
I'm gonna grab this motherfucker.
Let's jump on his crocodile's back. See if his back is flat.
I was watching a video of him with a snake like licking his face the other day, him just lying on the ground. Why? He's just lying there and his brown snake just like right up in his face.
That guy was nuts.
Oh man, he had some kahunas on him.
R.I.P. Steve Irwin.
Yeah, for people that are not aware of who Steve Irwin was, what was it, 10 years ago? Maybe a little more?
Longer than that, I think.
I think it's longer than that because his son is now like maybe 18 or 20.
Hey,
he would have been like 3 or 4 when he left.
Quite
3 or 4 years old or what?
I'm thinking maybe 15 years ago.
Yeah, how many years old are you talking about?
I gotta look it up.
It would be at least 20 years to secure like safety.
Bob.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
What?
Oh shit, 2006.
2000 what? Your mom what?
He died September 4th,
there
2006.
was a problem. Why are you doing that?
Why are you doing that? I'm trying to be real.
What?
Oh, you being disrespectful right now, bro.
I
being
agree.
disrespectful right
I agree that you're being disrespectful right now. I agree with
he's
that.
drunk.
Have you been drinking again, man?
I'm 100% serious.
Bye-bye.
Okay, cool. You're being...
All right. I've muted and deafened him. He was wasted the other night. The problem is, he's actually a nice bloke. So.
Yeah, I thought I've seen him in here before.
Continue.
How did we get to Steve Irwin? Oh, the Aussies. Like that.
Well, people were talking about Australia and then someone talking about flat earthers in their natural environment, and it just made me think of Steve Irwin, going out and like grabbing crocodiles, like, oh, I'm gonna sneak up behind him. I'm gonna stick my finger up his ass. I'm gonna piss him off.
So you guys, like, what do you think you guys could do to convince yourselves either way? Yeah, like if you're not thinking that it's a flat plane or maybe that you might live on a globe, what would you do to determine, and come to a conclusion about whatever you want? Well, about which way you would go. That didn't come out too well, but.
Is there anything you could do that would solidify it in your mind? Like, what would be that thing? Sorry.
Well, yeah, what you're asking is what level of evidence would be required in order to go from one point to another and then back to the other one again, essentially. And for me,
it seems like you grasp the concepts that we've told you. It's a matter of just stepping away from that faith, I guess you call it, that it is the way that you've not even really thought about, but how you've believed it to be. Like, is that all that's stopping it? Because
it's built in.
Honestly, I guess I would have to look a little bit more into both sides of the perspectives, because I've heard your part. Like, I've heard what you guys had to say. Now I kind of want to go on the other side and kind of want to examine what they have to say. And being a religious person, I kind of also want to see that perspective in a little bit more detail.
And you're still in high school, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, are you planning on going to college?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Depends. I'm still conflicted
And
on what I
what
want to
field
be.
of study do you think you might go into?
It ranges to like electrician, lawyer. I even thought about trying to join the army, I guess. I'm not really sure.
All right. Well, I can tell you, I'm a military combat veteran, and I'm also an electrician and a college instructor. So I can give you a little bit of advice on that. But
where did you serve? Did you serve in any countries?
Oh yeah, I did 3 deployments to Iraq. I've been to like 40 countries. But the reason I was bringing up the college thing is if you do go to college and you start taking certain types of courses, you have to be aware that they are going to be steering you away from anything flat Earth extremely quickly. It is a complete brainwashing mechanism for like smart people that become stupid very quickly. Unless you go to like a trade school or something like that, in which case they don't give a shit. They're just trying to teach you how to do a job and get you out and working. So that might be an idea for you. And joining the military right now, I don't know, 23 years ago when I joined, it was pretty good. But right now, I don't think I would do that. Unless...
Yeah, I get a lot of people telling me that, yeah.
It's not even that. Are you fighting for the right reasons now? You know?
Yeah, I was also thinking about that too.
Well, I don't think we were fighting for the right reasons in any war.
No, never.
Do you mind if
I thought I was at the time, but then
I just posted a video. I just posted a video for you guys. So if you go down to down the bottom of live stream voice text, there's a really good video there that you can watch. That one's the short version, so I think it's only 50 minutes long. They've got some laser tests over frozen lakes and stuff like that, and they've got a conclusion in the end. So have a watch of that and tell me what you think.
Wait, could you tag me under it? Because I can't find it.
What's your name?
It's King Caleb of Axum.
Yeah, and for people that are not aware, FE Corps, that's Field Engineers. It doesn't stand for Flat Earth. So it's a large group of like actual certified engineers, and they've gone out working together, doing all these different kinds of tests and stuff, and they all came to the same conclusion, trying to disprove Flat Earth, but trying to prove the globe, and they just came up with Flat Earth results every single time.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question, Owen?
Repeat that.
Owen had a question that he wanted to ask.
Oh. It's a personal question. I'm just curious. What made you want to join the army, or what made you join the army?
I wasn't in the army. I was in the Navy, but
Navy.
No, it's all right. I mean, everyone just assumes the Army because that's the most people. Because I was 17, I was your age at the time, and I was graduating from high school, and I figured any job that was going to pay me to run, jump, and shoot guns. I mean, I was a football player, I was a wrestler, so I mean, the military just seemed like very natural to me because I was always brought up in a like my dad was a carpenter and like a mountain man kind of situation, so I just kind of grew up in that sort of mentality,
So
and
it seemed like the right
I
place
knew
for you.
that the military had a really great like benefits program package to it if you stay in for long enough. And I mean, I was only in for 6 years, but I have free medical care the rest of my life. Just so you know that. And that's what a lot of veterans actually get when they get out. And
We kind of already have that, although we have to pay it back through tax. So.
well, okay. I mean, there's a limitation to what you can do, though. I mean, I can go to the emergency room every single fucking day if I needed to. And for
So can
someone
we.
else, yeah, that would cost a lot of money.
Ours is free.
Well, okay,
Same
well,
here.
I had to earn mine. But it was also because I just wanted to not go to college because, like, my sister was already doing that. And I saw how miserable she was, and you know, she's got her PhD in biochemistry now, and she's still not fucking happy. And she's not even using it. She's working as a fucking nurse instead.
You know why she's not happy? Because she's not a flat earther.
Yeah, well, she knows that a lot of the last 3 years was a hoax, though. She knows that.
Oh, well, that's good. That's a stepping stone. Maybe you can flat smack her.
Yeah, maybe one day.
Not in a physical way. I didn't mean it like that.
Oh no, I probably should. I mean, she's fucking stabbed me in the back a couple times, so I should probably fucking do that. But yeah, I mean, joining the military is one of those choices that is not easy for everybody. I mean, you can join for 3 years in some cases. I think the Army and the Air Force have that kind of thing. I mean, if you want to have a really fucking easy time, just join the Air Force. I mean, it's like, well, a lot of people in the military actually call it the chair force because how fucking easy it is.
Were you deployed?
Oh yeah, I deployed 3 times. 3 times
Yeah.
to Iraq and I mean Japan. I mean all around Europe, Asia.
Did you have to go into battle or?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'll leave it there.
Well, no, I mean I'll tell you. I mean what
Nah,
my
it's
job
all right.
was.
Yeah.
I was something called a CB, so SEABEE, and we did like 75% of our job roughly was all construction, like in combat zones.
Yeah.
And then the other like 25% was doing patrols and working with Marines and Navy SEALs and stuff like that. And so we were in combat once in a while, but it was not as much as our specific job was to build the buildings like as fast as we possibly could, like while we're getting shot at.
Did you ever encounter like any pirates, for example? Like,
Well, no, because we don't go on ships very often. I was on a ship for one deployment.
oh,
But aside from that, we wear camouflage just like a lot of other people. We carry, assault rifles, and I mean, you couldn't really tell the difference between us and someone in the Army or the Marines.
so kind of
if
like
you
a
saw us.
sapper.
I mean, unless you came up like close to us and saw like our, insignias and stuff. But aside from that, you couldn't tell the difference.
Yeah.
Talk about building under pressure.
Well, yeah. I mean, I almost got. Oh, here, I'll tell you a story. The one time, so as an electrician,
At band camp? Sorry, I had to do that.
yeah, this one time in band camp, in Flat Earth band camp, we were in Ramadi. This was like in the middle of the summer, so I mean, it was hotter than you can even imagine, to the point where I would drink like a gallon of water a day or more, and I wouldn't piss or sweat. Because like all the water, like all the sweat would just evaporate off my skin before I had to even piss. But as soon as the sun went down and it cooled down, I kicked in real quick. But anyways, I was up on a ladder, like a little 6-foot ladder, and I was installing some overhead fluorescent lights in this large chow hall. It was like a 17,000 square foot chow hall. It was like an armored chow hall. So that would be like mortar proof and like tank blast proof and all that kind of stuff. And because the other one was it was like a real cheap, flimsy, like corrugated sheet metal roof, and it was like you could shoot a bullet straight through it and like you just kill everybody. So we were there to build the reinforced one. And when the project was almost getting done, I was installing the very last light that I had to install out of like these hundreds of lights, these fluorescent lights. And this it's called Romex. It's what we call it over here in the U.S. It's just it's like the plastic sheathing with all the wires inside of it. You install it to the light, you staple it to the 2x4 or 2x6, whatever it was, and
like a conduit.
What's that?
Like a conduit, like that.
Well, it's cable. Yeah, it's like except that it's conduit is like not flexible, so this is just like cable. Got all the wires inside.
I think it's just a roll of electrical cable.
Oh,
yeah,
okay. Fine. Yeah.
Just has all the wires inside of it with an outer jacket around it.
Yeah.
So, anyways,
insulated cable. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all it is. Yeah. And so I just got doing that. I was up on top of the ladder. I was putting in the very last staple, and then all of a sudden, there was boom, 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 and two of those they were all mortar rounds. Yeah, there you go. That's Romex right there. That's 12. That's 12-3 Romex, because it's yellow. Anyways, that's 12-3. There's 4 wires. Anyways,
why is there 4 wires?
Because you don't count the ground wire. The bare copper one is the ground wire. The black and red one are the hot wires, and then the white one is the neutral.
Oh, we only have 3.
Well, yeah, over in Europe too, you guys use 50 hertz, and you also use 240 volt, and different colors too.
We have green and yellow for Earth. Active is red, and black is neutral. Brown is active.
And
red is neutral. Blue is neutral.
Blue is neutral, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
It's the same way over in a lot of places in Asia until you get over to other places where it's a little bit different. No, I'm not thinking of 14-3. That's 12-3. 12 is yellow. 14 is white. Orange is red. And then everything beyond that is usually black. Oh, okay. Someone else. Anyways, I was on top of this ladder, and I heard boom, 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 boom come in. And 2 of the mortar rounds came into the chow hall that was unenforced with the cheap little corrugated roof. Came straight in, killed a whole bunch of people. And one of the mortar pieces of shrapnel, it shot up at just the perfect angle where right between my hands, the mortar round shot straight through the board I was attaching the staple to, and it was literally within like maybe 1.5 feet of my head, and it shot straight through my hands. And if it was any closer, I wouldn't have a head anymore, or I would have just lost my arm or something. And yeah, I mean, I had multiple occasions where I had like people had to grab me, like, oh, don't stand over there because you're gonna get shot by snipers, and yeah, we had to return fire a lot of different times, but yeah, the scariest one was that time when those 4 mortar rounds came in. They were literally like 100 feet from me, if that. And when you experience that kind of thing, it's you get shell shock where you can't hear anything for a minute, and then all of a sudden you see like a mass casualty situation happen where you see people getting dragged out on stretchers, and some of them are missing their legs, and like obviously some of them are dead because like half of their fucking head is gone. And yeah, when you experience that kind of stuff, it's it never leaves you, I'll tell you that.
Were these like Iraqi insurgents?
Well, the Iraqi, we don't know who was firing, but yeah, they were probably just the Iraqi Defense Force, which was like the Iraqi military before they got disbanded and stuff, but they were still like freedom fighters for their country. And I had no problem with what they were doing. Now that I think back to it, they were just defending their country. But the people that were inside the chow hall at the time were not any U.S. forces at all. None of us got injured. It was all the people that we hired from like Iraq that just wanted to come and work in the chow hall and like clean the fucking porta potties and stuff. We had and like serve us the food. I mean, we had a lot of we called them third country nationals because they would come from all around the Middle East and work for fucking pennies on the dollar. I mean, it was bad how much they were getting paid, but They had a job, and yeah, they were basically killing their own people just to try and fire mortar rounds at us. And here's another little thing that we learned about real quick. And they were not stupid people by any means at all. What they would do is they would take PVC pipe, like 3-inch PVC pipe, and cut it into like 2-foot sections, and they would like cap off the bottom of it, and they would put like this like a charging round in the bottom of it, so like you could drop a mortar into it and it would just like launch the mortar off. But what they would do, it was they would take these pieces of PVC pipe, and they would put the mortar round in there, but then they would fill it full of water, and they would freeze it, so that mortar round wouldn't go down into the charging round until, and they would prop it up with some sticks out in the middle of the desert, and they would put a whole bunch of them out there, just aimed towards our base. And then 7 o'clock in the morning, all of a sudden it gets to 120 degrees. It melts all the water, and they're at home eating breakfast when all these mortar rounds fire off towards our base. And some of them were just like completely inaccurate, or some of them would just fall over. But sometimes they would be launching towards our base, and sometimes they would kill us. So we had to start doing patrols like on the perimeter of our base, like at nighttime. And it was a fucked up situation. And it really sucked too, because I didn't want to ever do it, but there were rabid dogs out there, and some of the time we were told to go out there and actually do like little patrols, because the rabid dogs, they would come straight in through our razor wire, and they could just fit straight in through. And they would come in and they're like, yeah, we can't have those. So if you see one of those dogs, you don't even know if it's rabid, you have to shoot it and kill it. And I was like, I'm not doing that. But I would shoot camel spiders. Fuck those things.
Camel spiders.
If you've never seen a camel spider before, look them up. It's like if you've ever seen that movie Aliens, they look like face huggers. And they get big too.
They do, yeah. But they're not poisonous, are they?
Well, not necessarily. Like they're not aggressive towards humans. They'll actually run from us. But the reason they're called camel spiders, from what I've been told, is that at nighttime, camels sleep while they're standing up. So these camel spiders will crawl onto the belly of a camel, and they'll bite the belly of the camel, which they have like a neurotoxin, so it just like numbs like the area a lot and causes a little bit of necrosis, kind of like a brown recluse. And then what they do is they slice open the belly of the camel, and they crawl inside the belly, and they'll lay their eggs in there, and then they'll leave. And then when the eggs hatch, the baby spiders will eat the inside of the camel, and then they crawl out when the camel falls over and dies. It's fucking terrible. It's like aliens, like face huggers and aliens. I mean, look them up. I mean, there's tons of pictures of them online. I mean, sometimes they're as small as like the palm of your hand, and sometimes they get like larger than like a grown man's hand. I mean, they get pretty big.
These look fucking ugly. How do you not want to shoot if you just see that?
Whoa, sorry, I stepped away from what were you saying? Oh, there you go. There's some camel spiders, yeah.
Oh. How can you not want to shoot one of those?
Well, I mean, they're super fast too. So if you are going to shoot them, you have to be like really accurate and like close. But as soon as they see you, they can they can sense like if you're standing close to them, like they can feel like the vibration in the ground and stuff, and they'll run off as fast as possible.
Probably also just crush them as well.
Well, I mean, but once in a while, like in our tents, you'll wake up in the morning. We all had like mosquito nets and stuff all around our bunks.
Yeah.
But you'll wake up, you'll see one on the top of the tent, like 10 feet above you. You're like, oh shit, where's my fucking M16?
On Hoth, they're called tauntaun spiders.
Okay, tauntaun. Okay.
Much cuter.
I was going to say the same thing. Oh, that's cute.
I don't mind that one.
Not so bad now.
But yeah, the
let's
spiders in
say
Australia are fucking crazy too. Like the huntsman spiders. Damn, those things are huge.
okay, let's say you run out of food, right? You ain't got no food for days, and you run across them, right? And would you eat them?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like
You're not going to get much of them, man.
I don't know. I don't know if I could bring myself to that. Like, there's certain limitations, but then again,
Put it on the fire.
you know, like that rugby team, like,
Get some
you know, the
crunchy
craft
spider legs.
Yeah, season it.
When you're starving, man, you'll eat anything.
It'll be nice and crunchy. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
I'd have to be able to die of hunger for that.
When you're starving, you won't think like twice. You'll just eat it.
Yeah, I can go a long time without eating though.
Yeah, if you've got water, you're all right.
Water diet.
Do you know what the world record is, according to the Guinness World Record, for someone going without food or water?
40 days?
It's 18 days.
No
food or water for 18 days.
It was 40.
Yeah, that's not scriptural.
Well, no,
I know.
well,
I'm
according
just
to the
joking.
Guinness
I'm
World
just joking.
Record, there was a guy that got arrested somewhere over here in the U.S.
okay.
And he was thrown into a jail cell, and they forgot about him for 18 days. And he was like in a solitary confinement, didn't have any running water or food or anything. And then they came back and they saw him, and he was almost dead, but he was still alive.
I thought I read about a guy in Iraq. Maybe he didn't get added to the records, and he was trapped under earthquake rubble for like close to 40 days. I don't know. Maybe he survived with water. Maybe he had like condensation on the rubble or something he licked. I don't know.
I can't usually go more than about 10 hours without having a sip of water or something. I can't even imagine having to go through that.
10 hours, I'll have already had 2 liters.
Terrible at water consumption. You know, like we'll drink coffee all day. Like, not all day, but like we'll have a few coffees. And I'll just not think about water, and then my time comes and I'll have a big skull.
I try and have a liter before I leave the house, and then I take a 1.5 liter bottle with me to work. And I'll drink. So I'm up around 3 liters a day of distilled water.
And do you have, do they put fluoride in the water over there?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not tap water. I don't think about the tap water. But like bottled water, yeah.
Goodies.
Fluoride, chlorine.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe how good our teeth are.
All that fluoride, huh?
Sorry.
Oh, and just so you guys are aware of this, if you just get like a reverse osmosis water filter, like I have one installed on my sink here. Even with brand new filters, you can still test it, and there's still small traces of fluoride that it can't
Yeah, I
get
was
rid
going
of.
to say that. Yeah. The only way to get rid of it is distilling it.
Yeah. And then so what I do is I take my reverse osmosis water, and then I distill it after that. And oh my gosh, it's so much different. Like if you take a regular glass of tap water and just take a sip of it, and then take a sip of the distilled water, wow, it's so much different.
Yeah, I'm up around 7 years now, and I cannot drink that water. When I run the tap, I can just smell the chlorine.
Yeah, it's heavy, eh?
Only on a flat Earth.
I like that one. Dog, bird, horse,
And
liar.
we're back, baby.
I gotta save that one. Hold on.
Well, water. What are the properties of water, boys?
Well, allegedly it's H2O, which is 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen.
Yeah, but what does it do? What does it
Just a
do when
solid
it's
boy.
when
Make
it's
us
at
proud.
rest?
Okay, so
Erwin Rommel. Erwin
I
Rommel.
have
Do you know what water does when it's at rest?
Sleeps.
No, not really.
You know, it finds its level.
oh that
You know
yeah.
that? And makes it flat. How would you imagine that? Imagine water being flat. That would
I
mean
can't.
that there's no ball.
But this what they tell us, right? So if you put water in the cup, right? Of course the cup would be the container, but on the top it's flat, it's level. You put the same thing, the same water in a swimming pool. The shore around it would be the container, and water is flat when at rest. Now you put that in the lake, the shore around it would be the container, and water is flat. But when you put it in the ocean, it curves into a ball.
Yeah, don't forget when it gets too cold, it freezes, and
It freezes.
People have gone to these really large lakes. I think was it Lake Balaton,
Mm-hmm.
and when it was frozen, and they were doing like laser tests across it, and I mean they were putting like the laser like on the ice, and you could see it from like 15 miles away.
That's a great idea. Frozen, frozen lake, frozen water.
That was the video just posted before.
Yo, guys, I'm gonna head out now.
All right, stay flat, bro.
All right,
bro.
Come back.
Well,
Bring
come
some
back.
questions. Bring
Yeah,
some.
you guys are welcome back anytime, man.
Yes, I want to go too. Have a good day.
All right, man.
Yes,
Take care.
thanks, Owen.
Bye.
See you, mate.
Oh my god, one of my buddies has his cell phone ringer is like a duck that does like quack 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 quack. Fuck, change your cell phone ringer, please. I mean, it's funny for the first couple times until you just get text messages and phone calls nonstop, and you're near him, and you just hear that all day long.
Nothing to get down about.
This on? Hey, listen up down there.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
How's it going, guys?
Good. How are you?
Doing all right.
Ether, how you been, brother?
Doing okay. Same stuff, different day.
I see.
Working on some things, though.
Cool.
Have you found the curve yet?
Hell no! You don't see the curvature of the earth.
I wonder how much Neil deGrasse Tyson actually gets paid for all that nonsense. I mean, it's got to be pretty good.
Of course. I think he's rich. That guy is rich. I mean, he's a celebrity, so he's not really a physicist. He say he teach physicists, but he's more like a celebrity.
I'm pretty sure they pay him really good money, a lot of money.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's between like a $500,000 to $1 million a year, somewhere in that ballpark.
His net worth's $5 million.
Did you guys see? Did you guys see him on Joe Rogan podcast when he's talking about, oh yeah, if you are a cosmos giant and you rub your finger around the Earth, the ball, it would be the smoothest cue ball that ever made. And Joe Rogan looked like he was like, what the fuck? No, you seen that part?
Yeah, but then he also said that the Earth is like oblate.
Oblate sphere.
Yeah, so like, how much are you going to
Pear-shaped.
contradict yourself?
I don't know, man. That guy, he's a good actor, though. Gotta give him that. I mean, he fooled a lot of people.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of actors that are not even like A-list celebrities, and they make a lot more than him. I don't know. I think he just sold his soul a long time ago, and that was the price he accepted.
I mean,
How do you know how much he makes?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be public information. Like, you can go online and find out how much, like Johnny Depp or something makes, like per movie, or Tom Cruise or something. That stuff is, it's kind of public information. But as far as like these celebrities that are not really officially actors, I think their incomes are a little more private.
I got you. I just looked it up. I took a screenshot.
Okay, yeah, 450,000 annual. Okay, I mean that's a fuckload more than I make.
It's been a while.
But in reality, he probably gets more than that. Because a lot of people that work in like government positions, it might tell you that you can go to any government employee in the entire country and find out exactly how much they make per year or how much they made last year. But what they don't tell you is how much they got in bonuses. But you can find out how much they got in like overtime and all that, but they won't tell you how much they get in bonuses.
Plus, like being able to ride in private jets and other things that come with the job.
Well, yeah, like when I was my last government job was working for the VA, as a maintenance electrician at a hospital, and I was making a little over 100,000 a year, but at the end of the year, based on my performance, I'd get like a $5,000 or $6,000 bonus. But other people, like my supervisors, they would get like 25,000, and people above them even more than that.
I mean, that's still a lot of money. Over 100 grand.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, I wasn't complaining about it. I had to work my ass off. I mean, as an electrician, though, I could have been making double that if I wasn't working for the federal government.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, a lot of electricians around here in the Silicon Valley are making like journeymen that are like 10 years and above. Yeah, they're making over 200 grand a year.
But then also California is very expensive too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Well, yeah, we also have electricians that come from like Idaho, and they'll fly out like Sunday night, get here on Monday morning, just stay in a hotel the entire time, and then fly back Friday night. And they just repeat that for certain jobs because they make like 3 times as much out here as they are over there. And they'll just do that for certain jobs for a while.
I see.
Oh my god, these pictures, what the fuck? Little Richard, is that his name? Little Richard, or what's his fucking name? The boy that never grew up.
What did you say? Who to ho?
I mean, I feel sorry for the little girl right there, but
that's boy, I think, but that's Gary Coleman, isn't it?
oh, there you go. Yeah, I said Little Richard. Okay, he's a musician. Never mind. Yeah, Gary Coleman. There you go. Yeah, that was my bad.
Don't know the other one's name. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to find out about the whole Stephen Hawking thing too. After Jaron was doing some research on that, like, that's fucking trippy. I'm not sure if you guys have heard about it or not.
Nah, well, for me, no.
All right, so Stephen Hawking, I think he was in his late teens or early 20s. That's when he was diagnosed with, ALS or Lou Gehrig's disease. And he was, I think he was never on like the national ALS, like Lou Gehrig's disease, like register online. And most people that have that disease, they don't live more than like 4 or 5 years at most. But he somehow lived for like 45 years with it. And then if you look at him, like his teeth are different, his eyes are different colors. Yeah, it was a replacement. It was a puppet put in place of him.
I was saying Jaronism, looked it up, and then it wasn't on there. And then after he published that online, they added him to it.
Yep.
Like he went back later and found him on there or something like that.
Yep, that's what he was saying. The life of Stephen. What the fuck is this now?
Is Stephen Hawking on the Hollywood Walk of Fame?
I don't know. I lived in California most of my life, and I was even stationed down by LA, and I've been to LA a lot of times, but I've never had any interest of going to Hollywood. It's just like a weird touristy kind of area that I just don't want to go to.
I know LA. It's a nice city, but it's a very dangerous city too. I got a couple friends that live in LA, and they said, "Man, it's very dangerous. Anywhere you go, like sometimes you can't even wear like certain clothes, certain like sport hats or whatever. People will start tripping over that."
Yeah, LA has a shitload of crime. But then again, most really populated areas do. Like, a lot of people think, oh, Silicon Valley, it's just a whole bunch of tech billionaires and stuff, right? There's a whole bunch of homeless people here, too. And they will shank you. It's actually kind of funny if you go outside of like some of these areas, like not Google, because that's like right off the freeway. You can't really camp out there. But Facebook is right there on Willow Avenue in Menlo Park. And sometimes homeless people will camp out there for as long as they can until the like security come along and like kind of force them off. But yeah, some people actually will just camp out in front of Facebook, like in their tents and stuff, just to try.
Yeah,
to
I've
get
seen
attention.
I seen a bunch of videos. And also in Philly, it's bad too. In Philadelphia, there's a lot of homeless people out there too. It's crazy.
Yeah, actually, I saw a video of that. I can't remember the name of the street, but someone was just, they're just on their phone, just walking down the street for like an entire mile, and there's just like people, just like it looks like San Francisco, but a little bit worse. People that are just like shitting in the gutters and like shooting heroin, smoking meth, like right out. Like there's cops driving by. The cops don't even try and do anything about it. People that are like have like bonfires and like like on the sidewalk. Like,
Yep.
damn, what happened to society?
I don't know, man. It's they look like a bunch of fucking zombie, on the street. Some of them just got stuck, like just stand still and looking down or looking one way, and not moving. Or sometimes you see them rocking back and forth.
Yeah, it's too bad too because there are government programs to help these people out. I mean, sometimes you have to get on a little bit of a waiting list, but still, I think some of them just choose that lifestyle. They don't want to have any
Nah, man.
responsibilities.
It's because they're not flat earthers. If they are flat earthers, none of that would never ever happen. They a bunch of globe heads. That's what happened.
I think I can't
God
remember who said
forbid.
it. I don't know. Maybe I said it. I can't remember who said it, but like to get a whole bunch of T-shirts and stuff and just hand them out to like homeless people, like flat Earth T-shirts, because they'll wear them. I guarantee it.
You know what? They probably would wear them.
Yeah, if you give someone like a clean T-shirt, yeah, it's like a free walking billboard. But that also might create like kind of a bad vibe for flat Earth as well. So
I know. That's also something like I was thinking about too. Yeah.
But yeah, one of the guys, Austin from the Melodome, Dave Weiss sent him a whole bunch of like his little like business cards, like "Are you a blue dot" kind of thing with all like the QR code on it. And Dave sent me a whole bunch of those too. So what I've been doing is every single time I go to like the gas station where I have to like fill up with my debit card, after I'm done with that, I'll take out one of the cards and I'll put it in the debit register. So the next person that comes up has to get it if they're going to use their debit card. So they have to take it out.
Okay.
I mean, there's lots of different ways.
Dave, you seen Dave last? Well, I wouldn't say last interview, but the last one I seen, it was with the guy from Europe, and that guy's also interview Andrew Tate like a week or 2 weeks before, and Dave was on a big platform. I'm pretty sure a lot of flat earthers don't agree certain opinion or speculation that he was doing, but at least the good part is that the word is getting out, and more people actually like wants to know, want to do some research or hear about it, before let's say like 7-8 years ago, it was tough just to uh, ask people to even listen to. So.
Yeah, Dave is fucking awesome. I've actually had the privilege of, working with him a little bit on the app, having, some private conversations with him. And I've never been able to meet him, but in a few months in Vegas, I'm going to finally be able to, give him a handshake and a hug and, smoke a joint with him. It's going to be a good time.
So you have the app, right? Like because I'm about to get the app pretty soon. At least.
Oh yeah, I've got the app.
Our community.
Yeah, I've had it. Yeah.
So
hey, Kembo, which one is it? I'm just looking now.
Got to make sure it's the one.
I believe the.
Was it Lost Horizon?
No, it's called the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app.
No, not that. I'm talking about the interview. I'm on his app now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Hold on. Let me look real quick. Oh, you're on the app. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Because his last one was 7 days ago. Or was he on someone else's show?
He was on somebody else's show. Wow. Now I'm searching his name and nothing's coming up. Hold on. I gotta find it. Let me see.
Yeah, if you don't have the app, I mean, it's like the app I use more than anything else. I've met people off the app, and I mean, there's tons of stuff on there to do.
I use it for when I remember a video and I need to search for it. I just go straight into his app.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see.
We could actually be doing this entire stream right now from the app.
Really?
Yeah, you can go on there and you can talk to people from all around the world and just do. Well, you'd have to figure out how to actually live stream it from the app. Yeah, but he has. It was about, I don't know, 8 months ago or so, where he added the feature where you can just. You have to be like one of the premium subscribers where you pay like the $11 a month or something, which is like
Okay.
nothing. But yeah, when you have that, yeah, you can just do like live chats with people for just randomly. That's when you can do the trivia and all the different games and stuff, and the friend finder, and yeah, I mean that's how I met some people around here. Was from the friend finder, and we've been hanging out
Okay.
and doing tests and just going bowling, and we're gonna go all shoot pool here again pretty soon.
Okay.
I'd rather hang out with some of those people than like,
Yeah, I found it. I just posted in
There we go.
live stream voice text. Yeah, there you go. I found. Oh, so what I did, I searched for Andrew Tate interview, whatever, and then I found a channel, and then I, I scrolled down to find the video because if I search David Weiss' name, nothing will comes up. Well, a few of them came up, but the bunk picture of videos of flat Earth. We already know that, so yeah.
Beautiful. I'll watch that one tonight.
Yeah. To me, like I think he did a really good job on that. You know what I mean?
He's
You know,
getting
we
better.
might.
He asks the 3 questions now, which is good.
Yeah. And that guy has like he got a lot of followers. It's a big platform. And coming from a person like that wants to know, that curious. Just about flat Earth. You know what I mean? It's a win-win for us. And
Yeah,
these guys.
you know how many interviews Dave did last year?
How many?
Well, I was asking him
Over
like in a
200 or something?
Well, in a private chat, because I was trying to write him all the questions for the trivia for the app. So I was like, Dave, how many interviews did he? He said, "Oh, well over 1,000." That was in 2022.
What?
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, this year
Wow.
he's probably up to 500 already.
Oh wow! So that means he do like two or three interviews a day.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And some of them are just for like radio shows and or
Yeah.
small podcasts where he's on there for like 20 or 30 minutes. Sometimes he's on there for 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get the app soon. Maybe next month. I'm gonna check
It's
it out.
$3.
Yeah. I'm gonna get it.
mean, I'll fucking
No,
gift it
because
to you if you want.
the reason why I didn't, because I read the review, like the app is not working. You click on it, it closed, and you try to open it and it crash over and over again. So I'm like, okay, maybe let them fix it first. I'm gonna get it a little later. You know what I mean? But
It's
I'm
fixed,
still
man.
gonna get it.
Yeah, it's fixed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna get it
And they
soon.
got all the full-length documentaries on there as well. I think people have got their differing opinions about registering to it and stuff like that, but I don't care, man. It's got all the good videos on it. Anything you need is on there.
Yeah, and when you get it, make sure you get the right one because there's another imitator. I don't know the name of it, but it has like the same icon. And I think it has like the same name, but it's not by the same producer, like the app developer. So you have to get the one that's from Blue Water Bay. That's the one that Dave.
I got you.
Blue
I
Water
got you.
Bay.
Well, last time I go to the DERF YouTube channel, and then I click in the link. I just to make sure I get the right one. Yeah, but the last time I checked, there's a bunch of them. So.
Oh yeah, and don't forget too, you can actually go to Dave's website, which is stoplookthink.com.
Okay.
If you've never been there, I found
no.
that website.
Post the link on the chat if you like, please.
Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, stoplookthink.com. He has flat Earth stuff going all the way back, for a while, and it's not just flat Earth stuff. It's lots of other stuff. And I didn't know who Dave even was, but I was watching Globebusters one day, and they were having one of those PowerPoint slideshows just going by, just showing like memes and stuff. And then I saw like a really cool meme. It said like stoplookthink.com. And I was like, huh, what's that? So I checked it out. And I was like, oh, damn, this guy's into like distilled water and cannabis and flat earth and, like every other thing. I was like, damn, this dude's fucking awesome. And then I found his podcast and I was like, oh shit, this guy's really fucking awesome. And then a few years later, I was actually able to talk to him. And I'll tell you this. The way that Dave is when he's like in private is the exact same way he is when he's in public.
Listen, he got great personality for these type of like content. Like he got great personality. I mean, there's gonna be a bunch of globe heads out there that dislike him or hate him or whatever, but he got this great personality. And the first time I heard him, I don't know, I stumbled across him or whatever, and I heard him. I was like, oh, okay, I like him. It's just the way he present things. Well, I was already a flat earther, but I like the way he approached things. Not all the flat earthers gonna agree with him, but but it's just the way he approached things. Like it make people curious. Like, oh, okay, maybe I should look into this because this guy, speculate about these type of topic. So it makes me want to look into it. So I mean that's the way I see it. I'm pretty sure not everybody gonna agree with me, but yeah.
Yeah, I think he needs to... Sorry, Timber.
No, you're right. I think he needs to brush up on some of his arguments and stop speculating and maybe stop making claims. I think that would serve him a lot better.
Focusing on what's provable is the most important thing.
Exactly, Ether. Because he's good. He's a great talker. He just says things and you go, oh, why the fuck did you say that?
Timbo, you're funny.
But I can't say anything bad about him because, he's put himself out there for newbies to latch onto. And, I can do nothing but praise him.
That's good.
Yeah, and he's like one of the guys too. I'm not going to get into the last 3-year situation, but he was also a huge advocate against that whole situation. I'm not sure how every people in different parts of the U.S. or Australia and the U.K. or whatever had to deal with that kind of thing, but I was on his side with like Dave. Like, I will not get a jibby jab. I will not put that thing over my face. And I actually took some time off work because they were like, "Oh, you gotta put that thing over your face." I was like, I'm taking a leave of absence and using all my vacation."
Different subject. We can't talk about that right here.
Well, I'm trying to be
understand
subtle.
what you're saying, though.
Yeah.
But it's best if we just don't.
Yeah, right.
There's a flat earth.
If you want to talk about that, we can hop into like chill chat or something like that and have a little discussion of it. But just we can't do that here.
So I'm always curious about this flat earther. He goes by Russian Vids. I always trying to find him. Have anybody came across him?
You want his email?
He's got. I got his email too. He's on BitChute, I think. Sometimes.
This guy just slide in the side there, sneaky professor dude, just coming in the back door, just
slide,
just sliding on in.
What's up, Professor?
What's going on, man? A little late tonight, but better late than never, as I say.
Yes, sir.
We got any newbies? Nobody. Huh? Check. What the hell,
we
man?
had a few earlier.
I thought all these guys doing this work on TikTok was to drive people over here, man. What's going on?
You missed it. A whole bunch of high schoolers showed up earlier.
Did I?
Just like 17 years old, 16 years old.
I'm glad.
I'm kind of new, but I'm definitely not 17.
Mm-hmm. No, you're not new. I mean, you're new to the chat. I mean, the server, but you're not new to.
About literal, actual noobs. Like,
oh yeah, I'm 8 years in already, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some
Hey, Ether, that new color looks good on you, mate.
Thanks, man. Yeah, that surprised me. Like, I woke up and I got a ping and I hadn't even noticed. I scrolled down and there's a new channel. And I'm like, oh, snap.
Oh, what's this? More secrets.
Okay. Click gold and then realized that I'd gotten upgraded about that time. I'm like waking up. And then I keep on getting a constant stream of congratulations for the upgrade. I have to think of different ways to thank you for congratulating me.
Well, congratulations on the gold, man, I guess. Did you just get gold, or you just changed your color?
Just recently. No, they upgraded to the gold.
Wow. Far out, man. Far out. Cool. What else is going on, man?
Now I can let people in the door.
That's pretty cool.
Any NASA news?
Not right now. Shout out to YouTubers. Connor's Gazillion Light Years. Adam's out there.
If you ever want some funny NASA news, there's 2 websites I recommend going to, and I'm not talking about like nasa.gov.
Yeah.
You can go to APOD, which is APOD.com, which will redirect you to a NASA website, and it stands for Astronomy Picture of the Day. Some people that are actually like astrophotographers taking pictures from the ground and stuff, those are pretty cool, but the rest of it is just fucking hilarious. And then just go to space.com.
Dude, I like once a month I come in and I just go through what happened this week with NASA, and it's just I start reading and posting links, and it gets really funny really fast. The ridiculousness of, they found a black hole inside of a black hole inside of a quasar. I'm like, what the?
Remember they did the Cosmic Phantom Organa?
Yeah, there you go.
You were reading that one. That was trippy.
It gets crazy fast, man.
So something I just heard Jaron talking about. So as far as I was ever aware, the nearest galaxy, allegedly, to the Milky Way is M31 Andromeda, which is like 2.1 billion light years away or something, or 2.1 million light years away.
Wow.
And apparently there's a new galaxy that's even closer to us. It's like only like 1,000 light years away.
Oh, just even closer.
Yeah, but it's like really small. There was an actual like NASA article about it. It's like
1,000. Did you say 1,000 light years instead of?
Yeah, it's something. It's like really fucking close. Apparently,
it's really fucking close, man. 1,000.
Yeah.
Shit. Let's roll out. Let's roll out some rockets and get going here, man.
We'll be there in like a couple 100,000 years.
Yeah.
It's like, it goes back to that old saying, like, you throw enough shit at the wall and just kind of see what sticks. That's all they're doing.
Dude, I think I've been doing this NASA news thing for years, and I'm pretty sure, man, that like half of these articles, over half, are just AI shit, man. I mean, you look at the images, you look at everything,
I agree.
Look at the way it's written. It's like that's AI.
Since you said that, I'm on board with it.
And I think, that also goes for the rest of the news we get out there, man. I mean, there's so much shit out there that's just like, oh, Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian blew away the world today wearing a thong, and I was like,
oh, geez.
Really?
That's what that stuff is there for. It's just like porn. It's just a huge distraction for people. It's bread and circus.
There's just hundreds and hundreds of articles like that. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, so whatever. Beyonce.
You guys want to have a little thought experiment with ChatGPT? I've got it open right now.
Sure, man. Let's have some fun with some ChatGPT.
I'm only going to do one for now.
We
can just kind of do like a Mad Libs thing in a sense. So I'm gonna start it off. So I'm gonna say, write a news article about and then like try and make it like space or NASA related, and then you can just kind of anyone can fill in like the blank and like take turns or whatever. Write a news article about
black holes.
Black holes
inside of quasars.
Inside of quasars. Anyone else want to add something to it?
No, let's just start with that.
Let's start with just the simple basics.
Just that one? All right, here we go.
We can add to that.
Oh, here it comes. It's instantaneous.
It's instant.
Oh, fuck yeah, it is. Headline: Black holes inside quasar unveiled, shedding light onto the universe's most enigmatic phenomena. Date: July 19th, 2023. Fucking, it's writing way too much. I'm not going to read the entire thing.
An entire article.
Oh yeah, I mean it was like an entire news article. Hell yeah. Scientists have made a groundbreaking discovery that is set to revolutionize our understanding of the cosmos. A team of astrophysicists from leading. I have a hard time reading this straight just because it's fucking so stupid.
Don't read it straight, man. That's no fun. Fuck it up. Fuck it up any way you want. I love it. That's hilarious.
Okay. A team of astrophysicists from leading research institutions worldwide has unveiled remarkable findings about black holes nestled deep within quasars, shedding new light on these enigmatic cosmic phenomena. Their study, published by the prestigious Astrophysical Journal, has unlocked valuable insights into the behavior of the dynamics of these powerful cosmic entities. Quasars, for, quote unquote, quasi-stellar objects, are some of the most luminous and distant objects in the known universe. Oh my god, I'm not even sure if I should read the entire thing.
Can it produce a picture for you too?
No, I don't think it does pictures. I don't even think it will like produce a link or anything. It just writes the.
You can take the whole text into Midjourney and here you post the whole paragraph. Let me put it in Midjourney right now. Let me see what I can get out of it.
This is a fun.
I'll just copy that. Go and you're talking about in Discord, Midjourney.
Yeah. In
just post it in Discord, man. That'd be funny.
Yeah.
But not in the live stream voice text, right? You're talking about somewhere else.
Put it right in the live stream, man.
All right.
So I've been doing the Midjourney stuff, but I tried to create a flat Earth map.
It's telling me it's too long.
As flat Earth.
Oh shit!
I may have to cut off like the last paragraph or something.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's see if that works.
That's fucking hilarious. Too long.
Still too fucking long. I mean, you can just open it yourself and type in the same thing. And what's funny is if you do it, I've done this test with other people. We type in the exact same thing, and it'll give us different stuff.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Still too fucking long? What the hell?
Yeah, we were doing music songs about flat Earth.
Wants me to update my fucking. Oh my god! I can only do like 2 paragraphs at a time or something. It looks like.
Wow, you don't have I don't think you have Prib.
Well, it's telling me it's too long. I have to upgrade to Nitro.
Just post the question, because I got the Chat GPT too, so I could just copy and paste.
Write a news story about black holes inside of quasars.
Yeah, there you go.
You see.
Write a news article about it. Let's see what you come up with. Probably come up with something totally different. Oh man, I had a weird day. I don't know. It's just kind of weird. It was hot. It wasn't too hot, but it was warm.
Where are you at?
Southern Cal.
Oh, that's right, down in LA, right?
It looked like they were spraying the skies pretty good today.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was kind of an off day, but I just ended up driving around, going to like 10 different places. That's not normal. Anyway, yeah, we were messing around one night. Maybe not in here, but we had the Chat GPT. We were trying to write some flat Earth songs like Jeranism and Bob No Doubt. I don't know. We were coming up with some crazy shit, man. I wasn't doing the typing, but the shit that was coming back was so funny, man.
Yeah, you can ask it almost anything as long as it's not like illegal or something like that.
Right.
And most of the time it's like instantaneous. It's like faster than like anything the internet can give you.
Flat Earth Dude was in it. Jaron there's a bunch of other old flat earthers and shit. It was hilarious, man. That was the first time I actually saw ChatGPT live, like somebody just typing in shit. And here's what it came back with, and I was like, "Fuck off! That's wicked, man." It is pretty eye opening, man. If they're showing us this shit now, they've had this shit for fucking at least 20 years. Andrew, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
This dude, I saw like fucking Discord and Google Hangouts and Google fucking Zoom and everything else back in 1995. The government had it. You know, we got it in 2011 or 2012. We're in there. Yeah.
Well, my theory, and I can prove this a tiny little bit, is that any time that the public has certain types of information and technology, it's already been around, like in the military, for 10 to 20 years.
Yeah, I think at least 20. You know, I mean, doing live streams and video conferencing and shit, they had it in the mid 90s. And we didn't really get to it till fucking really. I mean, a lot of people didn't jump on it until the lockdowns, and then everybody had to zoom in and to go to school and zoom in to go to work and zoom in to take a shit. Yeah, I mean, it was crazy.
Yep.
Everybody was jumping on video conferencing like overnight. I'm like, shit, we've been doing this shit for years out here, man. Where you guys been?
Yeah, I was loving it at first because they were like, "Oh yeah, you can't go to work for a month." And I was like, "Why not?" They're like, "Oh, because blah blah blah."
Because of the thingy thing, yeah.
Yeah, because of the thingy thing, right? And I was like, "Fuck yeah!" Like, all right. But then like, "Oh no, you still have to go to work, but you have to learn how to use this brand new program and teach online." I was like, "Oh fuck."
You got to download this and download and log in and create an account and pay money. A lot of that Zoom shit wasn't like Google Hangouts. It was free, bitches, and it worked fucking fabulous, man. What a platform that was. And we had that since like 2016. It was just great, man. But they got rid of that. It's too good. You got to pay for Zoom, and now you got to pay for Google Meet if you want to use it for more than an hour.
Well, a lot of the schools had to move to something called Canvas,
right?
Which, it's just a service. I mean, a lot of universities and stuff are using it now too, including my college, which is not a university, but it's still a college. But yeah, it's just you can customize it any way you want. But it was like, oh yeah, you got to take like 12 hours of training to learn how to use this shit.
Like what?
Fuck this. Oh yeah, it's at least I'm still trying to learn it.
Oh, is it that bad? Damn.
Well, I mean, there's so much interface to it to the point where, I mean, it's very. I mean, you can use it for a lot of different stuff. So,
I mean, it took me a while to really get the hang of Discord. I mean, I still don't even have the hang of it. It can do way more shit than I'm willing to put in. You know, it can program shit to come up every 5 minutes if you want, right? Yeah, it's wicked in here. It can do some shit. It's absolutely amazing. But yeah, I still don't know it all. But yeah, it took a minute, man. The Discord was a bit challenge for me first.
Yeah, I mean, Discord's pretty cool. It's mostly used for like gaming and stuff. From what I because I never even used Discord before until my buddies were like, "Hey, why don't you come play this game with us and join into Discord?" I was like, "What the fuck is that?" So I checked it out, and then, all right, I'm here. Seems cool, but
yeah, it's all right, man. I mean, I would prefer Hangouts and we can screen share and all that, but that just with the censorship, man, it's impossible to do that now. But we could back in 2016, man, we could fucking watch movies and shit. Hey, you guys want to watch Star Wars? Okay, I'll queue it up, man. I'll be back in a couple hours. And,
I got it, guys.
What's that? You got it? Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
there's our picture. Oh my goodness!
Wait, that was from ChatGPT?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but I cut it short because it's too long. So
That is so
basically, this is what I
bitchin',
type,
dude.
right?
See how
Let me
bitchin'
see
easy
here.
that was? That's so fucking hot.
So
A black hole and a quasar.
It's a black hole
yep.
inside the
Oh,
quasar, man. Fuck off.
what the hell did I type? So I type, yeah, black hole inside galaxy
Which one do
quasar
you guys like better,
cinematic.
man? The ones with the clouds, or the one with just like the top one, or the bottom? Which one do you? I mean, let me look at both of them for a minute, man.
I like the
Hold
second
on.
one.
The second one matches more of what they kind of say, like there's this flat line of stars, like the universe is flat, kind of. I see that little, and I do like it has a lot to do with like those time lapse pictures that we take around Polaris. You get those
Yep.
little streaky lines. I like that. The one above it, man, artistically, man, I love the colors in it, man. Those are fast
Yeah,
colors.
because when you do it, you gotta get the color correct too.
Yeah.
So basically, I type,
Now the
black
third one,
hole
man,
inside galaxy.
the third one
Yeah.
looks a little too symmetrical, like a gear or something. Or alcohol.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. That's a little awkward,
It's a little
but
too symmetrical.
but then again,
I mean,
it's real because it looks absolutely fucking fake as shit.
dude, when I heard that the first time, I was like, "No, he didn't say that shit." I mean, even the Globers are like,
Yes, he did.
"No,
Yes, he did.
no, he didn't." I didn't believe it at first. I'm like, "No fucking way." My buddy Jimmy, rest in peace, man. He's like, "Dude, no. He said this shit," and I'm like, "Get." And we were laughing so fucking hard. We're still laughing about it.
I swear, if I ever meet Elon Musk, I would risk going to jail for 6 months to a
Nah.
year, just to
Nah,
kick him in the
don't do that.
balls as fucking hard as I
Don't
could.
do that, man. Just go, "Hey, man. You know why?
Nah,
You
leave
know
him
why
alone.
it looks? You know why it's real? Is because it looks so fake, just like your fucking pickup truck, dude. What the hell
What
is
did
that?
he hit it with a sledgehammer and it just broke the window?
Did you guys see the new rollout of the
Oh,
new
the pickup truck, the
the
Cybertruck.
pickup? I mean, the truck. It doesn't look like a truck. I don't know.
Well, it calls Cybertruck, right? But yeah, I see
Cybertruck.
that.
I
I
don't
see
know
it.
what
It looks
the
great. It's
hell.
not bad. It's not bad, but it just
Dude,
that
that is the most disgusting looking square car I've ever seen in my life, man. I think I'd rather drive a fucking Pinto or a fucking Gremlin or some shit. The Gremlins were bad, man, but this thing looks like a fucking gremlin that fucking had children. It's so bad to my eye. Now, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, man, but they just rolled this Tesla. There it is. Thank you, Donano. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's weird, man. It's just really weird. It's got 500-mile range. Yeah, put a fucking. Let me see you fucking put tow a boat for 500 miles on with that bitch. All right, let me see that. When you can tow a boat, there it is. There's the picture of it. Really?
Yep.
Yeah. Tow a boat with that shit. Let's see how. Or grab a fucking 30-foot trailer, man. Pop that bad boy on the back of that thing. Anyway, in the
You
promo
see, these
picture,
things are designed for Mars gravity.
I think you're right. Well, that one picture looks like it is Mars. How interesting. No, what the hell is that, dude? That is a fucking all-seeing eye pyramid, fucking without a doubt. They put your head in the top of the pyramid, man. Fucking bastards. You see that? You guys don't see it.
Well,
You are the all-seeing eye. It puts you right in the center.
Yeah,
of
I
the
heard they actually sold out of
pyramid.
those pre-sale, the
Well,
day
of
they
course
were
they did.
released.
Yeah, of course. When all you got to do is print money out of computer chips, fuck, digits. Yeah, they sell out of that shit right away, man.
Yeah, Elon fucked the whole cryptocurrency stuff for a while too, because he bought $600 million worth of Bitcoin.
It was Bitcoin, and
yeah,
then he was taking Bitcoin for cars.
Yeah, and then they stopped.
And they stopped that.
But he sold all his Bitcoin 3 weeks later because it caused the price to jack up by 40%. and he made like $800 million from it. I don't know, some ridiculous amount.
Yeah. And that's just digits on a screen, man. And, you know, all of us would love to have a fucking helicopter and a yacht and a private plane in my own island with, you know, cooks and servants and cleaners and people that like, you know, clean
Nah,
my
man, I'd rather
toilets.
cook myself.
Or
I know people that work at the
I'd rather
Tesla
cook
factory
myself,
down the
bro.
road from here, like the huge one.
Yeah.
And they say he's barely ever in there, but when he is, he's just like walking around like he's confused where he is, sort of like Joe Biden.
That's exactly what I would expect, man, because he's got handlers and he's on drugs and he's just a guy walking around going, yeah, looks good, man. Yeah, he looks like a kind of robotish fucking I'm on drugs or something, man. The guy's not clairvoyant.
Yeah, you guys got to look it up. It's the Tesla factory, Fremont, California. It is, I think, at one point it was considered the largest square foot building in the country.
Mm.
But I think there might be like the Boeing factory up in Washington State. I think might be
Hey,
bigger now.
I got to call out Aethergrass on your drop there, man.
What's up?
Where the fuck does a 350,000 foot fucking picture come from? Who took that?
Apparently, this is from the X-15.
X-15. Okay.
350,000.
Dude, I mean, I'm a Dwayne Killiam freak, man. I watched all of his balloon launches, night, day, everything.
For context.
If any flat earther ever comes in here and says, man, you can't see stars from 100,000 feet, I have a video for you, and you'll just get shut down.
Show it. I want to see, bro. I want to see.
You want to see that? I
Please.
swear,
Yeah.
here it
Just
is.
post on-
It's coming up.
post
It's
in the
coming up.
chat.
Give me just a second, man. Let me open a new tab.
And by the way, 350,000 feet, you know, it's probably up plus or minus a little bit here and there.
Okay, it was the X.
It's 66 miles. 66.2 miles.
Shut up. No. That's not right. You're being funny.
No, 350,000 divided by 5,280 is 66.22878 and then repeated.
Yeah. Damn, there you go. See, we're getting hosed here, man. Just got to call it out. I see stars at night. Here you go. Here you go. Hey, dude, this balloon has not only the fucking airspeed, it's got temperatures, it's got altitudes, it's got everything, man. Stars at night at 100,000 feet, guaranteed. All right, they're there, man. I was 38,000 feet, man, up flying back from Hawaii, man. I stuck my fucking face up into the window, and I'm looking up, and I'm like, oh yeah, I see stars. You know, I probably for at least an hour, man. I had my one eye closed and shit.
It looks beautiful, bro.
I mean, it's hard to see them because of that stupid fucking window in the plane, but I had to kind of like find the right place where, you know, I could just see them. Yeah, I started seeing all kinds of them. But yeah, high altitude balloons I've definitely seen stars too as well, man. So just can't verify that anybody can say, hey, man, you don't see stars, you know. And why is there no stars in space? But there's stars at high altitude for sure, guaranteed.
Hey,
I got
a question. Every time, right? Like lately, this is what been happening to me lately. When I click on like this long video or whatever, I mean, I click on like long interview, like 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever, right? It plays perfectly, right? But every time I click on these video, like footage like this, you know, about the star, and stuff like that, it skipped, bro. Like it just got stuck, you know. Sometimes it's skippy or it just stuck, and I refresh it and it still does the same shit. Like lately, like I don't know I don't want to turn into a conspiracy theorist, you know, but that's what been happening to me. Because I did check out the Wayne Kellum. I checked out a lot of his video, like his channel. A lot of videos that I play, it just freeze. I don't know why.
That's
and
fucked
even
up, man. Dude,
but see, check this out, right? So
you're being,
of course, you know,
you're being censored. I get it. Are you a Mac?
know.
Are you a Mac or PC guy, man? Where you
No,
at?
I'm a PC guy, but listen, I clear cache and you know what I mean. I clear all the browser, all the cookies and all the stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that. You know what I mean? I use my
hmm
stuff, but when I watch different videos and stuff, it plays so smooth and like what you call it, the modern debate. I watch Vincent
Yeah.
Gadget whatever that shit was like almost like what 4 hours, right? Man, there's
Yep.
no skip, bro. It just played through. You know, but lately, since you know, every time I watch like videos about stars or whatever, um,
I'm gonna
and it
say
just
that I'm gonna say the AI is on to you. They're on to me, man. They've been on to me for a long time, but yeah, they won't let me see certain shit sometimes. I'm like, damn, motherfuckers, and I gotta go kind of figure it out backdoor on a phone or iPad or something. But it's all right, man. Hey, censor us all you want, man. Um, there's an old saying, man, that you can't outrun your lies. Have you ever heard that term? You can't outrun lies or your lies. You can't outrun them, man. Everybody's tried to outrun their lies, and everybody's failed.
Well, yeah, because lies have to create more lies.
That's right. That's what I mean by outrunning. You're gonna be fucked if you try to outrun them, man. And they have to do it. They don't have a choice because they're sucked in. They bought in. They're all 100%. And as soon as they tell one lie, they got to back it up with a bunch more. And we see that shit with these Globers coming up in here all the time, man, with their cuck shit, man. And they try to back it up with another shit show or another quasar black hole or whatever. It's like, well, that explains the gravity of the quasar black hole, guaranteed.
Yeah,
What,
I learned that
what?
mistake really quickly when I was kind of young. It's like the first time I smoked pot and I came home too late. My dad's like, "Where the fuck were you? And why do you smell like that?" I'm like, yeah. I was like,
Yeah, you're
I was like,
fucked.
"Uh-oh."
You're toast. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I love that term, man. You can't outrun the lies, man. And then it's
That's
fun to
why with the heliocentric model, they comes up with theories after theories
Mhm.
after theories to support the fallen theories. Like they
Oh
just
man.
you know,
Yeah. I
if
mean,
one failed, they come up with another one. You know what I mean? So
there's
like I
libraries
understand that
full
now.
of their cover-up story, man. Libraries full of their well, you know, if it wasn't for the quasar black hole, then but but I love that in the last since I've been a flat earther, which is like 8 years,
Mhm.
they've already changed the distance to Polaris since when I first started, man. Yeah, so
And some guy said what his
I'm
name
like,
that
what?
that guy
They
that
changed I mean, I remember that day, man. I'm like, what? It's only no, it used to be like 460 light years. Now it's 432 or something.
Yeah, and
I'm
don't
like,
forget that Polaris
wait a
was
minute, man.
able
What
to be
happened to those?
seen through the Georgia Guidestones, and they fucking tore that shit down real quick.
I love that as a somebody who's been in this a minute. The Georgia Guidestones are an absolute phenomenon as far as like, okay, we put this up, and this is what we're gonna do, and we're gonna put it in a bunch of languages, and y'all get it, and if you don't, then you just fucking Mongos. And
Well,
they,
yeah, the interesting thing about them
and
too
then
is
they
that
blew it up. But yeah, there was that one hole in there that pointed to Polaris, and it's been like 40 years since that thing's been up. So it should have been close
40
to
years?
out of alignment, right? Because they say it moves 1 degree every 79 years or 69, 69, 69, right?
I have no idea
Something
It
about
doesn't
it,
move.
but a lot of
That's
people
what.
didn't even know what it was for a long time because it was built in like 83 or 84,
Yeah, it was built
allegedly,
like 40
and no
years
one
ago.
really knows who even was that built
Well,
it.
there was
Yeah.
a guy. I saw a documentary where a guy went out and talked to some people that helped put it together, and it ended
Well,
up being
okay, so there's going to obviously be
like
a
a group. It
construction
was
crew,
like
but
there was groups of guys. No, this guy was part of the financier crew, man.
Oh, hold on, guys. I'm sorry to cut you guys off.
These
We
are
got
older
Leo.
guys. Anyway, it's been a while since I seen that little mini documentary, I'll call it. Pretty good. Anyway, yeah, that's a whole trip, man. The Georgia Guidestones, man. But people make wishes. I wish I would win the new lottery. They got a new lottery that's worth $1 billion or something.
Yeah. Now,
Hey,
I used to go
I'm
and
sorry
buy
to cut you
lottery
guys
tickets
off.
and all that kind of stuff, but then I heard, I mean, I don't watch TV anymore, but I did watch Family Guy one time, and they were talking about, what's his name, the dog? What's his fucking name? Brian or something? And which is just Seth MacFarlane, who does the voice for that. And, Seth MacFarlane's a pretty smart guy, pretty funny, but he said,
He
yeah,
came-
the lottery
he
is
came
just
out
a
of,
tax for stupid people.
Hey, guys.
Seth
Hold on
came
one
out
second.
of. Go ahead.
Hold on
Go
one
ahead,
second.
Beats. Go ahead, Beats.
No, we got that guy Ali. He came back, a couple of weeks ago. He came in here and yeah, Ali, speak up, man. Speak up.
Lee or Ali?
Ali.
Ali. Hey, welcome, Ali. We're here 24/7 talking about Earth. Do you like to talk about Earth, or you don't care?
No, he came in
You should be
2
able
weeks
to
ago,
unmute.
and yeah, he was not being honest at all. He was actually, it
right.
was messing with us. But
We'll-
speak up,
we'll
Ali.
go ahead and move along.
What are you afraid of, bro?
This
Just
that's
speak
all
up.
in the past. We're here and now. What's up, man?
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Grass? What's up, baby? Hey,
Same stuff, different day, bro.
you ever seen that? There was a library in like Cleveland, Ohio, man, or Cincinnati, one of those. It was like 4 stories. It's fucking ancient looking, fucking Tartaria looking fucking place. Beautiful library, man. Saw some pictures of it. I was like, holy shit, man, what a cool. It almost looked like this, man, with 3 stories of this kind of shit. We're looking at that library picture. And it's like, oh, they just tore it down. I was like, what? No. You just, yep. They just got rid of that whole thing. I was like, are you kidding me? I mean,
Yeah, I think that actually happens more throughout history than we're aware of, because like right after I left Iraq, when I was in the military, I heard that they were there was like all these different like insurgent forces that were going in there, and they were just destroying like all of these ancient monuments that had been there allegedly
right. Yeah,
for
yeah.
like a long time.
Yeah.
Like trying to like erase parts of history. So
I've seen some documentaries over the years that would go into like, yeah, that's what happened. A lot of shit got destroyed during the Iraq war, man. It was, a lot of really cool shit got fucked up. And that's too bad.
the fucked up thing too that we were told, like when I was there, I had to get put on like certain security, like details.
Yeah.
And when we were sent out there, we just, we had like gun turrets set up and Humvees and assault rifles, blah blah blah, whatever. And
Macho, baby. It was
guess what we were protecting?
Yeah.
Oil platforms. Or
Yeah.
oil rigs.
Oil rigs, man. Shit, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't like an ancient monument or anything. It was like, oh,
oil rig.
yeah, it's an oil rig. You know how much gasoline cost us out there? So I was issued a Humvee, like an armored Humvee, and
like 8 miles to the gallon.
Yeah, well, if we were lucky.
If you're on a good day, right?
Yeah, it had like a 60-gallon tank on it or something. So either way, it was 7 cents a gallon.
Fuck off.
I mean, I had to show up to the fueling station one day.
7 cents a gallon.
Well, yeah, I just had to show my ID. I didn't have to pay for anything.
I get it, man. It wasn't coming out of your pocket. You're just
but I had
driving.
to show my government ID. They wrote down my name, and then I had to sign for it. But then I saw the cost of it, and I was like, no fucking way. 7 cents a gallon? Whoa, that's fucked.
That's weird, man. That's super weird, bro. All right. Ollie said, why? I'm at work. Okay. All right, well, then come back, man. You can listen to this shit on YouTube, man. You don't have to listen to it on here, man. But if you want to type in the chat, I get it. I do both. I'll listen on YouTube, or sometimes I'll listen in here because I can chime in the chat, because some Glober came in here with with gravity. Guaranteed that Cavendish fucking figured it out, man. And I
There's
was like,
someone
wait
called
a
Bino. Someone called Bino in the chat. They've got a.
No, he's a fucking OG, man, isn't he?
Oh, okay.
How's it going, fellow flat earthers?
What's up, Bino?
Alpha Cat, good evening.
How are you doing?
Good. We're doing good, man. We're just.
I remember you. You're the Muslim lady, aren't you?
Yes, yes. How are you doing?
Good
Welcome
memory, Timbo. Good memory.
Good memory. Yeah, yeah. Great memory.
Yeah, Timbo's he's on it. You know why he's on it? Because he's in Australia and all the blood rushes to his head. That's why he's on it. He has
So
more.
Alpha Cat, you're Muslim. Like, are you like living over in the Middle East Muslim, or are you just over here in the U.S. or what's up?
I'm in the U.S. Yes.
Okay.
Are you? Wait. First, I want to ask, what's the difference, in your opinion, of somebody living over in the Middle East Muslim or somebody living in the U.S.
Well,
Muslim?
I was just talking about when I was deployed in Iraq during the war, so I was just.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
We were
you.
talking about Middle Eastern conflicts and libraries being destroyed. That's kind of where we started.
Because yes, there is a difference between Muslims over here versus over there. It's a little different.
Yeah, Muslims are different everywhere. Honestly,
you know
one
what?
thing that I've been doing lately is kind of just connecting with Muslims everywhere, and every now and then I end up meeting a Muslim who is a flat earther, and we've just been growing. Like I met this one guy who's from Australia. He's a flat earther, and then he introduced me to another person, two other people, and then I met more Muslims in another server, and so we're kind of just creating this group. And one thing that I've realized is a majority of the Muslims who believe in the globe Earth, they don't believe it because they read the scripture or that's what they see in the religion.
Right.
They believe it because they actually believe NASA and believe what they say, and then they think, well, oh, NASA must be right, so let's see if we can find some place in the Quran that says anything remotely close and try to shoehorn it.
I like your assessment is 100% true, and it's the same in pretty much on all spectrums, I think. But yeah, there's Christians that believe in the globe, Christians that believe in flat Earth. There's Muslims that believe in the globe. There's Muslims that believe in flat Earth because we all went through the same fucking school system bullshit, man.
Yeah, we fell for it. We all
We're
fell
all
for
like,
it.
okay, we live on the globe. Okay, I'm good. I like that. That's cute. That's pretty cute.
Yeah, we're a
Can I
bunch
touch
of
the globe?
monkeys.
Can I spin the globe? I want to spin the globe. I want to. No, you don't get to spin the globe. Come on, Andrew. You don't get to spin it today.
So
God.
as a Muslim,
Yeah.
Alpha Cat, are you like a practicing like Muslim, like as in like you read the Quran like on a regular
Yes.
basis?
Oh, yes.
Okay, cool. So I got a question for you.
Sure.
So I've talked to a lot of Christians about this, and you know, in the Bible they say there's a lot of different flat Earth proofs and stuff, but I haven't read enough of the Bible to make a definitive statement, and I've only read like small portions of the Quran. So, how many sections in the Quran are you aware of that actually speak about the shape of the Earth?
Oh, there's a lot. It's like sprinkled throughout the entire Quran. Basically, one thing that I've noticed is me and my flat Earth friends, we've been collecting verses and going through every single one of them. So every single time God talks about the creation of the universe, for example, he only mentions the heavens and the earth, the sun and the moon.
Yeah.
Never any mention about any planets, okay, or galaxies, none of that, okay? There's another verse where he mentions that heaven, paradise or the heavens that are above us was created the same width of the earth. So also there's no such thing as magical space either.
Yep. Agreed.
And
100%.
there's a
I mean,
firmament.
it's just. I mean, there is mention in the Bible that there's like what they call it, the wandering stars or something.
Yeah,
was
like
used for.
planets,
So
whatever we see in
you
the
don't have any
sky.
wandering stars in the Quran. Is that what you're saying?
Wandering stars?
Yeah.
So we have mentions of stars. So what God says about the stars is that the nearest heaven, which is our sky, right,
Mm-hmm.
is He adorned it with lamps. Okay, so it's just stars that emit light. So they're also translucent. When they show when you look at a planet through a telescope, it doesn't look like Saturn. It just looks like
It's a blob. It's a blurry blob of light.
light,
Yeah. A
right?
blurry
Yeah,
blob of
it's a
light, man.
lamp.
I call it.
So some
Yep.
are larger than others, and they're just
Yep.
different versions of lamps, right? But then there are also shooting stars, right?
Right.
And there is a mention of that in the Quran that those who try to go up to the heavens, right? Like the
Yeah.
evil jinns and the evil shaitan, they try to go up to the heavens.
Right.
That Allah basically throws the shooting stars at them to make them fall.
You know something interesting about like Islam too that I have always been
didn't know
fascinated by is the symbol of Islam. With the crescent moon with the star
Uh-huh.
inside of it.
Yeah.
That's always been
Yeah.
really fascinating to
Yeah,
me. 'Cause
that's been a contention. Like, what's up with that? That's all. It's not a.
That is an innovation. It's a new thing. It's not really. I think it started with the Ottomans. So when the Ottomans were in power, which is modern day Turkey now, they kind of made the symbol. It doesn't really originate from the beginnings of Islam. So it doesn't really hold any significance. But I will say this about the moon and the sun. The moon and the sun, they each carry their own light. Okay? So
Yep.
another way to debunk the moon landing is like, have you ever seen like the full moon at night?
Of course.
It's like really bright, right?
Yeah, it's super bright, man.
It's
Yeah, we're
extremely
talking.
bright.
It's like, yeah, it's very bright.
Like you can see the moon, and sometimes what I've seen is that if there's a street light, if you look at the street light and you also look at the moon, they look almost the same. But then it's like, wait, the moon is like definitely thousands, hundreds of thousands of miles away, but
Hundreds
the
of
street light
thousands of miles away, man. Yes.
and the light is right in front of me. So
Yep.
if you think about that for a second, if you know how light works, the further a light goes away, the dimmer it
Dimmer
becomes,
it
right?
gets. Yep.
yeah, it's
So,
the inverse
so
square
if
law.
they,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
if they landed on the moon, which is like 300 something thousand miles away, which is what NASA says, so I don't know if that's true or not.
238,000.
84.
284
Yeah,
today. Today,
today it's, yeah.
Yeah.
So if it's
Whatever.
that far away, it should it should be like, a couple million lumens higher once you land on it, right? But then when
Oh,
you
it's
look
gonna be
up
so bright.
Right, when you look up pictures of the moon landing, it looks like some gray, dingy stone color.
Yeah, we've
Yeah, it
seen
looks
that.
like a gray movie set is what it looks like, a gray movie set
Yeah.
of a
Yeah,
horror
but
movie.
meanwhile, the spacesuits were still a nice bright white.
A nice bright white, there's shadows on there. Like if you
Shadows.
see if
My
there was
favorite.
an ant like walking on a light bulb, like you should not see the shadows of its legs, and
Shout
the
out
ant would be
to
blinded, right? They would be blinded.
shout out to Bart Sobral. Shadows. Love you, brother.
Yeah.
That's a good one. I'll never forget it.
And by the way, just so everyone's aware, the inverse square law does not just work for light. So there's the inverse square law of light, of sound, of electricity. So
That's
the
right.
inverse square law, it works for different things as well.
That's right, because Edison and Tesla were competing, and Edison's like, "Hey, man, DC's bitching, man. You got to put an extra booster every, few hundred feet." But this AC thing, man, no, man, we could shoot that shit across fucking 100 miles. What?
You can also take the argument further and okay, so now that we just proved that they definitely did not land on the moon, because if they did, then we would see the brightness of the moon, right? like, or they would have been blinded, or none of those pictures that they took on the moon would be visible. It would just be like bright white light,
Yeah,
right?
it would be
So,
ridiculous.
so we know for sure they didn't go on the moon. Now, do you guys know how they measured the distance from the moon to the Earth? They said that
Well,
they shot a laser from like the
in
moon.
1962, they shot a laser before they had
Mhm.
anybody on the moon. They shot a laser in 1962 and bounced it off of the moon and said, yeah, it's 238,000. That was the
Right,
average.
right. So
This is,
if they
yeah.
didn't go to the moon, then that means they also didn't bounce the light, which means, you know, that their measurement is also wrong and it's a lie.
Well, something else to consider is that even in physics, they've proven that like lasers and different types of light can be slowed down through different types of mediums, like water and like gelatin, for example. So
I understand.
if that's the measurement they're getting, they have no idea what they're actually shooting it through. So that's just the measurement they're getting. And the nonsense bullshit that they're still giving us is they're saying that they're shooting lasers and that are bouncing off of the sun now. I'm not sure if you've heard about that. Oh no, they're literally saying that.
Oh fuck! New perspective, man. They're bouncing lasers off the sun, man. What do you think of that? New perspective. Where you at?
Yeah, I'm looking for I just was posting a video that Indio made actually just a little bit ago, I think, or maybe it's from a while back. But someone posted it. And I watched it. It's all about the not accounting for the travel of the moon during the time that it would have taken for the laser to get there and back, and they don't even account for that. I'll post for that. I'll post.
Oh,
it.
I've spoken with Ruhif about that, and he says that the beam divergence is large enough to the point where it can actually hit that, even if you're off by like a mile or something like that.
I got a beam divergence black hole inside of a quasar. Hold on. Can we do another one? Beam divergence inside of the black hole of the quasar. Yeah. Beam divergence.
Alpha Chat wasn't here when that was going on. We were doing the Chat GPT thing. Just if you scroll up in the chat a little bit and
yeah, dude, you got to scroll
I know.
up.
I was listening.
You were listening? Yeah. Oh shit,
yeah,
man, that was ridiculous, right?
Yeah, I actually went back and forth
inside of a quasar, dude. Fuck off, man. That is so good.
You know my whole west-southwest argument for airplanes on flying over flat Earth. You know, I talk about that. I've had many like hours of discussion with Sanic and these guys. Anyway, so yeah, I went back and forth with Chat GPT, and it'll correct itself. You know, I'm like, so if a plane takes off at an altitude, you know, at what is it? At a place where it's 500 miles per hour tangential velocity, and then it goes to the equator in a west-southwest direction, and therefore it would lose its original momentum, as well as have to pick up momentum by the time it gets there. And he's like, "You are correct. You know, there is no way for a plane to travel west-southwest towards the equator and pick up a 500 miles per hour tangential velocity." So
yeah, that's what Brian Mullen did in Balls Out Physics. He was talking about that, trying to like take off on an eastward, like from Los Angeles, trying to go to like and then land in Miami, where you'd have to like change your complete 90-degree angle. So your complete speed would be changing. Therefore, you'd still be landing on a spinning object. They would just rip the wheels off and just cause everyone to die in the aircraft.
Oh yeah, I always say they should make a video game. A flat earther that knows how to program should make a video game where the Earth is actually spinning, not like the flight simulators where they just use a stationary level Earth to train the pilots, right? And it's gonna be a little different once you get up in the air. It's gonna be a spinning Earth and stuff. So you might take that
like
into
VR?
account. So, yeah, right. But it would be a spinning Earth, and you'd get unlimited guys, you get unlimited lives, but you just can never land the plane. You crash every time.
Unlimited lives, baby.
Wow.
You have a tangential gradient. That's the problem. The tangential velocity is a gradient from the equator up to the poles, and you'd never be in sync. You're in a separate reference frame anyway. So as soon as you take off, even if you tried to land right back down on the same runway, you wouldn't be in sync with the Earth because, according to fluid dynamics, the atmosphere isn't in sync with the Earth anyway. So they're fucked no matter what.
Oh yeah, the other thing is like the moon apparently like orbits what like it's like 2,200 miles per hour or something. Like that's how fast the moon is orbiting the Earth. So when they
Right.
went out in their tinfoil spaceship, like how did they land on the moon? When it's
Oh
like
yeah,
landing, when it's like going so fast, and also
exactly.
the
Good
technology
point.
that they had during the time, like in this when they landed on the moon, like if you were to bring together all of their technology, all of the data, analysts or whatever, their machines were like the equivalent of just an iPhone, like the technology.
Yeah, a
It
speak and
wasn't
spell.
even an iPhone.
Not
It
even an
wasn't
iPhone. A speak
even.
and
It
spell.
It was like a
Probably less than
calculator.
was a
that, right?
calculator. It was
Yeah.
a calculator.
Yeah, so the
Yeah.
mathematics behind it was not at all advanced, and now they're like, "Oh, we lost all of it. We accidentally deleted
Oh, my
all of
bad.
the data."
It lost
Right.
18,000 reels of tape. Even if we found the tapes, I don't think we could fucking play them on anything.
Now you
No,
know how they
no.
get
We don't
away
have the
with that. They
machines.
say,
We don't have the machines to play them. We don't have
yeah,
the
they
machines.
say it was mostly analog, right? They were doing it by propulsion of basically looking out the window of the spaceship and getting their way there. Like they had the mathematics, so they didn't really need the computer system because they just had to know how to and then supposedly the lander, not the lander, but whatever, the spaceship had to orbit like 10 times around the moon while the guys were doing their little golfing trip down
Exactly.
there. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And then the rendezvous comes back perfectly, without the computer system they would need to make sure that was precision. None of it makes any sense.
Yeah, and then my biggest question was the rocket ship apparently breaks apart, and then the main thing that they landed on the moon with, the thing that was made of wires and curtain rods and tinfoil, right?
Oh, it's a tweaker shelter. And to bring
Yeah.
a little bit of a light note to this, you guys know the comedian. Unfortunately, he just passed away like a year ago or so. Norm Macdonald.
Yep.
No, I
Okay.
haven't heard from him.
Norm Macdonald. Oh, he was a brilliant comedian. Oh my
Yeah, he's
goodness.
great.
Well, he did a little moon landing kind of a joke where he was talking about how Alan Shepard and Michael Collins and Buzz Aldrin all went to the moon, and then Michael Collins had to stay on the fucking
I didn't see any
space shuttle.
stars. I never saw any stars. Michael Collins, that
Oh
guy.
no, this is the joke though, and he had to stay up there, and he was like, "All right, so they're down there," and he was like, "What the fuck are they doing? Are they playing golf down there? Like, what the fuck?"
Right.
And just looking down, like, I'm sitting up here by myself, and they're playing golf.
Right.
Hey man, you're just a soldier. Just go. You gotta go along with the.
Who's
You gotta
Michael
go along with
Shepard?
what we're doing, man. You're a soldier, man. And I loved his interview at the.
Who's Michael Shepard?
When he came back from the moon, man, he said when they asked him about stars, and Michael Collins said, "I don't remember seeing any." And I was like,
How do you not remember seeing any? How do you not remember that? Like,
Wait
if
a
I
minute.
went on the moon,
You circled the fucking moon like fucking 27 times, and you're
Yeah.
like, you didn't see any fucking stars?
No, but what's crazy is that he didn't
the
remember. He
fuck?
doesn't remember. It's like I don't remember seeing. That's like such a tell of a liar. Like, oh, I don't remember seeing that
I
or
don't
whatever.
remember.
Like if I went to the moon, if I hypothetically got the chance to actually go to the moon, I would
Exactly.
look at everything, and I would let everything sink in. That it wouldn't be a trip that I wouldn't remember.
No fucking way. You wouldn't know every detail of what you saw. Man. You'd be like,
You guys want to
oh,
hear the Norm Macdonald little skit he did? I'm not sure. I don't want to get you guys a strike, but I mean, this is not from a Norm Macdonald website or anything. It's just, I mean, I can play part of it if you just want to hear the little comedy skit he does. He does it way better than me. All right.
Yeah.
Hey man, I'm not.
Wait, I've never heard the joke before, but is this the joke about the moon landing? Is that what you're playing?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll just go ahead and drop it in the chat if people want to listen to it. Okay.
I was going to say, I imagine he would be like, when they're getting out, they're like, oh, you don't need to go down to the surface. We're going to be doing a lot of hard work down there. We're going to be, it's better if you stay up here and we go down, convincing the guy it's not going to be very fun. And
it's only like 3 minutes long or something. but
Okay.
you won't get a strike for it because someone else already like clipped it, put it on their channel, and they're still allowed to post it. So
Play it.
Yeah,
Play it.
I
Let's
don't
play it.
want, dude. I don't trust fucking YouTube at all, man. I just don't. I just don't.
well,
I don't.
I'll tell you what. I'll go ahead and post it.
Yeah, just
And
put it in the live stream, and we can click
yeah,
it and enjoy it later,
There's
maybe.
another clip of him where he mentions flat Earth. I'll try to find that.
all right. So I just dropped that there. That's the Norm Macdonald on the moon. They're talking about the moon. It's real short, and yeah, the first person I heard actually bring that up was not Norm Macdonald. It was Owen Benjamin talking about that. It's fucking hilarious. So it's because Norm Macdonald had that like kind of witty, like abstract, like not telling you exactly what's going on kind of situation. He knew the Earth was flat. He fucking knew.
I love. Yeah, he did. I love when he went on that roast. Did you see the roast? I forget who it was. Maybe Charlie Sheen or somebody. But his stick was that he did all clean jokes, and the celebrity roasts are always like the dirtiest jokes you can think of.
Oh yeah.
And he just did like all corny dad jokes the whole time with a straight face. It was hilarious. It was the funniest. It was the funniest one of anybody.
Well, I
Because
mean, don't forget what else he did. I mean, he went to the next level, like when he was starting to get famous, when he was on SNL, and he would just do like an OJ joke, like OJ Simpson joke.
Uh-huh.
Like, oh yeah, and he
Right.
pushed it to the limit to the point where they told him to stop, and he was like, "Nope,"
Yeah.
and he just kept doing it. So I mean, I don't know. Norm Macdonald, rest in peace, or not, because I hope he's not resting in peace. I hope he's still writing jokes.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? I would guess he's still alive. There was a weird thing he did, like predicting his death and stuff. So that's kind of one of those telltale signs that maybe he
Well, he had
decided to
cancer
take his
and he didn't
exit.
tell anyone about it, and he was like kind of embarrassed the fact that he knew he was
Wait.
going to die. So
Oh, okay, yeah.
yeah, that
Well,
was
when rich people die of cancer, I'm always suspicious.
well,
It's like almost a clause when you're famous and rich. Like, okay, we know you can afford the multiple different treatments that we're not telling the public about. So, if you're rich and famous, you kind
Steve
of have to
Jobs
just
also
you
had
die.
pancreatic cancer and he died.
Well, who?
Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Steve Jobs. I do not believe he died of cancer.
Really?
But I'll have to drive the Miles. I'll have to drop the Miles Mathis article about that. But yeah, he was just a front. He's a front just as much as fucking unfortunately and disappointingly.
Well, I mean, Steve Jobs.
Elon Musk. Elon Musk doesn't invent anything. He doesn't really do anything. He's just the guy that he's the head of the whole thing. He doesn't actually have all that money. It's a conglomerate of people that share that money.
Oh, I said
but it
this just
makes
a little
it
bit
seem
ago.
like he has that money. You know what I'm saying?
If I ever meet not Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, because I live down the street from like the main Tesla factory, and I highly doubt I'm ever going to get to meet him. But in the event that I do, I will kick that motherfucker in the nuts real hard, and I will go to jail for a little bit.
I think he might be trolling us as Don Pettit.
But
yeah, just try to find a history. Try to find childhood pictures of Don Pettit. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know if I want to see it.
They look very similar. It could be with a little nose bridge. It could be him just doing it.
I want to hear some more from Alpha Cap, because there's not a whole lot of ladies that come in here that are as quick, witty, and intelligent as she is, and I think she's got a lot to offer. So I'm going to shut up and let her throw in her 2 or 3 cents more and whatever she else wants.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. That you're too kind. I mean, I think everybody in here so far, whoever I've spoken to, is extremely smart, and I mean, obviously we're all flat earthers, so that must mean we're smart. But
you need. Oh wait, it only takes common sense to be a flat earther, though.
Yeah. I guess what I can tell you, like, what was the most compelling thing that I learned about the moon. So I can look it up and I'll post it in the chat when I find it. But I came across a video. It was like an experiment done on the moonlight. So they had like 2 glasses of water, and they placed one glass. I think it was like a container. Obviously, it was put under the moonlight, and one container of water was put under the shade, like no light whatsoever, just the elements. And after several hours, they saw that the water that was under the moonlight was cooler than the water that was away from the moonlight. And so what the experiment found was that the moonlight is not derived or borrowed light from the sun, that it has its own light, and the light is cool as opposed to the light of the sun. Because if the light from the moon was indeed borrowed from the sun, then the water would be warm, or at least the same, even if it didn't have any, difference. But the water was cooler under the moonlight. So yeah, that was pretty cool to learn. And then I obviously corroborated that with the because I was confused because the Quran says that the moon has its own light and that the sun also has its own light. They're not borrowed from one another. And so I was confused about, well, how does the moon get its light? Like, we've always learned that it was borrowed from the sun. What's the explanation for this? So when I went digging, I found this experiment, and voila.
There you go.
Yeah, that's a very interesting experiment, and I've seen some mixed results to it. I've never done it myself, but I do believe there is definitely some validity towards it. But in regards to the Quran, I know I'm pronouncing it a little bit different. I'm not.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'm white, so.
That's okay. That's okay.
So, in like Hinduism, they talk a lot about the two dark bodies in the sky, Rahu and Ketu. Does the Quran talk anything about those two dark bodies at all?
Not really two dark bodies, but the Quran actually talks about the sun so God created the sun and the moon and the day, God created the day and the night and the sun and the moon. And then he says all are in an orbit. So what I believe is that even like that the sun and the moon are separate and they're kind of orbiting around the earth, but there's also a day component, which is not really what we think. We think that day is created because of the existence of the sun, and that night is the absence of the sun, right? But day and night in the book are two bodies that are separate from the sun and the moon. And that's why when we see like the flat earth model, right? And we have like the light that the sun shines, but then there's light that's very close, like the sun reaches like a close area, but then it gets dark. But then there are other areas where the sun reaches a lot further. So I would be able to show it in like a picture. Like if I were to send you, give me just like one moment so I can like show you what I mean by that.
Take your time. No hurry.
Thank you.
No hurry at all, Kat.
Yeah, this is new information that I think a lot of people have probably never heard before. And I think that ever since coming into Flat Earth, people have had more of an open mind in a lot of aspects than for me personally, than I ever had before.
Oh, fuck you. Not yeah, but fuck yeah.
But
I've had an argument with someone about this day thing, but I'll stay out of this.
I've also become way, way less tolerant to other things.
Even a non-Muslim, there was like this non-Muslim guy who's like he's a scientist, and he believes that like there are like particles that also like gas particles that would explain why sunlight reaches further distances in some areas as opposed to like in the middle. So I can show you. I can just where can I post a picture?
Let me see if you have permissions. It's called live stream voice text. It's right above.
Okay, live stream voice text. Okay.
Yeah, that's where you want to post your shit. That's where everybody posts their.
So refreshing to hear a woman that's familiar with the details of some of these arguments actually in here talking with us, because
No
we
shit,
don't get
right?
enough of that.
Right, Dave?
Awesome.
Yeah,
Yep.
fuck yeah, man. It's fantastic. It
Very
is
cool.
fantastic.
Yeah, and it's awesome that another Quran thing about the moon being its own light. I was going to say, you know, what's really interesting about that question is the lack of like on the seventh day, God spun the earth. You know, you'd think you would see that like and on the eighth day, he threw it around the sun.
Day
And
spun the earth. The earth is spinning. I always love to ask people, man, what started the spin of Earth, man? I don't care if you're a physicist or whatever, man. I'm like, what started the spin? I asked that to Dan.
Okay, so I'm going to.
What started the spin?
From what I've heard about the spin is they say it was a giant meteor impact.
Yes. It was a giant meteor impact lots of time ago. It was way long ago. You know, trust me, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Yeah, 4.3 billion light years ago.
There's billions and
years
billions and
ago.
billions of light years away. And how dare you question me? I am the all wizard of Oz. I am the wizard of Oz. And I will tell you what to believe. You must believe me. You must believe me because I am the wizard.
Well, wait, hold on a second. This isn't courtesy of NASA? No way.
So if you guys can see the thing that I just posted in Leads chat, oh, sorry, in the VC text.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Yep.
So there's
AE map with the moon to the
yeah. So if you look at where the sun is, I know you can't really see it that close, but it's like the gray dot, right? And so if you see like the red line that I I drew like a red line that goes directly across where it's like the cutoff where it starts getting dark. But then I drew another line that extends over like towards the top, but it's like the sun. Why is it that the sunlight reaches only up to that point, but then it's able to reach all the way like further distance?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, wouldn't it be that like the light is equally distributed around where it's positioned, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in the Quran it says that God created the day and the night and the sun and the moon all traveling in an orbit, which means the day and the night are also creations that are separate from the sun and the moon, right? And then he says that there's another verse that says that he wraps the night around the day and wraps the day around the night, right?
There you go. There you go.
So if you
Shit,
look
that's
at
like
that,
ace, dude. That's like ace, bro. You have to like keep that one in your like side pocket as your 6-shooter or whatever, man.
I have all of this like in a Google Doc, like, you know, and basically, so like if you think about it, when you look at that, like the light part, doesn't it look like it's wrapping around the dark part, which is the night? So like that light part is the day and the dark part is the night. Okay. And then you see the opposite of this too, depending on another part of the year, the night actually wraps around the day. So if you guys were to inverse this, that actually happens as well, where the dark part is actually you would flip it, right?
Yep.
So if you think about that, it's not that the light of the sun or the brightness of the sun is what's reaching or illuminating it. The sun, yes, has its own brightness, but the day is another layer that enhances the sunlight. Okay? But the day in and of itself also has its own light. It's kind of like if you were to take like, you know, like photo shoots where they have like the actual light, but then they have that giant umbrella
Sure.
like that
Yeah.
that white
Yep.
translucent fabric in front of it.
Yep.
It's like could be like a tile or something.
Yep.
That is like it spreads further, and it's not necessary that like the light of the light bulb is evenly distributed. The light of the bulb is necessary, but the white piece of cloth or the white rectangular piece of fabric enhances that light. So that's kind of like what the day is like. And the night is the same thing. The night, so now the night actually covers the day. Okay, there's another verse where Allah says, by the sun and its brightness, right? And the moon as it follows it, which is what? The moon as it follows it, the sun, right?
The sun.
The day as it unveils it, meaning the day reveals the sun, and the night as it conceals it. So you know that common argument that, oh, if the earth is flat, we should be able to see the sun at all times,
Of course, I've heard
right?
that.
But according to the Quran, the night, whenever it's time, covers the sun.
Yep.
It moves over us, between us and the sun, so that we're not able to see so there's something about the nighttime that it's not just dark because there is no sun. It's a darkness that actually covers the sun from us. And so, I always think like when you read something in the book of God, or like if God told us, there must be some truth there has to be truth in it.
Has to
We
be
just
some
haven't
truth
found
there,
it yet.
man. Somewhere.
Yeah,
Right?
we just haven't come across it yet. But then what I realized is that whenever I see something in the book and then you see science tells you something completely different, it's always the science that just has a bunch of holes in it.
I agree
Yeah.
with you 100%. The science has been machine gunned. Oh my goodness.
Yes, yes.
I'm not gonna start an argument with you. I'm just gonna point out a couple of things though. So first thing is the map. So we don't actually know that is the map of the Earth. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
And then
yeah.
the other,
I
the
do
other
agree
thing
with
is,
you there.
yeah, the other thing is, can you show me darkness? Can you show me daylight without the sun? Without the sun's light?
Well, so isn't there a place that is lit but you can't see the sun? I think it's in New Zealand or
No.
Australia.
Antarctica.
Is it in Antarctica? There is a place where you can't see the sun, but it is daylight.
Yeah, I've spoken with people that live
up in
like
the-
in South
Wait.
Africa.
I'll just give me one moment, and I'm gonna find out right now. I just have to look through this.
Yeah, because daylight always follows the sun. No matter if you can't see the sun, it's still in the same direction as where the sun went. Yeah.
Yes, the daylight,
Yeah.
like meaning the daylight and the sun are absolutely like together, but the daylight is, but the day, not the daylight, day is a creation of God that we can't conceive right now because we've been taught that like the sun, wherever the sun is, it's because of the sunlight that we have day, right? But there are parts.
I would agree with that concept.
Yes, but do you also believe that the verses of Allah where He says, well, wait, are you a Muslim brother?
No.
Okay, so there are verses where, well, so I guess to give you a little context, a lot of what I believe is what's written in the book.
Biblical, yeah.
Yes. So I'm sorry if I can't explain it quite.
No, you don't need to apologize about anything. We're just having a discussion. Yeah.
Yeah. I just know that it's a lot to kind of give background to, and
I've heard. I know all
context.
the claims behind it. I've looked into this a lot. I
Oh,
know everything behind it. Yeah.
Okay.
But I came back to the conclusion that you can't have daylight without the sun. I've looked at it so many times, and it just doesn't exist.
So I wanted to show you something like this. If you look at this So the daylight, like you see this like dark little sharp patch.
Yeah, but it's in the direction of the sun. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about that little patch of the darkness. Like that's the night going into the daylight and the day going into the nighttime. But I'm not saying that day can like what I'm saying is that the daylight can exist without the sun being right over it, i.e. if you look at that picture, the sun is in the middle, right? The sun is in the middle and
You
you
can't
can
really tell
see
where
it.
the sun is.
What was that?
I was just saying you can't really tell where the sun is. You're just getting an aura from where it is. It could be even further to the left. You know what I mean?
Yes. But what we're saying is, but from this map, what you can see is, and this is also true from what people have reported from being in different geographical locations, that the sunlight is never evenly distributed. That's the case. Like if it were the case, then like you would see like a strong ring around the sun and it would be perfectly even, but it's not perfectly even. Like there are parts of the world where the sunlight reaches much further, where there are some parts where the sunlight reaches and then it gets cut off, because of where the night is. Like that's what I'm saying. Like if
Or
it's
where the light isn't.
Twilight zone.
versus where the
It's a
light
twilight
isn't.
zone.
Yeah. Like where it's daylight versus where it isn't daylight, it's not even. Like it's not like an even distribution. And I first looked into this.
But even compared to what though?
Like if you look at the sun, then like light should be like from every angle, from every direction coming from the sun, light should be distributed evenly.
Only in its direction. Yeah.
Like if the sun were shining like if the
Are we
sun is
talking about
directly
on a
right above
flat surface or on a globe?
What was that?
Are we talking about on a flat surface or on a globe?
On a flat surface.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's just the light is evenly distributed towards the light, which
How
is the
would
sun.
you explain the sun not being visible to us at all times?
Well, because it goes away. Light can only light a certain amount of space at a time. Once that light cannot attenuate through the atmosphere, then it goes
Yes.
dark.
This is true. But what I'm saying is that the light reaches at different spans and different lengths in different directions. And that's why it didn't make sense to me. That like why are some parts of the earth like when the sun is above us, if like let's say hypothetically, if you were to walk in one direction, the sunlight reaches like let's say 10 miles, but then you walk in a different direction from the sun and it only reaches up to 4 miles.
Okay, and something to add to this just a tiny little bit is I've done this test, not on the correct scale, but I have like a flashlight right in front of me. It might be a little bit too bright because it's an LED, but a lot of people say, oh yeah, well the sun must be visible from all places because it would just light up everything all the time. But if you get like a really big, like a huge pizza, for example. But what I just did, I went into my garage, I turned all the lights off, I just drew a big circle with a Sharpie on the ground, and then I took my flashlight and I put it on, near the floor, and moved it around, and guess what? It works just as a spotlight, just like the Earth is experiencing with the sun. It's exactly what we're experiencing now, but I think it works in a much more complicated way, just like Alpha Cat is kind of explaining. And I don't think that God, Allah, the creation, has given us every single answer to it, and we're still trying to figure out some of these mysteries.
Yeah, that's one thing that I couldn't figure out. Like, why are we not able to see the sun? And then also there are some places where you can't actually see the sun, but it is light. I just messaged the group to see where that place is.
Yeah, right in this exact picture right here, you can see the streetlights have a bright illumination in one spot, and then it fades out. This is part of the inverse square law. It fades away.
Yeah. And even if like the light faded, right? Like we should still like, because the sun is still far enough above us, like it's it still should be visible significantly, like even as it's like moving far away.
Okay,
But
so
I
something I'm
believe
not
that
sure
it
if you've
gets
ever
covered.
seen some of the experiments that some people have been doing. Are you familiar with like Crow 777?
No, I'm not.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay, he's done. He's pretty
Crow.
popular. Yeah, Crow. CRROW 777. He's got his own radio show. He's on YouTube. He's.
Is he on Rumble?
Yeah, probably.
I think.
No, we're getting off into the weeds, man. Let's concentrate on this. What you're talking about.
Well, what I was bringing up is not specifically Crow 777, but he was talking about the sun and how it's the perspective of the sun might be incredibly different than we actually perceive it because of all of the photography that he's done looking at the sun, how it might be much, much different. Yeah, this is like a time and date thing right there. Is
Yeah.
that from Time and Date?
I'll go back to the original problem is the map. The map is the
Yeah,
problem.
I will say this. I will
Okay.
concede that I do not agree with the map, only because I don't know for sure. It's not something that I know. It's the only thing that I guess I can kind of use to explain what the night wrapping around day might look like and what the night wrapping
Yeah.
around a day might look like, and that they never mix.
The
So,
other
like,
problem is that we don't know what the sun is either. So
yes, we haven't seen the sun, but when God talks about the sun, right? He uses in the verses he says that the day reveals it and that the night covers it. And then he also explains the day and the night as creations and that the day and the night wrap around one another. And it's not
but he
necessarily
also
the
says
sun.
it's spread
Mhm.
out in each corner like a tent. So are we to
Yeah,
think
like
that it's a tent or
Mhm.
like
What was that?
well, are we to think that it's a tent as well? Like like just because the
sky?
Bible says that something that was, about the sun and stuff might just be a description, but what we want to know is what can we actually prove about it, Like,
Oh
so
yeah.
the
I
first
mean,
step is
all we
the
know
map.
about the
The map
sun
is
is
not
that
what,
he
because
Mhm.
that map that not you, but everyone's using is just a representation of the globe, or the other way around, whichever way it is. But so the spacing between the lands is still the same, but we don't actually know the spacings between the land, or if
Yeah.
they're or if they're in those directions. So for us to say, okay, the sun is at these times going over these places, we have to assume that we live on this circular thing with an ice wall around it. That might not be the case.
No,
So
no, no.
what
Yeah,
else
I
might not be the
absolutely
case?
believe
Yeah.
that there's I do think that there's land outside of the ice walls. Um uh
You're talking my language. Let's talk outer ponders. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what?
I'm good.
What you were saying about the daylight, real quick though, I want to interject. I just
Go for it,
posted a video by Dan Dimensions. He does a great job with this, and I also made a little GIF of from that video that I'll post here. And I thought, well, this is what you're talking about. I don't know if it relates to exactly what you were saying, but he's just saying that the daylight extends further than the sunlight. Sunlight and daylight are two different things because you can have daylight without direct sunlight. And I thought that's what you were meaning.
yes, that's what I'm saying. Like that in
Okay, yeah.
that the day is in and of itself another creation, but the day and the sun work together, right? And the sun and the moon, they're both different bodies, right? Like the absence of the sun is not what gives us the night. The night actually covers the sun, right? But then the
Well,
daylight
he's
reveals
yeah.
the sun. So that but these are just purely off of like descriptions in the Quran. I haven't actually I don't believe that, like, the model that I've shown you is like the most accurate
End all be all, right? Yeah.
description. Yeah, it has to be off. Like, I mean, like these are matters of the unseen that, you know, God hasn't given us a lot of knowledge on. But there,
Well,
I will
the
say,
interesting part when if you watch that video, he talks about it. The reason for the sky being blue is because of the gases that are excited by the sunlight, right? And the reason that we have daylight in places that we don't see sunlight directly is because there's a plasma field of some sort or electromagnetic excitation of the air, whatever the molecules in the air are excited by the sunlight, you know, and that's why we can have daylight at lots of different places without the direct sunlight.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually saw this. I think this is the video that I saw, and he did he try to like replicate this by doing like a series of experiments himself?
Well, he has the tubes with gases. Yeah, he
Yes,
shows
yes.
that.
I think I watched the video that you're talking about.
Yeah, he does a great job. That Dan Dimensions channel's underrated or just not
Yeah,
talked
yeah,
about
yeah.
enough.
That's the guy. Yes, yes.
Yeah,
So it
I thought that's what you might be
explains.
talking about.
Yeah, that is the video. So like it explains to me at least that okay, it is possible because then it would explain why some places get sunlight and some places don't. And then the other thing is that when the sun is setting, right? We have like sunset or like, you know, the time right before sunset and then the time right before sunrise, which is like dawn, right? When it's not, it's like the mixture of night and day, right? It's like a very like
The Twilight Zone.
the twilight zone, right?
Yeah.
So I want to show you guys a video. It's a very short video. It's like like less than a minute, but let me see if I can find it. When you have so many files, it's just so hard to go through everything.
You're a true flat earther.
Oh my God, yes. Once, and you know, but it's so crazy because like the rabbit hole just gets like deeper and deeper.
Oh yeah.
And it's like once you go once you go flat, you never go back.
That's for sure. Or if you're claimed to go back, you never realized it wasn't a spinning ball, I would say. Because it's not
Yeah,
something you just
yeah. No,
believe.
no,
It's
no.
something you realize. You realize you're not on a spinning ball. Doesn't mean you have a belief about it being flat or what the whole thing might look like, which no one can know.
Oh
That's how
yeah.
they try to corner the conversation into making it about our beliefs about flat Earth, right? Which is it's not a belief. It's just your base axioms that you're left with once you realize you're not on a spinning ball. No one had to believe it's flat before the ball idea came around, because why would they think it's anything other than that? It wasn't a belief, right?
So, here's a video of it's like an Alaska cruise and it shows like a transition. It shows like night and day next to each other, like day and night next to each other. So
Oh, you know what? That might have been. Was he on the plane?
no, this was like on a ship, on a cruise ship.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Because I was going to say there's a guy that comes in here called XO, and he actually got some footage on a plane of the Twilight Zone. He's like looking out one window and he sees sunlight, and then goes to the other side of the plane. It's
Yeah,
dusk.
so like if you see like right when he comes out, you see the moon right there, right? The moon is there, and if this were the case, right? That like if it were the case that the absence of the sun is what causes the 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 daylight to kind of like transition away from the night, we would be able to see this everywhere. Like so you see how there's like a huge contrast. I'll let you guys watch the video.
Okay, yeah, I'll take a look at it.
So it's almost like it's like there's like a cutoff where it's like a border where you can put like one foot on one side and another foot on the other. Like this should happen every day,
Oh,
no
so I
matter where
see.
you
So
are.
your point is that if it was just a mixture, if the sun was just reflecting, I mean, if the moon was just reflecting sunlight, there wouldn't be this big difference between like
We
the like
wouldn't
almost a
see
cutoff
this.
point.
No, this wouldn't
I see what
happen.
you're saying. That makes sense. What you're saying makes sense.
Yeah, and like this only
It would just
happens in a
kind of
very
filter. Yeah.
Mhm.
It would just kind of like dissipate more evenly because it's
Exactly.
actually,
Like
yeah,
I
that
don't
makes
when
sense.
I look outside when it's sunset, I don't see the spot where like, the line where the sun is like shining still and like or the sun is setting still and it's absolute nighttime. Like this only happens in a very specific part. And I think it happens in the part where the transition is tighter, right? Rather than like the transition between night and day might be like, more blended, right? So yeah, this is another thing that like why isn't it consistent? So the inconsistency leads me to believe that day
Good
and night
point.
are separate than
Gotcha.
the
That makes
the
sense,
sun and
actually.
the moon.
I don't know if anyone else wants to comment, but that makes sense. I understand what you're saying. Cool.
Yeah, I just looked up the video. By the way, it is Dan Dimension. It was Flat Earth, Let There Be Light. It was that video. I just
There you go.
found it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one too.
Mhm.
The other one I was watching was daylight versus sunlight.
Daylight versus sunlight. I'll have to
Yeah.
check that video out.
Yeah,
Um,
I bring him up sometimes actually when people are saying that the sky is blue because of the waters above,
mm,
and I think that's a
mhm.
misconception of the sky being blue. It's not because of the waters above,
Yeah,
right?
because the
It's
sky is
because
not
water's not
always
blue.
blue.
The water's not
Yeah.
blue. Water maybe is only blue, well, looks blue maybe because the sky is blue, and and
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
because of right
And
because of this
even if that's
excitation of the gases from the
right,
sun. Yeah.
right. There's so many things that we don't know and also that our vision cannot perceive. Like our
Yep.
eyes cannot see. Like things happen and then we see maybe like if we see the color change or something, it's probably like we might not see the particles, but we're able to see the color.
And that's the thing. The ballers would love when we say anything like that because just because we can't see everything, we can't always perceive, we can't always trust our senses. They say, "Oh, well, you can't ever trust your senses,"
Ooh, that
right?
one's trickier. It's got two ballasts too.
Oops, somebody's saying something, but we couldn't hear you. Was he just hot micing?
Was that me?
Yeah, it was you. Were you hot micing?
Oh shit! Sorry, no, I just hopped off my computer and got on my phone. Sorry.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
gonna
No
go on
worries.
mute. Sorry. This is Andrew.
No
Right
worries, man. You're good.
I was thinking about the sun as well the other day. Like, obviously, get your first light. You get first light before sunrise, before the sun pops over.
Right.
Into view. So, I mean, if it was a globe, yeah, you wouldn't get that light until the sun was in view over the apparent horizon. But you do get
Right.
that light before that comes up. So that to me just proves it's not a fucking globe anyway.
There you
Yeah,
go. That's a good one.
that's a really good one. Yeah. Yeah, like they can say I mean, they can try and say water curves, but you cannot tell me that light curves. You cannot tell me that, oh, that's gravity pulling the light towards its center.
Oh, they can't. They can tell you anything that pops into their head. It doesn't
Yeah,
have to make sense. It doesn't have to, it can be anything. Anything to keep the globe alive. They can say whatever they want. It doesn't have to make sense.
That's the one thing I actually have the hardest time talking about with globe earthers whenever they ask me to debunk gravity. So does anybody want to talk about that so I can learn from y'all?
Well, what is gravity?
Yeah, like they'll always try to like go to gravity and ask me to prove that like gravity doesn't exist, or how can
Well, you first have to define what it is, and then how do you observe it? It needs to be observed in reality to
Mhm.
then prove that it exists and put it through the scientific method. So just asking that, where's it observed? And if it's in the fourth dimension of bending of space time, that's not been observed, I don't think, by anybody. So it's just a conception.
Yeah, it's also not your job to prove a negative. I don't have to prove that Superman doesn't exist.
Yeah, and the big thing is that we have gravitation, and gravitation only means weight. They conflate it with their interpretation of gravity. So gravity, to say gravity doesn't exist is a misnomer. It's that their interpretation of gravity is incorrect, right? So things have seem to fall down. They do fall down, right? There's some kind of, and maybe even if you want to get into the idea of electrostatics having a downward bias, that you could talk about that. But it seems like there is some type of thing that we can call gravity, but it's not what they're talking about.
Yeah. I guess they'll ask me like, okay, why do you think everything goes down? Like why
What is going down?
like why are we
No, can I ask a question? What is going down?
what is going down?
Yeah, in nature.
Well, I'll help you out. Things that are more dense than the medium that they're in go down, right?
Yes. Like
But if it's less
we're
dense than the medium, it goes up, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
things don't automatically go down no matter what. It's all dependent upon the medium.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like
If they tell you that something's going down, ask them what is going down, because they will say, if I drop the lighter, yeah, of course, but you dropped it. That lighter was not. I don't see lighters or balls falling down in nature. You can say snow is falling, but snow is falling through the medium of air, and that's it.
Right. Okay.
I mean,
That's a
most things in this realm, in the density, in the medium of air, do go down. A lot of things do, like anything that's more dense than air, but there's certain things like gases that go up.
Right. Like the only thing I'm able to like explain or like I guess kind of give some rebuttal to is okay, well if you're saying that gravity pulls everything down, then why can like small insects and birds fly away so easily? But then they have an argument for that where they say that, oh, the heavier you are, the higher the gravitational pull. And I'm just like, that's bull. They just have an like I don't like talking about gravity because
They
I
have
don't.
they have a claim that the atmosphere is sphere-shaped air around a globe, and the gravity is pulling the air into this shape. So, and that's just a gas. Yeah. Now, gas
Right.
doesn't behave like that. Gas doesn't take the shape of the sphere unless it's in a sphere-shaped container. So
Yes.
when they say about the weight, about the heavier something is, say, well, you're claiming sphere-shaped air, and that doesn't happen naturally. Gas
It
expands
can also
out
be
in all
helpful to
directions.
talk about the Cavendish experiment. Not sure if you're familiar with that, Alpha.
Which experiment?
The Cavendish experiment. It's a bunch of. I mean, to say it with a British term, it's a bunch of bollocks.
Okay.
So I'll explain it really quick if anybody else wants to jump in. I'm gonna go on my walk here for about an hour. So the Cavendish experiment, Henry Cavendish back in 1800 something, he took this big contortion where he attached a whole bunch of these big heavy weights, like big lead balls to them, and he spun them around and moved them towards other balls that were stationary, and he was claiming that mass attracted mass. If you're not familiar with it, you should probably just have someone else explain it to you real quick in a better way than I just did, or maybe just check out some videos from him. I mean, it's a bunch of nonsense.
Experiment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Henry Cavendish. Yeah.
Okay. Cavendish experiment. Okay, it was the first experiment to measure the force of gravity between masses in the laboratory, and the first to yield accurate values for the gravitational constant.
Yeah, and then the other thing about gravity you'll hear a lot from flat earthers or anyone that's talking about on the globe side is that interpretation of the Cavendish is usually referred to as mass attracting mass, right?
Mhm.
And that's their way of showing that mass attracts mass when everything's electrostatic, and that you can't ever get, you could say that you've grounded the device or that's in a vacuum, and that but you can never get the electrical bonds of anything that exists to not be electric, right? So there could be a lot of things going on there with the Cavendish that are not mass attracting mass, and that's not even what their side claims any longer. Newtonian physics has been superseded by Einsteinian physics or Einsteinian gravity, which is the bending and warping of space-time. So basically, they're saying that Cavendish is a demonstration of the bending and warping of space-time by these two balls and with a torsion bar, and it puts them on their heels when they have to explain it that way. But and that's the only practical explanation they have, and it's bunk already. I'll post a thing by Michael Brenner here that does a good job of talking about the bunkness of Cavendish as well.
Wow.
Plus that experiment is it's just a man-made contraption that's been built. It's not happening in nature, and it's supposed to be a natural phenomenon. If it did exist, it should be happening in nature. So you shouldn't have to put an apparatus together and do that. You should be able to view it happening naturally in your everyday life, out and about, which you don't.
Yeah.
For the scientific method, you have to observe a natural phenomenon, and we don't observe that happening. But they'll say, "Oh, the Earth is a natural phenomenon. I see things go down on the Earth."
Isn't Cavendish wanted to do something else, not to measure mass attracts mass?
Yeah.
Because I think
it was
that he
supposed to
wants
be
to
the weight
measure.
of the Earth, right? That was originally what it was at.
Okay,
It was going
that
after.
means I am measuring the temperature of the Earth, and somehow I realize that Earth is rotating. That's the
Right.
experiment. I will measure today the temperature, and then I will realize that the Earth is rotating. That's the Cavendish experiment. He will measure the mass of the Earth, but he will realize that mass attracts mass.
Wait, so they know what the mass of the Earth is?
No, that was the
No.
original attempt. I mean, Sasha's sense of humor is a little bit dry. You don't know well enough, but he was kidding about that. But it is what
Okay.
that's what Cavendish was talking
I
about.
was about to say people
Yeah.
actually believe this.
That was the first. He wanted to measure the mass of the
Yeah.
Earth, but
Oh my god.
Supposedly, yeah.
but on the end the result was
That's
not
very
that.
ambitious of him.
He got better result. He got result that mass attracts mass.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see. I see.
Oh, even that experiment, I now don't take me for a word, but that is not his because some brothers did something 100 years later or something, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
You ever heard of Coulomb's law?
Coulomb's
Also-
law? Yes, that sounds familiar. I feel like I
so
learned
it's-
about
it's
that.
It's like
in
the exact same. There's even like a torsion bar experiment. It's the exact same setup, and the equation's like almost exactly the same too. So it seems like a ripoff of Coulomb's law, and it could be what they're talking about, which is electromagnetic interaction happening instead of something called gravity. So it was kind of a hijacking of that whole thing. There's a whole comparison you can see on the two equations and everything.
But look at this.
inverse square law. Okay.
If somebody tells you Cavendish, that's proof that Earth. Okay, great. What they did this. Okay, great. That means that both attract each other. Great. That means gravity exists. Okay, great. Let's go now to check the physicality of the Earth, because gravity is working. We prove the gravity. now water need to curve because
Yeah.
gravity is curving the water, and everything is all right. We proved gravity. We now don't need to say gravity doesn't exist. That's good. Now let's check it. Does gravity works in reality?
Okay.
And
Can't
then you
observe
check.
it happening.
And then you check the surface, and then you see, oh my God, there are balls attracting each other, but I have flat surface.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think when you're getting into this subject, it's good to know all this and learn about these things of gravity and everything like that. But once you know most of these and what's going, the main thing is that they haven't got any proof of the measurement of drop over distance, and knowing how to debunk Eratosthenes and Alberuni because they need the globe. All that gravity and everything else is for the globe. Now we need to prove the globe in the first instance, which they can't do. So we can't. It's a waste of time talking about gravity and all that at the moment. So ask them to prove or give you evidence of who measured the drop over distance of 8 inches per mile squared. Who did it? When did they do it? And what equipment was used?
Right.
And once you can understand that Eratosthenes didn't do that, or Alberuni didn't do that, he was just measuring angles and presupposing a globe, then they can't move on from that.
Yeah. I thought that argument was also easily debunked by that guy who wrote the book Earth Flat Not a Globe by I think it was Samuel Rowbotham. He like did the experiment where he actually took this, presupposed formula for curvature into account, and he saw that there is no curvature because I think the channel went on for about 22 miles, and he saw every single flag that he placed, and so there wasn't any curvature. But then, yeah, I always use the curvature experiment. But then they'll be like, "Well, did you go out and do it yourself?"
Yeah.
And then it's like, "Okay, well, did you go out and go to space and see it yourself?" Like,
Right. Where do you usually debate these guys, by the way?
where do I meet these guys?
Where are you debating? Like, what are you on Facebook or just in chats?
Different Discord servers, and it's some of them are like on Instagram. Yeah.
Somebody's roboting. Whoever's trying to talk, but
Yeah,
sorry
it's
to
at
talk
one
over you.
deck. He does it. It happens. Seems to happen this time every night.
Great, but
or morning for you guys. One deck, you're roboting, mate. He's still going. hey, so, Kat, you got to remember that you don't have to be the one on the forward foot. You know what I mean? So you can just sit back, and you can just sit back and go. Okay, if they go, yeah, but what about gravity? You go, okay, well, prove gravity. You know, like it doesn't like you're not supposed to know about gravity because we don't claim gravity, so it's not our claim. So you don't have to defend it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, same as the
Yes.
curve. You don't have to prove any flat thing. You don't need to prove the curve. They need to prove that
because it's
curve.
not there. Yeah. So I always use it's a pretty simplistic thing. You go, okay, so I go outside and I see the Earth as flat and stationary. Now, this is self-evident. So for it to be otherwise and me not to believe my senses, I'm going to need some pretty hard evidence for that. Yeah. And then you say, okay, well, can you give me the evidence that the Earth is a ball and we're spinning, rotating on axial rotation in the vacuum of space? Start them off there, you know? Like, you don't even need to worry about gravity because you say, you just counteract gravity with, well, Earth needs to be a ball for gravity to exist. So, where's the ball?
Like One Dick was saying, you know, it's so
Al-
simple.
Alpha, I
Yeah.
can give you one. You can make one test when you are on that servers, whatever. If you change the servers, ask people what is gravity. Then one person will answer to you. Then leave it that. Don't go too much in that. Only you be interesting only in the answer. He will answer 1, 2, 3 sentences. Then ask another person on another server. The answer must be the same.
Yeah, and it's
Oh,
not
I
going to
see.
be.
And you will
Okay.
realize if you ask 10 different person, that 10 different person will say, I will tell you now, maybe 3 person will say something similar and other 7 will have 7 different stories. And that's ridiculous.
The first one will
Yeah.
go, well, it's clearly mass attracting mass
Well,
because of
mostly.
Cavendish, and then the next one will go, no, it's the bending and warping of space time, and then the other one will go, well, on Earth it's mass attracts mass, but in space it's bending and
Yeah.
warping of space time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Which one
Mm.
is it? What is it? Can you demonstrate bending and warping of space time? Can you
I've got
demonstrate mass attracting mass? You know, it's
exactly.
Uh,
I've got a guy on
one
Instagram at the
one
moment.
one
I'm
will
having a chat.
one will start like this. You will say, "What is gravity?" And he will start, "If you, no, if you, what is gravity? Not if, not let's say, and not imagine.
Mm.
It must be something what is obvious, like what is boiling water." And you say, "What is boiling water? What is whatever?" You know, you have for everything you have definition, and you can explain, and not only explain, you can present, demonstrate. But with gravity, people have so many stories. It's not one story.
Yeah, it's most of the time it just sounds like a bunch of like them just parroting whatever formulas or whatever research and definitions that they've heard, which I can tell that they themselves don't understand it because I myself as a flat earther have tried to understand what the
no one
globe
understands
earthers.
it.
Yeah, no one really understands it because I can understand, okay, like the curvature formula, for example, and it's like, okay, well, now we can debunk this now that you
Yeah.
gave us this thing, right? But like gravity is one thing. It's like, what are you on about? Like, you don't make any sense. Like, or like, it's not something that's like comprehensible. Like, it's not.
Oh, that's the thing. As soon as you say that, they'll say, "Oh, of course you don't
You just don't
understand."
understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they
No,
don't either.
don't get
Like,
them.
they
Don't let
don't
them do
understand
that
it
because
either.
when you look down, when you look at the actually what they're saying, and you do understand what they're saying, then there's contradictions everywhere, and it doesn't even work out. The math doesn't even work out. Actually, when you talk about orbital mechanics, they ignore
Yeah.
centrifugal force. They don't have dynamics involved. They're just using kinematics and geometry as if forces are involved in those things, and it doesn't work. They don't even have a working model when it comes down to it. So don't ever let them catch you on saying you don't understand it, because then they're going to say, "Oh yeah, of course she doesn't understand." But I have to go, but I put a bunch of Michael Brenner's comps. I sent a bunch to you too, Alpha
Thank you.
Cat, and
Oh yeah, by
there's
the
also
way,
in
before you
yeah.
go, I wanted to say I found so the place on Earth like so far that I know for sure is the lowest point of South America. There's a place in Argentina that gets like 17 hours of daylight, and the sun is there, but not for like the last 5 to 12 hours. There's no visible sun. And
Interesting. Yeah, right. And it's still light. It still has a lot of
Yeah.
daylight.
it still
Yeah,
has
that
the
makes
daylight.
Only in the summer though. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very
Yeah.
specific time of the year.
Yeah.
Between the sun and the Argentina town, right, where this happens, there is some night, but the day wrapped around the night to cover that area. So like this is how
I,
I'm
I
making
get
that
sense
makes
of it
sense.
with the verses, right? Like
I
because
get I get 16
I
hours. Yeah.
always refer back to the verses. Yeah, but it was really nice
And then there's the
talking
whole
to you.
thing about the coffee cup caustic, and there's that when you get into a discussion with ballers, they'll often try to claim that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, but
Yeah.
it may be that there's 24-hour daylight, but not
Mhm.
sunlight, not direct sun. So that
I'm not
Yeah.
even
there's the
sure
whole
about that.
idea. Well,
Yeah, the globe is
even if it
focused on the
even if
daylight
yeah,
aspect.
maybe not even so, but even if they got 18 hours or whatever, it's not. They have fake videos, a few fake videos of the sun actually, being a 24-hour sun there, but But the thing is that they
Yeah,
try
there's
to
a lot of
conflate the
cutout.
idea that there's sunlight there. Right? What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus,
Anyway, so also I was going to say real quick before I go, anyone else that's not familiar with some of these comps I put together by Michael Brenner, which I posted in the live stream, and to you
Yeah.
too, AlphaCat, if you want to find more of those, there's a section in this server called Brenner, and it's should be accessible now. Like the last time I tried to refer to it, someone couldn't see it, so I don't know if I need to get a mod to help me with that or not. Let me make sure it's visible. But yeah,
I'm pretty
Brenner,
sure
it looks
they're
like it's
still
locked.
there.
Yeah, but it looks like it's a
Oh,
lock on
okay.
it. Can anyone help me with that? It's at the bottom of under
Is
FE
Chris M
audio,
still in here? Yeah, Chris is still in here.
because other people can't see it for some reason, and
Is it
I'm
in
able to access it.
additional information?
Yeah, it's under FE audio, right under that. But all of the comps that I made, I took screenshots on my phone of this guy's answers on Quora. He's a mechanical engineer, and studied linguistics and mechanical engineering at the University of Vienna. So he's a scholar, and he's been flat smacking people on Quora since 2016. And he's totally shadow banned. I found out today. I was trying to reference him and looked up his name with like an exact thing he talked about, and nothing comes up. You can only get to him by typing his name in Quora, so he's completely shadow banned on there now. But he's got some of the best information that's like, specific and scholarly for, the actual claims that they're making and why it's completely fallacious.
Have you posted that, my friend? Yeah.
Yeah, I posted a bunch of the comps I made, and that the whole, I've got like 80, I made 80 comps, and they're all in this section called Brenner, but there's a lock on it right now for some reason. Let me just put I think last time I did like a copy of it, and then I was able to at least post the link for people to get there from the copy of it's hashtag Brenner. Let's just try that. See if that helps people. For some reason, there's a lock on it. I don't know why. Okay, see if what I just typed in there. Oh, I just put it in the wrong section. Hold on. But yeah, you can just totally like flatten people with this scholarly information, as opposed to like some of the stuff that's just more verbal. And then also who was it? Amish, who comes in here, he was sharing those with a friend of his, and his friend became a Michael Brenner fan, and he made a drive where you can get all the text and like for copy paste, and there's like 80 of his comps in there too, or 80 of his answers in there. See if that works. If you just click on what I typed, Brenner hashtag. Oh, did I do it in the wrong spot again? Jesus. You see it? Anybody? Yeah, it took me
No,
there.
I got it. Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah, it works, right? So if you
Yeah, it
click
goes
on that
straight there.
hashtag Brenner, it goes to the section, but right now it's locked from people being able to see it. It's under FE audio, but someone, if there's a mod that can unlock that so
FE
everyone can see it.
audio. Where is FE audio?
In the 24/7 server, under it goes, let's see. There's a bunch of entries. Let's see where did I go. Yeah, at the very bottom under the section called additional information, and it goes down and down and down. Hashtag. At the very bottom it says hashtag FE audio. Under logical fallacies, long distance observations, FE audio. And then under that, it says Brenner hashtag Brenner for me because I created it, but it's locked for anybody else. No one else can see it, I don't think.
I can see it. I'm in here right now.
Yeah, because you clicked on the hashtag.
Right
is
down
that
the
AI
bottom.
Right under FE audio is where it is. Yeah.
It's New Perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah,
open.
there's-
It's not locked anymore. Maybe
it sounded like
maybe Chris.
Okay, cool.
Maybe Chris opened it up.
Maybe.
AlphaCat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it would be pretty awesome. I have a couple of different streams that I join on a regular basis, like as a co-host and stuff like that. And I think that you would be a wonderful guest to come on and present what you're showing, because what you're doing right now is very unique that a lot of people have never seen before, because you have a different perspective when it comes to being Muslim, And I think I've learned a lot from what you've been showing tonight. So if you're interested, I can probably get you onto a stream if you're interested.
Sure. Yeah, I'd be down.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, and there's it's all flat Earth stuff, so don't worry. No one
Great,
bites.
great.
So,
Yeah, just you can shoot me a DM or tag me
well,
in
I'm out for my walk right now. I'm on my phone, so
Sure,
I'm
sure.
not really okay. So if you could do
Well,
that for me,
I'll be
just like
around. You can ping me in the VC at any time, and yeah, we can chit chat some more.
Also, invite some of your friends off Instagram in, the ones that you're
Yeah,
having the discussions with.
I'm gonna invite I've sent the link to a bunch of people and they've joined, but they're not really big VC people, but yeah, I definitely share this this server with everyone that I can. So
Yeah, and
yeah.
actually get them to say that Alpha Cat sent me in, because sometimes people come in and then like maybe we're in the mood for an argument or something, you know, and we don't know where they've
Oh,
come
I
from,
see.
so we start pressing them a bit
I'll
too
tell
hard.
them then.
Yeah. They said, "Oh, my friend sent me in," and then we go, "Oh, who's that?" And then they tell us, and we go, "Oh, okay," because
Okay,
we're so
great,
used
great.
to trolls, you know, like.
Yeah. They'll be like, hold on, I have the alpha card. I got the alpha card. Yeah.
And I got another question for you too.
Sure. Go ahead.
And I mean this with all due respect. I don't even know what you look like or what your real name is, but how many other women that you know of in your personal life are actually involved into flat Earth? Because I think a lot of people are trying to get more ladies involved into this because
Yeah, in my
right now
opinion, I
it's a
think
sausage
women
fest.
don't
You
care as
understand that,
much.
right?
Yeah. No, I understand that. No, I don't take any disrespect to this. I think it's honestly just that women don't really care as much because it doesn't really affect them as much. Maybe it doesn't affect them because they don't see the world the same way that men do. But yeah, I
Well,
don't
no, I'm
know.
not asking that. I'm asking like how many do you actually know in your
I don't know
personal
any.
that you?
I don't know anyone
Oh
except
wow!
me. Like, yeah, it's a really lonely path to be on the flat Earth
So you're on an island by yourself, essentially.
No men or women though, right? It wasn't just because you don't know any women, but online
No,
you
no,
do,
no.
right?
I know like plenty of men and that are flat earthers or at least talking about it. I don't even see a lot of women talking about flat earth or even like globe earthers women like arguing with other people about flat earth. Like I feel like I haven't met any women really worried about like the cosmology or like the shape of
Well,
the
what do
earth.
you think it would take? Like, what do you think it would take to get women interested? Is one question, and then also just a comment. There's more flat Earth women than ball Earth women in this conversation. That's for sure. At least that is the case. You
Yes,
don't hear
yes, yes.
any girls out there trying to defend the globe very much at all.
No. Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
this is something that majority of women right today are thinking about. Today,
But I
majority
think
of
they
women
would
are
get it.
thinking
Even
about
I
other
think they would
issues.
get it. Yeah, they
Mhm.
would get it faster maybe than men because they're so intuitive, by nature.
Yeah, I feel
Maybe
like
even more so than
when you
men.
do tell a woman about it, if you really
Mhm.
like walk her through it, like if you're able
Yeah.
to like keep her engaged long enough, then I think they can understand it.
Yeah.
I think it's just a matter of whether they're interested in it or not. I think there's a lot of women's issues out there today that are really preoccupying their headspace, like healthcare stuff, like a lot of other issues in the world that impacts women. So I feel like whether the earth is flat or not is like really like low in the priority list for women.
Yeah,
Well,
but I
the
mean,
reason I bring this up.
That's how the world's got everybody, isn't it? Everyone's so preoccupied with working, paying the bills, the energy crisis, the fucking
Yeah,
war.
the financial crisis, like
it's all about keeping your little family together, which is great. That's what you should be doing. But no one's got time to think about these things because we've kept so preoccupied with all the doom and gloom and fear.
I think we need to look for women who are like okay, so I hate this saying, but I'm only saying this because I think it's a good thing, right? Like being a conspiracy theorist, right? The only difference between conspiracy theory and the truth is 6 months. So,
Yeah, I
so
agree with that.
yeah. So like, I think if you if I come across a woman who's like a conspiracy theorist or something, like I'm sure
Give her 6 months.
just give her
She'll be
6
a flat
months,
earther.
and then you start telling her about the flat Earth stuff. She'll come to it. She'll come to it herself. Absolutely.
Are you on
Um,
Instagram, by the way? Sorry.
yes, I do have.
Yeah, but I think women are a lot more prone to stay in the background versus men will be a lot more aggressive and
Yeah,
boisterous about it. Yeah.
yeah,
You
absolutely.
look at
That's true.
Jen Murray's all right on Instagram. She's okay. Jen Murray. She's got some good bits and pieces.
There,
But
I did meet
also the
another.
other,
I did meet another woman on here though. And
Yeah, flat decline.
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
she's good.
yes. I'm friends with her, and she sent me a invite to another Muslim Discord server where there's a lot of flat earthers in there, which was really great.
Yeah, there'll be a girl called Pumpkin.
Oh yes, yes, Pumpkin. I know Pumpkin.
Yep. Yeah,
Yes.
she's on here.
Guys, what's
But
all this about?
I met them through you guys.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Don't forget, guys. Don't forget, it's all one gender now. What's all this talk about male and female? Come on.
okay, I do have a question about that though.
Hey, wait! Related to that, I just saw a meme that I had from the past that I'm going to upload to my phone, but it says women are if women are from Venus and men are from Mars, and all the other genders are from Uranus.
Or we're all from Earth.
Alpha, you know
Which
that
other genders?
we had a ladies' night, you know, for that.
Yeah,
Yeah, it doesn't really happen
I
anymore, though.
saw that in the server. I was like, "What's ladies' night?" Like I just wanted to know like what was up
In
with
the
that.
last, let's say last 2-3 months, they are not doing, but it was great.
Yeah.
That was Friday night, and only ladies was leading the show, and
That's
they were
great. I love that idea.
All us guys that interrupt everyone, we're not allowed to talk. We have to sit in the background. You should see how busy the text channel is. Boom, boom, text, boom, comment.
only new flat earther and Glober could speak, and we only if we have some good. Even that was not we
Oh
could
my
not
God. I
We
have
have
to
to shut
follow.
up.
I can't. That's so
Oh,
funny.
and by the way, Alpha Cat, the reason I was bringing up the whole female thing is because are you familiar with like Karen B, for example?
Karen V?
B.
Oh, yeah, Karen B. Yeah.
Oh well,
Karen.
you'll have to watch the debate that her and do you know who Witsit Gets It is?
No, I
Alpha?
don't. No.
Okay, you'll have to watch the most recent debate by those two against these Glovers that had no idea
Oh, that was
what the hell
horrible.
they were doing. It was
Oh,
hilarious,
Well,
though.
could
It was
you
really
link?
funny.
Could you post the link
Yeah, I
in
will.
the
I will.
text channel?
I will. Yeah, right now.
Yeah,
There
I'll
was a really,
love to
really,
check that
there was
out.
some really good moments that I was just laughing my ass off. Oh
Yeah,
man, it's
well,
so
Karen
funny.
B is an absolute savage, and she's holding. I mean, she's a hardcore flat earther, and she's actually one of the ones that got me into flat Earth. And she does a stream pretty often, a couple like 3 per week, sometimes more. And she also is holding the Flat Earth International Conference. Sorry, the Flat Earth Conference. It's called Flattoberfest. It's going to be in Las Vegas. I already bought my tickets to it. And it's going to be.
Hey, I'll see you there. I'll see you there. Kenny and I are gonna go together.
Awesome.
Dude,
Yeah,
Flat
I've
Earth
got
too.
like 7 people.
Yep.
You know, so I'm from San Jose, California, so I'm coming with like 7 or maybe more people. And we're all going to be
Are you in
meeting up there and
California,
having
bro?
a great time.
Are
Yeah,
you near
yeah,
California?
I'm in Silicon Valley. Yeah. San
Ah,
Jose.
okay, cool. You're up north a little bit. Right on. Very cool.
Mate,
And
you and Dude going to the Flattoberfest. I wish I lived in the US. I'll be
Yeah,
going
that
with
would be
you
fun to
guys.
have you. Fuck
Hey, there
yeah.
are people from all around the world that are coming to it. And the reason I'm saying this to Alpha Cat, I'm trying to be as respectful as possible, is that there's a lot of Flat Earth ladies that are doing their own kind of streams together. And Karen B, I don't know what her last name is. She mentioned it one time, but it's like my name online is
Doesn't
Andrew
matter,
B.
yeah.
Even though my name is Andrew. My name is Andrew Baker. So I don't
Okay.
you know, some people just try to abbreviate their last initial just to try and keep it simple.
I mean,
But anyway,
talking about
yeah. So
talking about
Karen,
the women. Sorry, guys. Talking about the women, I think it's really important that more women get into it, because I seriously think more people will listen to women on this topic than they do the men. If a woman knows the argument and the
Yeah.
evidence, they will be listened to more than the man.
More people do. Unfortunately, more people do listen to women more than they listen to men, and I think it's
right?
really
And
unfair.
Karen
That's the
does
thing.
do
Once the
something
women
called
go
bitches
flat,
brew.
man. Once the
Women-
women go flat, the guys will never go back. You know that's
I will never date a woman that is not a flat earther ever again in my entire life.
Oh my God! When my husband
well,
and
they
I
have
were
to at
getting
least
married,
have.
no, when my husband and I were getting married, like that was one of the things. Like when he found out that, like, when he knew that I believe in the flat Earth, like he was like, "All right."
Wait! Don't say you believe in the
Ooh,
flat
that's a
Earth.
tough one.
Hey,
That's a
can
tough
you
one
never
for you.
say? Hey, can you do me a favor and
Oh
just
yeah, I know the Earth is flat. I know the Earth is flat. My
no,
bad.
no. That's not it either. That's not it. It's not about knowing, right? It's not about knowing. Just do me a favor. Don't say it. Please don't ever say you believe in the flat Earth. That's what they want us to say because they want to make it a belief. It's once you give up the
Right,
belief
they
that you're
want
on
to
a
make it like a
ball,
religion. Right,
yeah,
you're
your base axioms tell you that it's stationary and flat just naturally. It does not like how, because when you say the Earth is flat, it's then you're making a claim about what the whole thing is, which no one can see anyway. So it's like they trap you with that. So
So what
you
would
know what
be
I'm
the
saying?
best way to say it so I can, like,
I know the
Well,
Earth's
I'm not trying to say
like a
you
ball
should or
in the
shouldn't
outer
do
space.
anything.
Okay.
I'm just saying
No,
your
I
base
mean, like, just
axioms,
like,
your base axioms are stationary and level Earth. We all experience a stationary and level Earth, so it's not a belief. The belief came around when they started convincing people it was the opposite of that and saying you're on a ball, but you can't prove it, and it's the opposite of your reality. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Don't
Hey,
forget that saying that
on
Quote
that,
777 said. Belief
just
is
on
the
that,
enemy of knowing.
Yeah,
Belief
They
is
go one
the
they
down pretty
enemy
would
of
quick
love
though,
to
knowing.
have it be
actually,
a
mate.
belief.
Jump in.
I was just going to
Go
say
one
on the base axiom thing. I'm going to go in a minute, but I've got a little poem that sort of expresses that. I'll just read it for you before I
A
go.
new one? You got a new one?
Oh, hell yeah. Let's hear it.
Well, yeah, it's
Go
just
for
one
it
I've
then.
not read. It's called Feel and See.
Did
And
you
here we
write
go.
it?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
I can only express what I feel and see. That's me. No, that's not just me. It's also you. You can only express what you feel and see. That's you. No, that's not just you. It's also me. We can only express what we feel and see. That's us. Yes, that's all of us. How else could it possibly be? Do you feel the earth spin? Do you see the earth curve? No, we can only express what we feel and see. Stationary flat earth, what we all feel and see. How else could it possibly be?
Awesome.
You're the
Yeah.
man, man, dude.
wow, good,
Post
nice.
it. Post that if you didn't already. Please.
Everybody
That was
snap your fingers. Come on, that was fire.
that was great.
But it just what the guy was saying there. Yeah, that's all. We can only express what we feel and see. That's what we feel and we see. We see a flat stationary earth, and that's all. That's our senses.
You don't understand. If you see the curving, and that means it's flat. If you see the motion, that means it's stationary.
Yeah. Anyway, I've
But
just
yeah,
got.
to bring up the female thing again, I'm sorry. I'm still on my walk. Like I was taking a break on the little bench here, but like I was saying, I'm trying to get more females involved, and whether I meet you or not in person, it's irrelevant. Trying to get more females involved because it's like a sausage fest in this entire community. And someone was saying when a lot of the females get together, like Karen B, and I can mention a lot of them.
Yeah.
When they get together, it's a really, really powerful thing because females are different when they're together versus a whole bunch of guys when they get
Yeah.
together versus a
Yeah,
mixed crowd,
yeah,
But look
yeah.
at
right?
look at your
So
lionesses. Look at the lionesses in the jungle. You know, they're ruling the roost, man.
oh yeah, don't forget that the lionesses are the ones that go out hunting, and these lazy fucking males are just sitting around like, oh, I'm just gonna sit around. No, that's what happens. Look at the look. Yeah, that's what happens with the lions.
That's true. You will have a group of men, and they will in one moment decide, let's kick fucking their ass. That woman will never decide, you know. They will go to fucking to do something together. They will not say, let's go to kick ass these fucking women.
Well, I mean, I think lions and humans are a little bit different. But either way, in the flat Earth community so far, we are greatly lacking wonderful ladies, Alpha Cat and her husband, who hopefully will come around at some point. And if you're able to afford it, it's going to be in Las Vegas, October 21st and 22nd, and it's called Flattoberfest. So it's only for a few days.
Are
Yeah.
you anywhere near Las Vegas,
We
Alpha
are
Cat?
in West Virginia,
Oh,
so
okay, that's a ways.
yeah,
Yeah.
but I'll tell him about it. I'll tell him about it though.
Well, Karen's in North Carolina, and she's like way more north. Oh, sorry.
I wonder
way
how
more
long
east
of
than
a drive
than
that
north.
would be. I don't know how far it was. Let's see.
But
I've
you can
driven
see the
across the country
broadcast
twice,
anyway.
so I don't recommend that.
Yeah,
It
if
takes
it's
a long
not
fucking time.
if it's not in your means, you can always see the broadcast of it after it's
Oh
over.
yeah, maybe the people who were not able to go, we can all stream it here.
Well,
I was
yeah.
gonna
So
mention,
here's the cool thing about it
We can
Yeah,
all
go ahead.
watch it together.
is
Yeah.
that normally in like the last couple of years that she's done it, she hired like an actual professional streamer broadcaster to just walk around and do stuff. But I think she found out that was just completely pointless because everybody else was just doing the exact same thing. And just live streaming everything at the same time. But you're going to see all kinds of people from all around the world that are coming here, and they're going to be doing flat Earth presentations that have never been seen before, that are specialized for this.
Yeah,
And it's just a
I
big
really like
fucking
that.
party. Yeah. So
By the
if you
way,
can
if you
afford
know,
it, go for it.
yeah, if you have women friends that have no idea about flat Earth and are into like the health stuff and something that Peggy Hall might be into talking about, she's at the last True Earth Summit or the first one they did, and she came out as flat Earth, so she's got a huge channel. I just posted it in the live stream. She's got a
Nice.
ton of followers, and she's not talking about flat Earth on her channel, but she was at the True Earth Summit, and she knows the Earth is flat. So
Did she seriously come out as flat Earth already?
in
Finally?
that, supposedly at that, I didn't listen to her presentation, but at the
You mean
she was at
Jaren's
the
online summit?
the True Earth Mount Meru online virtual summit.
No shit, I
Was
didn't
in-
catch all of that. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and Amanda Vollmer was also there. Another
Oh man, I can't wait to meet her. Oh my goodness. Oh, by the way, Alpha Cat, there's when people are showing up to this, I mean, there's some people that are like doctors and like physicists and engineers
Yeah.
and stuff that show up to it. So this isn't just like a whole bunch of like, just random people. These are like popular people.
Yeah.
And the tickets are not cheap. They're like $200 a piece, plus the plane tickets, plus the hotel cost and food, and so you got to have a few $1,000s to, especially like if you have
How
husbands.
long is the event? Like how many days is this convention?
Well, it's Saturday and Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm showing up Thursday morning, leaving Monday night. I'm taking time off work. I'm gonna be there
Nice.
for 5 days.
You're gonna be
Oh, yeah.
hanging
You've never
out.
been to
You're
Vegas?
gonna yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm trying to meet people that I've talked
Yeah.
to online for like several years,
Nice.
but I want to just hang out and help Karen with, setting up tables and all that kind of stuff. Because
Are you a tech guy? Are you up near Simi Valley because you work in the industry in some capacity? Is that why you're in that area?
no, Silicon Valley.
I mean, not Simi Valley, Silicon Valley. Yeah, is that why you're there?
Yeah, I live in like southern Silicon Valley. Yeah, like
Right on.
where
You're working
the
in the
internet
tech industry.
came from. Yeah, I work in a tech field. Yeah.
Sweet. I may have some questions for you. I DM'd you, by the way. I don't know if you saw, but I DM'd you
I'm on
an
my
invite.
walk right now, so I haven't seen
Yeah,
it.
just
I have to
check
get
out
back on my
DMs when you
computer.
do stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I mean,
Cool.
I'll even give out my personal phone number, my address, or anything like that, because you know,
Well,
Mark
don't dox
Sargent,
yourself
he does this.
publicly.
I don't give a shit what they're
Well,
gonna
that's
do.
fine. No, I mean, like, there are trolls. There are trolls. You never know. You never know.
No, I dare someone to try and come and do something to me.
Right,
I
right,
haven't
right. I
done.
hear you.
Man's living
Okay.
on the edge.
No, let's just say this. I'm very pro Second Amendment.
Very
Mm,
cool. Yep.
I'll just say
okay.
that.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, and
yeah. As you should.
It's just not worth it.
and
Sometimes if you're a lot of, I mean, as far as, I mean, I'm not saying you should or shouldn't. I'm just saying that there's been like a couple people that we've known that they've taken pictures of his house or, stupid shit like that. Not to say that, like, not to put paranoia on anyone, but,
all right.
but,
Well, Mark Sargent has put his phone number, email,
I know.
and
I know.
address online, and
Right.
I've called him. I've emailed him. He
Yep.
answers the phone.
That's awesome.
It's like, and there's
Yeah.
no issues with that.
I
And he's
met him a
way
couple
more
times
popular
actually,
than me. So
recently.
I mean, what would I have to worry about?
Yeah. You gotta, hey, next time, if you got some money for travel and stuff like that, you should come down to the next time we have a get together here in Southern California on the beach.
Absolutely. Fuck yeah.
I met Mark Sargent at the last two meetups we had out on the beach.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna be
that
right
was
back,
actually the one that
guys.
I was. All right.
Were you thinking about coming
Yeah,
for
I
it?
was
You
actually.
couldn't make it?
I was planning on trying to get down there, but it was just like, ah, man, I want to take time off work, but when
Yeah.
it's like a real important project going on, it's like I can request time off, but they're going to be like, all right, well, you can take time off, but fuck you, kind of situation. And then my coworkers and my supervisor, it doesn't look good. Like,
Was it audio
it's like a
engineering that
wrong.
you said you do for work? Was it website stuff, or what was it?
No,
Just curious.
I do electrical work.
Oh, electrical. Okay, right on. I was
So
gonna
if you
ask
want to
you
learn,
tech questions. That's why.
well, I mean, I'm also taking electrical courses, Torrance by engineering degree.
Oh, sweet.
And I'm also doing like network engineering and electrical engineering kind of at the same time.
Nice.
It's really
Yeah.
fucking hard though when you're working full time trying to do that full time. It's
Oh
tough.
yeah, you
But I'm
you get a
fortunate
better pay
to the
scale
point
if you get your
that
master's
I'm
or something.
single.
Is that why?
So
Oh, nice. Yeah, that works. Yeah.
no, I'm not working on my master's. I have my associate's degree already, so I'm trying to work on my. So I'm working on like multiple different courses at the same time that I'm just trying to figure out like which one I'm going to specialize in first, and then just move towards that.
Right on. Very cool.
And I have that benefit because I'm a veteran, so I kind of have like the
Oh,
end, like,
nice.
oh yeah, take whatever course you kind of want.
There you go. Right?
Until it gets to a certain point, then they're going to be like, yeah, specialize in something, or we're going to stop paying. So it's kind of there's like a catch-22 situation
Are
going
you
on.
anywhere near San Jose, by the way? My sister lives up near San Jose.
I live in San Jose.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, so I'll have to look you up next time I go up to see her.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I mean, hit me up. I'll
She's
give you
in-
my
she's
phone
in-
number and address. And
She's in Scotts Valley.
oh yeah, well, Scotts Valley is not San Jose. It's closer to Santa Cruz. I have a buddy
Yeah,
that
actually it
lives
is.
there. That's where.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Your
Scotts
buddy
Valley.
lives up.
It's a cool
Your
place.
buddy lives in Santa Cruz.
No, my buddy that lives down there, my blacksmith buddy.
Uh-huh.
He has a shop down there.
Oh,
And,
cool.
Yeah, he's a
Hey,
like a
man,
professional
we'll exchange
blacksmith, and he's got a
information.
shop.
I'll give you. Definitely, that's cool.
Yeah.
We'll exchange information. It will give me someplace else to go when I'm up hanging out at her place.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, worst case scenario, come up here, and I mean, it's a cool place to hang out. I definitely do not recommend going to San Francisco. Place is like a shithole.
San
I'm not
Francisco,
sure if
yeah.
anyone's ever been there. Oh yeah, I refuse to go there. Like if someone says, "Hey Andrew, you want to go and do some side work in San Francisco?" I'm like, "How much?" "Oh, it's like $200 an hour." I'm like, fuck off.
Right? There's not enough.
I mean, $200 an hour.
Oakland's even worse, huh?
No, Oakland's much better. So San Francisco is.
Really?
I mean, Oakland's
Okay.
pretty. Yeah, Oakland's pretty bad too. But no, I refuse to go to San Francisco. Like even for.
Wow. It's really gone downhill, huh?
Oh, I have no plans on ever going to that city ever.
There's a
It's
joke.
really,
There's a
bad.
joke about Oakland that I was going to tell, but if San Francisco's even worse, I guess I'll have to exchange the city and the
Well,
joke.
no, let's
maybe.
hear it.
Oh, well, it's funny because you'd have to kind of like know that Oakland's not a nice area for the joke to work, and you kind of have to like not know it's joke for the joke to work. It's something you bring
Well,
up to
I
people.
know Oakland very well. It's part of Alameda County, and Oakland is it used to have one of the highest murder rates in the country.
Right.
And if you were standing in the wrong spot of Oakland at the wrong time, and I have personally experienced this, where I actually had a crack whore that was trying, and she was literally smoking a crack pipe, like out in the middle of the street, just like jaywalking towards me. Back when I used to smoke cigarettes, it's like, yo, can I get, what do they call it? Can I get shorts off of that? So I was like, fuck that. And then I just took the cigarette and fucking smashed it on the fucking ground. And she got really pissed off at me.
Oh.
She's like, oh, I could have had half of that. And I was like,
Right.
bitch, I'm going to call the fucking cops on you and get you arrested. You're smoking crack out in the public. And she had a fucking, like a knife ready to fucking pull out on me. Man, I wasn't nervous, man. I could defend myself against someone with a knife.
Really though, who cares if someone's out in public smoking crack?
Well, I mean, I actually called.
What are you, a
the police, and I was
tattletale?
like, this bitch. No, this bitch was out there like soliciting people, like, "I suck your dick, man."
And
I mean, she was harassing like tons of people. And then all of a sudden, she came over to me and like smoking crack, and I was like, "All right, bitch, you don't fucking walk away. I'm gonna have to do this."
All right, you know what?
I'm going to jail.
Gotcha. Right. Well, let me just break that up about the joke I was going to tell.
Okay, I know. This is getting a little extreme, right? So, okay.
Yeah. You know, who knows? You know, people have their problems, right? But if they're making their problem your problem, then it's another thing, right? But anyway, so yeah, the joke isn't really a joke, but you bring it up to somebody. It's kind of dated actually because you're talking about the Iraq War. But anyway, I don't even know if it's worth telling now. But it is a really funny joke, or it was at the time. But anyway, how'd it go? Like if you say, "Oh, did you hear about that kid? He's playing for the Oakland A's. The pitcher for the Oakland A's. They just got. He's an Iraqi kid, right? And what happened was, I guess, when our troops were over there in Iraq, you know, they had this like pickup baseball game. You know, give the kids something to do, keep them busy, out of trouble. So they put this team together, and this kid is throwing pitches like nobody's business, right? They're like, oh my God, right? And then like one of the recruiters for the Oakland A's happened to be like seeing the little clip on the news about this kid, and you know what? They got him on the team. They brought him over for training camp in the summer. They got him on the team. Isn't that amazing? This Iraqi kid, like 19 years old, is now like the second relief pitcher for the Oakland A's. And people are like, and then people are like, oh my God, that's pretty cool. That's amazing, you know? Yeah, but you know, I guess his mom called him one day, and his mom's like, I got really bad news for you. And he's like, what, Mom? She's like, well, your father's been shot, your brother's been stabbed, and both your sister and I have been raped. And he's like, oh no, oh my God, Mom. She's like, well, you know, it's all your fault. And he's like, why? Why is it my fault? She's like, well, you're the one that moved the family to Oakland.
Oh, that's fucking. That's unfortunately. Okay.
See, it works still. It works still. Yeah. If you know Oakland, it has to be like a really bad. You can make it any
Oh, I
city
know
you want.
Oakland.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I do. If I'm telling that joke in the Midwest, I'll change it to Detroit or something. You know.
Yeah, and the weird thing is that Oakland is like right next to. If you look at like the San Francisco Bay, Oakland is right across the bay. San Francisco, it takes like 20 minutes. Then right north of Oakland is this city called Berkeley. Ugh. I would rather do jobs in San Francisco. I'm sorry, in Oakland than Berkeley. So I have like this little like preference of like places I don't want to go to, or if I have to. San Francisco is like dead end, like it's a 0% chance. Oakland, I can still tolerate it. Berkeley, they have to pay me a fuckload of money to go there. But go to a place called Telegraph Avenue in Berkeley, which Telegraph Avenue takes you directly down. It's a big long street that leads you right into UC Berkeley. It's like hippie university. Like, a whole bunch of nerdy kids go there, and then it's just nothing but hippies like selling like used books on the streets the entire way down.
Really, because you don't think about when you hear Berkeley, if you're not familiar with the area, you just think, oh, that prestigious Berkeley school must be nice there, right?
Yeah, until you go there.
Right, I guess that's the truth. Yeah, I guess I haven't been there.
I
But
mean,
yeah.
the university is pretty
Or actually,
nice.
you know what? I was there a while back, but I didn't find it very like you're talking because it's gotten worse. I was there overnight one time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like one of those life experiences. It's sort of like some people lived through the 60s and like, oh yeah, peace and love and acid and and then my life got fucked up and some people are still living that in Berkeley.
Well, you know what? A lot of people are living that right now that used to have regular jobs and regular families and all the amenities in their life, and they were forced out of their house or forced out of their job because of the last thing that the government pulled on us with this pandemic. And that is the truth, man. You got people that are like respectable, completely like normal lives, living in tents everywhere. That's probably the reason that a lot of these places have gotten so bad is because of the bullshit the government's been putting us through.
Yeah,
You know?
and it's a
You
really
got tent
unfortunate
cities all over
thing
the
that-
place.
yeah.
It's fucking
Oh,
scary.
yeah.
You know, and the economy and the loss of jobs. I mean, not everybody is fortunate to. Not saying that people shouldn't fend for themselves, but there's a lot of unfortunate situations around right now. It's really sad.
Hey, man, don't talk bad about the government. They love you.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
yeah, that's right. Obey Obama. Obey
Yeah.
Biden.
They really care.
Right, exactly.
And don't forget to vote Democrat or Republican. It doesn't really matter. Just vote for someone.
Your vote doesn't matter. But
Yeah,
we
he
still
knows
care.
that. He's
they still
kidding.
care.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I was going to mention that earlier when you said something about like you'd never date anybody that's not a flat earther, and maybe that I was going to say that she'd have to at least be open-minded enough or curious enough that if that topic were ever to come up, then you wouldn't be like you can tell before you have that discussion whether she would be someone that might be open to it. Is what I'm saying. But we were
Okay,
talking about
so this
that
is
the other
actually
night with some other people, and some guy was saying
Yeah.
it was a baller was saying you wouldn't want to disclose that, but then politics comes up like in so many conversations, and most flat earthers are apolitical because they don't believe in the voting system any longer. So like that's about like it's hard to even like keep it under wraps for very long because then politics come up and you're like, well, I think it's basically two sides of the same coin, just telling you talking points, right? And then and why would you think that? Well, then the flat earth is probably going to come up in conversation soon enough. Is all
Right,
I'm saying.
and the reason I was bringing that up is because this is so multidimensional. If I were to meet any one of you in person, and I didn't know you, I could like even my friends, my real close friends that I've known for a long time. I could bring up like any topic, and we could be cool about it. It's kind of how guys are. But
Yeah.
if
Like there's no
I
taboo
were to
subject, right?
right, well, I'm not going to go that far.
Well, there's nothing that they can't handle, is what you meant, right?
Yeah, to a certain extent, right? Unless you start bringing up, I'm not going to bring it up online right now because this is live.
Well, yeah, the
um,
Vsauce, whatever the Vsauce was, the thing, yeah. There's limitations with a conspiracy conversation, gives people a threshold. I found that with 9/11, my friends were coming back telling me 5 years later I was right about that. But with flat Earth, it's not the same thing, man. Most of them really just do not want to know.
yeah, but okay. So my point is, if I meet someone like brand new, let's just say I go out to I don't know, go bowling, go to a bar, or whatever else, and I meet someone that's brand new. I'm like, hey, do you know the Earth is flat? They're gonna be like, oh, that's kind of weird, but most men that are mature are gonna be like, oh, okay, well, you might be crazy, but they might want to hear a little bit about it, like why you're crazy. You tell that to a woman, and it's gonna be a lot different type of conversation, especially if that woman is someone that you're trying to flirt with. Now, if you do that right away, that doesn't work. And it's not because I've successfully done it, it's because I've unsuccessfully done it.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. It takes only a few times to know that's not necessarily the most popular topic, and they're not going to get it right away. But
Well,
actually,
right. I've
Go
I
ahead.
said it to my parents as well. So it's like, oh,
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
a mistake.
that didn't work either, did it?
And my
How'd your
dad was more receptive to it than my mom was. So
Yeah.
it's one of these things. It's sort of what's the name of the experiment you do when you try to test people? Oh, there's a psychological experiment you can do with people. Can't remember the name of it, but
Yeah. But basically, yeah, I had the same experience, of course, and I could have told my parents that I'm transitioning, and they would have accepted it more so than than the flat Earth. Honestly, that it would have
oh yeah,
been
it's
more.
kind of like Pavlov's dog, like the Russian experiment, essentially,
Oh,
where you
okay.
can test
Uh-huh.
different. Well, it's not Pavlov's dog specifically, but it's sort of like that. But it has to do specifically between males and females. And I have an aunt who has a PhD in psychology, and she was talking to me about this. So yeah, you cannot talk to men and women about the same topics because they react differently. If you want to talk to like men about porn, for example, they're going to react differently than if you talk to a woman about porn in the exact same conversation. And I'm not trying to bring up porn because it's detrimental to society, but
Right.
I mean, everyone's fucking seen porn. 12-year-olds nowadays. I saw porn when I was like 9. So
Yeah, but yeah, there's certain topics.
everyone's
But this
seen it.
one,
Yeah.
I'd say, but I think your point is that flat Earth is the exception to the rule in all cases. It seems if there ever was one, this is the exception to the rule. Like you'd think that you could bring up any topic with most people. Your best friend from high school, like me, for instance, we hardly talk anymore. Because he doesn't want to. Not that I have to talk about flat Earth, but just that it created a stigma, and that he just can't even like think about it, right? And talking to me made me make him think about it, right? So that. It's such a crazy. And it's like I always say, it's like offering somebody a permanent hit of acid. It really is, because it's because they stop tripping. They stop tripping, thinking that they're on a spinning ball when there's no evidence for that, right? But because you stop tripping and everybody else is still tripping, it's like you're on acid, right? And it's permanent because most people are always going to think that they're on a spinning ball.
I think if I was, I took acid several times, but it's been quite a long 12, 15 years, something. But when I was on acid, I would have listened to fucking anything. My friends would have probably been. I probably would have believed in flat Earth like this. Probably.
Well, you don't believe in
10 or
flat Earth.
15.
Don't say believe in flat Earth. Please don't ever say that. I'm sorry. You don't believe in flat Earth. You just no. It's not that you're because then you're making a claim about the whole thing is.
Well, then
Flat
what?
Earth isn't a belief.
Understood?
It's the
Is that
loss
right?
of a belief. No, it's the loss of a belief. You stop believing that you're in a spinning ball, right? So then you're just left with your base axioms, which aren't a belief. It's just your experience
Okay.
directly.
Okay.
You directly
Yeah, that's a much
experience a
better way to
stationary
explain it.
level Earth, just like everybody. That's not a belief.
Well, you have to remove one thing and then replace it with something else in some cases, but you don't necessarily have to replace it. All you have to do is just remove it.
Yeah, think about it. Before the ball idea, nobody had to say they believe in a flat Earth. They just assume that their reality is like it seems. There's no reason to think it's anything other than that. It would have sounded weird to say I believe the Earth is flat before this whole idea that we're spinning and going around in circles and upside down without even having any evidence or notice of it. That's where the belief comes in, because you have to have faith in that, because there's no evidence for it. The reason I harp on that is because they love to say flat Earth believers. In every article you ever read about flat Earth or anything that comes up, it's like, oh, people that believe in the flat Earth, and they love to make it a belief, because then they can trap you into saying you're saying the whole thing's flat, and you have to have this model and proof of the model, and saying and then the whole disk in space gets conflated with it. They want to make it belief versus belief, when really it's just the loss of a belief. Then you're just left with your reality, which is not a belief. Because we all experience a stationary level Earth. That's our base axioms.
Yeah, and we don't have to necessarily have an exact model, because those motherfuckers don't either. The flight plans and flight times and
you
stuff.
can't see the
those
whole.
don't
No
match
one
up.
can see the whole thing. Doesn't matter how high up you go. You're never going to be able to see the whole flat Earth, right? And even if you were to navigate and try to say you did all the where everything is, that's not necessarily accurate either, right? So they want to trap us into saying we know what the whole thing is, right? And that's where they get you, right? Because you're making a claim.
You know the cool thing about my job that I currently have right now, because I've worked as an electrician for, fucking 21 years, and now I'm teaching electrical courses at a college, and I don't have like a high-paying position that fucking Stanford or Yale or something like. Or I get paid decent, but I don't have like a high ranking. I'm not like a PhD or something. So
Yeah,
what I get to, I still have certain rules and stuff that I have to follow. But every once in a while, when I have a little bit of downtime, what I do is I throw a little bit of subtlety into, all right, well, I don't have much. I teach 2 days online. I teach 2 days in person. And it's just the requirement we had to do ever since the pandemic started. So today I was showing them all about cymatics. Like how they take those different frequencies.
Yeah.
They put salt on the plate,
and
different frequencies.
Cool stuff.
Yeah, I was showing that to the students today. I was like, this is how energy and vibration works. And I said, this is how electricity works at the same time. And I was showing that to them. And most of the students are in their early 20s. And I was like, all right, tell me what you think. And most of them didn't have much to say. They were just like, what the fuck is this? And then I showed them the rice water experiment after that. I was like, all right, so this is what, if your mind can help control the things that happen to you and the things that you do around you. And I showed them that. So many text messages from the students, and I was like, awesome, I'm glad you loved it. And they were asking for more videos. And I was like, you know what? You have to look it up on your own. I can't give you every single video. Sometimes you have to do your own. Look it up on your own.
Very nice. Do you try to kind of work in the idea that we might not be on a spinning ball subtly too, or do you not go there?
I tried that, but I got written up for it once.
Oh, you did already? Interesting. What did they say? Put you up? What did they say to you?
Well, I did it in the wrong way, because I probably shouldn't even say it right on the stream, because I was doing it in a way that I probably shouldn't say. I'll just say that because
so
I was going against
ahead.
religion a little bit too much. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think a lot of people would not.
So you associated, so separation of church and state. Okay, I got you.
Well, because I was doing it in front of people. I mean, I don't know what all of the spiritual aspects of some people were sitting there listening to me. So I was bringing it up in a way that it's really easy for them to listen to me. And then I say, all right, it's break time. Go out and, go get a soda, have a smoke, or fucking whatever. and then some of them just go straight up to the office and they complain. So, I never get to find out who complained, but they say, "Oh yeah, you can't really talk anymore. So here's your warning." It wasn't
That's
like
another.
you can't get fired from it, but it's like, yeah, you can't. I mean, I've been written a couple times. One of the times, the first time, I was telling kind of a little bit of a naughty, dirty joke. Holy shit! There's a train coming by. Hold on.
We've been talking a while back and forth. Does anybody else want to chime in? Please do. I don't know if Alfred Cat's still here, but we.
Walking and it's like a mile long.
Well, yeah, you said you got wrote up for a dirty joke or something one time too.
Yeah, I was just trying to be funny to the class, just trying to break the silence. And someone didn't like the joke, so they went up and complained. And yeah, I just get like a little warning, but it's a big deal. I wasn't like.
I was going to say, yeah, I think that's the other thing, as far as like the whole thing with like belief and believing in flat Earth or whatever. And I think that's the other conflation that a lot of times people like to assume about somebody that's no longer believing in the ball, and they realize it's with stationary level, just like you experience. That then they want to say, oh, you must be a Bible person, and a lot of flat earthers aren't Bible people necessarily. It does not. They don't necessarily go hand in hand. I mean, even though you may believe in that there must be an intelligence to this creation, it doesn't mean you necessarily believe in like the outside God creator or the biblical God or any of that. It's just a matter of common sense. And I don't like when they try to. That's the other. My point is they try to make you a believer in some sense. Oh, you're a believer in the Bible. That's why you're a flat earther. And that's not necessarily the case. It's not even the point. The point is that it's common sense that your reality is like it seems, and because the idea that it's not like it seems no longer pans out, you're back to reality, right? Which is like it seems. You don't need the Bible or anything that like that, any of those kind of beliefs, to make you realize that it's stationary and level.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of very interesting things that do happen. That are written in the Bible, in the Quran, and the Talmud, and whatever these different books are. And I cannot prove when any of that stuff was written or who even wrote it. I don't think anyone can. But
yeah, and so they'll try to jump on that as a way of saying you're a believer in something that you can't prove. So therefore, you're just like me, or you're not. Your flat earthness isn't valid or whatever.
Well, the thing about the current modern cosmology is that they say, well, look, we actually have video testimonials that NASA was launching rockets. And here are the people that went there. This is part of a new type of religion, which is, I think I might be misquoting this, but it's pretty much, it's scientism, not Scientology. So a lot of these people are just, they're believing in something, they saw it on TV, it's in a textbook, and therefore it must be real because they're unable to disprove it. I don't think that it's undisprovable. I think it's very, very easy to disprove. They don't want to because they already have the preconceived notion that there is no creator or creation, and therefore life has no meaning whatsoever. And I have no sympathy for these people. And I'm sorry to say it, but it's like if those people didn't exist anymore, I wouldn't care. Like jump into a volcano and like make yourself non-existent, and you give a shit less. I'm a little narcissistic. I'm a little
Harsh.
unsympathetic. Yeah, a little harsh, unsympathetic. I don't give a flying fuck about these people that have no meaning to the greatness that we have been given in our life.
Yeah, but the Bible would also teach you to, be patient and be tolerant of people that they know not what they see, what they say. They know not. Well, I don't know what the saying is, but they know not what they speak or what they, people. It's unfortunate that we have a system, we have an educational system that dumbs people down on purpose, and a cosmology that limits their intelligence. And so you have to give some people a break at least because they're just a product of their environment a lot of times. And it's not a conducive environment for real education and real enlightenment.
Well, yeah, I mean, I do give some people a break in certain aspects, like some of my very, very close friends. But when some people are shown the path of a certain type of truth, and they just refuse to do it, and they just follow, like, oh, I'm going to follow what, like, news or CNN or whatever it is.
Well, that's all they know.
That's all they're going to do. Then I just give up.
Right, but they don't even know. They don't even know. They don't know that there's an alternative. I mean, this, like, we were all there at one point to some degree, right? We had no idea that this was even a possibility until we found out.
We try to show them.
Right, but the thing is that everyone has their time. Everyone has their tolerances. They have their social situations. I'm not saying it's good or bad or okay or any of that. I'm just saying that it's hard to say that everyone should see what we see because they all have their own circumstances to deal with. Like maybe their wife would leave them.
Absolutely.
All that.
Like, have you seen like these different types of pictures where it shows you? It's like an optical illusion in a sense, where it looks like a bunny rabbit, but it's also like a duck.
Yeah. It could be whatever. Yeah, it's like a Rorschach test almost. Yeah.
There you go. A Rorschach. Well, it's a little bit different.
It's an illusion, right? It's whatever you see.
It's an ink blot test, yeah.
But it psychologically might say something about them depending on what they see, is what you mean, right?
Well, yeah, but you can perceive something differently, and if you show someone what the answer actually is, and they still refuse to accept it, then it's like you give up. Like, I drew this, I'm showing you what it is, and now you're refusing to accept it because you see it differently. I don't know. It's so
dude, the cogdis, like the cogdis is strong, man. I'm telling you. Like I used to think that all these people out here arguing with us must be agents, and then I had people in my own life act the same exact way, and I wasn't so sure. It's just because they have. It's like like I said, it's like taking a permanent hit of acid, and if you walked up to a normal person on the street and asked them if they wanted to take a hit of acid, or much less a permanent hit of acid, they'd all be like, "No, fuck you." I'm good with my reality the way it seems, and I have to have stability in my life mentally. And the paradigm shift breaks people, man. I'm telling you, especially with certain people that are ingrained in the system, like their job depends on them believing it, or their whatever their situation is. They can't take that step. They're not independently minded enough or technically minded enough to even be able to argue the points. So they see this avalanche in front of them as soon as they hear it. They see, oh, people at work are going to make fun of me if I say this, and I won't be able to know everything I'm supposed to know to be able to defend it. And it's just like they'd rather just like keep believing what they believe. And I'm not saying that's necessarily good or bad, but it's just like it's hard to judge people for not wanting to take that hit of acid right away, at least.
Well, I'm not gonna go into the hit of acid thing too much, but I do have a question for you.
I just mean a parallel to that.
I know you.
Like,
I know
flat Earth is the acid of information. It's so mind blowing.
Have you ever seen the movie SLC Punk?
No.
SLC Punk.
No, I haven't
seen it. Stands for Salt Lake City Punk.
Okay.
It's a interesting movie. It's about these punk rock guys that are like pretty damn intelligent, like taking like law courses and stuff, but they get into like acid. It's worth checking out. And there's some pretty popular actors
Oh, that's cool.
SLC Punk.
Right on. I'm a movie freak, so I'll definitely check it out. SLC Punk.
Okay, so I can't remember his fucking name though. I mean, there's like a few different people in it that are all. Guy that played Shooter McGavin in Happy Gilmore. His name. He's in it.
Anyway, yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Anyway, but the point about it, it's just that they took acid. That's the reason you brought it up.
Well,
Or they were
yeah,
like,
but like well, they took a lot of, and like one of the guys in the movie, he had like an entire sheet of acid like in his pocket, and all of a sudden he had to like it was like really hot outside, and he had to run through the sprinklers to get away from it, and it all soaked into his leg at the same time, and he got like thermofried. And obviously, it's just a movie. I mean, that would be like terror for me.
I had that a direct experience with that through my roommate in college, who took 15 hits of acid to a party, and he was selling them out of his bare hands. And he was selling them. He was sweating it or something. It soaked into his skin, and his wall came down and never went back up. Man, I'm telling you, it was the craziest thing. He was like we had a crazy college. I went to a really interesting college to begin with, but we had a crazy situation with us, all four of us sleeping in one bedroom, and then we had the other room as like a study room, or if you get laid, you could go there. And then he was like up and out of the bed, and then in the morning, I mean, it's just too much to go into. Like
you're saying, get laid on
2 weeks.
acid?
What's that?
Like getting laid on acid?
No. I'm talking about the place we lived on campus. We had the 4 beds. We made bunk beds in the one room, so it was 4 beds in there rather than having 2 beds in one room and 2 beds in the other. We had one room as a study room. You know, if you were up late studying or if you got laid, there was a bed in there you could go. You could take the girl into and not have to bother anybody. You know, that was the way we had it set up. But I said that because it was interesting that, you know, it was my other roommate that gave him the acid to take to the party, and he was blaming him in a weird way for it. And I don't know, there's just too many details to go into, but this guy was a crazy dude to begin with. And 15 hits of acid for someone like that, you know, put him over the edge. It was a crazy 3 weeks that we went through, and then he had to go to the hospital after that, and blah blah blah. His mom came, and insurance ran out. She left him with us. And his dad came, and you know, and he was like this trippy old like California guy that had actually helped people with psycho trips of sorts, that, you know, psychologically needed help after bad trips and stuff. So that was good. He went back with his dad. But anyway, it was just the same situation you're talking about. He had 15 hits soaking through his hands. So that's totally plausible. Totally, it's true. That's what would happen. I'll have to check that movie out.
I did have a buddy. He took it was probably around like 15 hits or something. I don't know exactly how much he took because he was freaking out. And his girlfriend came up to me, and she was like, "Andrew, we need to go to the hospital right now. We gotta take this hospital." And so we ended up taking him there. And he took way too much. And I was like pretty much sober. But anyways, we got there, and what they were doing was they were just giving him milk, and they were giving him like an IV. And that's like pretty much all you can do. You can't. There's no way you can take the acid out of someone's body. You just have to let them like run through it and give them like PM or stuff. I don't know. That's what the hospital was fucking doing though. And I had to stay there the entire fucking time when he was coming down because it was my car that brought him there. It was.
Well,
like,
that to bring it back to topic. To bring it back to topic, that's why I compare it to flat Earth, because it's like you can't take the flat Earth out of somebody. You know, once they realize it, it's permanent. You know, like you're not gonna you can't unrealize something, and that's why it's not a belief; it's a realization that we're not on a spinning ball.
Well, no, you can unrealize that the spinning ball is unreal. Once you understand that we're not on the spinning ball, that's almost impossible.
You realize that we're not on a spinning ball. Therefore, you're left with your base axioms, which is your direct experience.
Yeah, I'm standing outside right
Flat
now,
Earth is not
looking
a
at the
belief.
stars, and the stars are moving. I can tell slightly that they are, but the fucking ground beneath me is not doing that.
Yep.
Pardon my language.
Brilliant psyop though it was while it lasted. I mean, it really did its job and still doing its job. They may indefinitely continue with the psyop. I don't know if they're going to absorb flat Earth and start doing some other kind of psyop based on that truth. Who knows? But they may have to because too many people realized it already.
Oh, there's always the next psyop. You know, I mean, what's the one they've been talking about recently? Like the people that think they're not men, for example, trying to be as big as possible.
Yeah, the transgender psyop. Yeah, we could say that, I think.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to get anyone in trouble, but I mean, that is definitely a psyop.
Yep.
That's another psyop, and then they're doing it's multiple things at one time. Oh yeah, Project Bluebeam, and you know all that other kind of crap.
Yeah, I always say I think that they may end up having to absorb flat Earth, and then they're going to meld the UFO psyop with flat Earth, and say that their UFOs are coming from outer ponds, and that's why we had to lie to you, because we were protecting us from the outer ponders. But now they're here with their directed energy weapons and all that, so we have to do what they say, or you know, they can make good outer ponders, bad outer ponders. They'd have real time gods.
Oh, that's actually interesting. You brought that up because a lot of people will say that there's that Japanese map where there's the beyond Antarctica.
Yeah.
I'm not really a big. I think that's a little.
Well, it's a speculation. It's speculation. You know, that's the thing. It's unfalsifiable, right? It's unfalsifiable, and so it's not something we should include in our, you know, as a point that we can prove to any degree. But it was like the first thing that I thought of when I realized we're not on a spinning ball. I thought, oh, there has to be other civilizations, other kinds of people. I mean, who knows? I assume that maybe it's an infinite plane, even. You know, I mean, that was one of the first things that came to mind.
Yeah, and that's a very interesting thing about it, is that if it's an infinite plane, and I know this is going a little bit beyond what people that are religious when it comes to like Jesus, Muhammad, and those kind of things, but if God bored and wanted to split itself or themselves or whatever else amongst many different areas, try and forget him or her or whatever God is, just you create infinite amount of puddles with infinite amounts of like different societies and languages, and it'd be really easy. I mean, and that's where aliens could come from. I have no idea. I've never been there, but it's a possibility. It makes a lot more sense than saying that we sent a fucking rover to Mars.
Well, even if there was a limitation, I always put it this way: even if there was a limitation, like even a barrier of some sort, like a firmament, you see, like you can't get past it. Well, then what's on the other side of the firmament? More reality. I mean, a non-reality doesn't exist, right? There can't be nothing, so there wouldn't be no thing. There has to be something, which would be more reality. I assume more land and more sky and maybe more domes. Who knows?
Oh, what you mean beyond what we can go up to? Like what's beyond?
Like even on the side, like if you go out past Antarctica or even north or wherever the dome is, if it's hitting the ground and going up as a ground to.
Oh, beyond our horizontal barrier.
Yeah, if you put your hand through that firmament or that barrier, does your hand disappear into a non-reality? No, it's going to be more reality on the other side of that, no matter what kind of barrier there is. It doesn't mean that there's nothing over there, right? And what would be over there? More reality, not space. We don't think it's space anymore. No vacuum or anything. So, well, how could it not? I mean, I say it's like infinite in quotes, but how could there be an end to reality when you think about it?
Yeah, it's one of those things that. Okay, I'm gonna go out on a limb right now and I'm probably extremely wrong about this, but this is just a
Well,
very
yeah, speculation. Just make sure you say it's speculation. You don't have to say you
it's
believe in
definitely
anything that way.
speculation.
Yeah,
Very, very much speculation. That
sure.
I think that there are certain things that we have in the sky that have come from other places. For example, like the ISS. I don't know if we built that or if it's something that's been up there for, I don't know, it could be for many, many thousands of years. And people have been observing it, but we've been trying to figure out what it is, but no one can. So they've been falsifying what it actually is. So speculation station, definitely.
Yeah.
And there are other UFO things. I know for a fact that I've seen things in the sky. I've been with people.
Sure.
Where
A
we
lot
were
of people
both
have.
looking
Yeah.
up in the sky, and
Yeah.
we've seen things in the sky that we can't explain. They just move in these random directions. So
Right.
I don't
Even
know
beyond
for
what we think, might be the capabilities of our military. Like it's beyond. Like there's a channel called UFO Lou, where he uses like night vision goggles and looks at the sky and sees all kinds of stuff up there. I mean, I've had friends that have done it. I mean, it's not any secret. I mean, if you use night vision goggles, you can see all kinds of stuff flying around at like ridiculous speeds. What it is, we don't know necessarily, and some of it may be us, it may all be us, but some of it's just like beyond what we even think our capabilities of the super high tech military might have, if they're ships.
Well, yeah, I can tell you this too, because when I was in the military, I had NVG 9.0. NVG is night vision goggles, and like the 9.0 ones were like the most high tech ones that we were issued at the time. And when you were looking out in the middle of the ocean, like in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, there's no aircraft around, and you look up in the sky and you start seeing things if you pay attention to it. What the fuck are those? But nobody wanted to really talk about it. But
Right.
you do see weird shit up there. I don't know what
Well,
it
it's
was,
just weird.
but
It is weird, though. You have to admit, it is weird that they're trying to disclose the UFO stuff right now, when flat Earth is also becoming more and more well known, and it could be that they try to use that as like the reveal, like in the Bible, like they have the great reveal, and I think they try to follow it like a script so that people then get on board with it because it seems to be reinforcing the biblical, supposed predictions, right? So they may do something like the great reveal, the great truth revealed, give us the flat earth, and then say that we're surrounded by outer ponders, so we have to unite as one world to defend ourselves or serve them or whatever,
So
It'd
are
be
you
their
a
best
Bible
move,
guy?
unfortunately.
Because you have mentioned that a couple.
No, I'm not necessarily a Bible guy. I think there's lots of truth and lots of knowledge from the Bible, but I think there's so many interpretations and translations. I don't know what it means to say the Bible even, If you just say the Bible, what are you referencing? You don't even know what version. There's so many different versions.
Sounds like
That's true too. You say the Bible, and one person might be imagining an NIV, and you might be thinking a completely different version.
Right.
If you compared them, a lot of things might be different. Then if you took both of those and compared them to the original Greek or Hebrew, it's way different.
Yeah.
And most people don't want to look at all to anybody except for just whatever their preacher says.
Right.
Like, okay,
Not to mention
I
all the
heard
books
God or
left
whatever,
out,
and
right?
then they go through things.
You have Enoch left out. I mean, you have so many
they
books
took
left
out so
out. So
much.
what are you even saying, right?
Yeah, and it's, I'm not even trying to get religious with it. It's just the point that they've done that to all of history everywhere. They've left out a lot of things, altered things, watered it down so that the true form of everything is just kind of glazed over.
Yeah, and religion.
They sweep a lot of stuff under the rug. Sorry.
Yeah, and the religion is like the worst part about it, right? Because even Jesus would say he doesn't not to be religious, to know God is not to be organized in an organized religion that tries to subvert the idea of God in their own particular selfish way. That's like the definition of evil. To prey on people's natural spiritual instincts.
If Jesus Christ were here walking around doing stuff, people would tell him that he's not acting like Jesus. Straight up, they would. You're not acting very much like Jesus. They would tell Jesus if he were just walking around.
Oh, you
doing
mean the
things
typical
that-
idea of what
I'm just
Jesus
saying.
is doesn't really match the Bible's
Yeah,
interpretation of it? Yeah.
Because if they saw him flip a table or something, they'd be like, "You're not acting like Jesus, Jesus." What?
Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot
saying.
more judgment in his actions than you would expect from the turn the other cheek interpretation, right?
The
cool if you notice the things he was against is like basically dealing in human flesh or like monetizing salvation instead of just helping people. Go ahead, man.
Yep.
Oh, very good statement. Yeah, I do believe that the words of the Bible have a lot of good stuff to teach people, but I think the majority of the Bible is just hearsay, and I am going to, eat the meat and leave the bones kind of situation. So
I'd say,
I think,
regardless of what scripture or religion you're looking into, don't listen to whatever holy men that are alive. They're trying to give you their interpretation. Dig for yourself, study for yourself, learn for yourself. Be the scholar on your own accord. And don't lean on your own understanding. Like, keep double checking, because we don't know what we don't know.
very well said. But what I was about to say is, we had that wonderful lady that went AFK just a little while ago. Alpha Cat, I think her name is.
Yeah.
And she's Muslim, and she is very well spoken, and she has her own demonstrations that she was presenting for Flat Earth, and that was fucking awesome. So
Yeah, it
if
was.
she's still listening, hey, fist bump to you if you're still listening, because she was presenting an entirely different perspective on things that I have never heard of before. Even though I've met many, many Muslims in my life, and I respect Muslims a lot more now. I mean, drastically more than I used to. Because
when you realize it's just like the Protestants, like you've got all these different divisions and groups, and it's like it's all divided up. So this one doesn't necessarily agree with that one, doesn't agree with that one, doesn't agree, but they're all Muslim, and you can't really call them all the same thing. It starts getting interesting and weird.
Well, the interesting thing about Islam versus like Christianity, for example, and I can't say this factually because I'm not Muslim, I'm not Christian, I'm also not atheist, I'm also not anything like that. I'm a flat earther, I'm not atheist. I don't want to put myself into a category. But the thing that I've learned, I think, is true about Islam, Muslims, is that there's one book. That's it. There's one book that was written, and in Christianity, there's like, over 2,000 books or something that are written. So it's very misconstrued. There's too many different versions of it. And I've had this conversation with so many people, online and in person. And I'm talking about like in person with like cousins and my
If we want to go
uncles
further on the religious stuff, we could hop down into the religious channel.
I'm not trying to get religious about it.
It's,
But Flat Earth definitely goes into it crosses into. When you talk about Flat Earth, it automatically sort of starts to talk religion, and religion sort of starts with Earth. So it's hard to differentiate which channel do you talk. You want to hop into like a Earth channel or just a...
Well, there's
No,
the religion and
it's that,
spirituality would be a neutral one.
Yeah, there's two different
But
things,
we
It's
could
like
just go back to
religion
flat
is
Earth type stuff.
religion is the absurdity of belief, right? Because you shouldn't have to have religion. You should just know, your connection to God. I mean, whatever. I'm not saying should or shouldn't have to anybody, but yeah, the whole idea that the Bible reinforces the idea of flat Earth would make sense, and also there's so many other things. But like my point again was that people would love for you to people love to find you believe in things because belief is the enemy of knowing. And what we're talking about here is what we can prove to ourselves, right? Or what can be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And so they would love to get into a conversation where you talk about your beliefs, because then it makes flat Earth a belief. And that's why I harsh on anybody saying I believe in flat Earth, because that's the last thing anyone should say.
Yep, I say something similar. Flat Earth's not a belief. Like, my height is not a belief, and flat is not a shape. Beliefs are for religions.
Your base axiom is not a belief. It's just, you don't have to believe you're sitting in a chair. If you're sitting in a chair, you're sitting in a chair. You don't have to believe that.
I don't know, man. I might be 99% sure I'm in front of this right now.
Yeah, it could be a simulation of you sitting in a chair. I'm like, okay, dude, if we're in a simulation, this is a simulation of a stationary level Earth.
I believe that, here's a belief, I believe that if a human being goes through enough pain, that they'll truly realize that you are really in this shit. And maybe that's it. Some of these people are too squishy. They haven't experienced enough pain yet.
Well, I found the video I was looking for. That why I stayed on so long here is partly because I was looking for that video, plus the great conversation. But when you mentioned the rice experiments, Andrew, there's this other woman that does. Her name's Veda Austin, and wait, is this her? Hold on, wait a minute. I want to make sure it's the same woman.
While you're looking that up, I've done the rice water experiment twice. Way before I knew about flat Earth, and way before I saw any video on it. I did it on my own because I heard about Dr. I always mispronounce his name. Miramo, whatever. I saw that, and my girlfriend at the time was like, "What are you doing?" And I was doing it, and it fucking worked. And then a couple years later, actually like 4 years later, I did it again, and it worked again.
Wait, what worked?
So,
I missed what you said. What worked?
The rice water experiment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and then there's
And
the guy that
rice and you just
the way you treat it, the way you talk to it. Plants are definitely
It changes the
sentient.
form of it. Like if you're negative towards it, it'll react in a negative way. Like it won't grow as much and stuff.
Yeah,
I've heard about that one. That would be an interesting experiment to do, and like involve the entire family. Like my children could be involved in doing that, and each one of them have their own container. I was something like having them all separate too. Yeah, do like a control and then see what happens there, and then get other people to do it.
Well, this woman takes it a step further, right? And you've heard that you know the guy that did the crystal experiment, which is the crystals that were solidifying at the time, and he has one for like hate. It's Yakamoto or something. Yeah, Yakamoto was his name. But that's where I think the rice experiment originally was referenced, where he did the rice experiment, and then he was doing the ice crystals that were forming, and there's different looks of those. And this woman is doing water that's crystallizing on a window pane, and just with the thought, she can have like a sailboat appear, right? And I'll put pictures of the other ones that she'll put a picture next to the water that's crystallizing on the window pane, and it'll make its own impression of the picture that's right next to it. And it's almost like an artistic impression rather than something that's an exact copy, so it's not just duplicating it like a reflection, it's giving its own interpretation of the picture. This is something we could also test, like the rice experiment. I mean, watch her videos. I put it in the live stream. If she's right, if this isn't a hoax, which I don't believe it is, this is showing that water itself is sentient, which the crystal experiment that Yakamoto did also shows. But this is like this is another step beyond the rice experiment. If you could influence the water that's crystallizing on a window pane to mimic the fucking picture that she puts next to it. I mean, look at that. I mean, this is like this is mind blowing in a whole nother way, don't you think? I mean, of course, you have to watch it and think that there's some truth to it, but I'm telling you, I think this woman's on it. Surprised that there hasn't been other people showing their own experiments for this yet. She's not well enough known or whatever, but I mean, look at these pictures that I'm uploading here. We should all be trying this and following her method. You have to have like a really pure water, and there's another video I'll post. Another guy's confirming this exact thing, where he's doing these microscopic analysis of water, and they'll put like sausages in a jar of water, and they'll take a reading of the water before they put the sausages in and afterwards, and the results they're getting look like it's mimicking the sausages. I'll put that video on there too. But isn't that amazing? Like the unicorn there with the... Now, water, to go into speculation station again, water is connected intrinsically with the ether, I think, and the ether is made up of what I think are microzyma, and that is the infinitesimal smallest part of all things that are called microzyma, and I'm doing a deep research on that right now. And it was actually at the heart of terrain theory versus germ theory back when Antoine Béchamp was going up against Louis Pasteur, and Louis Pasteur had political ties and mainstream narrative behind him, so the whole idea of terrain theory went away, and that's why we're in the situation we're in largely. And these things called microzyma can be shown under an intense microscope that they're pleomorphic, meaning that at the essence of everything, there's this intelligence that can morph into whatever it needs to, right? Or whatever it has to, or whatever it's in symbiosis with all of the other essences of everything, right? So it permeates everything existing, right? All matter, everything living, everything non-living. It's what I would call the ether. It's made up of all these infinitesimal, intelligent, what do you call it? Cells. It's like inside the cell is this intelligence, and it can be shown under a microscope. But hardly anyone knows about that.
Okay, so I know who Louis Pasteur is. He was like one of the alleged creators of like vaccines, quote unquote.
Pasteur, yeah.
The
Louis
other
Pasteur.
guy, the other guy I've never heard of. So
Antoine Béchamp. They basically erased him from all encyclopedias, but he had like a list of credentials that would take pages of the encyclopedia.
What happened?
Someone buzzed us saying we're in speculation station, and you said the word VACCI. You said the word.
Gotcha.
Just call it minestrone or something.
Right, gotcha. I thought YouTube was allowing that now.
They seem to have let up on it, But yeah, for the stream's sake, it's just best not to use the exact words.
Better safe than sorry kind of situation.
Talk around it is better.
Right.
Did you see those pics that I threw in the live stream with this woman's results that she's getting? With the picture?
About a mile from home. I'm still walking, so I can't check that out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, don't blow your mind, man.
Yeah, I try to do about a 4 to 5 mile walk every night.
Yeah.
I can.
Good for you. That'll make a difference. I'm definitely going to try this as soon as I get the time and the materials to do so. I'm going to try this water experiment. I'm sure you will too, since you did the rice experiment. But I got to go, guys. I just wanted to... Oh, here's the one, the sailboat. This one she did just by the thought of the sailboat. Now, that's another thing. To put a picture there and have the impression come out is one thing. But with her intense concentration on a sailboat, this came out.
Wow, that's fucking amazing, mate.
Isn't it amazing?
It just shows you what the human being is capable of. Well,
power of intention,
and water,
right? And of course, we're almost all water anyway, so that would make sense.
Yeah, that's amazing. What was the rice one? Were you talking about? Was that the moon? The rice? I seen something to do with the moon and the rice.
No, it's all about the way you treat the rice, right? Like you can do
You can
yelling
call
at
it
it,
names, yeah, give it hate speech and all that.
give it hate, yeah. Just like plants, there's a definitely noticeable difference in the way the plants grow if you talk to them.
Yeah, definitely. I've got a lot of plants in my front room, and they actually move about. They do move. I mean, it's nothing to do with the air or anything. I mean, I just see I watch it with grass as well. Sometimes I go to the park with my dog and I sit down and I watch the grass, and there's no wind, and you can see the blades of grass are actually. It's like you're tripping in a way, but you can just stare at the grass and they move, they twitch, and it's like they're communicating with each other. It's weird.
Have you seen those videos on TikTok where people are talking to the plant, talking to the tree and telling them the tree to touch them?
I have actually hugged a few trees, to tell you the truth. And I do talk to my plants.
Well, I don't know if it seems like a hoax because it could be very easily done with like a fishing line, or invisible thread. And if it was true and people were trying it and it worked, there'd be tons of people posting it, you would think. I don't know. But I guess Jaron Whitsitt was telling me that or telling somebody else at the time I was listening, but it was saying that Jaron tried it and had success with this. Like you get close enough to the tree where it could touch you if it were to move, but not like so far away that it has to do some kind of like crazy thing, and make sure it's not just the wind blowing it towards you. But you ask the tree to touch you, and there's videos of people having this tree actually move to touch their hand. So, I don't know. It could be something about like it could be a hoax that then they could say, but I don't know. Jaron was saying something about it. Anyway, I'm just saying that I suspect, without having that thing that Whitsitt was talking about, I would suspect before I try it myself that it might be their way of making anybody that thinks talking to trees or talking to plants or any of that, seem like a hoax because this hoax was played, right? Subterfuge.
Well, right. I did read something a while ago. I can't remember that. It was a long time ago. There was an experiment done, and it was to do, I don't know if it was the FBI or the CIA or something like that, and it was to do with questioning people and trying to get the truth out of people, and like if they've been arrested in an interview, and they tried this experiment with plants in the room. Now I don't know if it was, the plants altered something. I can't remember if they moved or they had something hooked up to the plants, like a meter or something. And they did these tests, and the plant knew when the person was lying, or it did something.
Oh yeah, okay. I saw that. I forget who did it. Yeah, you're right.
I can't remember what they did. Whether it was they hooked up like a voltage meter or something like that. But they did it, and they did it, on purpose to say. And when the person being interviewed lied on purpose, something happened to the plant. So and it was very successful. I'd have to try and find it again, but I wouldn't mind reading that again. But it was a few years ago when I read that.
Somebody else did something similar where they hooked it up to their computer and they were showing that there was some kind of frequency or something, like it was for making music. And basically the claim was that the Fibonacci sequence was followed in the plants. It was different when he hooked it up to the plant compared without the plant.
Right.
But interesting though. I think that makes perfect sense. I mean, and I mentioned the pleomorphic microzyma, which everyone should definitely look into. It's hard to find information on it. Actually, Andrew Kaufman, the guy that's been telling us a lot of information since the whole Vsauce thing came around. He did a whole page on it that I'll also link for people. But yeah, if they're speaking of God,
What is
if
that
the
one? Sorry.
essence of everything is intelligent, right? If the
Yeah.
essence of all things has this intelligence to it, then and it's in communication with the essence of all things, and it's all one thing, right? All of it together could be God, right?
Yeah.
At least we could all. I mean, if you even if you believe in a biblical creator, you could at least agree that God's within everything, right? And it
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily have to be an outside creator. It could be everything is God, and it constantly recreates itself. A lot of people will accuse you of being, you know, atheist just by saying that, but I don't think so. I don't agree. But I made a GIF of the microscopic stuff that they did with these microzyma, and they show it oscillating, and they had the microscopes beyond what like a lot of these electron microscopes have, and they took this one guy's work and just destroyed it like Tesla. And he was calling them somatids, but it's basically the same thing as microzyma. But you'll find all this information in the link that I'll post here too. It's so interesting because these guys were erased from history, just like a lot of the people that were talking about flat Earth.
I love all that stuff.
Or discredited,
I
or
need
whatever.
I need to start looking into more of this stuff. I mean, obviously, I love the flat Earth, and I was having this conversation. I've been thinking about the flat Earth for so long and researching it. It takes up a lot of my mind a lot of the time, and
Yeah.
I've lost a little bit of things. I've stopped. I'm not getting to the gym as much. I'm not going out on my bike as much.
Right? Yeah, I hear you.
So
Very, very consuming.
Yeah, it's very consuming. It's taking up a lot of my energy, and not that I don't enjoy it. I mean, since I've found the flat Earth, it's just always amazed me, and I've always been interested in it. But other stuff like that, I think I need to now, as well. Not forget flat Earth, like but get into other things as well.
Oh, yeah.
Start reading about other stuff and get
Right.
some more knowledge and more information on
Exactly.
on the nature of our Earth.
You know what? I'm thinking maybe I shouldn't post this thing on Germ Theory for the server that it has to do with possible conflation with the. But here, I'll DM you whoever I'm talking to about it, I guess, with that since I mentioned it. But and I don't even know if that stuff, those gifts I put in there with well, that's not really saying anything. I can't really get us taken down for that.
Yeah, I'll have a look at them. Yeah, I seen that one with the rice, but I did watch something about the moon and the rice as well. The phases, whether the moon can. Well, we all know moon. It's all they use the moon for farming, don't they? There's certain crops and plants when the moon's in it's a certain phase when you should plant and when you. So so it's obvious the moon. This is what I keep saying. Everything in that sky is having an effect on us. I mean, we know the moon is, and then we know the sun is. Definitely, the other lights in the sky are as well. Maybe not so much noticeable, we think, but everything up there, I think, in that creation that is created up there is definitely having it's affecting us dramatically.
Yep.
Everything up there is
Absolutely.
doing.
Absolutely.
Depending on where things. I mean, you can talk about stupid astrology when you read the paper and it tells you about your star sign, but I actually believe in all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
On a deeper level, definitely. I mean, I remember years ago when I went into a second-hand bookshop and I just picked up it was to do with star signs. I just like rummaging in second-hand bookshops sometimes, and I picked this thing up. And I'd never really. It was many years ago, and I never really looked into it. And I'm a Pisces, so it was telling you the characteristics of each star sign. And I read this Pisces, and I thought, this is me to a T. This, and I never read. It was telling you about where the stars are. The moment you're born, that instant capture of the heavens determines you, your medical, everything about your personality, everything. And people do medical astrological charts. They can tell you, where your weak parts in your body, what you'll probably suffer with. They've looked into it, but I read this Pisces and I thought, wow, this is amazing. This is definitely me. Everything it was saying was just me to a T. Just to do with when I was born and where the stars were at the time in the sky.
Check your DMs because I just sent you a invite to Geo's server. It's called Earth Awakenings, and he's a scholar on all the astrological sign stuff. He'll blow your mind, man. There's so much to it, and you would dig that for sure. You should go over there and talk to him or us for sure when we're over there.
I think I've got that one. I've got.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I have got that down.
Have you ever
I've not
heard
been on
Geo
for a
talk
while.
about star signs or any of the astrological stuff?
I may not have heard him personally, but I've listened to other people. I mean, I've listened to a lot of Santos Bonacci on that. He's
Yeah.
quite good on all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, just get in Geo's ear about it sometime, and he'll blow your mind for sure.
Yeah.
Beyond belief.
Yeah, definitely, I will do that. I'm interested in all that stuff. I love it all. I got
Yeah, it
interested.
makes sense once the Earth is. I mean, I don't understand how people can really buy into it when they're thinking that the stars are like infinitely far away. How could they really be affecting us in that way, right? So
Yeah.
it only makes sense on a flat Earth. Oh, and another good guy to look up for that stuff is Wakey Wakey. You know who he is?
I've heard of him, and I think I may have spoke to him, or I've come across him. Wakey Wakey.
Well, he's not. He's probably not someone you talk to because he doesn't go in the groups very much. But he's old school flat earther that got taken off of YouTube. So I'll send you stuff. I'll send you a link to his work on. I think it's on Odyssey or BitChute. But he does advanced astrological
like
system
reading.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. It all amazes me that, and I mean, I'm not pushing what I'm going to say now because I always get into bloody arguments with it, and it's not. I don't necessarily believe the full narrative of it, but when I also looking into all that, I stumbled upon the astrotheology. You know what Maxwell Jordan speaks about, and I mean I'm not going down that road about the Jesus thing and Jesus is the Son and all that, but when they explain it that way, I can really sort of see what they're saying, and it resonates with me. I'm not saying
with the water bearer and the way that the order they're in and all of the seasons and the way that it definitely seems like it could be a parallel to a lot of the stuff that is in the Bible for sure.
Yeah, I'm not dissing the Bible or Jesus when I say it, but it's something they both connected in some way. You know, Jesus on the earth and the disciples is also relating to the sky and the zodiacs. Not saying one is right and one is wrong. I think they're all interconnected, and I don't know. It's just when I stumbled across it, and when you look into it, you think there's definitely something there. There's definitely some story there within the heavens and the Jesus and the disciples and the constellations, and maybe we don't know the real hidden meaning of it all, but there's something there in the Bible and within the stars and the heavens that's connected.
It's too bad that people take offense to it when you start to talk about any kind of metaphorical interpretation of the Bible.
I can't talk about it. I can't. I've brought it up on Nathan's show sometimes, and I've just been hounded by Neil and Tenth. I'm thinking, whoa! And every time I bring it up, it's like, oh, you've lost your way, and it's the devil trying to tell you this and that.
Really? Nathan's not a big religious guy though himself.
No, he doesn't get involved with that type of conversation. But I've brought it with other
others
people
in there.
Like the Christian flat earthers say, and it's like, whoa! I just always end up like I think. So I love talking about it, but I find that I think, I can't talk about this because people just get instantly have a what's the fallacy? The tard with the saying they just
Zealots.
I can't think of it. Can't think what they're
zealots,
just saying
like
that
religious zealots.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance.
They just automatically presume that I don't believe in Jesus, and which I've never said. But I just found it so interesting when I found these constellation things and astrotheology. Just absolutely, when I just love looking into. When I found that, I thought, wow, I've never heard of this before. So amazing.
Yeah. There's a great talk from a guy who I'm looking for right now, since you mentioned that. That has an interview. Actually, IPS does the interview with him because he became part of this dark matter radio program that has a lot of interviews and stuff. Anyway, this guy wrote a book based on his findings of astrotheology, and I think it included the idea of flat Earth in it. And he did it as a fictional book so that he wouldn't have to worry about any kind of censorship, which is always a good idea.
Yeah.
I'll have to find that.
You got lots of stuff, haven't you?
Yeah, I got the links. They always made fun of me in my other server that back in the day with Kenny on the Hangouts, that I was always pushing the links. Like, I got links for you. I got links.
Brilliant.
Yeah, definitely check your DMs out. I'll send you some other stuff when I find that one, which I can't see on their playlist right now right away. So I don't know if it's still there.
Yeah, I can't look right now, but if they've DM'd me, I'll
when you get a sec.
I'll have a shuffle through later.
Send you a friend request too, and then you could accept that. I could still message you. I always say accept a friend request. Sometimes you can't even message people without it.
Yeah. What's happened with Mayhem? Just going off the subject, I've not heard of him for a while.
Nathan Oakley?
No, Mayhem, Miggy.
Oh, Mayhem, Miggy. Oh, I don't know. I'm not in here a lot. I'm over at Geo's more than here. But definitely come over there and talk to us. You definitely would get along with people there, I think, for sure.
Yeah. What's that? Is that the Earth Awakenings one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of anti-flat earthers in there. Sometimes it's not really that great just for that reason, because people yelling a lot, and he allows people to be in there making points that people here would just not even put up with. But it makes for a little more, lively conversation sometimes. It's not. They're not allowed to just run rampant, but.
There's some sort of control, yeah.
But there's been like almost an influx of anti-flat earthers springing up. Like they've sent out the goons on us, because things are getting a little bit too lopsided in the argument.
I was thinking Nathan's had a few on his show recently because he went through a long spell of not having. There was one on yesterday, saying talking about that he can get curved angles and things like that, and he was just going proper, like, talking absolute nonsense.
Just straw man. That's all they have.
But I also think I don't know if there's been people. It's like Dell. He's a flat earther, but he's talking about this Earth rising up. He's trying to say it's nothing to do with relative density disequilibrium. He's saying the Earth is actually moving up. Now, this is the Flat Earth Society used to say all this, and now the Flat Earth Society is supposed to be like, keeping the real flat Earth at bay and making it sound stupid. And then you've got Brian Cox, who's a heliocentric, clown, who's also, and they talk about the Earth moving up. But you get there's a lot of flat earthers now talking about this. So I'm thinking, well, are these people actually? Are they actually just going that way naturally, or are these seeds that have been planted to?
Right. Yeah, that's the question, right? You start to question it, because we've always called out the Flat Earth Society for that ridiculous idea, and now we got one of our own totally buying into it or thinking that's the only way. But I guess mathematically it would work out that there could be, an upward moving system that would take care of the 9.8 meters per second squared. But I would say they're not including the idea of the downward flow of electrostatic energy, which seems to be that's something you test as well. Like, there's an actual weak electrical downward bias, it seems, maybe too. And that's when you get in the realm of like what Ken Wheeler talks about with some of these things that people debate in here about whether it's just relative density or there actually is some kind of downward
magnetism
bias.
or something like that.
Yeah, electrostatics. Yeah. I would say that there might be something like that. It would make sense, and it would also answer a lot of other things, like, the ether answers a lot of things. People debate about whether that is something to talk about in here, but the ether is a topic that I think you can't ignore in the subject. You can't be off the table. It's just so relevant for context as far as the Michelson Morley experiment goes, and I mean, how could you just not talk about it as if it's not even a subject? Whether you think it exists or not is another thing. But I'd say it'd have to. There has to be a background medium. You can't have the painting on without a canvas, right? You have to have something to paint it on. And the microzyma might also be another reinforcer of that whole thing. If that's the case, everything's in communication with itself at its infinitesimal intelligence.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, we don't know. We don't know, do we? And we're quite okay with saying that about the sun and the moon. We don't know what them lights are in the sky, but we talk about them.
Yeah,
we'll discuss what they're doing. So we should be able to discuss everything else. Now, I know on Nathan's show, they're all like, well, if you've got we'll talk about it, but where's your evidence? And if you haven't got the evidence, then it doesn't exist. But, I understand their stand on things, but that's just the way they run the show. But like you say, I like talking about these things myself. I don't know. It's just nice to talk about different things sometimes.
As long as you say you're speculating, and not trying to make a claim, then I think it should be okay.
Yeah.
It makes it more enjoyable to speculate sometimes, because like you said, to come full circle with the conversation, the flat Earth is so consuming, not because of the talk about the particulars of the shape of the Earth or the non-shape of the Earth or whatever. It's not just about the flat Earth. It's all these other topics that we've been lied to about or not given full disclosure of these things that might be also very interesting and significant.
Yeah,
especially the ether, I would say, for sure. I think that's the thing they would want to hide more than anything. And it could be good reason for that. I mean, if you knew how to manipulate the ether, you might be able to make a weapon that would be like destructible. I mean, if Tesla really did take down a whole building with a frequency, right? Then I guess there might be some justification on their part for us not wanting to know exactly how that works, right?
Yeah. Well, definitely, yeah.
Right? That's probably how they justify it, whether it's the actual worry or not. It's probably the free energy they'd like to hide more than anything. But
yeah, it's definitely. I mean, I used to, before I came to I found the FED and all this side of it when I was new to it, and listening to certain different people like Sontaz Bonacci and Ken Wheeler. I used to listen to them, and I used to talk about ether and just oh yeah, we've got this ether. I never used to think. I used to just listen to people and say maybe without looking into it too much myself. But it wasn't until sort of recently when I've listened to these shows and the debates that, and especially on the FED side, that we can talk about it, but what is it? How do we see it? How do we prove it's there? And I can understand that side of it as well. I mean, yeah, is it there? What is it? It's just like gravity, isn't it? We say there's a gravity. Well, what's the observation of it? It's the same as ether. What's the observation of it? That's what we're trying to. So that's what it comes down to, really. Unless it's something that's just in creation that we'll never actually know because it's out of our. We're just not able to understand some things that the creators put in place. Maybe.
Right. And it's not to say that we won't keep seeking. It's not like you say, "Oh, I don't know, so I'm never going to look into it." We keep trying to figure it out. But if it's like the reason for our existence. If we knew the true reason for our existence, then we might not have a reason to exist, right? Because it's the seeking is our purpose, and the paradox is that we'll always be seeking something we can't know completely, because then there'd be nothing left to seek, right?
Yeah,
so it's the paradox, and like you'll hear a lot of times with QE or Nathan or some of these people that there's no reason to ask why, if God created everything, who created God? Oh, well, you're going to have an infinite regress fallacy. No, it's not. I don't think there's an infinite regress fallacy. It's just a paradox. You can't just avoid that there's a paradoxical nature to reality, right?
Yeah.
Paradoxes exist, right? It's like, what does your nose smell like?
Mm. Well,
You
I mean, I've
can't
always had
know,
that.
right? You can't
I've
know.
always had I've always had that one with the. I mean, I believe there's creation. I don't believe we're here through a Big Bang situation. I believe it's a creation. But then then you do ask yourself, well, if there is a creator, who created the create? So you do come
Nothing
back
wrong with
to that.
that.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
do come back to that
it's a
question.
natural question,
Who created the creator?
right?
So it's
And
got.
could it be the creation itself is God? Why does there have to be an outside creator? Why can't everything be God altogether? The good, the bad, the ugly, all of it is just the balance of everything. Like you would never appreciate the good without the bad. Not to say that the bad is justified, but that's just the case. What would be? How could heaven only be all good? Wouldn't that get boring after a while too? Would that be its own form of hell, especially if it's like eternal? The only thing that scares the fuck out of me is an eternity of anything, right? No matter how good it is, I guess. but
Yeah.
but it could all just be one thing, right? It could all just be at the essence of everything is an intelligence that's in communication with the essence of everything.
But like you say, with the goodness, I think you'll always have, and this is in the astrological things as well, and in the one of the universals law of the polarity. Everything has an opposite. Everything has an opposite. You'll always have a good, and you'll
The
always
yin
have
and the yang. Yeah.
So you're always going to
The
have
dark and
evil.
the light.
You're always going to have it. It's always there. And I
And
find
you wouldn't appreciate it. You wouldn't appreciate the light without the dark.
Oh man, I've got you keep reminding me of poems I've wrote right there.
Oh, were you the one with the poem earlier? That's great, by
Yeah.
the way.
Yeah.
Awesome. I was going to look for that and copy it.
Yeah, but where is it? I think I've lost it. Not lost it, but sometimes when I'm talking, when I've got my little.
It'll
black
trigger
book on.
something, and then the rest of the conversation makes you lose it.
You just reminded me of. It's all right if I find it. It was just when you was talking about.
You
good
can't
and bad.
appreciate the light without the dark.
Yeah, I've got some. Just let me find that because it's just weird. You said it before on the other one, and then you just said it again on this one.
The other one? What do you mean?
But the one I read earlier, you triggered that. You said something
was it me that
about.
triggered it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
You
I'm
said,
glad I'm your muse.
Yeah, you said something about our senses and.
Oh, I see.
It.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I was saying something right before you started in with that. Yeah, it was about the fact that your base axioms, right? You can only experience a stationary level Earth. That's all you can really know. It's not a belief.
You can hear me all right, yeah?
Yeah, did you hear what I said?
No,
I was
just say
saying
that
that was your base axioms that triggered the other one, right? You can only know what you experience directly.
Yeah. And then you just mentioned something about day and night. So this is a poem I wrote a while ago, and it goes: golden light breaking the ice and winter night, the light and the dark fight, day and night, dark and light, wrong and right, the fight for love, the fight for life. Without the day, we'd have no night. There wouldn't be dark without the light, and everything would be wrong if we didn't have right. So golden light, show me what's right and keep me on your path of light.
Awesome. Love it, dude. I'm still looking for your lyrics from the other one. Can you send me the lyrics?
Yeah.
I mean, not the lyrics, but the prose
Yeah,
for both of them, Mike.
I'll send you something. But I've got a little I've got a slot on the FED panel. I've only posted 2. I've got one Dex Poetry on FED server. I've put 2 in there.
Could you send me an invite to that server? I lost my account with a server that got taken down. I was a mod with, so I have to get all my servers back, and I'm not in there yet again.
Yeah. I'll
if you don't
send
mind
you that.
sending me an invite. Yeah,
I'll
send me
you
an
in a
invite
bit.
to the server too, if you don't mind.
But I can just send you a few snapshots of them poems that I just squiggle things down in a book, and that's
Love it.
what I do. But
Those
it's
are
weird.
good, man. Honestly.
That was good how you've just triggered 2 points, mate. I mean, like syncretism
For
in the
sure. We'll
area.
have to talk more.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, we're on the same wavelength.
Nice one. Right. Well, I've just come
The
out.
ether does that. The ether's connected
I
us.
was just going to say that myself, actually. Yeah.
There you go.
I know it's mad, isn't it? Yeah. But, not rushing up, but I'm just sat in me. I'm just working in a supermarket at the moment. I'm fixing a freezer. They've got a walk-in freezer cold room. I'm a refrigeration engineer, so I'm just I've got a load of ice build up, so I've just had to rig some heaters up, and I've just left it alone.
I'm gonna take advantage of you saying that because I've been trying to get off here for 2 hours now.
Yeah. All right. Well, good talking to you. I'll check them DMs
Yeah,
out.
you too, bro.
I'll send you invite to FED, and we'll
Yeah.
chat again.
Yeah. And anyone else I was talking to is still here. You still here, Andrew? Or anybody, Ethergrass or whoever else? I'll say goodnight to.
Yeah, me too.
And,
I'll be jumping on again later, so I'll see everyone in a bit.
all right. Take care, bro.
Take it easy. Nice one.
I have to announce to you that I will never retire. I will only retire when I'm dead in this ring. Wow. How about that announcement? Over my dead body. I've got too much juice left. Woo! I'm still an itch boy. I love this business. I'm going nowhere. Thank you. Woo!
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Globe Logic compilation. Enjoy the show and grab some popcorn.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
No. It's time!
The geometric horizon is behind everything and in front of everything at all times, unless something is directly in front of you on a flat surface.
What?
It's a globe, guys. The geometric horizon doesn't stop. It doesn't end.
Wait, so your claim being that the Earth is, we're not moving and everything around us is moving is based off of an observation?
So are you... How else would you base it off of? Do you have anything that's non-observational that would give you any indication as to the Earth's movement?
The numbers. What? Well, you can't...
Wait, the numbers?
The numbers don't lie, bro.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You can also take samples of the elements of the sun. You can also take samples of the elements of the sun.
Stop the cap.
If you can't observe yourself, if you don't have a mirror, and you can't see your limbs, you just can see straight. You can't see your nose, you can't see your body, but you're living in reality. And you see all those people and you communicate with people and everything, but they're not allowed to tell you how you look like. You're gonna make the assumption that you're actually the same person, just not what your hair looks like, what your eye color looks like, and all of that detail stuff. But if essentially you're the same as everybody else. So why should we be any different than the other planets in our solar system? That's my point.
That analogy being used, that analogy illustrates that that's a weak inductive inference, and it doesn't adequately substantiate the concluding premise.
But wait, there's more.
That's what the analogy illustrates.
Yeah, it's not a solid one, but it's just one part of it, of course.
What valid scientific experiment exists in astronomy?
By getting a telescope and looking somewhere else in space.
So if I spent 47,000 hours watching porno, it's a science.
No, because this
You just
is
said watching
under the
shit is
scientific
science. You
field.
just said watching shit is science.
Bro, you're...
Well, I said watching shit in this context is science.
No, so context.
Because they're watching this shit to understand how it works, why it works, when it works.
47,000. Hold on. If I watched 47,000 hours of porno and I was taking notes about patterns I saw, then it's science.
How it works.
Well, no, because the porno is not important.
But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I've seen pictures of it.
Okay, I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator, and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait. So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't
proof.
expect that.
So back to the question: who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Any time in history?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, what did he do? What was
he went and he did the calculation that he learned in school.
What did he do so that we can know that there's drop over distance? Tell us the method.
I don't fucking know. Why do I need to know?
I know you don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, but like, I don't fucking know how cancer works, and I still believe in that.
Because of the fact that you're stating that the Earth has this curvature, but you have no knowledge on anybody who's directly measured this curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, right? I would
how have you measured the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof?
That's not the question. That's not the question here. The question is your knowledge as your baseline knowledge as how it's been done. You have no idea. You have just a belief that someone's done that. You don't know it.
All right. So you hold yourself to the same standard.
All right. Yeah, that's fine. But listen, I'm not the one that's saying that the Earth is a globe, because I know that it's not.
What's your claim?
I don't have a claim.
So you're a coward.
I'm not a coward. I don't have a claim for the shape of the Earth. You do. All right. So second question. They're saying that the Earth is rotating, right, on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. These are very simple. You should know these. Who has directly measured this rotation, as in per the axial rotation, anytime in history?
Listen, man, I'm gonna bow out. You have a nice night. I love
you. Yeah, believe me, this is what I love.
I feel like I'm being respected right now, so I'm gonna bow out. Love everyone else of you.
Later.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
So, to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy. He did it from Oklahoma City. I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15 degrees.
It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees, son? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got.
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen. I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
What research do you need to do to know that you're not moving?
Because I have seen multiple scientific pictures of the globe.
Of course. Don't you know anything about science?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You don't prove the hypothesis in science, buddy.
If I look at someone's chin who's like 10 meters away from me, that chin is not really there. It's refracted.
It will be refracted.
What about someone else's chin? What about someone else's chin?
Well, if I'm sitting... Well, that would technically be apparent, but it would match much better to the geographic at close distance because the distortion would be almost none. Physical Earth curve is like your chin. You can't look down and see your chin unless you've got a freakishly jutting chin. You can only ever see it in a mirror or in a picture, right?
Plumb line straight or curved?
Again, you're talking to me.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
So you're going to mute me every time?
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Fuck you.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Is the claim here that the pylons of the
Heretic, if you're going to keep talking over me, I'm not going to...
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Did your mother have children that lived?
Are plumb lines straight lines? You literally can't answer. Uh-oh.
A plumb line goes straight down.
It goes straight down. Okay. Goodbye, globe.
Oh, good. Explain your proof. Come on, dumbass. Explain your proof.
Right there.
Why are you so angry?
As soon as you start talking...
What, you're going to refute the entire field of geodesy now? They don't say that plumb lines are straight lines. Guess you shouldn't have invoked that to prove a globe. Plumb lines are curved lines. Now you're saying they're straight and they tilt away from each other. Well, not on the globe model, they don't. So I guess we're done here.
Are we? You think you've won? It's amazing, Heretic. You know what? That's why my...
You don't even know what the plumb lines you're trying to prove the tilt of are in the paradigm that you're trying to use them to prove. So, yeah, we're done.
Yeah, I know.
The formula is for the physical
horizon that exists. The one that you see is an optical one because of optical effects.
You're reverting back. The reason that I interrupted the conversation this time is because you said that boats in the sun go over the horizon and it's optical, and then we were like, well, how do you know?
They go over the physical horizon and you see the optical horizon.
Yeah, okay, but then your conclusion was that it was a globe. How? Because you assume it, and
because it fits the model.
It's a reification fallacy then, on top of begging the question.
Fred, let me interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't fit the model. Pay attention. It doesn't fit the model because you just said it goes over the physical horizon, but you only see it go over the optical horizon. That is a model that's not fitting, brother, because you see it doing something that it's not doing.
I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit because there's not enough variables in the model. The model only describes.
Thank you.
The model only describes the physical model, and the picture
stop.
is
Now you have to stop, because when you were talking to me, you said that begging the question is okay because it fits the model. You just told him it doesn't.
It's rewind time.
It fits the model. I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit.
So you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
This is why we should
accept it to be the case. It's very slight.
Oh, it's very slight now. Well, how slight is it?
Well,
is it distinguishable to the naked eye?
Probably not, actually.
Oh, right. So when you go up a mountain, you don't see curve like you said.
No,
so you just lied.
Jedi said when you go up a mountain you can see curve. I said you can measure drop. No, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth.
Said what you
Don't put words in my mouth. I said going up a mountain you can measure drop over distance.
No, you just said you can see left to right curve going up a mountain, you liar.
No,
you said you can see left to right.
Rory did.
That was earlier.
You just said right there when Jedi asked about left to right curve, and I asked about it to clarify. You said yes. Then you said it's very slight. There's one guy called Rory who climbed a mountain and he took a picture and he saw that it was curved, but no one else can see it. And you can't see it with your naked eye, despite just saying you went up a mountain and saw it. So you're a liar, Ruhif. And it's all recorded, and it's pathetic, and it's sad. Do you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
Gotcha, bitch. Yeah, well, here's the thing. The Big Bang was created from nothing, and they replicated creating something from nothing.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
They created a property from graphene by creating electric fields.
My God, dude, listen to what you just said. They created a property from graphene, which means it's not nothing.
What is it made out of?
The moon is made of mostly rock. The sun is made of helium and hydrogen mostly.
And you know this how?
Observations, science.
You observed the rock?
What? I've observed the rock through a telescope. Other people have done a lot more detailed analysis on it.
Then you're 100% sure that's what it is?
I trust the experts.
Shut up, bitch!
So what do boats disappear over?
Geometric horizon.
But you said we don't see that.
Remember how you started with your whole globe proof? Remember how you started with your whole globe proof being things appearing to vanish bottom up in the distance, and now you're saying the thing that they're supposed to appear to vanish over is refracted so that it doesn't appear.
Bomb has been planted.
I don't see the problem with that.
What? This is what laser targeting systems are. You know, the things that are used by, for example, the navies of the world. So they use laser targeting systems at distances of 100 miles, requiring the surface of the Earth to be level, because if it was curved, it would get in the way.
Hey, wake up. Well, you have to see that the Earth is this is not proved, but it has gravitational pull that the laser gets pulled down. So the laser still hits the target, even though it's so far away.
Stop the cap! Stop the cap right now! Can you show me that curvature?
It's too. Yes, if you like zoom out very far, you will see the curvature.
Zoom out from where?
From outside of Earth, like outside of its atmosphere.
Can you send the guy that's up there a message to zoom out so I can see it?
You have pictures and videos. I sent you a video.
So if he's showing us curvature up there, that the place where we're standing is curved, then we should be able to translate that back down onto the ground. Yeah?
Not
and
really
measure
because
it down
of how
here?
gravity works. No, because of how gravity works. If you like go down like gravity.
So
you
we
also,
can't
like,
measure it. We can't measure it because of gravity.
Yeah.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Does the Earth look flat or round? Does the Earth look flat or round?
It's definitely round, dude.
Hey, does it look flat or round?
What does it look like? Hello?
Can't even do it. You're fucking sick, dude. You're sick in the fucking head. Like, you can't even admit that the Earth looks flat.
I refuse to incriminate myself. How about that?
I refuse to look at this Indio. You see?
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I refuse to incriminate myself.
A few moments later.
I know. Have you been outside before?
Yes.
Okay. What does the Earth look like, flat or curved?
I am not answering that question.
Yeah, you need to.
No, I don't.
You need to. Why not?
Why? It's not proof the Earth is flat or curved. I'm asking you what it looks like. Like, what it looks like.
I don't have to answer that question.
You serious?
All right, so when you go outside, did you see the world looking like it's flat? Yes or no?
And how many times have I told you I'm not answering that question?
The only thing you've said that's honest is that you were drinking.
Yes, that was something that I said.
Why won't you answer my question? Why won't you answer that question? Stick here,
because I don't want to.
Why? Why?
Because it's self-incriminating.
What?
How is that incriminating?
I got your ass, man. You know, Indio has you. You're dead to rights, bro. Like you can't get away from that. That's the question that you need to answer. What
No, I
does the Earth
don't.
look like
Because
when you go outside?
It doesn't prove one way or another.
Well, then why
We know
would
that.
you answer? Then
We
answer
know
it.
that. Like,
Then
we
answer
admit that. It doesn't prove it one way or another.
What's going to happen next is I'm going to say a point that's totally like fucking left field of that. Like, this is why I don't believe that. And then you guys are going to be like, oh, fucking straw
You
man.
don't believe that it looks flat? Like, what?
Man, whatever the fucking terms you guys use, and then go with that. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm a straw man now. And I'll do straw things.
The hell is this guy on, man? Dude, shut up already.
But wait, there's more.
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit.
But okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
But you
Have
don't
any of
see
you
it
guys
as flat
built
or
anything
curved.
with timber? Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber.
So
you
when I
don't
look at a
see
piece
the
of timber,
horizon as
I can look at
flat
that piece
or
of timber and go,
curved,
that
you're
looks
saying.
kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither.
But you just
I
said
assume
you
that the
don't
timber
see it.
might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved.
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
Oh no, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see
What
it
does
as
that
something
mean?
that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But does it look flat or
In the
curved?
same way, I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat.
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped.
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat.
How do you not
it doesn't
understand
look
this?
curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved.
Neither.
Yeah.
Neither.
So what does
not
that
everything's
look like?
a false
If you were to
dichotomy,
draw-
bud.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality, But you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach?
That is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two
What's the third option?
When there's a possible. The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight.
You can't determine what?
Whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
You don't believe your senses, is that what you're saying?
Of course I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point, but again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need measuring devices.
That's great. Sir.
If you were to have a drone and you fly it up a couple hundred feet, you could actually see the curvature.
I can't believe you just said that.
My detector test determined that was a lie.
So tell me, why is the sun 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at solar noon?
Because it's like, what are you talking about? Less of it is exposed to where you are.
Yeah, so why can I look at the sun directly with my eyes on the horizon, but if I look at the sun when it's at noon, I'm blinded?
Huh? Like, well,
why can't you just answer your question? Why can I look directly at the sun and not be blinded when it's on the horizon? But if I look at it when it's directly overhead, I will be blinded.
Because there's less of it to look at.
There's less of the sun to look at?
Yes, because it is blocked by the horizon.
Man, you got to clip this. Clip cord, bro. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. There's less of the sun to look at. It's not because the air is thicker.
Finn Bob, go ahead and demonstrate how the thing that we're standing on is a geometric shape by way of measuring it. And you're like, let's get a big old tape measure. And come on, let's stop being ludicrous here. You know, realistically, how would you do it, Finn Bob? If you were really going to do it, figure it out.
Calculating it.
Calculating.
Then you need to
calculation
verify through measurement.
Is a calculation the same as a measurement?
Yeah.
What are you, fucking stupid?
Let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand we're talking about the surface of a sphere,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a
Yeah.
sphere.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line?
No.
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your north heading?
Elevation change.
Oof.
It's not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man? Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain.
Yeah,
is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
You're telling me staring at the sun is going to tell you the geometric shape of the Earth?
Yes. It tells you a lot.
Yes. How
it
is
tells
that
you an awful lot.
Lies! 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 Lies!
So other than dropping something, or us just being on Earth, what can we do that could prove that the Earth is a globe? Like, what proof is there?
You can, I guess, you look at other celestial bodies. You realize that if they're spherical, and then but it's always going to be gravity at the end of the day.
You don't know that you're on a planet? Oh my god!
On a scale of 0 to 100, how sure are you that you live on a ball?
I'm like, I say like 99% sure.
Damn, 99%.
I'm like 90% sure.
What's giving you the most confidence?
Like, I'm 10% sure. I'm 10% sure that it would probably don't, right? Like,
so what's giving you what's the main thing that's making you think 90%?
Appealing to authority.
Gay!
with 6378. 637.
Okay, so what was who measured that?
I actually don't know how that's measured. That's a great question.
Right. Okay, well, do you want to go and figure out who measured it and then come back?
No, I really don't need to know. If multiple people
Why?
are using it, it's
who's
verified.
Well, what if it's never been measured? Well, no, you'd have to measure it to verify it.
But then, how do we measure things too large? We use angles to measure things too large.
Well, you tell me because it's your claim. So who measured it?
Well, I would never think I need to measure it, but we can do it with angles.
Well, someone would need to measure it.
Well, I'm saying we could do it with angles in here. Do you want me to screen share and do it with angles?
With angles of what?
With the angles around in the world around us, bro.
Angles of what?
Things, the Earth, things in
the angle of Earth. What is that?
Relativity. Angles in relativity.
What?
Angles
the angle of relativity.
No, the angles in relativity. I'm not saying the law of relativity.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm saying relativity as a concept. I'm saying
the angles from what
concept. The one that you learn in like first grade, bro. Not the one you learn in college.
An angle from? What are you drawing an angle to?
You can draw an angle from anything.
Yeah, but what are you drawing an angle to?
So an angle, right? You can make it out of fucking nothing, bro. You can make it out of fucking nothing. You can just make an angle, bro. So, okay. Let me say it like this. Okay, you can put a square inside a circle and you made a fucking angle, right? Is that easy to understand?
How would this tell you the radius of the Earth?
Oh shit! You would have to know trig and calc. See, this is fleeting. I know stuff that you don't know.
Trig would use a flat baseline, wouldn't it, for an angle?
No. Yeah, well, that's what they technically do for the Earth.
Yeah. So
they give it a flat
baseline of the angle.
Yes, they give it a flat baseline.
Right, so it's a flat baseline.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
So how does that work on a globe?
You just chop that bitch in half, bro.
So the baseline would be flat.
Yes, if you split the globe in the middle.
Right, so not curved then.
But then the same trigonomic rules still apply, though. You just have to double it back. It's simple algebra, bro. Angles in relativity.
Do you have a demonstration of the 1.2 mile horizon that you say is refracted? Because you just gave two ways to be able to demonstrate that and then said, well, no, nobody ever did that.
Yeah, again, I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22 by incorporating refraction. I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
You made a claim that Snell's law is built upon experimentation. We all agree it's built upon experimentation with two different mediums. Can you give me experimentation of a singular medium?
All right, Snell's law comes from Fermat's principle. It is derived from Fermat's principle.
That's correct. Can you give
me... so you accept Fermat's principle then, correct? Do you accept Fermat's principle or not?
You need two mediums. You need two mediums to invoke Snell's law. Do you agree?
Or a gradient.
Okay, then
Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
Why can't you show me an experiment of that?
Oh, I can show you the mathematics of it.
Variations in the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of wide ranges of sizes. These include variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence and cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. Do you know what a deterministic model is?
I do know what a deterministic model is.
Cannot be accounted for by deterministic models.
That cannot be accounted for by deterministic.
That's right. Refraction cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. That's why I'm asking you. Where's the model that makes prediction? There's no deterministic model for atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, or whatever you want to call it. There is no model in existence that makes accurate predictions. There never has been, and there never will be.
I am saying that if you knew all of the atmospheric conditions from
doesn't matter, dude. They've tested it. They've tested it. Do you understand that you have a model, and then you go out and you collect data, then you plug the values into the model, and you see if the model matches observation, right?
Yeah.
When they do this exercise, let's call it, they don't get reality. What's so hard to understand about that? That the models don't work. That's why I'm hammering on this, is because you think that there's some scientific fucking overlord out there that can predict refraction. No. There's no prediction of refraction. Doesn't exist. So you just saying you can predict where the geometric horizon is, that's just cap, dude. That's nonsense.
What I am suggesting is not something that would work in the real world. I am suggesting that if we had a deterministic...
Michael, sorry. Now we can't do this in the real world. Why the hell do you believe?
No, you never could.
Yeah, so where's the direct measurement of the thing that you believe in? Why are we now listening to your imagination? Why?
Physics is deterministic.
Oh, God's sake.
Holy smokes, dude.
You do understand
about quantum physics, which is indeterministic? Anyway.
You do understand.
We're ignoring quantum physics. We're out of the realm of quantum physics at the moment.
Yeah, you do understand that everything you've done for the last half hour is beg the question. The heliocentric model predicts. Awesome. So the Earth is a ball then. We want proof of the ball, proof of the assumption in the first place, not just backwards engineering of all observations to it because of refraction.
I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
Shut up, bitch!
Right. So it's subbing in propositions for these variables. Suppose that P is gravity. Suppose that Q is the Earth is round. Right. So if gravity exists, then the Earth is round. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round. Yeah, so you're just wrong.
Sphere. Oh, what am I wrong about?
Objection. That gravity means twisty torsion bar. It doesn't. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round.
Galileo used a ramp to study rolling balls, showing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll, known distance.
I didn't hear the first part. Did you say Galileo?
Yeah.
What did he do again?
You asked me who was the first person to measure drop over distance, and I said it was Galileo.
Okay, go ahead and give us the information on how
he used a ramp to study rolling balls, slowing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll a known distance. He measured elapsed time with a water clock using an extremely accurate balance to measure the amount of water.
Now show where this has been measured on the globe. Drop over distance on the globe, not on the ramp.
I'm just telling you, Galileo.
Rolling balls off a ramp with water, therefore Earth curvature drop over distance.
What? I think he said. The Black Swan is a wonderful example of a straw man.
How is that? It's nature presenting itself as, the way that it does.
Wait, are you saying the globe claim is a straw man against itself?
No, I'm saying the Black Swan is a straw man against the globe claim.
Oh, wow.
No, it is the globe claim, and then it shows how it's incorrect.
No.
Okay, detail which part of the Black Swan argument is the straw man.
The part where it says the bendy cranes don't matter.
Oh, where does it say that in the argument?
Oh, are we doing the whole if P then Q thing?
Yeah, the modus tollens. Yeah, where does it talk about refraction?
Right. That's an incomplete thing. Modus tollens only works like if we agree on the P, then the Q. But if the P is in contention, then the Q doesn't follow.
So you don't agree with the P?
No, not at all.
Oh, so why are we arguing about Earth being a globe?
What?
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
What are you, fucking stupid?
A hill of water.
You yourself had conceded and said, "Yeah, definitely something to contain gas." Right? Is there a way to contain gas without it? Without a container. Without a container.
No.
Right.
So what's containing your globe?
Right. So you yourself. No,
that's not the claim. No, that's not the claim. That's not what they claim. What is it? You're just going to make up your own cosmology. You can't do that. No.
So that one. What is the ozone layer made out of?
Bro just said no gravity.
What is the ozone layer made of?
I've been told it's made of gas.
So what contains that?
The gas itself.
Holy fuck!
Has anyone observed gravity forming things into a ball? Is it predicted by the physics model?
There is.
Do you have a demonstration? Oh, what experiment is that?
Well, as I told you, the Cavendish experiment, but I
formed something into a ball.
Sorry?
That formed something. That formed a bunch of particles into a ball.
Well, not exactly, but
okay. So, and what's the Cavendish have to do with it?
We know that gravity. If with this experiment,
we don't know it. You're claiming it, and I'm asking how we have the knowledge for the claim, right?
If we know that the gravity exists and it's applied evenly, when we look at the Earth, we will then see that it is spherical and stuff. And
yeah, great. That's a claim, dude. You're confused. You think just saying gravity predicts things form into a ball. You think that that's somehow evidence for the claim? No. If that was the prediction, what would you have to go do? You'd have to go test it, right? You'd have to go test it with an experiment.
Yes.
Okay, so what's that experiment?
So just wanted to get in quickly. That's actually two fallacies wrapped into one. Because you begged the question, and then you've also made a baseless assertion based on the begging the question fallacy, because you haven't got any real world data to support what you've said either.
Okay, so just as I told you, there is an experiment, but I don't know that one very, very well, and that's not really the subject I'm fully in.
Well, listen, I know about the Cavendish, whatever, but that in no way shows that gravity forms a whole bunch of particles into a ball. Nothing about that. You cannot deduce from that experiment that conclusion.
No, you're misunderstanding. Gravity is the dependent variable.
Gravity is the dependent variable, so it's the observed phenomenon.
Correct. That's literally what I'm saying.
So gravity is the observed phenomenon, not the cause.
Literally, yes.
So is gravity the cause? Is gravity the cause of the natural observed phenomenon?
Yeah.
Is gravity mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
Okay, so the cause is the natural observed phenomenon.
Right.
The cause is the effect, is what you just said.
Excuse me.
You said Eratosthenes, right?
Yeah, Eratosthenes, yeah.
So we've got shadows, 2 different points on the surface, 2 different length shadows. That tells you that the surface is curving. How?
Searching.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Searching.
Wait, hold on.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is this so like you're asking if how we know it's like curved?
He's googling it.
No,
well, I mean,
no. So I already have this information pulled up. So how we know that it's curved is that we can observe from two different. But
that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
Well, I'm not finished. Let me finish.
No, you're not answering the question.
Let me finish.
No, it's not about finishing. We're trying to stop you from being like you're not even on the right. You're not answering the right question. Remember, I gave you an example. If you told me how tall you are, you're like, well, what method do you want? Any method, as long as that's measured, it's verifying how tall you are via measurement. So
maybe
sorry. Go ahead. Yeah. Going back to the experiment here, there are two different like shadows taken at different latitudes. And the way that this works, the way that we know that it's round is because the only way we would be able to do this is if we see different angles of shadow that the shadows project.
So you're saying that on a flat surface... Wait, so just to clarify, you're saying that on a flat surface, we cannot have different angles to a single light source.
And yeah, but those angles on a flat surface would be wildly different. And
well, why would they be wildly different? What would they be instead? Actually, what are they? What are they, and what would they be instead?
Because on a flat Earth, you're dealing with a flat plane, relatively speaking, and with that.
Okay, so the angles. So the angles would be different than what they are. What are they?
What do you mean?
What are the angles?
What's your angle?
I don't think that's necessarily.
So you don't know what the angles are, but you do know that if the surface is flat, they would be something other than what they are.
I don't think that the angles, the exact angles, are relevant here, but I know that they're.
Well, they are relevant because your claim is they wouldn't be what they are, but you don't know what they are. So how can you say that? If you haven't been high enough to see a curve, how do you know it curves?
It curves.
No, I believe in basic science. We've been going through this in just basic physics classes, how the Earth is round due to the principles of gravity and whatever. And I just believe in that because I have no reason to not believe in that, you know?
Okay. Believe, it sounds like a faith.
Science! Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
You're shaking.
This is the science!
You're shaking, bro. You need some medication.
Yeah, I found a great evidence for the Earth being round.
Okay. Post it in live stream.
Okay. No one smart, like who has a high IQ and stuff, believes in flat Earth. See, that's
not evidence.
But that's good evidence. Like everyone smart believes in like round Earth.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
So what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Because it's stupid belief.
Come on, Orion, it's stupid. Fucking, that's it. That's, oh my God.
Let's just spin the wheel on the fallacy wheel. You know, let's spin the fallacy wheel and just go through the whole thing.
Flat Earth is dangerous.
Shut up, bitch.
No, bro, like the water that you see in the picture is not real.
You understand that observational science is a science. It actually is. You take data through observations and can make conclusions without having to experimentally test those conclusions.
You understand?
If we were, like, as you say, you would have to change the independent variable according to what we're actually trying to measure, in this case, gravity. And so, obviously, on Earth, gravity is relatively consistent. There's very, very small deviations that you wouldn't be able to detect with the human eye. But you would have to go somewhere else that has a different kind of gravity. You haven't been to space yet, obviously.
What are you, fucking stupid?
30 years, if you're super rich, you might get the chance to get a ticket and go, you know, to low Earth orbit or something like that. And there you might be able to test different gravity for yourself. So being further away from the Earth, you're going to experience slightly less gravity. If you went to the moon, hypothetically, then we could do a test, and we have, you know, video evidence, whether you want to believe that or not. But I choose to believe that the when we drop a object on the moon, it falls slower due to the fact that the gravity is different, all else being equal. So we're dropping the same mass, except the mass that is being dropped towards is different. On Earth, it's bigger. On the moon, it's smaller, and thus that attraction force is lower. So the thing that is dropped on the moon is going to drop slower than the thing that is dropped on Earth. That's, I guess, the kind of test you're looking for, the change in the independent variable. But obviously...
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
When do we see the geometric horizon? That's the question.
The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it. We see in real world.
Okay. So when you said before that the horizon is the bit that the boats are going beyond and the sun's going behind, when it was physical, you're saying that's only theoretical now?
No. The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it.
Gotcha, bitch.
How do you get a right angle triangle on a sphere?
You already asked me that question.
Yeah, I keep asking it to Baltards because I'm here to make a point.
Yeah, so as I already said, if you recall, as I said, you measured at different points because you can find a flat surface. Okay.
No, you can't. Go ahead,
just as you could find a flat surface.
No, you can't. I don't give
on a basketball.
No, that
so
would
you
be
can
more
find
than 180 degree. Go. I want.
That's 360 degrees. Yeah.
I want you to use 360 degree right triangle.
Did you?
Kidding me?
Did you just say there's a flat surface on a basketball?
Yeah, so like if you measure small enough, if you measure a small enough portion, if you then so as I was saying, like
There is no truly flat surface on a sphere. Give us a citation.
There is
flat sphere.
There isn't. You're a dumb fuck. I've had about enough. You're a dumb fuck.
Just as you could find a flat surface
you can't.
on a basketball.
What? Where did you learn level is curved?
So I didn't learn that. I kind of figured that out.
Oh, really?
Obviously from a like that would be a logical fallacy in your eyes because I'm accepting that the Earth is a sphere, like of course. And so from that understanding, then in my mind, I've kind of figured out, okay, well, if it's on a sphere, then depending on your scale of reference, things are going to look
only in the reification of the globe. Do you apply this logic?
Yes, of course.
Okay, we're talking about reality. Do you see the difference?
But do you understand that in my concept of reality, it is a sphere? I understand that in yours, it's not.
Oh my goodness, dude! I'm not even talking about the globe right now. I'm just talking about what level is, what flat is. Is flat level?
Okay.
It's flat curved. Is flat a sphere? I mean, what's going on in your mind?
Sure. So flat is level, but I would say that any water that you find is going to be.
What's the difference between flat level and curved level?
Well, curved level is going to look as flat level does at a small scale, but the more you zoom out, the more it's going to look not level, and it's going to look more curved and curved and curved. Obviously, the more you zoom out on a flat Earth, it's just going to look exactly flat no matter what scale.
Okay, so curved level is actually curved.
Yes, curved level is more like a tangent.
So flat and curved are two different things.
Yes.
And level and curved are two different things.
Is that what you just asked me? Maybe not, but yes, they are two different things.
Okay, there you go. So what's going on?
It's from NASA. It's a reliable source.
No, reliable, nothing.
Back up.
50 feet.
Can you calculate something that's 50 feet above the air?
If you calculate it, you might want to go measure it to verify it, right?
Yeah. You can measure it, but how would you do that? How would you do that without a tape measure scrolling up there? How would you do that? Elevation?
Elevation angles.
Elevation.
Oh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So, what about the same thing? What about the same thing for? Do you guys know what a sextant is?
Yeah. Do you know what a triangle is?
Oh, dude, do I know triangles? Talk to me about some triangles. You know about 180?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
You know about 180? Talk to me about 180. Talk to me about how you can calculate your location in the middle of a fucking ocean where you can't see fucking dick but ocean and horizon.
Yeah.
How do you know where you are on the Earth if you can't calculate with the sky?
What is a triangle? Triangle is three straight lines that they form angles that equal 180 degrees, right? Three straight lines that form angles.
180. I was saying that. Yeah, dude. You know about
straight lines.
This guy just lines. Himself.
Straight. Are you not listening? Are you not listening? Straight lines. So in order to have three straight lines, you cannot have a curved adjacent. Correct.
Correct.
Gotcha, bitch.
Game over, dude. Flat Earth.
Kind of curved anyway.
We didn't say anything. Game over.
Gotcha, bitch.
Why are you guys obsessed with peer review?
I don't know why.
Peer review means somebody can recreate the shit.
Do you
no,
think
it doesn't mean it's just I said
everyone agreed on it.
Let me ask him a question. I want to ask a question. Ryan, do you think people that peer review recreate the experiment they're reviewing?
That's usually what peer review means.
No. They're just making sure the fucking data and the math are correct. They're not recreating experiments.
Yeah, sure, it could be, but I mean, if I was like, if I had to make a choice between one or the other.
Yeah. But okay, so either you're saying they're massively incompetent and they don't know the difference between a rock from the moon and a piece of wood, or they're lying. Those are our choices, yeah?
They misplaced it.
So wait, so those are the choices, yeah? Either massively incompetent or lying.
Well, they don't have to be massively incompetent. It could just been a simple mistake.
Well, it's a rock from the moon, bro. If I have a rock from the moon and I say I'm going to give you a rock from the moon, it's going to be difficult for me to accidentally give you a piece of wood instead. And if you're a $50 million, $60 million a day company whose job it is to go to the moon, we would expect that you know what the moon rock is when you're giving it to another country, wouldn't you? Isn't that a bare minimum?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure like all governments like make mistakes. I mean, that's why we criticize them.
Yeah, but if you go, but it would be but if you go to the moon like they claim and you get rocks from it, it's not like they're giving them a certain type of pencil and there's millions of them and they accidentally gave them the wrong kind of pencil. I mean, it's a rock from the moon. These are supposed to be some of the most valuable things on Earth, and they'd have to be very heavily watched and secured. And then you're accidentally getting a piece of petrified wood. Okay, let's say hypothetically that's what happened. Could you give me your scenario of how that petrified wood is becoming put in place of a moon rock by accident? Just in your mind, how you're imagining that to have happened.
Well, like if someone has like a collection of these, they probably have a collection of like other things like petrified wood. It's like if you collect rocks, you probably have like petrified wood and shit too.
Wait, so you think NASA are storing a pile of petrified wood next to their moon rocks?
Maybe. I mean,
why would they be storing petrified wood?
I mean, you tell me. I don't know why they would.
No, you tell me. It's your story.
It's not my story.
This is your story. You're defending the story. You made up the story. You said it could have been a mistake.
Yeah, I'm saying it could have been a mistake.
NASA's in their petrified wood store about to fuel their fires in the office. And then someone accidentally goes into the moon rock cupboard and drops everything and goes, oh shit, we have to leave for the flight to Holland, grabs all the bits, but he accidentally grabs some of the petrified wood that they're using for the office fire. Is that maybe what happened?
I mean, who knows?
Listen. Fuck up. Get out.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Yeah, that clip was good as fuck. I like that.
The Earth is flat. Look, I follow all the flat Earth pages.
Yeah, so, okay. I mean, it's not flat.
You're a globe-tard.
You're a globe-tard. You think this isn't flat.
It's not.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globe-tard.
All right, so how's it flat then? Prove to me it's flat.
Look outside.
I see the curve.
He does see shit.
I do. I see the curve.
Tell him more proof that the world's flat.
More proof. Did you know that not once in the history of space travel ever has any astronaut panned his camera around 360 degrees? Not once. Why don't they?
What do you mean?
It's all fake, it's all
Studios.
manipulated
Studios, yeah.
images, yeah. You're a globe-tard. Your name should be Luke the Duke, but instead your name is Leek.
The geek. Like I start calling him Lord.
Lork.
Lork.
Lork the globe-tard.
This is stupid. I'm not a globe-tard.
You're in a spacesuit. You can go up there and see it's flat, but you ain't fucking got one.
It's not
And
flat.
That's why you're Lork the globe-tard.
So is space fake? Is there even space?
Space is fake.
You're Lork. Space is
So it's a dome?
Space is CGI. Yeah, it's a solid dome.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you two questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming Goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot. I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly. Generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Bomb has been planted. Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you for 100% guarantee that you're
No, nothing.
sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Bruh. Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like,
I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
No, so I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He assumes it. He's assuming
it. Just assume.
But wait! There's more!
Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like I can be like 99.999%.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about
any sign. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes.
You
can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Oh, fuck.
Tough one.
No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. Okay. I've literally had false memories. So you're the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% with anything. Right, but I am more than 99% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. That just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now what if there's a very small possibility? There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. Yeah, I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%.
Right? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
but let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah.
To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not
guy.
even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. Like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me.
You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so. Oh.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has?
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut you!
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the.
Are we?
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
To be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence in there.
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again,
but
my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
There you go.
Fuck.
Yeah.
There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you
Just
know.
that in my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like true.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Man, Clipcord is really good at getting the clips together, man.
I have to announce to you that I will never retire. I will only retire when I'm dead in this ring. Wow.
How about that announcement?
Over my dead body. I've got too much juice left. Woo! I'm still an itch boy. I love this business. I'm going nowhere. Thank you. Woo!
The oceans, there's actually a great proof of a flat Earth in the oceans. There's something called the abyssal plains. And if you look under the greatest parts right in between the continents, there's something called the abyssal plains, and it's the longest, flattest surface that they've ever measured is under the ocean. So it's not always lumpy and full of craters and stuff.
I think it's 70% of the ocean is abyssal plain, and it's flat for, as far as you can go. You can have 2 submarines on the bottom of the ocean. They send out sonar, which goes in a straight line, hits something, and bounces back, and they can see each other 100 miles away. There should be a mountain over a mile tall in between them. But you'd have to believe that sonar goes over the mountain, hits the other submarine, and then comes back. That doesn't happen. That's provable nonsense. So the fact that a submarine on the bottom of the ocean can see another submarine 100 miles away proves that there is no curvature down there. Also, a boat on the surface can see another boat, can target it with a laser over 100 miles away. There should be a hump of water over a mile high in between them, but there's not.
What makes you think all of the curvature that you see on this planet, as far as mountains and valleys and uneven terrain and things of that nature, what makes you think that you're going to be able to see curvature in the Earth? I want to say something real fast. I want to touch on this subject I was talking about, as far as when I said earlier that, about Beverly Hills and why you can't oversee the Sepulveda Pass. Now I'm going to show you something else. Now, earlier you said that the ocean itself is what you guys, the flat earthers, use to determine whether, the Earth have a curvature or not. Yet you also said earlier, you also said earlier that water always what?
Finds its level.
It always finds
large
its level.
bodies of water at rest find its level.
Find its level.
At rest.
At rest.
Remember the at rest part.
Okay. Now, what you're not taking in consideration is the surface of the ocean. You're looking at the wrong thing.
No,
listen.
No, that's all we're taking.
Let me finish what I'm saying. You're looking at something that's always going to level itself off, as opposed to looking at what's actually the surface of the Earth itself, because that's what we're speaking on. We're not speaking on whether the Earth is this or that or whatever. We're speaking on the Earth itself. So if you're trying to use these telescopes to determine certain things over a body of water and talking about, well, there's no curve in the water is going to always level itself out. But you don't know if the surface of the Earth, that's where the water is actually on top of, it's curved or not, do you?
See, first of all, doesn't water take the shape of a container?
Exactly. And
Water
second of
doesn't
all,
take the shape of the bottom of a container. It
all
levels
water needs
itself
a
out.
container.
It levels itself out, but it fills up the container and then it finds level. So.
Y'all talking about the surface of water and it's always level, but that's not the Earth itself. We talking about the Earth. We're not talking about the surface of water.
Okay,
the Earth is curvy.
the water would not be able to be level if it was on a curve. What do you not understand?
So when you're looking across that extensive plain of water where there should be miles of curvature, and you can see the land at the other side of the other side of the ocean, which is at the same level that you're at, and there now we're talking an expanse on the ball, on the Earth on your ball. How come the land on the other side of the ocean is at the same level that we're at? It should be miles below me, but it's not. It's so simple. It's so simple. I don't know how people cannot see it, other than they've been programmed since they've been a child, and their inner child is like, "Don't take my ball away! Don't take my ball away, please!"
Those balls.
Earlier, I said that when you look over the regular terrain, you can't tell it's a curve because there's too many mountains, hills, and valleys. Correct? So you guys said yes. So we have to use. Let me finish. You said we have to use the ocean because the ocean itself would show and prove your theory that there is no curvature. Correct? Okay, so then I said that. I said,
on the land, you should be able to see
Can I finish, Lord? I just sit here and listen to you for 20 minutes. Can I just give 3 minutes?
Go ahead.
Thank you, God. So when you guys were showing that you was using the ocean because the ocean was showing proof to you guys that the Earth does not have no curvature on it, because constantly, as far as you can see, you guys use what you call atmospheric density. So therefore, the image is always straight and you can always see forward because of the simple fact that the water's going to always level itself out. And that being that we both said that the water's going to always level itself out, no matter how far you look, there will never be no curvature because you're looking at the wrong thing. You're looking at the surface of the ocean as opposed to the bottom of the ocean. Let me finish. Okay, so the bottom of the ocean is where the actual curvature is, because the bottom of the ocean is the actual land. You're looking at something that's going to always level itself out, being water, as opposed to what we're actually supposed to be looking at, which is the actual. Let me finish what I'm saying. Can I finish? Thank you. And this is how we know this to be true. If your theory that you say that we're using the surface of the water as a point to show that the Earth isn't curved, well, How can you use the surface of the water if the surface of the water is going to always level itself out? You're looking at the wrong thing. What you're supposed to be looking at is the surface of the earth, because the surface of the earth, which is the bottom of the ocean, is the actual.
Hold on,
Do you know what the bottom of the ocean looks like? You show and prove, because all we can do is see with the level of the surface, like the God said, the surface.
Come on, man, let me have this.
Let me finish.
I've been out to sea before. I'm out here in California. I've been out to sea before.
You've been at the bottom of the ocean?
I've been out to sea before. And one thing, let me finish what I'm saying. Let me continue on your bill. I've been out to sea before, and I know for a fact that if I jump out the ship, right, I'm going to drown. Why? Because the ocean is deep. And being that the ocean is deep and it holds all kinds of wildlife and animals and whales and sharks that I've seen before, I know for a fact that looking over the surface of the ocean does not show you the surface of the ocean. I know for a fact that looking over the surface of the ocean does not show you the surface of the ocean.
All right, are you done?
Wait.
Let me everybody,
you don't know how nonsensical you sound.
Everybody mute.
I'm sure.
Listen, no offense, dude, but that is the dumbest shit I have ever heard, ever.
Like, seriously.
Anywhere.
Like,
that
seriously.
is so freaking dumb.
Wow.
They tell us that the 70% of the Earth's surface is water. So you believe that the water goes flat for 70%, and then all of a sudden the Earth bends underneath? We can sit here.
There's no such thing as all of a sudden the Earth bends underneath. The Earth don't all of a sudden bend nowhere.
I could look
You're
at
right.
land
It don't bend nowhere.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can dig a hole with all sorts of shapes on the bottom, fill it with water. It's flat because that's it. You can't have flat water, land, and then expect that land to finish the curve of the ball. That's ridiculous. The Earth has to curve. A round ball has to curve. The surface of the water has to curve at an even rate all the way around. Okay.
So what you just said. Now, what you just said is, I'll give you an example. Let me ask you a question. On an apple, right? On the skin of an apple, right?
Here we go.
Does the skin of the apple have moisture inside of it?
Moist?
Have moisture inside of it?
Is that moist?
What are you talking about? What does that have to do with anything?
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Is it the skin of the apple that has the moisture, or is it the apple, the skin coming in contact with the moist meat of the apple? Which one is it? Do you know for sure?
Yes, I do know.
Or are you just trying to be fake smart?
I'm not trying
right
to be
now?
fake smart. I'm being real with you. The skin of the apple has moisture in it, correct? So let me finish what I'm saying. So being that the skin of the apple has moisture in it, does that moisture that's on the skin of the apple fall off the surface of the apple?
It's not on the surface. It's inside the fibers. It's not on the surface. See, that's technology. I don't like bullshit like this. Stop coming with fucking retarded ass arguments. It's retarded.
How's that retarded?
Wet the fucking apple with water and see if the water sticks to the outside. Is the skin have water in it? Does it have moisture? Come on, man. Stop with these stupid ass arguments, man. Because it's disingenuous. I
How's
don't
it
like
disingenuous?
shit like this.
How's it disingenuous?
Come on,
I just asked you a simple question. Does the skin of the apple have moisture in it?
You're not that stupid.
You can't be this stupid. You can't be.
cannot be this stupid.
You guys sound stupid as hell. I'm not gonna lie to you. Anytime you go sit here and tell me that you're looking at the surface of water instead of the actual surface of the earth itself, you sound dumb as hell because you already know that water always levels itself out. So I don't even know how you would use that as an argument. That's retarded.
This is why I had
Actually,
to
I did
out last
participate.
time because I can't talk to people like this. Like when you're just saying retarded shit like this, I gotta go. Yo, priest, I love you, God.
But when you live on a ball, there's a vacuum over it. The molecules stay magnetically pulled to the Earth's surface because the Earth is magnetic.
Can you show me that in a lab?
I can.
Oh, you can. You can show me how water will stick to an apple inside a vacuum chamber?
Correct.
The water
I
boils
paid
in a
good money to
vacuum.
see that.
Okay. How much
You
would you
know
pay?
water boils in a vacuum?
Not enough to fund your
Bitcoin.
experiment. I know that.
You know that water boils in a vacuum. Guess you didn't know that. You know what sucks is it's gonna take me all day to edit out all of the idiotic statements that you made and make a short clip. I'm gonna make a short reel of all of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. It's gonna be amazing, but it's gonna take me all fucking day. Listen, no offense, dude, but that is the dumbest shit I have ever heard, ever.
Like seriously,
anywhere.
Like.
This is one of the legendary episodes.
I wanted to say one other thing too, real quick, that I wrote down. The show that I mentioned when we talked about NASA, and because I got a lot of people who asked me about it, was I talked about if you look at the names of all the NASA missions, it's literally telling you a story. And it goes, a Colombian enterprise to Endeavor for the discovery of Atlantis, and the Challenger shall be destroyed.
Damn.
That's literally what all the missions were from NASA. Again, these are Masonic rituals. This is nothing real. This isn't real science.
Say that again.
Yeah.
You just blew AD away. What happened? What just happened?
I'm a type.
If you break them down, right? You know, Columbia, Enterprise, and if you put them all in order, it says a Colombian enterprise. You should all know Columbia, right? Like the District of Columbia, what it means to them, Diana. A Colombian enterprise to Endeavor for the discovery of Atlantis, and all challenges shall be destroyed. Okay? So that's, again, this is all esoteric.
I like
it.
And,
so I wanted to add that. I forgot to add that last time I was on the show.
You come up with that, Vinny?
But yeah.
Dude.
I mean, I've been talking about it for a while, and I remembered to write it down this time.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science. There are still questions.
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
what do
into
they
space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has
that's
ever
not what
been
they
in space.
mean. They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts.
Okay,
that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of 100 miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right? If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up. or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay.
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
So you have NASA saying they don't have the technology to do that anymore. The technology that they used between 1963 and 1972, they don't have it anymore. But then you hear your ex-president say they're still using the same technology that they used between 1963 and 1972, which is their current excuse for not being able to go past low Earth orbit. Now keep that in mind.
Previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's mind. It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972.
Now think about that. The only people that have been to space, and I say that in quote when I say space, are these 24 guys, and the last time they went was 1972. And they just all happen to be Freemasons. And let's have a look at their reaction when being asked about going past low Earth orbit.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Please? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir, I don't have nothing to do with this, but okay. You cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
You can't solicit like this.
keep shooting.
All right. Well, then I'd go through my measures.
You got to keep shooting, man. Okay. Well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Just come with me, Buzz.
You really like attention?
Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Okay.
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sibrel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Owens. Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital.
How are you?
Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot. Oh, asking you to swear in the Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon, you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why? Are you afraid for the truth to come out? Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
Yes. From the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but if you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore, because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the Apollo programs were fake is just sheer nonsense, and you can talk till hell freezes over, and you're wrong. Okay?
Well, would you affirm?
I won't continue on this line.
Would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay. Put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand and say, I, Edgar Mitchell.
I, Edgar Mitchell.
Affirm.
Affirm.
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but penalty of eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you know, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay. As an independent producer. Okay, we're heading out. Doing that is against moral ethics. Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get...
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of the Black House. Don't get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope.
You want to call the CIA? Have them whacked.
Now, you would think that these guys would be falling to their knees to swear on the Bible that they walked on the moon. You think it would be something they'd be proud of, but that's not their reaction. They're acting like criminals with something to hide, like someone who just got caught lying or cheating. But anyways, as I was saying, out of 7.8 billion people in the world, only these handful of people say they've been to space. And that's what your whole belief system lies upon. These 24 guys, what they say they seen. Freemasons. And no one since then has been beyond low Earth orbit because they lost the technology to go back there. They never lost the technology. They never had it. And as long as they say they lost it, can't none of these new astronauts try to go there, and that's their excuse, so they never find out there's a firmament. You can't go anywhere beyond what they call low Earth orbit. And That is why every rocket or shuttle launch that you've ever seen in your life on TV always curves off, because there's a firmament. There is no place to go.
But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space. space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards, about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
You tell us, what is the curvature, that sea level, 8 inches per mile square, that stuff, because now 10 miles is flat, but you shoot a curve, something like 66 foot of drop, with accent, I can tell you in Italian, I can tell you in Croatian, it doesn't matter, it's the same,
See, Sasha, here's the thing. Usually, it's not your accent is fine. It's that sometimes you rush some words. That's the problem.
Oh, I rush.
Let's talk about the Earth rather than
rushing to sea level.
Mm-hmm. Russian. I've dated many foreign girls. I understand accents.
You are living on UK, like me. Mm-hmm. That's island all around. It's sea level.
Yeah, I've also lived near the Thames River. I know how fog affects how things look.
Yeah, can you live with that?
Mm-hmm.
You can live with that because people saying that water is curving. The only problem is because water doesn't care what people say.
No, you're completely right. Water doesn't curve, but tides and waves do exist.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about elevation change. We're talking about curvature.
Awesome. Being as water doesn't curve.
No, water doesn't curve without an applied force. You guys are absolutely correct. The thing about that is, forces are applying to water all the time.
Awesome. Are you going to talk about gravity again?
I said forces, not just gravity.
Yeah, and so not just gravity.
Oh, not just gravity, kinetic forces as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So being as water is level upon the surface, observed, measured, and practically used to be as such, where's the curve of the water of the Earth? Where is it?
I can give you many explanations. You just won't accept any of them.
Here we go, many. We want one.
Absolutely.
We want one proof that you can prove the horizon in the picture. In the picture. We're using an example. Of the picture. Show us the curve in the picture. Where is the horizon at 1.225 miles? Show it to us.
Calm down, Uncle fucking... Okay. Calm down, Uncle. Go back home. Honestly, you've outstayed the family gathering event. Back to what I was saying.
No, just you try to address the actual argument here instead of waffling away like a weasel.
A weasel? What do you guys have against weasels? They're beautiful.
Talk about weasels instead of the lack of curvature. Good idea. Let's just avoid that at all.
1.225.
Weasels are great. Anyway, to point out the forces that are applied to water, there's more than just gravity. You guys know this, right?
Gravity is one of them.
Yeah.
Gravity is not a force, is it?
Guys, stop fucking spurging out, okay? Do you guys need to go to care homes? You guys need somebody to fucking look after you and give you your meds?
Excuse me. Gravity is not a force. We had this conversation earlier. Would you?
I know gravity is an apparent force. Gravity is not an actual force. It's a phenomena that produces effects very similar to a force. Yes, we can agree on that.
That's the bending and warping of space-time, non-Euclidean geometry. You're going to apply to your curved surface.
The bending and warping of space-time produces an apparent phenomenon that is an apparent force. Yes.
So where is the curvature of the Earth then?
Pardon?
Where is the curvature of the Earth then? Where is it observed? Where is it measured?
Where is the curvature of the Earth? Everywhere on Earth.
Awesome. Can you point to it, please?
I can just point to the Earth.
Awesome. So underneath me, that's flat. That's curving, is it?
It's not flat.
No, is it not? Have you got a direct measurement of that?
I don't have the direct measurement, but it sure as fuck isn't flat. What can I say?
Well, yeah. Well, being it is observed, measured, and practically used to be flat, that's not a problem. And I'm also talking to somebody who couldn't point to the horizon in a picture earlier, so most definitely wouldn't be able to point to the curvature of the Earth now, would you?
No, I can't point to the curvature of the Earth because it's apparent. It's not a real thing that actually exists in the universe. You're absolutely right.
Like the horizon?
You don't say.
Guys, you understand? Curvature is an aspect of something.
It doesn't
it's not an
exist.
actual physical thing that exists on its own. Yeah.
So wait. What does apparent mean again?
Apparent is.
Something seen.
You know what? No, I'm gonna go for the Google definition because now you guys are fucking like.
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry.
We'll be patient.
Okay, guys. So apparent, clearly visible, or understood to be obvious.
5 seconds. The next time somebody comes in and asks a question like Heretic, please don't jump in and start making comments. Right, so Heretic has asked a question. He's going to get a direct response from this man. Nobody else is going to jump in with that 10 pence worth. Do you get me now? Question, response, please.
Smell juice.
So apparent means clearly visible or understood to be obvious. Shut up. Seeming real or true. Can this guy shut up?
Prove the globe, silly goober.
Well, guess what? I'm going to piss on your fucking nan. Anyway, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Similar to the word ostensible.
Okay, so quick question: could you restate that statement you just said about the curvature of the Earth, where you said it was apparent, not actual?
It's not actual. So it's apparent, clearly visible, or understood to be obvious, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Absolutely. It seems to be so.
Quick question. Is the curvature of the Earth apparent or not?
It's apparent, obviously.
So it's actual?
No,
it's not
like
real, right?
okay, visibly it's apparent. Yeah.
Okay, but that would mean that it appears that way, but is not actually that way.
Yeah, if you look at the horizon, it appears the curvature is so. But if you use measurements that observe not the curvature itself, but the effects of curvature, then it necessarily must be true.
Well, wait, hold on. I just realized I got a little ahead of myself because I just realized that even in that sentence, you're misusing the word apparent, or at least from my perspective, you are. It's more subjective at that level. So I would say
subjective. We will cling on to that word. Continue.
So it appears the base word. All right. So I would say the Earth does not appear to be curved, but you would say it appears to be curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. But you do understand that apparent does not mean actual, meaning that something can appear to be one, but it does not mean it is that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. But then the question arises, do you have a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth detecting curvature?
No, because what you guys mean by direct measurement is not something that could be produced for something that can't be directly seen, but has to be seen through its consequences.
So you can directly observe the effects of curvature, but not.
So guys, let me give you the example. You can't directly see God, but you can see consequences of God, right?
Oh boy, here we go again.
That's the non sequitur. Listen, April, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's a non sequitur to what we're talking about. Nothing to do with it.
All right. Human society, you don't see it, you see its consequences.
Okay, but how do you know that those are consequences of curve if you've never observed curve? Wouldn't you have to have proof of the curve, confirmation of the curve, to know that any of these things are effects of curve? No. You don't have to prove the curve to know that something you're looking at is an effect of curve.
Say that again, please, and say it slower this time. Really listen to what you're saying.
You don't have to have proof of the curve to know whether something you're looking at is an effect of that curve you don't have proof of.
Do you realize what you just said?
Yes. Can you
say it again, this time slower. This time I want you to stress the A's and O's.
Twice is enough.
No, you're just going to answer now. You're not going to ask him to repeat it slower. You're not going to troll him like that, my motherfucker. You're just going to answer the question.
Yeah. How do you know that any of these are effects of curve if you can't directly confirm the curve?
Yeah.
You don't know the curve is there, so how do you know you're looking at an effect of it?
Do you guys know proof by contradiction? By any chance? Proof by contradiction.
Can't answer?
You can't answer.
You can't answer?
No, I'm asking you guys.
He asked you the kind of question where you're not supposed to answer with another question.
I can't answer. I'm just asking you a question.
You can't answer. Okay. Yeah, so you don't know that you're actually looking at the effect of any curve. You just imagine that to be the case. Because you don't know there's any curve there to know that there's any curve having any effect on anything. You just
a follow-up question. Is it possible that you're only assuming that to be the case because you were raised to believe that? Is that possible?
No, I'm an extremely open-minded person. Most of the beliefs I was raised with, I don't currently have. I often have beliefs in opposition to the things I was raised to believe, actually. So I'm very much a person who can change their mind.
Well, that's good, but that doesn't answer my question, technically.
Well, no, it's not good because most of the things that I believe in are not things you would agree with. So you would say, oh, it's disgusting, you change your mind. But, anyway.
I get that. But the question, you still didn't answer the question, technically. The question is it possible that you're only assuming this or that effect or whatever to be an effect of curvature because you were raised to believe that? Is it possible that you only believe that because you were raised to believe that?
No.
It's not possible?
No.
You're going to say that? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that doesn't sound very intellectually honest to me, but whatever.
Oh, it sounds quite intellectually honest.
So how do you validate curve as the cause of any of these effects?
By having a basic understanding of non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, someone else is gonna have to take this. I got a call. 1 sec.
So you mean you affirm the consequent then?
No, here's the thing. I understand that the universe has geometries that aren't Euclidean, and the universe also has geometries where results are based on things being literally light years away. And I also understand the universe has some effects based on geometries that are based on vector spaces that aren't linear.
These are just begging the question fallacies. This has nothing to do with trying to prove the curve.
Say that again?
These are just begging the question fallacies. You're just begging the question because your whole religion is nestled in your cosmos that you believe in. Therefore, your religion is true and your Earth is curved.
Okay, can you explain begging the question fallacy? I know what it is, but I need you to explain it because I don't believe you fully understand it. And I want to explain
when your conclusion is in your premises. It is called the begging the question fallacy.
He does know it. That's good. And
so why is your conclusion within your cosmological paradigm?
Explain that one for me, please. Why
you
is
were just saying how you know about the non-Euclidean geometry and the cosmos and all this bullshit? Like... This has nothing to do with proving the curve on the Earth.
It absolutely is.
No, this is you talking about.
Oh no, you're begging the question by assuming that the Earth doesn't require proof
because your beliefs contain the Earth as a globe. That's not logical.
It is. You just misunderstand what logic is.
It's called being irrational. It's called the begging the question fallacy. It's not logical.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You just fundamentally
you try to make a coherent argument for your side, or you're just going to waffle here with sophistry all day?
I'm not waffling. I'm not a sophist. I'm quite.
You are a sophist. That's pretty obvious for all to see. You have used nothing but sophistry since you got here. Try to make a coherent, logical argument, and we will go from there.
We're waiting.
Waiting for what?
Your logical argument instead of the sophistry you say you don't.
Arguments about what? I'm so, like, you guys have me so disorientated all the time.
Yeah, we gave you a modus tollens argument, and you said you couldn't see the horizon. You don't know where the ground and the sky are. You're retarded. Yeah, we know.
You call me retarded? That's not very nice. I assume you're trying to offend me.
I know it's not very nice, but that's just my opinion of you after having listened to you using nothing but sophistry and not a single ounce of fucking logic.
I'm actually mentally disabled. You're being very mean to me. You're a bully.
Well, maybe you should go then.
No, I shouldn't go.
I'm speaking about your disabilities.
I'm still very intelligent. I am mentally disabled.
I'm not saying anything about that. I clearly specified.
No, you're a bully.
I clearly specified.
You bully disabled people.
Why anyway, I call you a sophist.
This subject is done. You're a bully.
Why I called you a retard, because you're a sophist, and only because of that. That has nothing to do with anything else.
Well, no,
that's
but
just what I call sophists.
Sophists have been some of the smartest people I know. They've been so smart, they've managed to fool the masses. Sophistry is something that we actually see amongst the smart people, not the stupid people.
No, you see it mostly from Machiavellian types and narcissists.
Exactly, the smart people who have the intelligence to manipulate people, not stupid people. Don't misunderstand what sophistry is. Sophistry isn't what stupid people do.
I've seen plenty of dumb sophists, my friend. It has not. It's not equal to intelligence.
No,
just
but
like
it is
you have
correlated
proven here
with
tonight.
It is correlated with intelligence.
Victim.
I'm not a victim. No, I'm mentally disabled and I have been bullied. But yeah, I don't really care. It's whatever.
Hold on. Yeah, every single time that someone's raised their voice or used the word you don't like, victim, you've also made up the fact that you probably are not even disabled. You're a victim and you want to be a victim.
No, I am disabled. No, do you want to see my benefit claims forms? I can prove to you I'm actually disabled.
Even be up for discussion, mate. You shouldn't even bring it up.
I should do though. He called me a retard, bro. It's fucking bullying, dude. He tried to make me feel bad about being mentally disabled.
Do you want to be a victim all your life? Do you want to be a victim all of your life?
Oh no, I don't pretend to be a victim. I'm doing quite well.
Shut up. Stop
I'm attractive and I'm smart. There are parts of my life I really love.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So stop being a victim and let's get back on subject.
I'm not trying to be a victim. That's what I'm talking about. No, don't do that. I'm pointing out how he's being a bully. Don't say, I'm being a victim.
Yeah, I'm not being a bully. I clearly defined for you what I was talking about when I used that word. I'm not talking about what you are talking about. So you're just building a straw man and trying to burn it because you're irrational.
Okay.
Okay. Sound like a fucking 5-year-old, man. Fuck arguing with a woman.
He's just been destroyed.
Do you not like women? Because the women I've spoken to have been amazing.
Here you go again. You want to talk about anything but the topic here, huh?
No, but he brought up women. I'm pointing out women could be great
really
if you meet good women and you speak to them nicely.
It's just a sidebar, dude. Don't jump all over it. Let's just stay focused here.
Women are just great if you be friends with them and you pull up with them and you have conversations with them. You know what I'm saying? Women can be great.
So what do you want to talk about?
Not everybody has to have a wife and be fucking miserable with the wife.
Drunk.
Get back to the topic, April.
For the last 2 hours, what do you expect from the guy?
Guys, seriously, you can have a wonderful time with your wife. Just saying.
Hey, April. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
The fact that the moon doesn't really change its appearance at all, no matter where you go. It should signify based on basic optical knowledge of parallax and stuff. And not even parallax, just the fact that we understand how straight lines work at distances. Clearly the moon must be very far away. We're thousands of miles. Because when you see things even miles away, they don't.
April, did you see ever in your life lake or body of water? Ever?
But let's analyze this. I just asked you a question about the surface of the Earth, and you pointed to the moon and said the moon is doing this, thus the Earth must be curved.
Yes, okay. In the exact same way that if you look at an ecosystem, you don't just look at the fucking plants on the ground. You look at everything going on, yeah?
No, that's a non sequitur.
No. It's not a non sequitur. The Earth is more complicated. The universe is more complicated than just the surface of the Earth.
No, you're looking at the surface of the curve.
There is things above the surface of the Earth.
It's a non sequitur.
Yeah, you're looking for curvature of the surface, so that's where you want to look.
Okay, this is how you guys tried to divert the conversation.
Divert by talking about the exact thing we're talking about.
Where you can just bring it into a constant circle about, can you find the curvature of the Earth? No, I cannot find the direct curvature of the Earth. I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you can't do that. You have to look at the curvature of the Earth. I can't use the direct curvature of the Earth. Oh, I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you cannot use things outside of the curvature of the Earth.
Thank you for admitting at least that you cannot find the curvature of the Earth in your beginning of your
Directly, yes. I cannot use a ruler and show you the curvature of the Earth directly on the ground. I need to go above sea level.
You could use lasers of different wavelengths if you wanted to try it.
No, because you guys say, actually, the atmosphere and blah, 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 blah.
No, don't you know that lasers of different wavelengths refract at different rates? So you would see by the separation of the beams how much refraction is in the air? You don't know that?
That's already been done, and y'all fucking said it wasn't true. Okay?
April,
it's already been done, and it shows that the Earth is flat.
How high we need to go to see the curvature, April?
Like many, many miles.
How many miles?
Huh?
How many miles?
I don't know. It depends. What eyes do you have?
You are saying now.
Sasha, it depends. How good are your eyes? What lenses are you using? What is the atmosphere like? I don't know.
Yeah, and how high we need to go?
I don't know. It depends.
It depends of what?
It depends. It depends on the conditions. It depends.
Approximately.
Approximately, I don't know. I don't know the average stats for this.
What is the first height when you can start to see the curvature?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
I can Google it. Maybe it will give me an answer. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Oh. You think that everything is on Google?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Does Google saying also how lake it's curving in reality?
Yeah, there were plenty of wiki pages on it. Yeah.
Okay,
absolutely. There are plenty of non-wiki pages on it.
Okay, April. That means that you will Google and believe that what some people saying about that lake, or you will believe that lake. Go to that lake and see yourself. Maybe it's not curving.
Do I believe what lake?
Yeah, because I can Google it and somebody can say, look, this lake, it's going up cylindrical, or whatever. It's spiraling, It's spiraling every 1 mile, and have waves like 30 meters waves. And I say, oh, fuck, let's see that. And I go to that lake, and that lake doesn't have like a wave, not even like 20 centimeters.
Well, you understand that, it wouldn't say the lake has 30-meter waves. Every wave is different. They would say the biggest wave the lake ever had was like 30 meters.
That means lake, what is some big lake, it's curving for sure, because it must curve, because we are on spherical land. And if it's written on Google, with that size, it must curve in reality, of course. And you don't need to check that because they are saying that. The problem is you need to live with reality now. You have this information, and you can live with that. You can believe that what Google's saying, or you can believe that nature, how it's presenting itself. And that's on you now. It's not, nobody wants that you...
Well, you guys don't even believe in nature. You guys don't even believe in evolution.
No, I believe in nature. I believe that lake doesn't curve and the ocean doesn't curve.
Do you believe in evolution? No, you don't. You don't believe what nature shows you.
How people...
That's a false equivalence.
How people in
theory is not nature.
April, how people in Switzerland calling sea level? People in Switzerland, how they are calling sea level?
Something sea level, something Switzerland. What?
Yeah, how people in Switzerland saying for the sea level, how they call that?
I don't know. They call sea level. What?
Okay, and which sea level they are using for measuring mountains?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know about Switzerland.
What? Yeah, but Switzerland, it's not on the sea. It's inside of the Europe.
I don't know. They just use fucking global average. I don't know.
Global average.
Maybe. I don't know. I told you I don't know.
And what is telling you sea level? Is that maybe average called 0 point?
I don't know.
What is that in UK, that hills? What you have hills in Scotland? Is that elevation above the sea level?
What?
All around UK, it's a sea level, not sea curve.
Sea level is different at different elevations. Not different elevations, sorry, different, not elevation, what the fuck is it called? Different...
Yeah, I go to one hill...
Wait a second. It's latitude?
Listen, I'm in London, and I go to one hill, and then that hill is 100 meter. And now I go to Birmingham, and I go to another hill, that is 200 meter hill, and I'm 200 meters above the sea level, also in Birmingham, and there was 100 meters in London above the sea level. But sea level is the same, you know, doesn't curve, and that land doesn't curve also.
That's like asking Yo-Yo Smasher. That's like asking, why do you call yourself a mathematician? You don't know all the math in the world. Okay.
I know what is sea level.
Sea level isn't average.
But it's a level, you know.
We have tides all over the planet based on the
of course, tides more or less, you know, but on some distance, you know, for example.
Exactly. So this idea there's an exact sea level, it just isn't true.
Yeah, but for example, you have the guy who made a photo distance, long distance photo. It's like 275 miles, you know. And then he got some mountains there with elevations, you know, above the sea level.
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
This is going to blow your guys' minds. Did you know
what's on my mind?
That they actually don't reach the same heights every single day.
Wait, are you guys talking about? Are you guys talking about flat Earth or anything right now?
Yep, I'm talking about tides.
The tides?
Yep, tides never reach the same height twice. Never.
I don't believe in flat Earth.
I don't know that.
So there are actually so many bodies affecting the gravitation that produces tides in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys know about like how chaotic bodies work. This idea you have a system and small changes in the beginning affect big changes in the end.
Stories. If you want to present
I'm just going
something to support your belief system, then you're welcome to try to do so.
It's just true.
We are not here to listen to your nonsensical stories and your belief system and your rants.
But nothing curves. That's the point.
I like ranting.
Well, that's not true because booties curve. What are you on about?
So, if gravity is affecting the oceans, right, then it must be curving, right? The ocean must be curving if it's being.
Yes. No. Okay. Here's the thing. It depends on what you mean by curving. If you mean curving in reference to the surface, then no. If you mean curving, and gravity doesn't cause curving in reference to the surface.
So it's not causing the ocean to conform to a ball.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Did you know it's not?
I'm getting some clarification on what you're saying. Hold on, whoever you are. So I'm just getting some clarification on what you're saying.
So, for example, if the Earth was a perfect sphere, then gravity.
Irrelevant. I didn't ask about the shape of the sphere or whether it's perfect.
Given the explanation
I asked about whether oceans are conforming to it, meaning that they would curve around its surface.
See, this is why I educate people who are 18.
Okay, educate me then. I'm asking for you to do that. Do the oceans conform to the surface of a sphere, imperfect or otherwise? Doesn't matter. That's the question. Okay, go.
The Earth isn't a sphere.
Okay. So what?
There's your answer. The Earth isn't the sphere, so your question
so what is it?
Invalid.
So what is it?
The Earth is approximately an oblate spheroid.
It's an oblate spheroid. So
approximately.
Okay, great. Approximately an oblate spheroid. So are oceans conforming to an approximate oblate spheroid?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Okay, so there should be observable, measurable curvature over the surface of an ocean then, since it's conforming to an oblate spheroid, which is a curved object, right?
There isn't observable curvature over the surface.
Why not? How do you know it's there then?
Because the surface adheres to the approximate oblate spheroid.
How do you know that if you don't observe it?
Well, we can though. We can observe the effects. We don't directly observe it.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. One of the effects of that oblate spheroid with gravity would be the curved oceans that we're talking about. But you say you don't observe those, so how do you know that they're there?
We indirectly observe them for things like.
Why would we have to do that? Why can't we just directly observe them?
Can you directly observe every murder?
No.
Exactly.
It's a false equivalence.
It's not.
It
Okay,
is.
so how big is your oblate spheroid?
No, because a murder has consequences.
Got an approximate
The
radius
curvature
value?
has consequences.
Okay, yeah, curvature has consequences, but you don't know that there is any because you still haven't demonstrated.
And you don't know if there's a murder.
That's a begging the question fallacy.
You don't know if there's a murder. Maybe it was a. Maybe
use it as a premise in your
Maybe
argument.
it was a suicide.
Okay, that's great, but enough about that. I know you're really desperate to get off this topic, whatever you can do, but does your oblate spheroid have an approximate radius value?
Like roughly 4,000 miles.
Roughly 4,000 miles. Okay, that's good enough to have. Okay, no problem. We should have a geometric horizon at roughly 1.2 miles times.
Bearing in mind, guys, bearing in mind, the radius actually changes all the time.
Okay, I'll give you 4,600 miles. Do you think that'll cover any change?
No, it's like 3,900 and something miles.
Sure, I'm gonna go ahead and just give you 4,600. How about that?
What? No, that's not even roughly. You don't want it? 1,000. That's like a whole half of 1,000 extra. That's not even remotely.
Yeah, no problem. It won't make any difference. It won't make any difference.
Yes, it
at a 1 foot
will.
observer
Are you
height.
kidding me?
At a 1 foot
Shut
observer
up.
height.
What do you want about? Shut up.
Hold on.
You're being cringe. Be quiet.
At a 1 foot observer height with the 4,600 mile radius value, you might get an extra tenth or two of a mile of geometric horizon distance. So, big deal, doesn't really matter. Your variable radius and your oblate spheroid doesn't really do anything to affect the rate of curvature we should be seeing over the surface, so it's a red herring, it's a non sequitur, and it doesn't matter. So where is this curvature, and how do you know it's there if we don't observe it? Because it should be observable given the dimensions that you just claimed.
Who keeps muting me?
I do, because you won't shut up when I'm talking.
Show me your balls.
I'm done, though. I stopped talking, so you can go now.
Do you have balls?
That's also off topic.
Okay. I won't mention it again then. I'm
I know you have ball envy because you're in desperate search of a ball. You don't have any, so you can only imagine them, obviously. That's why you're here doing this. But anyways, try to stay focused on the topic.
I have wonderful balls.
Yeah, see, I shouldn't have even said that because now you're completely distracted. So let's go back to the topic, right? Given the radius that you've claimed, right, there should be a pretty observable amount of curvature. We've just talked about the formulas, right? We're not observing it. Why not? Where is it? How do you know it's there if we don't observe it?
Will you let me speak the whole time? You won't mute me, okay?
Yeah.
Can you promise this?
Okay, are you gonna
No promises.
No, I'm being serious now because you keep muting me.
Yeah, don't waste your airtime to ask if you can talk. Just talk.
My
That's what
airtime?
you have the airtime for. Okay, now you're going to waste it on not talking. So you're either going to not talk about the topic or you're not going to talk. Not a lot of glow proof to be found there.
What's the question? Sorry, I forgot. I was too busy.
Well, yeah, you gave me the approximate radius value. From that, we get the approximate rate of curvature, the geometric horizon distance we should be seeing, right? So we have all of that now because you've given us the radius, right? We're not observing it. You've said yourself that we can't observe it, even though it should be observable, given the geometry that you've claimed. So the question becomes, how do we observe it? How do we know it's there if you don't observe it?
Can you observe the entire border of Spain?
Okay, it's another non sequitur.
No, seriously, can you observe the whole border of Spain?
No, yes, seriously, that it was a non sequitur. Try to answer the question.
It's not you guys don't understand what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. It has nothing to do with what I just said.
That's not what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it is.
No, non sequitur means the logical.
It doesn't logically follow. Okay, so start again. We're trying to find this curve. You say it's there, but you also say it can't be observed. That doesn't logically follow either. How do you know it's there if it can't be observed if you haven't observed it? What are you talking about?
You guys already decided I was wrong before I even started speaking.
You won't speak. You waste all your airtime saying stuff like this instead of telling us why you're right.
Yeah, that was a mind-reading fallacy as well. Try to answer the question.
Mind-reading fallacy. Okay.
Yeah, when you try to divine other people's intent and what they think or what they're gonna do. That's a fallacy.
And the biggest amount of projection ever.
Yeah. So how can you know?
How can you know? Oh my god! I can't even point out how there are things that are simply too large, too round, that I can't show you them
They're
in
not
like
too
a laboratory.
Not too
or whatever.
large. Once again, you've given us the radius value. From that, we can derive the rate of curvature. We can derive the geometric horizon distance. It's not too large to observe, geometrically speaking, based on that radius you gave us. So why don't we observe it? And if we don't observe it, like you agree we don't, how do you know it's there?
But we do observe it.
Oh, okay, now we do. Okay, where?
Yeah. We know that the Earth is a globe based on the fucking pounds of stars.
Oh, now we're looking away from the surface again. We're looking away from the globe itself.
Yeah, and
again.
this is exactly. This is your obfuscation.
No.
Yes.
No, looking
so something
anywhere
away from
but
the surface can never affect the surface.
No, looking away from the surface, the very thing in question here, and talking about everything else, that's the obfuscation. So can you get back to the point, which is the surface?
Why do you keep muting me?
Because you don't shut up and because you keep going off topic.
You hate my voice, don't you?
No, because we're going to go directly to the surface, right? The thing that you're saying is curved, and we're going to find the curvature there directly. We're not going off of it. We're not going somewhere else. We're not looking in the opposite direction. So when you do that, yeah, I'm just going to mute you and bring it back. Yeah, we're not going to look in the wrong direction. We are going to look at the thing you are claiming by looking in the wrong direction.
Okay.
So how can we directly observe it? Given the dimensions you've claimed, we should. It's not that big. It's not too big.
Directly. Tell me, what does directly observing curvature mean? What?
Looking
like,
at it.
What?
Looking at it.
Seeing curvature.
Yeah.
What if the curvature? What if the curvature can be shown to exist, but is too small for you to see with the naked eye at the surface of the beach? Right.
Well, like you say, we should see the effects of it. The main one being a geometric horizon. That should be the main effect.
I never said you had to see it with the naked eye.
Well, we should see a geometric horizon. If not with the naked eye, then
for example, bacteria exist. You believe this? Yes.
Okay, it's another irrelevant thing. Because
it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant at all. It's not irrelevant at all. You can say it's a non sequitur. You can say it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. That doesn't mean that you're right.
Right. But now you're just talking about why you can't
if you want to go into some kind of asking us a question, first establish your point. And then ask us a question.
So the point I'm making is
don't try to answer a question with a question. Answer the question first, and then you can ask us the question based on your answer.
Okay. There are many facts about the real world you cannot see.
Okay, so once again, you're just going to tell us why we can't see the thing that you're claiming. So how do you know it's there if you can't see it? It's kind of self-defeating, don't you think?
Magnetism.
Magnetism?
You cannot see magnetic fields.
Okay, yeah, but that's irrelevant because we should be able to see the thing.
It's not irrelevant because you cannot see. It is irrelevant.
It's a false equivalency.
You cannot see directly.
Okay, gotta mute you again. It is irrelevant because it's a false equivalency. Yeah, it's false equivalence, right? Because we should be able to see it given the dimensions and given the radius value that you just claimed. 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height is not too far to see because as you can see we have a picture of a horizon that's 10 times further than that, right? The camera can resolve that far so we can see things that are further than that. It's a false equivalence. Try again.
Just because the camera can see it doesn't mean you can notice the curvature.
Simple geometry.
I'm very good at geometry, and I know that you don't know fully what geometry is. So.
Okay.
You know what?
I literally get paid to teach people geometry. I know geometry. I know that you guys think you know geometry.
You clearly don't, bro.
I clearly do.
Yeah, you're going off topic again. We should be able to resolve this horizon. Given the telescope, the telephoto lens, good camera. We should be able to resolve this 1.2 mile horizon and confirm its existence. No
You
problem.
can't resolve it. Does that mean the human eye can distinguish it? No.
That's irrelevant. The human eye looks through a
It is
camera. The
very
human eye
relevant.
looks
You're
at a
basing
patch. The human eye looks at a
everything-
picture that was taken with a zoom lens. That's irrelevant. We don't need to see it with our naked eye. We can use tools to resolve it.
You have to be able to resolve it for the human eye to see it.
We did, using a camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Globe Logic compilation. Enjoy the show and grab some popcorn.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
No, 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 no.
It's time! The geometric horizon is behind everything and in front of everything at all times, unless something is directly in front of you on a flat surface.
What?
It's a globe, guys. The geometric horizon doesn't stop. It doesn't end.
Wait, so your claim being that the Earth is, we're not moving and everything around us is moving is based off of an observation?
So, are you? How else would you base it off of? Do you have anything that's non-observational that would give you any indication as to the Earth's movement?
The numbers.
Well, you can't.
Wait, the numbers?
The numbers don't lie, bro.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You can also take samples of the elements of the sun. You can also take samples of the elements of the sun.
Like the cap.
If you can't observe yourself, if you don't have a mirror, and you can't see your limbs, you just can see straight. You can't see your nose, you can't see your body, but you're living in reality, and you see all those people, and you communicate with people and everything, but they're not allowed to tell you how you look like. You're gonna make the assumption that you're actually the same person, just not what your hair looks like, what your eye color looks like, and all of that detail stuff. But if essentially, you're the same as everybody else. So why should we be any different than the other planets in our solar system? That's my point.
That analogy being used, that analogy illustrates that that's a weak inductive inference, and it doesn't adequately substantiate the concluding premise.
But wait! There's more!
That's what the analogy illustrates.
Yeah, it's not a solid one, but it's just one part of it, of course.
What valid scientific experiment exists in astronomy?
by getting a telescope and looking somewhere else in space.
So if I spent 47,000 hours watching porno, it's a science.
No, because this
You just
is
said watching
under the
shit is
scientific
science. You
field.
just said watching shit is science.
Bro, well, I said watching shit in this context is science.
No, so context.
Because, well, no, because they're watching this shit to understand how it works, why it works, when it works.
47,000. Hold on. If I watched 47,000 hours of porno and I was taking notes about patterns I saw, then it's science.
How it works.
Well, no, because the porno is not important.
But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I do. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay. I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator, and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait. So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't
proof.
expect that.
So back to the question: who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Any time in history?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, what did he do? What was
he went and he did the calculation that he learned in school.
What did he do so that we can know that there's drop over distance? Tell us the method.
I don't fucking know. What do I need to know?
I know you don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, but I don't fucking know how cancer works, and I still believe in that.
Because of the fact that you're stating that the Earth has this curvature, but you have no knowledge on anybody who's directly measured this curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, right? I would say,
how have you measured the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof?
That's not the question. That's not the question here. The question is your knowledge, as your baseline knowledge, as how it's been done. You have no idea. You have just a belief that someone's done that. You don't know it.
All right. So you hold yourself to the same standard.
All right. Yeah, it's fine. But listen, I'm not the one that's saying that the Earth is a globe, because I know that it's not.
What's your claim?
I don't have a claim.
So you're a coward.
I'm not a coward. I don't have a claim for the shape of the Earth. You do. All right. So second question. They're saying that the Earth is rotating, right, on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. These are very simple. You should know these. Who has directly measured this rotation, as in per the axial rotation, anytime in history?
Listen, man, I'm gonna bow out. You have a nice night. I love
yeah, believe me, this is what I love.
I feel like I'm being respected right now, so I'm gonna bow out. Love everyone else. See you
later.
Why are you running? Why are you running? So, to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy. He did it from Oklahoma City. I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15 degrees. It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees sun? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got.
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen. I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
What research do you need to do to know that you're not moving?
Because I have seen multiple scientific pictures of the globe.
Of course! Don't you know anything about science?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You don't prove the hypothesis in science, buddy.
If I look at someone's chin who's like 10 meters away from me, that chin is not really there. It's refracted.
It will be refracted.
What about someone else's chin? What about someone else's chin?
Well, if I'm sitting... Well, that would technically be apparent, but it would match much better to the geographic at close distance because the distortion would be almost none. physical Earth curve is like your chin. You can't look down and see your chin unless you've got a freakishly jutting chin. You can only ever see it in a mirror or in a picture, right?
Plumb line straight or curved?
Again, you're talking to me.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
So you're gonna mute me every time?
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Fuck you.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Is the claim here that the pylons of the
Heretic, if you're gonna keep
away from
talking
each
over
other?
me, I'm not gonna.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Did your mother have children that lived?
Are plumb lines straight lines? You literally can't answer. Uh-oh.
A plumb line goes straight down.
It goes straight down. Okay. Goodbye, globe.
Oh, Ed, explain
Yeah,
your proof.
that's-
Come on, dumbass. Explain your proof.
Right there.
Why are you
As
so
soon as you
angry?
start talking,
What, you going to refute the entire field of geodesy now? They don't say that plumb lines are straight lines. Guess you shouldn't have invoked that to prove a globe. Plumb lines are curved lines. Now you're saying they're straight and they tilt away from each other. Well, not on the globe model, they don't. So I guess we're done here.
are we? You think you've won? It's amazing, Heretic. You know what?
Yeah.
That's why my
You don't even know what the plumb lines you're trying to prove the tilt of are in the paradigm that you're trying to use them to prove. So yeah, we're done.
Yeah, I know.
The formula is for the physical horizon that exists. The one that you see is an optical one because of optical effects.
You're reverting back. The reason that I interrupted the conversation this time is because you said that boats in the sun go over the horizon and it's optical, and then we were like, well, how do you know?
They go over the physical horizon and you see the optical horizon.
Yeah, okay, but then your conclusion was that it was a globe. How? Because you assume it, and
because it fits the model.
It's a reification fallacy then, on top of begging the question.
Friend, let me interject. Yeah, go ahead. It doesn't fit the model. Pay attention. It doesn't fit the model because you just said it goes over the physical horizon, but you only see it go over the optical horizon. That is a model that's not fitting, brother, because you see it doing something that it's not doing.
I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit because there's not enough variables in the model. The model only describes.
Thank you.
The model only describes the physical model, and the picture
stop.
is
Now you have to stop, because when you were talking to me, you said that begging the question is okay because it fits the model. You just told him it doesn't.
It's rewind time.
It fits the model. I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit.
So you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
This is why we should
accept it to be the case. It's very slight.
Oh, it's very slight now. Well, how slight is it?
Well,
is it distinguishable to the naked eye?
Probably not, actually.
Oh, right. So when you go up a mountain, you don't see curve like you said.
No,
so you just lied.
Jedi said when you go up a mountain you can see curve. I said you can measure drop. No, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. I said going up a mountain you can measure drop over distance.
No, you just said you can see left to right curve going up a mountain, you liar. You said you can see left to right.
Rory did.
That was earlier.
You just said right there when Jedi asked about left to right curve, and I asked about it to clarify. You said yes. And you said it's very slight. There's one guy called Rory who climbed a mountain and he took a picture and he saw that it was curved, but no one else can see it. And you can't see it with your naked eye, despite just saying you went up a mountain and saw it. So you're a liar, Ruhith. And it's all recorded, and it's pathetic, and it's sad. Do you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
Gotcha, bitch. Yeah, well, here's the thing. The Big Bang was created from nothing, and they replicated creating something from nothing.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
They created a property from graphene by creating electric fields.
My God, dude, listen to what you just said. They created a property from graphene, which means it's not nothing.
What is it made out of?
The moon is made of mostly rock. The sun is made of helium and hydrogen mostly.
And you know this how?
Observations, science.
You observed the rock?
I've observed the rock through a telescope. Other people have done a lot more detailed analysis on it.
Then you're 100% sure that's what it is.
I trust the experts. I trust the experts.
Shut up, bitch!
So what do boats disappear over?
The geometric horizon.
But you said we don't see that.
Remember how you started with
Doesn't
your
mean
whole
they don't
globe
move
proof?
over it.
Remember how you started with your whole globe proof being things appearing to vanish bottom up in the distance, and now you're saying the thing that they're supposed to appear to vanish over is refracted so that it doesn't appear.
I don't see the problem with that.
What?
This is what laser targeting systems are. You know, the things that are used by, for example, the navies of the world. So they use laser targeting systems at distances of 100 miles, requiring the surface of the Earth to be level, because if it was curved, it would get in the way.
Hey, wake up.
Well, you have to see that the Earth is like, sorry, like this is like not proof, but like it has like gravitational pull that the laser gets pulled down, so the laser still hits the target even though it's so far away.
Stop the cap!
Can you show me that curvature?
It's too, yes, if you like zoom out very far, you will see the curvature.
Zoom out from where?
From outside of Earth. Like outside of its atmosphere.
Can you send the guy that's up there a message to zoom out so I can see it?
You have pictures and videos. I sent you a video.
So if he's showing us curvature up there, that the place where we're standing is curved, then we should be able to translate that back down onto the ground. Yeah?
Not
and
really
measure
because
it
of
down
how
here?
gravity works. No, because of how gravity works. If you like go down like gravity.
So
you
we
also,
can't
like,
measure it. We can't measure it because of gravity.
Yeah.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Does the Earth look flat or round? Does the Earth look flat or round?
It's definitely round, dude.
Hey, does it look flat or round?
What does it look like? Hello?
Can't even do it. You're fucking sick, dude. You're sick in the fucking head. Like, you can't even admit that the Earth looks flat.
I refuse to incriminate myself. How about that?
I refuse. You see, look at this video. You see?
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I refuse to incriminate myself.
A few moments later.
I know.
So
have you been outside before?
Yes.
Okay. What does the Earth look like, flat or curved?
I am not answering that question.
Yeah, you need to.
No, I don't.
You need to. Why not?
Why? It's not proof the Earth is flat or curved. I'm asking you what it looks like. Like, what it looks like.
I don't have to answer that question.
You serious? All right, so when you go outside, did you see the world looking like it's flat? Yes or no?
And how many times have I told you I'm not answering that question?
The only thing you've said that's honest is that you were drinking.
Yes, that was something that I said.
Why won't you answer my question? Why won't you answer that question? Stick here,
because I don't want to.
Why? Why?
Because it's self-incriminating.
What? How is that incriminating?
I got your ass, man. You know, Indio has you. You're dead to rights, bro. Like you can't get away from that. That's the question that you need to answer. What
no,
does
I
the
don't.
Earth look like
because
when you go outside?
It doesn't prove one way or another.
Well, then why won't you answer?
We know that. Like, we admit that. It doesn't prove it one way or another.
What's going to happen next is I'm going to say a point that's totally, like, fucking left field of that. Like, this is why I don't believe that. And then you guys are going to be like, oh, fucking straw man.
Don't believe that it looks flat? Like, what?
Man, whatever the fucking terms you guys use, and then go with that. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm a straw man now. And I'll do straw things.
The hell is this guy on? Man, dude, shut up already.
But wait! There's more!
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe. I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit.
Okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
But you
Have
don't
any of
see
you
it
guys
as flat
built
or
anything
curved.
with timber? Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber.
So
you
when I
don't
look at a
see
piece
the
of timber,
horizon as
I can look at
flat
that piece
or
of timber and
curved,
go,
you're
that looks
saying.
kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither.
But you just
I
said
assume
you
that the
don't
timber
see it.
might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved.
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
Oh no, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see
What
it
does
as
that
something
mean?
that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But does it look flat or
In the
curved?
same way, it's the same way I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat.
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped.
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat.
How do you not
it doesn't
understand
look
this?
curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved.
Neither.
Yeah,
Neither.
so what does
Not
that
everything's
look like?
a false
If you were to
dichotomy,
draw-
bud.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality, but you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach?
That is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two
What's the
things
third option?
and there's a possible. The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight
You can't determine what?
whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
People don't believe your senses. Is that what you're saying?
Of course, I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point, but again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need measuring devices.
Great, sir.
If you were to have a drone and you fly it up a couple hundred feet, you could actually see the curvature.
I can't believe you just said that.
My detector test determined that was a lie.
So tell me, why is the sun 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at solar noon?
Because it's like, what are you talking about? Less of it is exposed to where you are.
Yeah, so why can I look at the sun directly with my eyes on the horizon, but if I look at the sun when it's at noon, I'm blinded?
Huh? Like, well,
why can't you just answer your question? Why can I look directly at the sun and not be blinded when it's on the horizon, but if I look at it when it's directly overhead, I will be blinded?
Because there's less of it to look at.
There's less of the sun to look at?
Yes, because it is blocked by the horizon.
Man, you gotta clip this. Clip cord, bro. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. There's less of the sun to look at. It's not because the air is thicker.
Finn Bob, go ahead and demonstrate how the thing that we're standing on is a geometric shape by way of measuring it. And you're like, let's get a big old tape measure. And come on, let's stop being ludicrous here. You know, realistically, how would you do it, Finn Bob? If you were really going to do it, figure it out.
Calculating it.
Calculating.
Then you
Is
need
a
to
calculation-
verify through measurement.
Is a calculation the same as a measurement?
Yeah.
What are you, fucking stupid?
Let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand we're talking about the surface of a sphere,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a
Yeah.
sphere.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line?
No.
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your north heading?
Elevation change.
Oof.
It's not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man? Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain.
Yeah,
is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
You're telling me staring at the sun is going to tell you the geometric shape of the Earth?
Yes. It tells you a lot.
Yes. How
it
is
tells
that
you an awful lot.
Lies! 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 Lies!
So other than dropping something or us just being on Earth, what can we do that could prove that the Earth is a globe? Like, what proof is there?
You can, I guess, you look at other celestial bodies. You realize that if they're spherical, and then but it's always going to be gravity at the end of the day.
You don't know that you're on a planet? Oh my god!
On a scale of 0 to 100, how sure are you that you live on a ball?
I'm like, I say like 99% sure.
Damn, 90%.
I'm like 90% sure.
What's giving you the
I was thinking,
like, I'm 10% sure. I'm 10% sure that it would probably don't, right? Like,
so what's giving you what's the main thing that's making you think 90%?
Appealing to authority.
Gay!
6378. 637.
Okay, so what was who measured that?
I actually don't know how that's measured. That's a great question.
Right. Okay, well, do you want to go and figure out who measured it and then come back?
No, I really don't need to know. If multiple people are using it, it's verified.
Well, what if it's never been measured? Well, no, you'd have to measure it to verify it.
But then, how do we measure things too large? We use angles to measure things too large.
Well, you tell me, because it's your claim. So who measured it?
Well, I would never think I need to measure it, but we can do it with angles.
Well, someone would need to measure it.
Well, I'm saying we could do it with angles in here. Do you want me to screen share and do it with angles?
With angles of what?
With the angles around in the world around us, bro.
Angles of what?
Things, the Earth, things in
the angle of Earth. What is that?
Relativity. Angles in relativity.
What?
Angles
the angle in relativity.
No, the angles in relativity. I'm not saying the law of relativity.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm saying relativity as a concept. I'm saying
the angles
from what concept? The one that you learn in like first grade, bro. Not the one you learn in
an angle from. What are you drawing an angle to?
You can draw an angle from anything.
Yeah, but what are you drawing an angle to?
So an angle, right? You can make it out of fucking nothing, bro. You can make it out of fucking nothing. You can just make an angle, bro. So, okay. Let me say it like this. Okay, you can put a square inside a circle and you made a fucking angle, right? Is that easy to understand?
How would this tell you the radius of the Earth?
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
You would have to know trig and calc. See, this is fleeting. I know stuff that you don't know.
Trig would use a flat baseline, wouldn't it, for an angle?
No. Yeah, well, that's what they technically do for the Earth.
Yeah. So
they give it a flat
baseline of the angle.
Yes, they give it a flat baseline.
Right, so it's a flat baseline.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
So how does that work on a globe?
You just chop that bitch in half, bro.
So the baseline would be flat.
Yes, if you split the globe in the middle.
Right, so not curved then.
But then the same trigonomic rules still apply, though. You just have to double it back. It's simple algebra, bro. Angles in relativity.
Do you have a demonstration of the 1.2 mile horizon that you say is refracted? Because you just gave two ways to be able to demonstrate that and then said, well, no, nobody ever did that.
Yeah, again, I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22 by incorporating refraction. I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
You made a claim that Snell's law is built upon experimentation. We all agree it's built upon experimentation with two different mediums. Can you give me experimentation of a singular medium?
All right, Snell's law comes from Fermat's principle. It is derived from Fermat's principle.
That's correct. Can you give
me... So you accept Fermat's principle then, correct? Do you
two
accept Fermat's
mediums.
principle or not?
You need two mediums. You need two mediums to invoke Snell's law. Do you agree?
Or a gradient.
Okay, then show me
Snell's
an
law
experiment
is a
of that.
special
Show me an
case of
experiment.
Fermat's principle.
Why can't you show me an experiment of that?
Oh, I can show you the mathematics of it.
Variations in the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of wide ranges of sizes. These include variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence, and cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. Do you know what a deterministic model is?
I do know what a deterministic
Okay,
model is.
cannot be accounted for by deterministic models.
That cannot be accounted for by well,
That's right. Refraction cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. That's why I'm asking you. Where's the model that makes prediction? There's no deterministic model for atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, or whatever you want to call it. There is no model in existence that makes accurate predictions. There never has been, and there never will be.
I am saying that if you knew all of the atmospheric conditions from there to
Doesn't matter, dude. They've tested it. They've tested it. Do you understand that you have a model, and then you go out and you collect data, then you plug the values into the model, and you see if the model matches observation, right?
Yeah.
When they do this exercise, let's call it, they don't get reality. What's so hard to understand about that? That the models don't work. That's why I'm hammering on this, is because you think that there's some scientific fucking overlord out there that can predict refraction. No. There's no prediction of refraction. Doesn't exist. So you just saying you can predict where the geometric horizon is, that's just cap, dude. That's nonsense.
What I am suggesting is not something that would work in the real world. I am suggesting that if we had a deterministic...
Michael, sorry. Now we can't do this in the real world. Why the hell do you believe?
You never could.
Yeah, so where's the direct measurement of the thing that you believe in? Why are we now listening to your imagination? Why?
Physics is deterministic.
Oh, God's sake.
Holy smokes, dude.
You do understand
Talking about quantum physics, which is indeterministic? Anyway.
You do
understand. We're ignoring quantum physics. We're out of the realm of quantum physics at the moment.
Yeah, you do understand that everything you've done for the last half hour is beg the question. The heliocentric model predicts. Awesome. So the Earth is a ball then. We want proof of the ball, proof of the assumption in the first place, not just backwards engineering of all observations to it because of refraction.
I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
Shut up, bitch! Right. So subbing in propositions for these variables. Suppose that P is gravity. Suppose that Q is the Earth is round, right? So if gravity exists, then the Earth is round. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round. Yeah, so you're just wrong.
Sphere. Oh, what am I wrong about?
Objection.
That gravity means twisty torsion bar. It doesn't. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round.
Galileo used a ramp to study rolling balls, showing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll, known distance.
I didn't hear the first part. Did you say Galileo?
Yeah.
What did he do again?
You asked me who was the first person to measure drop over distance, and I said it was Galileo.
Okay, go ahead and give us the information on how
He used a ramp to study rolling balls, slowing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll a known distance. He measured elapsed time with a water clock using an extremely accurate balance to measure the amount of water.
Now show where this has been measured on the globe. Drop over distance on the globe, not on the ramp where he
I'm just
worked
telling
it
you,
out.
Galileo.
Rolling balls off a ramp with water, therefore Earth curvature drop over distance.
Just
I think he's saying the black swan is a wonderful example of a straw man.
How is that? It's nature presenting itself as, the way that it does.
Wait, are you saying the globe claim is a straw man against itself?
No, I'm saying the black swan is a straw man against the globe claim.
Oh, wow.
No, it is the globe claim, and then it shows how it's incorrect.
No.
Okay, detail which part of the black swan argument is the straw man.
The part where it says the bendy cranes don't matter.
Oh, where does it say that in the argument?
Oh, are we doing the whole if P then Q thing?
Yeah, the modus tollens. Yeah, where does it talk about reflection?
Right. That's an incomplete thing. Modus tollens only works like if we agree on the P, then the Q. But if the P is in contention, then the Q doesn't follow.
So you don't agree with the P?
No, not at all.
Oh, so why are we arguing about Earth being a globe?
What?
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
What are you, fucking stupid?
A hill of water.
You yourself had conceded and said, yeah, we definitely need something to contain gas, right? Is there a way to contain gas without it? Without a container. Without a container.
No.
Right.
So what's containing your globe?
So you yourself. No,
that's not the claim. No, that's not the claim. That's not what they claim.
What is it?
You're just going to make up your own cosmology. You can't do that.
No.
So what is the ozone layer made out of?
Bro just said no gravity.
What is the ozone layer made of?
I've been told it's made of gas.
So what contains that?
The gas itself.
Holy fuck!
Has anyone observed gravity forming things into a ball? Is it predicted by the physics model?
There is.
Do you have a demonstration? Oh, what experiment is that?
Well, as I told you, the Cavendish experiment, but I
formed something into a ball.
Sorry?
That formed a bunch of particles into a ball.
Well, not exactly, but
okay. So then, what's the Cavendish have to do with it?
We know that gravity. If with this experiment,
you don't know it. You're claiming it, and I'm asking how we have the knowledge for the claim, right?
If we know that the gravity exists and it's applied evenly when we look at the Earth, we will then see that it is spherical and stuff. And
yeah, great. That's a claim, dude. You're confused. You think just saying